In the rays of the nightlight, a goddess descended from the sky holding a glowing magic ball in her hands. The students froze in amazement upon seeing this. They were very excited and frightened. The goddess looked down on them and hovered over the entire surface of the earth, and the frightened boys could not come to their senses, not believing what they were seeing with their own eyes, and not understanding what was happening around them. Then something completely unbelievable happened. All the children's phones stopped working. They were switched off and showed no signs of life. The boys did not understand how it was possible that the floor was covered with a thick cloud. This contradicted all the laws of physics. The goddess had real wings on her back, feathers from which slowly fell. She looked like an angel descended from heaven. The air girl tried to calm her young friends by explaining to them that the parallel world of Fantasia was in danger because the Demon King had been reborn. Now everyone is under threat, so the guys must unite. She called them for help. She really wants to save Fantasia, but the goddess cannot cope alone, so everyone gathered here must also make a lot of effort to restore well-being. The young people were very surprised, and at the same time they were filled with delight at what was happening, that the parallel world actually existed, and they could end up there. They had to wait a little, and they would find themselves in an amazing snow-white temple. They were supposed to be led into that temple by a dedicated trustee of the goddess. For a long time now, they have been praying, mentally turning to their patroness and fulfilling all her orders. She will support them and help them morally and physically. They will not be alone with their difficulties and will be able to adapt to the new world. Here, one of the students raised his hand. He wanted to ask something of the ethereal beauty. She was not against answering any questions that interested them. Ohanu asked if it happens here like in the game, with various levels of incredible battles with monsters and skill windows. The goddess nodded affirmatively. This made Okan incredibly happy. But he and his classmate also had a question. Chon Myeon asked if this was a fantasy like the novel. Would there also be medieval attributes like princes and dragons? The airy beauty replied that this also happens here. Having heard this, the girl thought that the adventures here are really exciting. Other classmates there had many questions. She listened patiently to everyone and allowed anyone who had questions to ask. Choi Gangmin wanted to know if one of them became the strongest, bravest, and most courageous in this fight. Would he be considered a hero? But at this point, the goddess said that each of the participants in the battle would make their contribution, and thus everyone could be considered heroes. But on one condition, that everyone's strength will be different. A lot will depend on this. In order to become heroes, one must gain recognition and patronage from the gods of fantasy, and this idea really appealed to Choi Gangmin, who was inspired by this possibility. The goddess noted that the guy was quite confident, brave, and courageous, and she liked it very much. Other members of the crowd noticed that the unearthly beauty treated Choi Gangmin differently than the others. She singled him out significantly. Then Yubora also decided to clarify some points with the goddess. She understood the hand and asked her to ask a question. The girl added that she is the class leader and is responsible for the children. The heavenly creature smilingly said that she was listening attentively to what Yubora actually wanted to know. The class leader summed up that Fantasia is in danger. She already understood this, and that the goddess really needs the help of the guys. But there are some unaccounted moments. After all, she is worried that her young friends cannot call home to let their relatives and teachers know that they are okay. The goddess could not answer this, because unfortunately, in reality, there was no way to contact relatives from another dimension. Yubora, in this case, wanted to know in more detail when they would be able to get home. For a few seconds, the goddess was silent, thinking about how to properly tell the children about their future fate. Then, smiling, she said that if the boys carry out all the instructions, then the gods who will be their patrons will fulfill any of their wishes, including sending them home if the young people want it. Pushing and interrupting each other, the boys continued to raise their hands and shout out that they also had questions. There was a lot of noise and confusion around the goddess. Children's cries were heard from all sides. Everyone wanted to be noticed and given the floor. The heavenly beauty continued to calmly listen to everyone. She gave everyone the opportunity to speak. But in the end, the guys found out everything they wanted. There was a pause, and no one wanted to ask any more questions. And only Kang Hansu stood sullenly at a distance. He didn't like all this fuss and the prospect of being far from home fighting with powerful opponents. Having plucked up his courage, the guy nevertheless raised his hand and asked the goddess to listen to him. She graciously agreed to let the young man speak and said that she was listening to him attentively. But Kang Hansu had no intention of asking her any questions and asked to be returned to Earth. The goddess was upset. She lowered her gaze in some thoughtfulness, but after a moment a smile appeared on her face again. The goddess said that she had told them everything enough. They had a task that they had to complete. For this, the gods would do whatever the young people wanted. But Kang Hansu didn't like this answer very much. He didn't want the title of hero, and didn't want to risk his life. The only thing the guy wanted was to quickly return to his home on his land. But the goddess was in no hurry to continue the dialogue, so Kang Hansu realized that she was not able to fulfill his request. However, after a while, the unearthly beauty answered that everything was possible. But before it came true, she asked the young man one question. The world on which much depends is now in great danger, so why is the guy ready to give up everything and not fight for salvation, but simply return to his usual life? After all, they all really need the help of young people now. Surely, after he returns home, the guy won't be tormented by his conscience. Kang Hansu stuttered as he said that the guy couldn't be called a hero even in his own family. He constantly causes trouble for his family and makes them worry about him. How can he save the whole world? At this time, Eubora looked meaningfully at the guy, not understanding how he could say that. The goddess also looked at the young man in some confusion without saying a word. Then, after about a minute, she turned menacingly to the young man, asking him his name. The goddess leaned towards him, touching his cheek with her hand, and he called himself Kang Hansu, the name his parents had lovingly chosen for him. Chon Mian started talking about the fact that those who are afraid and do not want to be brave should report it now. The other guys looked at the guy with disapproval, but they expressed the opinion that they cannot force anyone to save the world. Kang Hansu felt awkward from these condemning looks, but the desire to return home prevailed. He stood alone near the goddess, getting ready to set off on his return journey, and she asked if anyone else wanted to join the young man, but there were no more volunteers. The unearthly beauty turned majestically to the guy and said that he had no place among the heroes and that he had to leave. Approaching the portal, Kang Hansu was doused with a stream of air, and he could hear the cries of the boys following him. They wanted the young man to send his regards to their relatives, and other requests could also be heard. Finally, turning around, the guy said to himself that he understood everything and would convey everything with sarcasm. Adding that the guys were completely disrespectful, he began to dissolve in dimensions, making his way through the darkness and the unknown. Kang Hansu decided that he would arrive on Earth first and would definitely meet everyone here. Descending through the sky, the guy gradually found himself in the thicket of a dense forest. Stepping on the ground, he looked up. Finally, he felt the ground under his feet. It was a painfully familiar feeling. The young man began to look around, not understanding where he was, mentally trying to plot a route and figure out which side the school was on. But behind him, he heard some movement. Turning around, Kang Hansu wanted to ask these people where the exit from the forest was. But then he realized that next to him were completely different creatures, not like ordinary earthlings. He came across the werewolf's glaring, poisonous gaze, his evil grin symbolizing a less than cordial greeting. The monsters were clearly not in a friendly mood. Their intentions were obvious and did not bode well for the guy. An evil creature with an empty gaze, somewhat reminiscent of an elf, intended to approach Kang Hansu. The guy was very scared of these creatures. He stood in a stupor, not knowing whether to run away or try to defend himself in battle. The grinning monsters meanwhile cursed the goddess, clearly not remembering her with good intentions. The next minute they pounced on the young man. It was obvious from their appearance that they were terribly hungry and ready to eat him instantly. He ran away with all his might, without looking back. From a bird's-eye view, the remarkable sacred city of Prolina was visible. A luminous beam was approaching the city. It was descending faster and faster, forming a huge arrow. Finally, the glowing dome connected with the huge, majestic temple that was located in this city. It turns out that all the young brave heroes gathered in this clot of energy. Having descended to the floor, they began to slowly open their eyes, since during the flight they could not see what was happening around them. Okanu heard a friendly voice addressed to them, which greeted the boys. The young friends were met by a trusted person of the goddess, who had to greet them. She was looking forward to the brave children and was glad that they had finally arrived. The guys looked with all their eyes at us who had gathered, because next to the goddess's trusted person, there were several other strange creatures. Suddenly the girls' gaze fell on the young man standing behind them. He was very handsome and smiling kindly. They thought he was a prince. The trusted person began her speech. She introduced herself by saying that she was a servant of this temple. The young man bowed low to the boys and said his name, Alice Swordmaster. He said that it was a great honor for him to meet the heroes. When the girls heard this, they screamed joyfully because they were very happy to see a real prince. Then two maids who were there in the castle came up. The head servant of the temple asked where the princess was, why she still hadn't come out. The maids looked at each other. The door suddenly opened, and a princess appeared on the threshold, dressed all in pink. She apologized for being late, arguing that she had overindulged a bit the previous day and overslept. The boys froze in surprise, not expecting such a frank statement, and the temple minister noted that it would be possible not to go into some details. The princess still tried to say something in her defense. She wanted to get closer to the guys, but her legs began to tangle. Everyone present here watched as the girl fell. It happened so suddenly that no one had time to react. The princess screamed loudly from pain and resentment and then tried to sit on the floor. Trying to justify herself, the girl noticed that while she was walking here, in this room, she never fell, but here she simply slipped because the surface was very slippery. The boys looked in amazement at the princess who had appeared. It was surprising to them that a person of royal stature was behaving in such a way. This somewhat amused the assembled guests, and they thought that she was quite a nice girl and introduced herself as Athena Archmage. The temple attendant added that the princess and the prince are very influential in these places and will always support the young heroes. A transparent, thin screen appeared in front of Ohanu. He was very happy and immediately understood what this thing was and how to use it. The guys realized that with the help of this thing, they can observe all their progress in fights to date. Ohanu began to carefully study what was written on the screen, but after reading it, he could not decipher everything. He pressed the button with trepidation to enlighten himself about the hero under his patronage. The guy read that his main strengths were the ability to automatically translate unfamiliar languages, which is pretty good, but he didn't quite understand what the expression meant about a significant set of points for certain achievements. Choi Gangman thought that he had too many competitors because they all had identical patronages, so he turned to the saint of the temple. The guy asked what he needed to do to receive patronage, and the employee praised him for his good question and told him that he simply needed to please the gods. But in fact, each god has different requests, and their desires do not all coincide. The guys began to notice that they were receiving various messages with information about what the gods wanted. Then the temple maiden noticed that although each god had their own preferences, they all strived for the same goal, namely, to defeat the Demon King. Choi Gangman took these words as a completely exhaustive answer and was generally satisfied, but this circumstance did not suit all the guys. The temple maiden wished them good luck, reminding them that the gods were watching over them, but that this would not continue forever. Suddenly, one of the students raised his hand and asked what would happen to those who could not earn the recognition of the gods. To this, the saint assured the children that she had absolutely no concern for this kind of trash. The guys looked at each other. They really didn't like this news, but there was no turning back. But 4 of them were the bravest. They were looking forward to some truly amazing adventures and were ready to fight for safety and fantasy. At this time, in the dense forest, the rapid breathing and quick steps of Kang Hansu running could be heard. He flew as fast as he could, not looking back from the evil monsters, hoping that he would be able to hide and that they would not catch up with him. But he caught on something and was unable to stay on his feet. Completely unexpectedly, the young man fell to the ground. Trying to get up, he grabbed onto a thick tree trunk that grew nearby where he fell. The guy seriously injured his leg. It hurt terribly, and he regretted that he had not done enough sports and therefore could not run fast. Suddenly, a strong stream of air began to approach, and the young man was able to jump back literally at the last second. Miraculously, it did not affect him. When the fog cleared, Kang Hansu discovered that it was a huge spear with a terrible metal tip. Turning around, the guy realized that the monsters had caught up with him. They were arguing among themselves about who would get this tasty piece of human flesh. Now the young man clearly understood that such creatures cannot exist on Earth. Bad suspicions crept into his soul. Finally, it dawned on Kang Hans that the goddess had never intended to send him anywhere. She had simply deceived him. The guy stood with his back to the bloodthirsty, embittered monster, frantically thinking about how he should act correctly and get out of this place alive and unharmed. He couldn't figure anything out. Fear was visible in his gaze, and his thoughts were confused and didn't give him the opportunity to find a way out. But then Kang Hansu, running away, thought that if in fact fantasy is a parallel world in which there is a place for miracles and magical transformations, then he too can be saved with the help of a spell or superpowers. Suddenly, a thin, transparent screen appeared before his eyes, that is, a status window, on which was written the name Kang Hansu, a line with the inscription patronage, curse, and fate. Having carefully studied this content, the young man did not understand why the word hero was written in the line with the curse. The guy saw that he had a certain trump card in his arsenal in the form of the ability to automatically translate the languages of parallel races, but as he passed all the tests, the growth of points would decrease significantly. This is how the goddess decided to punish the young man, with special care preparing all the traps and troubles for him. While he was being attacked by evil creatures, Kang Hansu frantically thought and finally decided to use his ability to translate languages in order to try to negotiate. The next second, the guy turned around and asked the creatures attacking him to resolve everything through peaceful conversation. They were taken aback and looked at each other in a stupor. They clearly did not expect such an approach from Kang Hansu, and he was glad that his plan had worked. But it was not to be. The evil monsters laughed and suggested that they talk after dinner because they were too hungry now. This was the last straw. The young man did not know what to do next. The only way out he saw was to continue running away, but his strength was leaving him with every step. Having mentally said goodbye to his family, he resigned himself to his fate and decided that if he was destined to become lunch for these animals, then so be it. But then he heard some sound behind the tree. Kang Hansu looked more closely, but he could not understand what it was. Suddenly a sharp arrow pierced his leg, blood flowed from the wound, and unbearable pain spread throughout his body. Looking around, he noticed something. There were clearly some other creatures on the tree branches. There were several elves and fairies there, each of them holding a bow and arrows, and they were hostile. One of the fairies aimed her gaze, pointing her weapon at the monsters that wanted to eat the young man. Completely exhausted, Kang Hansu thought about how this was possible, and why so many troubles were directed at him. But the bloodthirsty animals were distracted from the guy. Their attention was drawn to the fairies in the trees. Now they wanted to get to them to dine on them. The young man decided that this was a favorable situation, and taking advantage of the fact that the savages of this country began to quarrel among themselves, he slowly began to crawl away to a safe distance. When the danger had passed and the guy sat down leaning against a tree thinking what to do next, perhaps pray and ask God for help, but he was sure that the goddess who threw him into this place was to blame for everything. Therefore, it is better to die than to pray to such gods. He was sad from the understanding that this was perhaps the only outcome. The guy howled from unbearable pain. He did not notice that there was some silhouette behind the tree and carefully watched him. Kang Hansu did not even imagine who it could be. Kang Hansu sat under a tree with a shot leg, and monsters were already gathering around him. He thought that it was because of the goddess that such misfortunes had happened to him, and that he could lose his life. So he drove away thoughts about prayers. They would not help him. The young man decided to die, but he will not beg the gods to save him. There is definitely no point in that. The guy was already losing consciousness, disconnecting from reality, and the transparent heavenly inhabitant who had been watching him all this time sadly lowered his head. Suddenly the young man felt movement near him. He didn't realize who was nearby, but it was his last hope. Kang Hansu squeezed out a request for help. God watched the young man in amazement. He had to clarify some details with him. He was full of despair. There were tears in his eyes and fear. Kang Hansu simply asked to save him, no longer realizing the reality. Suddenly the young man clearly heard a question being asked to him. Why was he here alone? And then his gaze became angry. He wanted to say with hatred that all this happened because of the damned goddess who dragged him into this forest and abandoned him alone. But the guy bit his tongue, clenched his teeth harder. Overcoming the pain that pierced his entire body, he remained silent. After all, if this voice that he hears belongs to a god, most likely it is an ally of the goddess. You can't be honest with him. The young man could no longer bear the pain. It was too unbearable. He simply asked to save him. No one answered him, and Kang Hansu thought that perhaps there was some other god who would help him in his trouble. But then he heard a voice saying that God considered him strange, that there were no others here, and the young man thought about it. It suddenly dawned on him that perhaps it was Asa, since he was very glad about the absence of other gods in this place. But the unknown voice was astonished. He had never heard such a name, and Kang Hansu regretted saying it out loud. Trying to get out of it, he thought about choosing the words to correctly explain to God what Asa meant, because the guy didn't want to tell the truth. Covered in sweat and not knowing where to start, Kang Hansu was confused for a few moments. Then he said that the word Asa means a lone wolf who wanders in the desert alone. The spirit liked this name, and the guy sighed with relief, glad that he was able to get out of it. Proud of himself, this god recognized himself as Asa, because he also wanders alone in the desert. And although this circumstance somewhat amused Kang Hansu, first of all he wanted to be helped. But this god was in no hurry to help, and he began to ask more questions about what was possible, and the guy did the same Asa. The guy thought about the question of God because Asa was shortened from the word outsider. Kang Hansu remembered how his classmates laughed at the word, claiming that they were Issa, an abbreviation for insider, the opposite of outsider. Since they did not want to call themselves Asa, and the young man was too angry with them, he answered in the affirmative. Then Kang Hansu heard the story of the exiled god about how all his fellow soldiers were sent into service, and he alone broke away from the general group. This god was hesitating thoughtfully about whether to help the young man, or whether he would betray him, while bloodthirsty monsters wandered nearby. The guy felt very bad. He turned to the spirit and called on him to be merciful, saying that the Asa should help each other. He thought to himself that he was actually talking complete nonsense, but these were just fabrications made up on the fly, because in reality no outsider has friends who are capable of helping. But God was not embarrassed by this formulation in these circumstances. He said that he would not let Asa die. He began to hover above the ground, and a bright clot of energy lit up his hand and illuminated everything around him. This beam went straight to Kang Hansu's leg, blinding him completely, and he screamed in surprise. At that very second, the arrow crumbled into small pieces and disappeared as if it had never been there. The pain stopped, and the guy felt lighter. The wound healed instantly. Kang Hansu was sincerely grateful, and believed that this spirit was actually God, because he saved the young man in 1 second. Seeing the changed inscription on the screen, the guy was very surprised because the hastily invented name Asa now took on clear outlines. It was the name of the patron. That is, now Kang Hansu had to remain Asa forever, because God clearly made it clear that he would only save the lone wolf. There were bloodthirsty beasts behind him. His legs started to ache again, and the guy thought that it wasn't so bad to remain on the same team with God. Because of the curse that had befallen him, he could not really understand this spirit, but he could clearly hear the speech of the monsters. Kang Hansu tried to escape again. He ran as fast as he could because he didn't want to become a victim of these beasts. The bloodthirsty villains chased after him. The guy clearly heard the voices of furious creatures behind him. He did not give up trying to negotiate with them. Unable to run any longer, the young man asked them to listen to him. But they had no intention of talking. These bloodthirsty monsters were too hungry. Suddenly it dawned on the guy. He remembered the words written on the transparent screen, which said that he could reset any of his states except death. Kang Hansu realized that he could easily control his condition, so he threw off his fatigue and felt a boundless surge of energy. Thus the young man ran very quickly along the road. He did not notice how the monsters in the distance were already exhausted and stopped to catch their breath. A spear was flying after him. They were not going to give up in any case. They wanted to catch up with Kang Hansu no matter what it took. And although the guy ran very fast, the fiery spear still caught up with him and hit the target. But the surprising thing is that the guy continued to run. The weapon did not touch him. He was insurmountable. The monsters shouted after him, trying to catch up and detain him at any cost, but all attempts were in vain. His legs did not feel tired, and his body did not feel wounds or pain. Now the strength given to him was to help the young man. And no matter how hard the evil forces tried to catch up and eat the guy, they couldn't do it. Kang Hansu was delighted with such an acquired fortune and sincerely thanked his patron for this gift. In addition to the fact that he no longer felt tired, the guy also understood that he felt quite calm in such a difficult situation. The young man was so calm and calculating in his actions that he stopped and prepared for a fierce battle. However, in such a situation it was impossible, so the guy continued to run and found himself near a steep mountain, wondering if he would jump down and whether his condition would be reset, and whether he would be able to survive. On the ground lay a dead deer that had also fallen from the cliff. This was clearly a sign that such a height left no chance for life. Hansu became angry at God, because in that case, he could at least take care of the young man and give him wings. At this time, the evil monsters were already catching up with him. Their cries were clearly audible. The guy turned around and realized that they were already very close. Now the young man stood on the edge of a steep cliff. There were monsters behind him, a rock in front of him. He was completely disappointed in his god. It was a difficult dilemma, and the guy did not know what he would decide on. He did not want to die, and he was afraid to take any action. Hansu turned to the enraged crowd of monsters and turned all their gazes towards him. The guy said that he had a very good offer for them. They had to agree to listen to it. Then, after a pause, Hansu said that if one of them caught it first, they would get the most delicious parts of it. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the young man told the monsters that they could do it differently, instead of dividing him into several parts. After all, whoever can catch it first will receive this tasty piece of human flesh in its entirety. There was courage in his eyes, and although deep down the guy was scared, he decided to take serious risks. The animals bared their teeth in excitement. They were not averse to getting the most delicious piece. They started arguing with each other with all their might because each one was very hungry. The monsters began to grab Hansu by the neck. The young man felt completely uneasy from these touches. All the gathered animals pounced on the guy in a rage, arguing among themselves and trying to get ahead of each other. In this confusion, it was difficult to make out anything. He dodged them as best he could, but the crowd was stronger. The animals did not notice how they had reached the very edge of the cliff. They were too busy arguing and did not see what was happening around them. In response, Hansu also grabbed hold of the skins of these savages. He had his own plan of action. The fear was gone. Only a desperate struggle for life remained. The young man understood that there was only one way to defeat the criminals. The guy fell down, and all the monsters that were nearby and fought for his piece of meat flew after him. They screamed and fell. They were very scared and did not understand why Hansu needed to jump off the cliff. The wild monsters thought the guy was some kind of crazy person, not yet fully understanding what awaited them at the end of the fall. This entire ball in which the terrible beasts had gathered finally fell. A loud roar was heard, and a thick cloud of dust rose around. The guy gradually tries to open his eyes. He saw a blue sky and a green tree above him. In the distance, the cries of the savages could be heard. They were still arguing and calling Hansu crazy. The young man tried to understand his condition, whether he was alive or already dead, but judging by the fact that he heard screams and felt the presence of evil monsters next to him, Hansu came to the conclusion that he most likely survived. Now, when falling, it was quite easy to stay alive without making any effort at all. However, the guy was upset by the fact that the animals were able to survive, and some of them continued their cries. Hansu saw a screen with the name of one of the savages lying not far from the young man with a huge ball in his hand. The guy was amazed that there was a dash next to the word patronage, but even without it, the beast was able to survive. Therefore, the young man came to the conclusion that this creature had the ability to survive because it had a higher level of development as in the game, but this also gives some advantages to Hansu. The guy decided that if he killed this monster now, he would get a lot more points. There were two ways to become stronger: increase your level or get patronage. In a huge hall, a temple servant standing in a circle of students told them the conditions for how they could increase their points in battles by killing higher status opponents. But Ohanu did not want to exert himself too much and thought that it would be easiest to simply receive patronage from the gods. At this time, Choi Gangmin was determined. He mentally asked the gods to give him protection, because he was exactly the one they needed. However, the temple attendant said that it was not enough to simply receive the patronage of the gods, because they would constantly have the opportunity to watch the children. One of the students raised her hand asking a question. The girl asked if the gods would watch the boys around the clock. The answer scared her because the saint said that the gods would really always watch over them, even while washing and in the toilet. The servant also shamed the children by reminding them that the gods do not have such vulgar thoughts as people do. And in confirmation of those words, a voice was heard warning them that the students should not worry about such things. The spirit of the wind assured the boys that in fact the gods represent air that is not perceptible in space. But Chan Myeon loved to be the center of attention, so in this situation she decided that the more she showed herself, the faster the gods would notice her and give her their patronage. This train of thought pleased one of the gods. He appreciated the girl and she was very pleased with it. Near her, some transparent ball appeared out of nowhere and lit up with a bright light. Then the ball turned into a thin screen on which the girl's name and patronage were written. It turns out that she was to the liking of the god of charm. Chonmian was not to say happy about this. Her classmates looked at her with envy, wondering how it was that the girl was able to find a patron for herself so quickly. One of the teenagers asked how being so charming could help in killing and fighting an evil demon. But suddenly a subtle, pleasant aroma was heard all around. It spread throughout the castle and enveloped everyone in its intoxication. It turns out that this was Chonmin's superpower, thanks to which she could easily command the opposite sex, intoxicating them with her aroma. Noticing this, the saint said that the girls needed to stop spreading all kinds of smells because it had a negative impact on those around them. However, the young lady did not know at all how to stop. She still did not know how to turn off her ability. The temple employee became wary because the smells and style of Chonmian's communication were not pleasing to another goddess called Condemnation. But the girl was so inspired by her new power that she did not notice how some changes occurred in her status. Note that in the line, "Curse the name of another god" appeared. Chonmin was somewhat confused, not understanding how the hero could have a curse. Now the saint calmly explained that there are gods who can not only patronize, but also curse if they don't like one of the heroes. This happens, but the servant didn't have time to tell them about it because she was planning to tell them only now. Suddenly the girl felt a strong burning touch on her back. Unable to contain herself, she screamed very loudly because the pain was so unbearable. She realized that she was too arrogant and shouldn't have acted that way. Zhang Miyeon asked him to stop hurting her. And when the pain finally subsided, the saint noted that the girl should constantly remember who was watching her. She also added that now it is impossible to get rid of the curse and patronage. With each new level, they will only get stronger. This made Chonmian very upset, because even at the minimum rank the pain caused by the curse was unbearable, let alone at higher levels. But the princess assured the girl that she should not give up, because with each new step, patronage would increase. Therefore, you should not give up so quickly and get upset. There is absolutely no reason for this now. At this time, Kang Hansu, having dealt with his enemy, was surprised that his strength was not increasing. After all, the opponent was much higher than him and stronger in terms of levels, but this did not affect his status in any way. Perhaps it's all because of the curse imposed by Kang Hansu, or it's just a rather complicated process in leveling up. Turning to his patron, the lone wolf, the guy asked a question to explain this situation, but this spirit did not know what to answer, and could not in any way teach the young man to understand this information. On the way, the guy thought that this god was definitely of no use other than patronage. Soon they got tired of just running. Having run a sufficient distance, Kang Hansu noticed that he did not feel either hunger or fatigue, but this activity bored him and the spirit, so they decided to do something else. But it was not so easy. Evil, bloodthirsty monsters appeared around again. They smelled the scent of a person. The patron wished good luck to Kang Hansu. He hoped that the boy would die as painlessly as possible. Such support made the young man very angry, and he thought that if God were nearby now, he would teach him a lesson for such words. The animals smelled the human scent and wanted to find him quickly among the dense thickets of trees. Looking around, they smelled blood but could not see the guy. And at this time, he hid behind a tree, clutching a sharp dagger in his hand, ready to pounce on his enemies at any second. The evil, hungry monsters were approaching. They were hostile and made a piercing growl. The savages smelled meat. They assumed that the guy was somewhere very close and they would find him soon. However, they were a little lost, not exactly knowing where they should go to find their prey. And hiding behind a tree, Kang Hansu thought that this forest was full of bloodthirsty cannibals. The young man clutched in his hands his trophy, which he had taken from the slain monster, a dagger called the Blue Moon Meat Cutter. Kang Hansu rolled his eyes in annoyance when he heard that his patron had already prayed for his repose. Suddenly, a dazzling idea came into the guy's head and he took the rope in his hands. The spirit stared at the young man in surprise, not understanding what he wanted and was going to do. But Kang Hansu hid his weapon under his clothes by tying it to his pants. The guy tied a huge heavy stone to the other end of the rope and looked furiously at his opponents. The evil savages did not have time to understand anything. They stood in a confused crowd, looking around to see where the voice was coming from. But the young man came out of his hiding place and held a rope in his hands, which he waved over his head. Now the cannibals saw Kang Hansu and stared at him in amazement, somewhat taken aback by his boldness. The rope hovered above the guy's head and he swung it harder and harder. In the end, he realized that this activity was very energy-consuming because the stone turned out to be much heavier than Kang Hansu had assumed. The guy felt that with each circular movement of the rope, he was being forcibly abandoned. But suddenly knowledge about the protective power that can reset any state surfaced in his memory again. Now he took a deep breath and felt how his abilities were gradually being restored. When the guy gained his strength, he felt that he could do a lot, because the trembling in his legs and difficulty breathing went away. Finally, he had an epiphany about how to properly use his patronage. After all, the most important thing is not to die instantly, and everything else can be eliminated with the help of abilities. While fighting, the guy realized that he could fight to the last until he reached the limit of his capabilities. But the savages thought that the young man would not last long, and that he would soon get tired of twisting the rope with the stone. Sharp daggers from enemies rained down on him from all sides. The guy defended himself from them in a daze. He could no longer use his rope weapon. It was too painful, and the animals celebrated their victory. They were already ready to grab the guy by the collar and tear him into small pieces. But it was not too early for them to rejoice because Kang Hansu was restoring his own fortunes and simply hid. At that very moment, the cannibals felt a painful, stunning blow from a stone right on the head. Finally, the beasts were defeated, and the young man stood in a circle of exhausted enemies lying on the ground. Kang Hansu was proud of his work, and the spirit that was patronizing him finally raised his grade a little. Suddenly, one of the monsters tried to get up and shouted something, but in response, the young man ordered him to lie still if he did not want a repeat of the fight. The guy asked him where there might be people and threateningly raised the rope over the beast. Although Kang Hansu assumed that maybe this monster would lie and not tell the truth. The cannibal rose up and pointed to the side, saying that people were there. Deciding that this answer could be clarified later by others, the guy asked what race these monsters belonged to, but he was confused and did not know what to say. But after the young man threatened the beast with violence, he nevertheless answered that they belonged to the Knoll race, asking to let him go because he had answered all the questions. Kang Hansu laughed maliciously, assuring him that he had no intention of hurting him. In the very next second, the guy dealt the cannibal a crushing blow to the head with a stone. After all, he promised that he would not cause the beast any pain, but he did not say that they would leave him alive. The spirit said that these creatures belonged to the ancient race of Knolls, to which the young man replied that he learned about this on his own. The guy noted that the Knolls he was used to seeing in video games were much cuter than those who had just fought him. The patron god told Kang Hansu that the cubs of these animals are much cuter. The young man sarcastically thanked him for such valuable information, while at the same time he was thinking about why the level remained the same after so many victories. At this time, the temple was fully prepared for the fights. Training was planned for the following day. The prince said that he would be responsible for fencing, and the princess would monitor the hero's magic. Teenagers could choose one type. Choi Gangman began to ask whether it was possible to choose two at once and learn fencing and magic at the same time, and received an affirmative answer. Suddenly, the young man heard another question that Ohanu asked. The guy was wondering if it was possible not to go to any of these lessons. Having received permission for this, the young man was very happy that he would be able to skip classes. Choi Gangman looked meaningfully at his classmate, his gaze filled with contempt. The prince asked Ohanu if the hero had any other questions, but he answered in the negative. Among the students, the presence of another spirit was noticeable. It was the god of frivolity who had found his suitor. Late in the evening, Ohanu was thinking about how it was not natural for such a special person like him to engage in training. He was created for more important things. He imagined himself in the company of the beauties of this world, enjoying life and receiving all the benefits. It's better than being in boring training and doing some uninteresting tasks. The next morning, the prince announced that he was ready to accept anyone who wanted to learn fencing. But the teenagers were a little confused because the princess did not show up for the morning class and did not gather her students to teach them magic. The prince assured those present that she would most likely arrive soon because she was quite responsible. And until the princess appeared, he suggested that everyone who wanted to wait for her here. At this time, the guys began to talk among themselves about how they spent the night and complained to each other that there were absolutely none of the amenities they were accustomed to. Suddenly, Ohanu, checking his status, noticed that he had a new patron called Uniqueness. Having carefully studied the information, the young man was completely delighted with what he learned. Now he had a unique superpower that only he could feel. At this time, the other guys who had gathered looked disapprovingly at the important Choi gangman, who imagined himself to be the most important, although he was at the same level as everyone else in terms of knowledge. And Ohanu went down the stairs to walk through new places, because even he could, with the help of diligence, become a rival of the main character. It just required some specific effort to do so. The guy walked along the streets of the city. The large temple of Prolina was surrounded by local residents, and finally he arrived at the square. About Khan. When he saw the area and noted for himself that he had arrived exactly where he needed to, he stood on the porch and was ready to go downstairs so that his amazing adventures could begin. The young man touched the wooden gate with his hand, intending to open it and go inside. It was a mercenary guild, and it was here that Ohanu hoped to find the most useful contacts for himself. The creepy-looking guys greeted the guy, but their looks were quite stern. When the assembled crowd saw Ohana, they immediately realized that he was there for the first time. The main one was sitting at the table, holding a thick magazine and a pen in her hands, and after greeting the guy, she asked why he had visited this place. The young man said with importance that he wanted to sign up and become a mercenary. After all, this is a win-win strategy for a hero who wants to remain unharmed without getting his hands dirty. However, the guy, who did not expect this, still heard that he was too young and could not be in such places and take on serious assignments. One of the girls present angrily said that Ohanu was talking nonsense and should immediately return to his home. After all, she had seen so many brave boys who ended up dead while carrying out the tasks assigned to them. About Khan, I decided for myself that this is the effect of patronage in the context of the main character's improvement. The guy looked at the girl attentively. He was flying somewhere in his thoughts. She asked if he could hear her at all. But the young man stared at her weapon, which was in its sheath and gleamed with yellow metal. He thought that she was not just a mercenary, but a girl of noble blood, like a princess or the daughter of some aristocrat. Now he understood that this was the effect of patronage, the uniqueness that the hero possessed. The young man said that he was not going to return. He had made a decision and would become a mercenary. And if she was so worried about him, then let her keep him company. He then added that judging by appearances is not very good because sometimes they can be deceiving. Then the young man finally discouraged the girl by suggesting that she, too, had more than once encountered unfair assessments of her appearance. And judging by the fact that for a few moments she was silent, gritting her teeth, not knowing what to answer him, the guy came to the conclusion that he was right. Suddenly her gaze became kinder. Still remaining silent, she looked straight at Ohana. The girl nevertheless admitted that he was right, and the young man rejoiced. He had no doubts about his success. Then the young man arrogantly said that he could not tell everything now, but those gathered must believe that he was the chosen one. Okan admitted to himself that in his earthly life he would not have been able to even approach such a beautiful girl. But here it happened without any problems because he was a hero. But the girl wanted proof. She asked what kind of selected superpowers Ohanu possesses. The guy replied that these were the main character's corrections, which made the lady recording the notes a little laugh. Meanwhile, in the thicket of the dense forest, defeated monsters lay unconscious. The next cannibal that the guy questioned said that the village is not actually in the west, it is very far from here. The beast considered Kang Hansu a strong opponent, and said that he did not want to lie to the one who was winning. The guy thanked him for the valuable information he received, and with one blow, he knocked the monster to the ground. He understood that these words were a complete lie, and the cannibal was deliberately trying to confuse Kang Hansu. After all, among the animals he interviewed, the majority said that the village was in the west. Now, Kang Hansu caught himself thinking that he had succeeded in his skills, because just recently he was the prey, and now he had turned into a hunter. And in fact, it was the guy's hidden, unknown talent that he was able to discover recently. After all, without the help of patronage and the superpowers that arose as a result of this, he would have achieved little. During the duel, he acquired a large number of mortal wounds, but also strength and peace that cannot be obtained without the patronage of a god. At this time, the young man was able to breathe a sigh of relief, and not paying attention to his torn clothes, he finally looked around, thinking about how far away the village with the local residents was. But the spirit did not share Kang Hansu's sentiments and muttered discontentedly, "What a pity this was." The guy noted that they were probably waiting for his death, but it was unlikely to happen. To this, the god replied that he didn't care how the guy's fate would turn out and where he would end up. Kang Hansu said that the spirit was too heartless for a patron. Here the young man turned around, hearing some rustling behind him. Could it really be the evil hyenas again? To his great regret, he realized that he was right, and that in fact a cannibal was rushing behind him. The guy grabbed the weapon abruptly and without thinking twice dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. The enemy was broken and fell to the ground. Perhaps now the monsters will not interfere on the road. But Kang Hansu was surrounded by the rest of the hyenas that were nearby and now came out from behind the trees again. There were a lot of them. The young man again prepared for a furious battle. He raised his knife and pulled it out sharply. Making a circle with his weapon, he caught the cannibals standing nearby and wounded them. The guy killed a large number of enemies. It was even difficult to count them. But he did not understand why his level still remained at the same place. His spirit felt some kind of anxiety and began to show restlessness and agitation. These were the voices of a friendly race that could not be translated. Who could it be again? The young man did not know and looked around. Looking around cautiously, he made his way forward with silent steps, ready to defend himself at any second if there was a need for it. Suddenly, Kang Hansu found something and hid behind a tree, afraid to even breathe loudly. These creatures were dressed in cloaks, had weapons in their hands, and looked like people. One of them, a lady, noticed the guy, took aim and threw a sharp spinning thing at him. The weapon flew literally a few millimeters from Kang Hansu. He barely managed to jump away. The sharp tip dug into the bark of a thick tree, miraculously not hitting the young hero. However, the next time arrows were flying at him, these people were clearly not in the mood for a friendly conversation. After unsuccessful attempts to ask them not to touch him, his boyfriend realized that they did not understand him. There was simply no other option, and he hid his dagger away, not intending to engage in a fight with them. The bearded man, who was the oldest among those gathered, looked intently at the young man. Kang Hansu began to kneel down, showing that he was not a threat to them. He shouted that he surrendered. The guy was against violence, and in this battle, he did not want to become an enemy for these forest dwellers. Although they did not understand the words he spoke, his body language and the expression of his voice conveyed friendly intentions. He had hoped that these people would understand and would not consider his behavior provocative. But the people who were there laughed in response to the young man's words and gestures. And then one of them, the girl, again aimed her crossbow straight at Kang Hansu. The guy covered his face with his hands and asked to spare him, not to take his life and not to attack. After all, be that as it may, the young man simply could not attack people, because he believed that it was wrong to kill people like himself. He was too kind. The people took pity on the boy and invited him along with them. Now they made their way through the forest thicket as a group. Kang Hansu heard some words, as if someone was addressing him by name. It was one of those people who walked with him, a friendly girl who smiled sweetly at him. Suddenly, his name was picked up by other members of the group, smiling cheerfully and good-naturedly making fun of him. Even the old man greeted the young hero when he realized his name. For this, Kang Hansu had to use all sorts of gesticulation. Of all the conversations and words that were spoken by the young man's companions, he could only make out his own name, because foreign languages had always been very difficult for him. Finally, the heroes came to some place, but now Kang Hansu was not so afraid of meeting the bloodthirsty cannibals. The guy was no longer worried about not seeing his status, let it be so, but his friends apparently had a level much higher than that of the monsters. However, this behavior did not please the patron god at all, and he expressed dissatisfaction about it. Without thinking twice, the young man casually agreed with him, and the spirit again did not like this tone. Kang Hansu assured that such treatment is quite normal when close relations develop between two people, to which God asked not to pretend that they were so close. Looking at the backs of his brothers, the young man thought that although he had met people, he still had no interlocutors except for the spirit. But still, thanks to gestures, they were able to explain their names. For example, the bearded uncle was called Jerry. The young man thought that this was the leader of the gang, because he carried a huge, heavy sword capable of killing any enemy with one blow. Noticing his fleshy, elastic legs and arms, Kang Hansu wondered how strong he was. The boy continued to argue with the spirit about how for the gods it was just a speck of dust, but compared to human standards, Uncle Gary was quite strong. But at that time, Kang Hansu was called by name. Call, one of the group members, approached him. He laughed a lot, was positive and courageous. The hero had sabers hanging on both sides. He could fence well and accurately hit his enemies. Misa was also present in this company. She touched the guy and tried to show him something with her fingers. She carried with her a huge steel crossbow that was clearly not intended for humans. Misa pointed forward, and finally Kang Hansu understood what she wanted from him. Squinting, he directed his gaze in that direction. In the distance, behind the mountains, blue smoke could be seen rising up into the blue sky. It occurred to Kang Hansu that if it wasn't a fire that had spread to the mountains, then there were most likely houses there. This news made the guy very happy. He wanted to see people so much and finally feel safe. In his joy, he did not notice how the spirit again looked askance at the young man with displeasure and muttered that it was indecent for Asi to behave in such a way. After Kang Hansu hastily agreed with him, the spirit stared at the boy with a piercing gaze. However, the young man assured that he deliberately pretended to make friends with these people in order to calmly get out of the forest. Then a noise and whistling were heard from somewhere far away, and soon a rather unpleasant picture opened up before the people. Kang Hansu was dumbfounded when he heard a painfully familiar scream and the stomping of feet that was hard to forget. The savages were running again, hungry, angry, and ready to tear apart anyone in their path. The hyenas wanted to quickly deal with the people and have lunch. They bared their teeth and sharpened their claws. But the heroes were not ready to surrender. They prepared for a fierce battle, giving the enemy no chance. Kang Hansu was surprised why there were so many of them. It was the first time he had seen so many cannibals in one place. Only before throwing himself into the abyss he saw such a crowd. After that, he never met such a number of gnolls. However, his friends were hostile. They gathered all their weapons together and prepared to repel the blows. A dangerous fight began where spears and swords flew in different directions. The animals were aggressive, and the people wanted to defend themselves in any way. The hyenas were very scared of Jerry because he dealt them powerful blows with his huge sword. And Call had a weapon in both hands. He jumped and attacked the cannibal from the air. Confused and not seeing anything around, the monster cried out in pain. This blow sent him into shock. But there were too many cannibals. They decided to wait until the people finally got tired of fighting. Their plan was to wait a little and when the opponents completely lost their strength to attack them. However, the crushing blows followed one after another. The cannibals could not withstand the acute pain and howled. Misa held her crossbow and arrows in her hands, ready to deal a cruel blow to her offenders at any second. The girl took aim and accurately directed the arrow at one of the bloodthirsty cannibals. And they realized that even though the little girl had little weight, she posed a great danger to them. Meanwhile, Misa was preparing her arrows. She was not going to give up. Suddenly there was some movement behind her, and she turned around to see what was there. It was an approaching enraged monster. It was already preparing to jump on its victim. Call was also attacked by a bloodthirsty beast. There were too many of them, and it was impossible to deal with them all. At this time, Kang Hansu, who was standing at a distance, could not stand it and pulled out his dagger, attacking the enemies. He knew that such behavior would not be approved by the spirit of Asa, but nothing could be done since people needed to be protected. There were a lot of animals and his help was necessary because people cannot abandon each other in trouble. Although it was quite a difficult task to correct one with all of them, Kang Hansu could not do otherwise. Developing speed in himself and feeling absolutely no fatigue, the guy continued the fierce battle. God left the young man with his problems, citing the fact that he had nothing to do with it. But the animals were afraid of Kang Hansu because he was too tireless and strong. Finally, the enemies were defeated and lay in disgrace on the grass. The guy caught his breath. The people laid down their swords and watched as the defeated monsters remained motionless. It's good that after this battle everyone remained alive and unharmed. We can breathe a sigh of relief. However, the unkind looks of Gary and Call made the young hero somewhat wary. He assured his friends that it was only thanks to them that he was able to escape from these bloodthirsty cannibals. But they did not listen to him, and the huge crossbow was pointed towards the guy. Kang Hansu asked if Misa was joking, because in fact he hadn't done anything bad to them. But on the contrary, he had protected them. However, despite all his requests and persuasions, the arrow flew forward straight at the guy. He noticed that the arrow hit the target exactly and saw the remaining end of the weapon on his body. Unable to bear the pain and stay on his feet, the young man fell to the ground from the wound. The friends watched as Kang Hansu fell and did not move at all. They talked about how the evil gnolls attacked at the wrong time and ruined the entire company's plans. But Misa noticed that everything happened for the best, because now they clearly understand how dangerous this young man turned out to be. Kang Hansu was very afraid of them, and people took him for a weakling who was unable to defend himself. But in fact, it turned out that the guy helped them escape from the evil and bloodthirsty cannibals. They were a little upset because they had to kill a young man who could still be useful. On the other hand, everything could be for the best, because this mischievous guy would hardly allow himself to be sold into slavery. Standing over Kang Hansu's lifeless body, the group debated whether or not to take his dagger. They decided to get at least some benefit from this young man, and took a closer look at his weapon. Hera expressed the opinion that perhaps this dagger is expensive. It needs to be checked first. His companions laughed merrily, while the bearded old man continued to claim that perhaps this dagger belonged to the elves. Kaul became interested in the weapon and decided to come closer, and Hera said that even if it was a fake, he could get good money for it. Leaning over the guy, Kaul noticed something suspicious. He called out to his friends and called them. After all, even in this state, the young man did not let go of his weapon and tightly clutched the dagger in his hand. Misa warned that the guy might still be alive because she didn't touch his heart but just hit his chest. In this case, Kaul decided to deal the young man the decisive final blow and raised his sword over him. The man decided to deal with Kang Hansu as quickly as possible in order to take his weapon and leave. But suddenly his eyes widened in surprise because on the guy's chest lay a screen with his status. There was all the information about the patronage and curse that this hero had. Suddenly, a thought struck Kaul. This boy was most likely still alive, since it was impossible to see the status of a dead person. In a daze, he did not notice that the hand with the dagger had clenched tighter and was ready to strike. At that very moment, Kang Hansu stood up with a weapon in his hand and struck with all his might. Hera and Misa screamed. They saw that Kaul was in great danger and was at risk of losing his life. He was like a toy in the hands of the desperate guy and no longer showed any signs of life. The young man stood up and his opponent was now lying lifeless on the grass and not moving. This really angered the remaining Hera and Misa. They prepared their weapons without understanding what kind of creature it was. It didn't even die. But Hera was already too weak. He had spent a lot of energy fighting the evil cannibals, and now he had no resources left. Having gathered himself, he now raised his huge sword over Kang Hansu, but he managed to dodge. Without feeling any pain, with a fiery gaze and fury in every movement, the guy fought. Despite the arrows and blows that were inflicted, he still stood on his feet and mercilessly beat Hera. No matter how many times Misa shot at him, the guy did not feel any discomfort and continued the fight. She was surprised and did not understand why this young man still did not die and remained alive after such wounds. Now the girl was scared. She quietly said that she was wrong, retreating a few steps from the guy. Kang Hansu approached her. His intentions were unclear, but most likely she had nothing good to expect. The guy hung over her and Misa asked for mercy and forgiveness for the evil intentions they had. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she felt a slight tremor throughout her body. The girl did not want to die. The young man stopped and said something to her, but Misa did not understand what he was talking about. She looked at Kang Hansu with all her eyes, trying to discern at least something, but his words remained a mystery. A minute later it was all over. The enemies were defeated, and there was equipment lying on the ground that was usable. Kang Hansu tried on the robe that he had taken from Misa. The size seemed to fit, but it was a bit tight. The patron god laughed and said that he approved of the young man's hobby. He assured that this was not a hobby at all, but simply a necessity to survive. Of all three of them, only she was more or less similar in build to him, so he had to wear her gear. The guy also thought that he would find the crossbow and arrows that remained from the murdered Misa useful. He puzzled over why they attacked him anyway, what was the reason for this, and thought about the status of the girl he saw for a split second. She had a patronizing god with a name right on target. However, the spirit interrupted his thoughts, assuring him that it was none of their business, and asked where to go next. Kang Hansu decided that he should go to the village and took with him a bag of money that he had taken from his defeated enemies. The patronizing god reproached the guy for recently intending to get rid of the title of Asa by helping other people. At this time, in the temple, the princess was giving a lesson in magic, apologizing many times for her lateness and promising to compensate for it. The princess began her story with a narrative about how once upon a time there was no magic in fantasy. But the students weren't listening to her very carefully, and one of the top students interrupted, continuing that magic is a consequence of precise mathematical calculations. The unsightly guy in glasses said that he had been specifically protecting his virginity until that moment, and his classmate laughed at him. But the excellent student assured that magic is nothing more than a chemical phenomenon. She can prove this using nuclear technology. The class leader told everyone to be quiet because she wanted to concentrate, but she heard a remark addressed to her that it was impossible to become a magician simply by studying the history of this and science. She thought to herself that magic is actually a talent that not everyone is given. The princess clapped her hands, called for silence, and asked everyone to listen to her. But the students were clearly bored listening to all these theoretical concepts and wanted something more interesting as soon as possible. However, the princess said that it was precisely because the talent for acquiring magic was so important that it was necessary to know the origins of its appearance. They never knew such a thing as the origins of magic, so they nevertheless began to listen carefully. The princess, meanwhile, continued her story, assuring that it was necessary to have talent, and talent is determined by combining knowledge and innate abilities that a person has. The princess spoke about the fact that the most important thing in mastering magic is family ties and training. Athena Archimage spoke about her lineage and said that she is a direct descendant of Shion Arkim and the owner of great knowledge, and her students will be able to adopt all the experience and become successful in this business. Eubora thought about something, raised her hand and asked Athena a question. The class leader clarified that if a person has neither family ties nor skills and knowledge in magic, will they be able to become wizards? But at that very second, the girl thought that in fact it was not so important because they were starting their journey together with an experienced mentor. The princess was stunned by this question. She didn't know how to answer it and thought for a bit. However, then, with a fiery look, she assured the boys that everything in this world is possible. She took the girl by the hand and said that she would begin with a certain ritual that needed to be completed. The teacher asked the girl's name and asked whether she remembered correctly that her name was Bora. Putting her palms together, Athena Archmage said that now and henceforth, a connection had been formed between them as a student and a teacher. This event greatly inspired Eubora, and light sparkled around him and spread throughout the entire room. The girl noticed that a huge ball with intricate figures had formed behind the princess's back, and Bora also had an identical clot. The princess recognized the girl as the first student, and the rest of the children watched this scene in amazement. Athena told the student that it was necessary to swear on magic, because these were the rules. Bora felt the solemnity of the situation and felt a breath of wind around her. The girl began to lift off the ground. There was weightlessness under her feet. She said that she swears. It was a significant moment in the girl's life. She had never before hovered above the ground near a magic ball. The princess approved, and she happily congratulated the new hero whose name was Eubora. Athena Archmage said that now the girl is a new magician and has certain abilities. This discovery made the young heroine very happy. Everything around was so magical and mysterious. Then the princess added that those of the children who become magicians earlier than others will have more talents. The girl noticed that her patronage was already of a high rank, that is, perhaps this was the talent that Athena Archmage spoke of. Eubora had dreams and hopes that she could fulfill, and she also gained the ability to pass on the magical gift to her students and descendants. And now the princess decided to consider the first question of her student, which she asked at the very beginning. In the hand of Ethan, the Archmage, a hot, fiery, blazing ball formed, which distributed a lot of light around itself. She told the children that the founder had stopped her patronage so that she could easily pass on her talents to her students. The fireball grew even larger, rose into the air and filled the ceiling of the building, and a circle of flame formed around the princess. The princess explained that this is white magic that can be used with the help of patronage. She extended her other hand, in which another clot of energy began to form. In one hand, the glowing ball continued to burn. In the other, there was an incomprehensible purple clot that seemed quite dangerous. It also resembled fire to some extent, but it had characteristics that were not quite familiar to people. Something started to happen to the princess's glove. At some point, the children noticed that it began to melt. And a second later, the glove on the princess's hand was completely burnt. It looked like a miracle. The teenagers did not expect this at all. They looked at what was happening in amazement and were speechless. The princess laughed and said that they themselves asked whether talent was needed. Now everyone saw an example of how magic happens. Eubora bit her tongue. She had no idea that this was possible and how serious her gift was. Athena added that on both sides of her hands, she has polar magics, one with good through patronage and the other with evil forces. The teenagers were scared. They saw a real miracle and had no idea what awaited them next. Suddenly, an angry maid appeared on the threshold and began to shout angrily at the princess. After all, Athena of Archmagic was strictly forbidden to use dark magic. All the princess's excuses that she only wanted to show the guys did not soften the temple servants. And now the lady said that it was still necessary to tell the whole truth to the queen, but Athena was very afraid of her mother. The princess admitted her mistake and said that she was wrong. One of the servants decided to help the girl and sent healing magic to her hand. Eubora also felt guilty about the situation and asked the princess for forgiveness, saying that she shouldn't have asked anything. But Athena Archmage did not hold a grudge against the teenagers and said that this was all enough for them not to repeat her mistakes and to understand how dangerous dark magic is. The princess assured the children that dark magic itself is not something bad. It is simply magic without patronage and the so-called power of nature itself. At this time, Hansu had already reached the village, was looking around the area and getting to know the local residents. The local aborigine extended his hand, and even without understanding each other, the guy guessed what he needed using gestures. He handed him a few coins and walked on, fully prepared to rest as soon as possible. The young man thought that most likely the locals here were armed precisely because there was a forest nearby with bloodthirsty cannibals. Finally, Hansu saw a sign with an eloquent picture. It was impossible to confuse it. In this bathhouse, you could take a steam bath, rest, catch your breath, and relax a little. The young man thought that even without understanding the language, he could make friends with the locals. Suddenly, Hansu heard his patron say that he was feeling quite awkward. To this, the guy assured that he also felt awkward and asked what gender his god was. But this question greatly confused the spirit, and Hansu decided that he would consider him a man in order to protect his own dignity. While drying himself, the young man accidentally touched his wound, which was still lingering and terribly burning. The patron god felt alarmed but could not tell the boy why, because it was a secret. Then the guy heard some conversation behind the door. Voices were talking about something. Hansu heard one of them thank the other and tell him to get back to work. Suddenly a thought struck the young man. Some thought was haunting him and something was already troubling him. He shouted that he was washing himself, let them wait a little and not come in here for a while. The man behind the door said that he thought that Hansu did not understand the locals. At least that's what they told him. While the guy was getting dressed, he frantically thought about what this could be and whether this situation could threaten him. Just in case, he took up arms. The man behind the door and the guy understood each other, and that meant only one thing. Most likely there is some danger lurking there for Hansu, and he needs to prepare to defend himself. After all, his superpowers include the function of automatically translating the language of a hostile race, and this could only mean one thing, that behind the door there was not a person at all, but some other creature. Hansu was ready. He held a weapon in his hand and looked at the door, realizing that someone hostile might appear from there. He thought that perhaps it was not a gnoll or a demon, but some other creature. The tension reached its peak. Cold sweat was running down the guy's face and his whole body was like a taut string. He carefully tiptoed to the doorway and tremblingly touched the handle. After the young man opened the door, he sat on the bed. While the god watched from the side, Hansu allowed the unknown creature to enter. But he still did not let go of the weapon and was ready to repel the attack. The door creaked and a small crack of light appeared. The stranger asked for forgiveness and began to slowly enter. Hansu waited tensely for what would happen next and who would appear on the doorstep. He thought that it didn't matter to him at all whether the race was friendly or hostile. After all, even elves, gnolls, demons, they all represented the same threat to him. The only thing that mattered was the ability to conduct a dialogue. A man with long hair entered the room. The guy asked him what he wanted and why he had come here. He replied that he was the headman of this village. The man said that he came to meet a person who does not understand their language. Many thoughts were wandering around in Hansu's head. Firstly, he found it suspicious that the village chief looked too young. Was he really an ordinary person or an enemy in disguise? At this time, the man said that the guy's name was quite unusual, and Hansu had the thought that his status was visible to him. The village elder advised the young man to hide his status, noting that it would not be obvious to an observer of patronage like him. The man said thoughtfully that he had suspicions about the guest who had arrived. He thought he was an elf and was somewhat disappointed when he recognized him as an ordinary guy. The elder said that this village and the elves are connected by a common evil fate in the form of bloodthirsty gnolls. After all, the elves drove the hyenas out of the lands, intending to capture more and more territories, and thus they had no choice but to come to human villages. Because of this, many people lost their families, and now everyone who wanted revenge had gathered here. All these conversations clearly did not please the spirit who was watching from afar and listening. Before leaving, the headman asked if he could ask the boy one last question. In his hands he held a bottle with some liquid. It turned out that it was a narcotic substance. It was added to the food when the young man was having dinner, but even after so much time, the drug still hasn't worked. The man was very interested in this question, but upon hearing about the vile intentions of these people, Hansu suddenly jerked. At that very moment he grabbed his knife, held it tightly in his hand and raised it near the village elder. But the man looked at the guy's actions with imperturbability. Not a single muscle on his face moved. The dagger was a few millimeters from the headman's face, but he only glanced slightly at the weapon. However, at that very moment, Hansu felt as if some invisible force had paralyzed him, and he could not move. And the villain calmly explained that such a medicine was created to bind elves and other enemy creatures. He took the dagger from the guy and told him to surrender because the invisible rope cannot be simply removed. The guy asked in fear why this was so. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. The man replied that the young man had nothing to do with it. He was just unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. From the outside, a reproach was heard from the patron god who had warned of the danger in advance. Hansu was locked in a cold, damp basement. It was very dark and uncomfortable. And the enraged man continued to tell the story of how in this situation people were angry at the gnolls, but they were actually just victims. After all, in fact, it is the one who started this conflict, and who sought to seize foreign lands who is to blame. Suddenly Hansu noticed the elves hanging from the ceiling, tied up and disarmed. The village elder maliciously advised the boy to look at his status, noting that this was his grave punishment for the truth. The young man saw that the man's status contained a curse that said that this person's youth would be significantly reduced. At first, Hansu thought that the curse was cast on the elder by the goddess, but during the story, he realized that the hatred of the elves was to blame. He assured that he did not pose any danger to these residents because he did not belong to their race. In a rage, the man pointed the dagger straight at the guy's face and said that anything could be expected from the person who stole this. He added that he didn't intend to tell Hansu much, but when he saw his weapon, he changed his mind. The village elder asked the boy where he got such a unique dagger. The guy bit his tongue. He didn't want to tell that it was the Blue Moon meat cutter that he took from the dead gnoll. It is absolutely not necessary to tell this cruel man the whole truth, because it is unknown how it will turn out. The most important thing that the young man understood was that he needed to survive at any cost. That's why he came up with a legend that he killed an elf and took such a weapon from him. The elder said that Hansu killed not just an elf, but a creature of royal blood, and he was somewhat surprised by such a message. The man said that he now had absolutely no desire to kill the guy, and the guy began to hope that he would be spared. After a short pause, the elder said that the guy had seen the status, and should know that in front of him was a magician without patronage. Hansu noticed that he doesn't know anything because he is a lone wolf Asa, to whom no one tells anything about this world. He deciphered the name Asa for his interlocutor, since he heard this word for the first time. The village elder said that the wording was quite beautiful, but the young men would no longer have to wander the wasteland alone. The patron god silently bowed his head for the repose of the boy, because he no longer hoped for a favorable outcome. Meanwhile, the man began to walk around the lit candles and say some words. Suddenly, a huge chain began to jingle and something began to fall from the ceiling at a rapid speed. It was a captive elf who, under the weight of his own weight, fell to his death on the rocky floor. The elder stepped on his victim with his foot. Not a single muscle on him twitched. Then the man took a candle in his hands, which was burning with a bright flame, and continued his speech. He said that he was a dark magician, and that his next victim was Hansu, who was supposed to slow down his aging process. The village elder furiously added that even under the influence of the curse from the elves, he could live peacefully, sacrificing more and more creatures. And because the guy killed an elf of noble royal blood, the man promised to make everything as painless as possible. The young man, hearing such a statement, could not believe his ears. Should he now say thank you for the help he had received? Hansu decided that he could get out of this situation with the help of cunning. He turned to the headman. He turned to him and asked what was needed, whether the guy was going to beg for mercy. But Hansu replied that of course not. He had something else to talk about with the headman. The guy was visibly worried. His face was rolling down, but he continued to act casually as if nothing special was happening. The village elder heard some sound and thought for a few minutes, looking around to see where it was coming from. Then he graciously allowed the young man to say whatever he wanted, since one could not ignore the last will of a dying man. Then the man heard where the annoying sound was coming from. It was a fallen elf. He squeezed the thick, strong rope in his hand tighter to restore order. There was a piercing blow, and the rope hit its intended target exactly. Hansu swallowed in shock, because the old man was so cruel in dealing with those he didn't like. The creepy rope lay on the floor next to it, and there were a few drops of terrifying blood. Finally, the exhausted elf stopped moving and making any unnecessary sounds. The boy began to have bad suspicions that the headman had deliberately demonstrated his cruelty. Taking a deep breath, Hansu said that it must be very difficult to follow a path that no one recognizes. Something like an epiphany lit up the headman's eyes. Could there really be a person who understood him? The young man said that of course he understands, because he is Asa, who feels those like himself. This expression means a lone wolf, wandering in the desert, as the village elder recalled. He began to think that perhaps he was also once Asa. His temperament was very similar. God whispered in Hansu's ear that he doubted it very much, and the boy agreed with him. The young man looked at the elder with wide eyes, analyzing whether he had hit the target and whether he considered him his soulmate. A few moments later, the village elder said that he really did look like Asu, and therefore he absolutely had to stay alone. That is, get rid of the guy. The patron spirit couldn't hold back his laughter, and Hansu muttered irritably that they didn't see anything funny in this, and now they wanted to get rid of him so they could be left alone. But the man was not going to quickly kill the guy, as he believed that there was a person who was capable of appreciating his plan. He considered Hansu to be his like-minded person, but this was also not part of the young man's plans. Looking back at his captives, the village elder thought of something. There was a tense pause for several minutes. Having chosen one of the victims hanging from the ceiling, he noticed that this elf had been behaving badly lately. He tried to angrily answer him in his own language, but Hansu did not understand him. However, the elder understood well what the elf said and replied that he still had to have fun with his female. He rarely lowered the chain around a piercing, irritating sound of metal. The victim was now lying on the floor with his hands tied and was completely helpless. The old man no longer paid attention to those present. He folded his hands and at night began to speak some words, addressing the heavenly mentor. Hansu saw how the magic circle glowed with a bright light, illuminating everything in this room. Then the man came out of this circle, and there remained only the defeated elf lying with his hands tied. The old man turned to the elf with the order that he say that he is transferring his remaining years to him. But even in this state, the brave elf did not want to agree and looked angrily at his offender. But the villain needed to hear consent from the elf, so he promised in return that his female would follow him. To enhance the effect, he threatened his victim by saying that it would be better not to refuse his mercy. And the elf still had to squeeze out of himself the agreement that his years would be transferred to the village elder. On this, a bloody, cruel pact was concluded, in the fiery circle of a damp basement. Hansu thought that the elder had already regained a youthful physique before his eyes, but the light from the circle was too bright, and nothing could be seen. Taking a closer look, the guy noticed that the old man looked the same as before, absolutely unchanged. There was a skeleton of a dead elf lying on the floor, and the man noticed that his magic was successful. Hansu expressed surprise that even after such a ritual the elder did not become younger. And he explained that he was not sacrificing elves in order to rejuvenate himself, because he was not a human. Then the villain added that he had taken the lives of a calculated number of elves and travelers during his entire stay in the village. He told about how when he was a human, after receiving a curse, he immediately grew old and became very seriously ill. At that time, a wandering magician stopped in the village and offered him to experiment. Then the village elder opened his cloak, revealing part of his stomach. Hansu stared at the man in amazement, because what he saw did not fit into his imagination at all. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. Was this really possible? And who was he seeing in front of him? On the elder's chest there was a bared mouth with a cruel, evil look. It was a gnoll, and the elder confirmed this assumption. He is a hybrid, a combination of a human and a gnoll. What he saw gave Hansu goosebumps. He screamed in fear and jumped back a few millimeters. The enraged villain continued his speech, saying that he would soon take revenge on everyone, because he combined the wisdom of a man and the strength of a gnoll. He said that he could handle it alone, mercilessly hunting the elves using their own methods. Here, Kang Hansu reminded him that he was not an elf, but such trifles did not bother the elder at all. His hands convulsively squeezed the guy and he couldn't free himself. It was quite creepy. Meanwhile, the villain said that thanks to the young man, the secret about the lone wolf Asu was revealed to him, and for this he would very carefully waste Kang Hansu's life. The guy realized that his attempts to survive were futile and thought that now there was definitely no way out, because they would kill him anyway. After all, this crazy guy believed that Asa had to kill everyone in order to remain alone. And now Kang Hansu realized exactly how dangerous the outsiders were. Something fateful had to happen now. Otherwise, everything would be lost. Princess Athena Archmage loved hard-working people very much, so she was considered the standard of diligence. It is for this reason that she was called a genius in the magical kingdom of archmages. She had talents, and thanks to them, the girl could have a princess without making any special efforts. Eubora diligently delved into all the details and asked all the questions of interest, and with this, she won the princess's heart. After all, Athena Archmage loved and respected people who showed special diligence. The princess said that in order to strengthen the capabilities of one's magic, one must imitate one's parents and mentor, but other methods could be used. With these words, Athena Archmage raised her hand up and formed a kind of clot of energy in it. The boys froze and gasped in delight. They had never seen anything like this before. After all, the princess created a figurine of a real ice rabbit in literally a second. It was a real miracle. Eubora asked if it was called ice magic. Athena Archmage told that since ancient times her ancestors knew how to control the forces of fire. But she, on the contrary, learned to skillfully control ice magic, creating such wonderful figures. The princess suggested that her students try to use the knowledge, and Bora made an attempt to repeat it. Well, no matter how hard the girl tried and twirled her hands, nothing worked for her. Noticing this, Athena Archmage said that she simply did not have enough experience as a mentor to teach, and she promised that as soon as she improved her abilities, Bora would definitely be able to repeat and make a figurine, and the class leader thanked her teacher for the detailed explanation. But then one of the students turned to the princess with a question. Athena Archmage said that she was listening carefully. It was Chan Mien who was interested in what to do for those students who do not have patronage. And then the majority of the class started shouting that they also didn't have a patron and they would like to get one. The princess thought for a moment, choosing her words on how to explain it to the children correctly. Everyone was silent for a second and waited for an answer. Everyone wanted to have a patron and abilities. Athena Archmage suggested that they now decide who would be her second student. The guys looked at each other and each thought that he was the worthy one, so it was difficult to choose. They started shouting, interrupting each other, and they want to be second, not you, princess. The boys argued for a long time, furiously proving who should have the right to be the princess's student. But she decided not to interfere in this dispute and wait until the team made a decision itself. The princess did not intend to enter into a discussion and choose someone, but simply asked that when they chose, they inform her. Eubora asked her mentor if she did this on purpose. Somewhat embarrassed, Athena Archmage asked what the girl meant by such a question. But the student did not ask anything more, and then the princess decided to continue her magic training. Athena Archmage explained that such a figurine from a rabbit can be made by a method of endless trial and error, and she was somewhat taken aback by her student's clarification of whether this was then dark magic. Finally, the princess picked up the answer and said that mastering dark magic is impossible to do alone. And in the meantime, Kang Hansu understood in detail what dark magic really was. Its whole point is to use innocent victims in its application. The exhausted and discouraged guy thought about how it happened that he ended up with this crazy old man. At this time, the elder wanted consent from his victim, that is, for Kang Hansu to give his consent to his destruction out loud. The guy's thoughts were confused, but still, some glimmer of hope appeared because he was required to agree, otherwise the magic would not work. And the crazy old man explained that even if the guy's body was shackled, it still belonged to him. Then he paused to say that he had had enough of talking and was already impatient to finish this ritual. Kang Hansu frantically thought about how he could save himself, because if he did absolutely nothing, he could really die. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the headman. He asked with displeasure what the guy wanted from him again, and the young man said that before he died he would like to see Misa, a resident of this village. The man thought about it. That is, Kang Hansu was talking about that mercenary who walks around with a huge crossbow. The headman was very surprised that the guy was so knowledgeable about the locals and asked why Misa needed him. He received the answer that Hansu was her boyfriend. However, the elder of the village did not believe it, because everything that was happening right in front of him. He knew perfectly well that Misa was dating Call, so something in the guy's words didn't add up. Hansu thought irritably that this man, although a little crazy, was a responsible headman. But this did give a small glimmer of hope. The guy had an idea again, and he continued the conversation. Hansu assured that Misa was no longer dating Call. They broke up and now the guy is with her. But the old man needed proof. And then the guy showed them to the village headman and told him to smell them, and then he would understand everything himself. Now the man thought hard again, because the smell coming from Hansu really belonged to Misa. After all, if Misa disappears, then her friends Gary and Call will also suspect something, and this was not part of his plans. Hansu waited with glee. He understood how suspicious and vile this guy was. He even wanted to eliminate Misa. The elder asked the boy if he had any other wishes, and he replied that if he survived, he would like to be free until he met Misa. The villain agreed to this because he believed that the creature, having lost years of life, was incapable of living. They made promises to each other. Now this bloody treaty was concluded and both sides agreed to all the conditions. Hansu felt completely shocked. He suspected that it would be unpleasant, but the young man did not expect such painful torture. It was as if he was pierced by several lightning strikes at once, and the boy screamed in pain, thinking that the headman had deceived him because he had promised to do it painlessly. The elder laughed maliciously and promised that he would pass on the message about Hansu's death to the mission. But overcoming the pain, the young man shouted that this was unlikely to work, since Misa had left first. This message caught the elder in a stupor. He was confused, and his thoughts were confused in his head. Meanwhile, Hansu gathered his strength, gathered all his fortitude, and prepared for the blow. The vile villain, not expecting anything, flew to the side from the blow he received from a fist to the jaw. The man was taken aback by the surprise, but the next moment he came to his senses. The elder realized that the guy had simply deceived him, and now his gaze was burning with rage. At this time, Hansu, who left after the weapon was used on him, replied that the villain had also deceived him, because the torture was very painful. Then the guy said a strange phrase about how it was so painful, and even a childhood friend turned into an enemy. The elder was very concerned about why, after so many trials, the young man was still alive. But Hansu promised to tell about it after he died, but now he doesn't have much time for that. The magic that paralyzed the guy has now stopped working. This is the patronage of the god Asa that gave him strength even in his shortened life. He looked alive, healthy, and completely unharmed, all thanks to the patronizing spirit. The villain was furious. He didn't expect this. Could some boy really survive after this? Now Hansu reminded about the promise the elder made here before the start of the test. He said that the time had come to fulfill his word because he remained alive. With these words, the guy reached for his dagger. He was making some calculations in his mind, trying to figure out which side would be best to approach the duel. After all, in the corner sat the tied-up fairies with an unhappy look. They no longer hoped for salvation. With one wave of his hands, the young man tried to cut the thick chains and free the captives. With all the strength and power he had, Hansu made a huge swing and tore the handcuffs apart. The fairy looked at her hands in amazement and said something in an incomprehensible language. The guy took the girl by the hand and showed her to get up. Now he had a witness. But for some reason she couldn't get up. Perhaps she didn't have the strength. The young man had no choice but to throw her over his shoulders and carry her. Hansu looked around slyly and decided to implement the idea that had formed in his head. He accelerated at such a furious speed that the girl on his shoulder screamed in horror. The elder tried to stop the guy by shouting for him to stop immediately. However, Hansu was already heading towards the exit. It was impossible to stop him. He ran very quickly. Turning around, he replied that the village elder must fulfill his promise. But the villain was not going to give up. He said that the promise would not have any special importance under one condition. If he frees himself from those years of life that he took from the guy, he will not be able to keep his word. And a minute later, Hansu felt the touch of disgusting long tentacles. They grabbed the guy first by the legs and then wrapped his entire body up. The village elder said that he was very disappointed in this young man and changed his mind about killing him painlessly. To this, the young man said that it was too early to abandon the planned plan. The villain wanted to quickly end this dialogue and deal with Hansu. But at that very second, he noticed how some changes began to occur with his body. He developed bleeding wounds and some strange, unpleasant sensations. The elder did not understand what was happening to him. He was very frightened of his condition. He screamed in horror, and it dawned on him what had really happened. His strength began to gradually fade away. He could no longer stand on his feet and sat down on the floor. Kang Hansu, who had been watching this the whole time, was very surprised and asked the headman what had happened to him. The young man himself did not expect such an outcome, but he guessed that the villain's strength was leaving him. Instantly, the man acquired dry, wrinkled skin, and the wrinkles now showed how old he was. In a rage, the villain said that not a single person had ever come out of this circle alive. So why didn't the guy die? Was he really a vampire? The guy tried to explain who he was, but hesitated, not knowing whether to continue. A whisper of the patron god was heard above Kang Hansu, asking him not to make his identities a mystery. In this case, the guy decided to call himself the Apostle of Asa, decisively raising his dagger. This confused the spirit a little, but Kang Hansu was very irritated by this reaction. Although there was nothing to be done, one had to obey the patron. At this time, the old man, exhausted, cried out in frustration that nothing had worked. For a moment, the young man wondered how many points he would gain if he killed a hero of a rank significantly higher than his own. But he decided that it was more important to get out of this place alive, so he wished all the best to the angry, exhausted owner of the lair. Suddenly, Kang Hansu heard a familiar growl and realized that there was already a gnoll here. The angry beast shouted that he would never forgive this man for destroying his dream. The elder was turning into a real evil cannibal. There was practically nothing human left in him. He began to attack the stunned youth with new furious speed and force. His hands now resembling the paws of a gnoll, the villain swung them sharply and dealt a crushing blow to Kang Hansu. The guy did not expect this at all. He could not stand on his feet and felt a sharp pain. And the beast said that such power is called gnoll fencing. It was his secret weapon. These abilities made him good at hunting elves, but the situation forced him to use them here. But suddenly the beast's face distorted in surprise. Could this guy really continue to fight? Kang Hansu stood up as if nothing had happened. He had a dagger in his hand, and his gaze did not bode well for the beast. The terrible gnoll was furious. He had already lost a lot of his resources, and now he could not fully reflect the blows. Meanwhile, the guy, having recovered, tried to grab the fleeing animal, but the gnoll werewolf had already approached the exit, and then he felt someone grab his leg. The villain really hoped that he would now go out the door and disappear, locking his captives there, but this was not destined to happen. It was the fairy freed by Kang Hansu who quickly got her bearings and decided to help her savior. The enemy shouted at her to let him go and did not notice how a crushing blow came at him from behind. There was already a dagger near his face. The time for retribution had come, and the villain got what he deserved. The freed captive stared with all her eyes at this amazing immortal youth. However, Kang Hansu decided to remove another head of his defeated enemy. Before dying, the creepy gnoll said a phrase about asking his daughter for forgiveness for not being able to take revenge. This surprised the young man somewhat, and he wished all the best to his opponent. These events did not amuse those present very much. God bowed his head, and Kang Hansu agreed that all this was quite sad. Well, be that as it may, the enemy was finished, and now it was necessary to decide what to do next. He began to free the captive elves, and they began to help each other get up and recover. Then the villagers whom Kang Hansu called for help entered the basement, and they found a common language with the elves. Overall, the tests were now complete, and it was time to relax a bit. But it was not to be. After the departing young man, some incomprehensible messages from the elves began to arrive. He thought that they were simply thanking him for saving their lives and intended to leave. However, when Kang Hansu looked at them, he noticed that the elves were looking at him with some confusion. Still not understanding what they wanted to tell him, he smiled and continued on his way. But before this moment, not very favorable events had occurred. The guy was standing on the edge of a cliff. Behind him were enraged elves who aimed and threw their sharp spears at him. It was necessary to decide on something and somehow save himself. So Kang Hansu approached the very edge of the cliff. Spears were flying after him, but the guy was full of determination, and he desperately flew down from the huge cliff. Meanwhile, in the temple, the furious battle of the students stopped as a whole crowd of magicians appeared on the threshold, wanting to be mentors. A very large number of mages wanted to get the title of mentor, so they happily sorted the guys out among themselves. Meanwhile, the princess was telling us that in order to do magic, you need to concentrate in your head. The boys were able to create a miracle. They held bright flames in their hands and were very happy about it. But suddenly, Athena Archmage, one of the students, asked a question that caught the princess in a stupor. He asked where he could get the mathematical knowledge necessary for magic. However, the princess replied that this does not happen, and this greatly upset the student. After all, in order to use magic, no mathematical calculations are needed at all. But the young hero didn't like this at all because he wanted to apply his knowledge of mathematics here. Here, one of the magicians intervened in the conversation and said that Princess Athena had explained something incorrectly. In fact, there are cases when mathematical knowledge is still present in magic. Meanwhile, the mentor continued to explain to the children how magic happens using fire as an example. To increase the efficiency in magic, one could use mathematical abilities, but the princess had not yet studied everything, so she did not know. Moreover, this is necessary in order not to lose a lot of energy in war, and to use exact sciences for a quick victory over the enemy. After all, in order to use magic at a distance, it is necessary to measure the radius, direction, and strength of the wind. And having made the necessary calculations, the mentor threw the ball with the burning flame upward. And then he turned to the student to clarify whether this was what he was asking about, and a friendship developed between them. The old wizard remarked that knowledge of practical magic would be useful to the princess as well, so he could continue the short lesson with everyone. The princess reluctantly agreed, as she understood that she did not have enough experience and could pass on some lessons to the magician. The teenagers began to talk excitedly among themselves. They really liked the idea of taking practical magic lessons. Under such serious guidance from higher-ranking recognized magicians, we very quickly mastered all the basics. Meanwhile, in the village, a heavy downpour was falling. The gods above were clearly quarreling. One of the elves was having her wounds washed after a long period of captivity, and she involuntarily cried out in pain. The girl asked Espresso, the elven princess's maid, to be patient a little and soon the medicine should take effect. However, she was very bitterly offended, and the fairy did not feel relief. The medicines gave only a temporary effect. Espresso thought that only a saint could help heal her sick body. But she was an ordinary elf who didn't even belong to the royal family. No one would waste their energy on her. At parting, the girl bandaging Espresso's wound said that they would definitely catch this man. At this time, it was unknown whether the inhabitants of this village were the elders' accomplices, and whether they posed any danger. And the fairy, wiping away her tears, said that as soon as she gets home, she will definitely report everything. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and Espresso jumped in surprise. She asked who was there. Behind the door was one of the elves who was bandaging. She wanted to report something to her mistress. When the girl came in, she told him that the mercenaries had finally let this guy get away. But Espresso told her that she was not at all concerned about people's concerns. And then the fairy noticed that they were very indebted to this man because he saved them from the evil elder. This remark made Espresso very angry, and she said that the guy had the princess's dagger in his hand, so people cannot be trusted. All attempts to convince him were in vain, although the fairy tried to remind him that no matter what, this young man saved them. To this, Espresso replied that it was not necessary to kill him, but it was very necessary to catch him. This was just a showdown between animals. The fairy was discouraged by this expression after all. They are not wild animals, but a civilized society. Suddenly the door opened and the evil elder Cerebret entered the room. She asked what was going on here, but the next second she staggered and almost fell because she was very weak. Cerebreth was an elf from the royal family. Her name means sacred son. She was the one who was imprisoned the most and suffered severe abuse from the evil elder because she had an endless supply of life. Now she was very angry and upset, and when she was asked to calm down, she replied that it was not over yet. The fairy felt sorry for Kang Hansu because he could have simply run away, but he didn't do it, having freed her first. Espresso thought that the guy did this for his own benefit. He coveted the fairy's life. After all, this benefactor used a contract of dark magic, that is, he freed the fairy for compensation. The guy took advantage of the so-called breach of contract, and this entailed certain consequences. In case of breach of contract, it is necessary to pay a price that is not less than what was received. But the headman made a mistake by not calculating that the boy's life expectancy would pose a danger to him. Cerebrate remembered how Espresso had carefreely flown across the meadows, but the experience made her look at everything in a new way. In fact, now the fairy felt deep despair and humiliation. She could not forget her captivity. Cerebrate also experienced a lot during this time. but she lowered her head and said that she did not know. She decided to go in search of the man who saved her life, ignoring the fact that they were trying to dissuade her. The fairy asked that she no longer be called an elder, as she did not like this title. This is what they call angry and nervous old people who very quickly lose their balance and lose their temper. There was a pause in the room, and at that time a certain creature, a patron spirit, left the given place. He scouted out the entire situation and found out everything he needed, so he was going to leave calmly. Some god went into a dense dark forest to search for his dear friend. When he saw the lying body, he bent over it and asked the outsider if he was alive. Overcoming the pain, he opened his eyes and tried to answer something, but it didn't come out very clearly. But after a moment, the strength increased a little, and the guy said that apparently he was still alive. The prince gathered his students to learn the art of fencing. The teenagers reacted differently to what was happening. Some liked it, some not so much. After all, first of all, the children were taken into a hall where there was a table with cups and tea. The prince explained that this was a banquet hall, and that everyone present needed to go to their seats. The heroes took their chairs and prepared to have tea. There were cakes and rolls on the table. The prince raised his cup of tea and solemnly proposed a toast to all the assembled heroes who had chosen the path of the swordsman. The guards all agreed with the prince, and a loud bass voice echoed throughout the hall. The boys' eyes widened in surprise and they backed away because they didn't expect it to be so loud. After a pause, the prince began to talk about how fencing is completely different from what the boys imagine. He then asked one of the guards to play along with him in order to clearly show the students how everything happens. The commander and the prince took their positions, taking up their weapons and standing at attention. The prince said that first it is necessary to show teenagers how everything happens in their minds, and he raised the sword behind his shoulders in order to gain maximum swing and effectively strike his opponent. The duel between the prince and the commander began. They showed agility and seemed to float in the air. The teenagers looked at them with wide eyes, holding their breath as they watched the movement of the weapons. The commander was determined and used all his techniques in this fight. Suddenly, the sword flew up. The prince failed to hold it, and the boys looked closely at the weapon hovering in the air. Then there was a ringing sound, and the sword cut through the floor with a crushing blow. It got stuck on the surface. The prince praised his opponent for his creativity and announced that the duel was over. A moment later, the mentor said that he had to show the real art of fencing. He told his commander not to give in and to come into battle with all his strength. The commander was grateful for being chosen and thanked him for the honor. The prince stood in the middle of the hall with his sword, and magic was burning around him. Everything was shrouded in magical fog. The enemy began to strike with all the force he had. Two silhouettes were locked in a fierce battle, while beams of magical interference flew around. Suddenly, half of the sword flew to the side, and the boys saw how the tip was cut off. At this point, the duel was over, and the commander admitted his defeat since he no longer had anything to fight with. At this point, the prince again thanked his opponent and said that his fencing skills had improved significantly. The boys looked at each other in confusion. They didn't understand what had happened and whether this was really all that could be seen. The prince laughed and said happily that this was the whole art of disarming the enemy in one fell swoop. Using this principle, you can kill a large number of enemies without spending a lot of energy. After a short pause, the prince asked everyone present to finish their tea. Choi Gangmin took his cup and tried this strange drink, but he found the taste strange. A moment later, he could no longer restrain himself. It was very disgusting to drink this tea. The other guys also noticed some kind of bad taste from the drink and could barely restrain themselves from spitting it back out. However, the prince assured that everything was fine and that a certain elixir was simply added to the tea, which is necessary for mastering the art of fencing. The girls spat and coughed. They couldn't force themselves to drink it, and Choi Gangmin really wanted to try the effect of the elixir on himself. Overcoming himself through force, the guy finished the drink and asked for more. The prince approved of this and advised to have a snack of cookies so that it would not be so disgusting. Then Choi Gangmin was given more tea. The guy didn't want to drink it at all, but the decision to learn to be the best in the art of fencing did its job. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu, sitting on a tree and having recovered from his fall, was thinking about his future fate. The guy remembered how, even at the entrance to the village, mercenaries began to pester him, and he had to run away. Then he gave the guard some money, and he let him in by opening the gate, and if there hadn't been any coins, the guy would have been caught right then. Suddenly, a familiar growl was heard on the ground. The wild gnolls caught the scent and came for their prey. They said that the meat was on the tree and that they needed to get it somehow. And although these malicious creatures wanted to eat the young man, he still trusted them more than people and elves. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to Kang Hansu's mind, and he decided to take advantage of it immediately. He quickly flew down from the tree. His usual weapon in his hands was a dagger. The main thing was to land correctly. The gnolls were taken by surprise and did not have time to react, so one after another they were severely stabbed. There were only 3 of them, and they were all defeated and lying unconscious on the ground. The guy thought that it was very suspicious that everything ended so simply and quickly. Kang Hansu thought that perhaps it was a matter of experience, and the body got used to fights, became faster, and the god looked at the guy absent-mindedly. He thought that perhaps it was because the level had risen, but when he looked at his window, he realized that nothing had changed there. The only thing that confused the guy was the presence of the share item where the number increased. He asked God to explain what this meant. The patron god was very amused by this question. Doesn't the guy know such basic things, and said that the higher the number, the better. The young man turned away in disappointment. It was impossible to learn anything from this spirit. Suddenly his eyes fell on a gnoll that appeared out of nowhere. Kang Hansu decided not to enter into a duel right away, but asked the savage a question concerning the elves. At the word elves, Hygiene clearly perked up and said that she was listening attentively to the guy. Kang Hansu wanted to know what the gnoll swordsmanship was that could speed up the movement of the hands. This was used by the crazy village elder, and the boy wanted to know how to learn this art. The guy hoped that he would be able to use the art of fencing to properly defend himself and take revenge, because his current state was weak. To this question, the savage answered that they use fresh red meat in their diet. Kang Hansu made a connection between the food the monsters ate and their skillful swordsmanship. He understood that he currently had too little information and could not fully study combat tactics. In any case, we need to learn more about these animals and study their internal ecosystem. In the banquet hall, students continued to sit, drinking tea and talking about magic. The prince explained that there is talent in the art of fencing open to anyone. It just takes time and money. While the prince was telling his story, the teenagers behaved differently. Some listened, while others were distracted or bored. Choi Gangmin drank his portion of tea and asked for more, as he believed that it would bring him quick progress. However, the prince did not approve of this behavior and said that one should not drink so much at one time. This made Choi Gangmin a little angry because he was very impatient and did not like to wait for something for a long time. One of the employees offered the guy some honey tea to ease his condition a little, and the prince said that it is very important in this matter not to stop drinking tea, but to do it evenly, 1 cup at most 2 a day. Choi Gangmin decided that for a hero like him, it was necessary to drink 2 cups. But the prince warned that in any case, the hero's patronage could not be obtained so quickly in 1 day. The angry guy asked how long he would have to wait then, and I was very disappointed when I found out that this happens differently for everyone, and sometimes you have to wait a whole year. But then Choi Gangmin noticed that he had a new inscription in the status window, which said that his patron had become Fighting Spirit. The guy couldn't believe his luck and reread the new information again, which said that Choi Gangmin only became stronger and more powerful during a long battle. The prince congratulated the new hero from the bottom of his heart and said that receiving patronage so quickly was a good sign. But Choi Gangmin was a little embarrassed and said that His Majesty was exaggerating a bit. After some time, the prince said that he had to tell the guy how to hide his status window so that no one could see. Meanwhile, an angry growl was heard from deeper in the forest. There was clearly some kind of hunt going on there. The huge, aggressive gnoll bared its sharp teeth and rushed towards its victim as fast as it could. He grabbed a boar running past and furiously sank his teeth into the animal's skin. Kang Hansu looked at this picture thoughtfully. He had been following the gnoll for several days to study the power of the meat. But suddenly the savage threw down his meal and turned to the guy, looking at him maliciously. Kang Hansu managed to jump to the side. During all this time, the gnoll tried to attack the guy at any opportunity. However, all his attempts were in vain. Kang Hansu quickly stopped such behavior and put the savage in his place. Kang Hansu noticed that this guy was a bit weak for his level and wanted to figure out the reason for that. A wild beast was lying on the grass, and next to it a status window was glowing, which said that the gnoll was at level 6. The guy couldn't believe that a beast at the 6th level could be so weak. However, as proof, the savage showed strands of hair from the defeated elves on his hand. Kang Hansu thought, that is, all the victorious gnolls take for themselves as trophies the strands of hair from their defeated victims. After a pause, the young man asked how it could be that a gnoll who had defeated 2 elves could be so weak. He then asked if the beast could see Kang Hansu's status, but he couldn't see it. But he guessed that it was first-level meat. The young man did not understand how this illiterate gnoll could know such a thing, unless he felt it on an intuitive level. Soon the savage pointed to the side and said that we need to go there. There is elf meat there. The guy smiled smugly. Now he confirmed the location of the village, and was convinced that all these stories of the elder were true. At this time, the gnoll found a new victim in the form of a small rabbit and greedily attacked it. The hungry, enraged beast ate the meat, and Kang Hansu watched thoughtfully to notice the slightest changes. And in fact, with experience, the guy began to notice that after eating, a certain power appears and accumulates in the savage's stomach. Kang Hansu thought that if compared to dark magic, this method was much simpler, but it was not as effective. Now, after eating, the gnoll began to feel much better. His mood rose, but he wanted even more meat, and so the beast again began to look around in search of a new victim. He wanted to pounce on Kang Hansu again. His gaze was aggressive, and his strong legs ran towards the guy. The gnoll seemed to grow in size and, growling angrily, prepared to attack. But the guy already understood how everything worked, and why this ability was called the power of meat. He took over this power for himself, and in his hands appeared energy that was destructive for the savage. With all the strength he could muster, Kang Hansu struck his evil offender. The guy looked at his glowing hands in surprise. All the power of the meat was in them. With his last breath, the gnoll said that he underestimated this guy and did not understand how he defeated him. But in any case, Kang Hansu gained a lot of knowledge and experience thanks to this gnoll, and was somewhat grateful to him. His opponent asked if the guy was also one of them, since it was impossible to gain the strength of meat in any other way. But the young man said that he was an ordinary person, but his eyes glowed with an unkind fire. He looked at his hands, trying to solve this riddle, because the thirst for profit awakened all the reactions in the body. Because of this, the gnolls had such strength. However, the guy understood that the most important thing here is not in this, because no one can use such a gift. Here it was not possible without the patronizing power of God. It is simply impossible to provoke reactions in the body. And Kang Hansu came to the amazing conclusion that he replenishes his powers of patronizing magic and the gnolls with meat. It's an amazing, constant cycle of processes, and it never ends. The boy had the idea that in this way he could be infinitely at the peak of his abilities. But God considered this to be carefree reasoning. They continued on their way to meet the trials and adventures that fate had in store for them. The guy needed to get to the pack of hungry gnolls and test his assumptions. He pounced on this crowd, scattering them to the side, and with one blow of his hand they flew onto the grass. All the enemies were defeated, and Kang Hansu moved on proudly because of his achievement. The god who was watching this picture said that I was a young man who was too careless. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu continued on his way and thought that he had achieved a lot and had become stronger, but he did not receive any joy from it. After all, he had to wander through the forest fighting wild monsters and dragging this incomprehensible dagger around with him. Suddenly, the patron spirit showed him in which direction he needed to go. A burning fire appeared in front of them. There must have been people there, so they had to follow it. The guy came up with a malicious plan. He wanted to take revenge on these barbarians and punish them. Guards were wandering around the huge fence, holding torches and weapons in their hands. Hiding in the bushes, Kang Hansu also considered getting inside, since the guards were quite serious. The guy's powers of observation came to his aid because when he was in the village, he studied the local landscape well. The patron god said that now the time has come and we need to go in quickly. The guy looked around with distrust, wondering why it was suddenly necessary to go now. Kang Hansu didn't understand what came into this outsider's head and why he suddenly decided to help, but the guy's inner instincts told him that now was the time. Having quietly made his way close to the fence, the young man decided that he needed to use this chance and jump. He pierced the wall with a dagger and thus, having caught on, was able to push off far away. Kang Hansu flew very high and was able to calculate the distance correctly and thus jumped to the edge of the fence. Trying to descend silently, he found himself on the ground. One problem solved. When the young man stood up, he thought that he was not told that he was lucky because there was no one nearby. The patron spirit proudly reminded that it was he who advised them to act, and Kang Hansu quickly thanked him. The guy squinted angrily. He saw his victim and intended to approach him stealthily. The unsuspecting security guard walked out of the toilet humming some songs. But suddenly a guard came up to him from behind and screamed in surprise, not daring to turn around. Kang Hansu cold-bloodedly cut his throat before he could even utter a squeak. The guard resisted in vain and was eventually defeated and unable to move anymore. The guy felt that he was still a little uncomfortable killing a person, but he didn't notice much of a difference. He grabbed his victim by the legs and wanted to remove him from sight, thinking about the possibility that relatives would also be sad about this person. Then the young man pulled himself together with the thought that because of these cruel barbarians, he too almost lost his life, and yet his family was waiting for him at home. Because of these people, the innocent Kang Hansu could have died without ever seeing his family, and he decided not to endure any more humiliation. However, for some reason, the patronizing spirit looked at the guy with a strange gaze. The guy cold-bloodedly killed the rest of the guards who were nearby and piled them up in one pile. He thought that it was somehow suspiciously quiet, and that someone might notice such a number of deaths. Kang Hansu looked at his victims and thought about how he could find elves among all these mercenaries. While thinking about this topic, the thought came to his mind that both people and elves go to the toilet in the same way. But for some reason, he did not meet a single one who was killed. The spirit of the outsider said that the guy finally thought about it, even though it was so late. Suddenly, Kang Hansu became alert because he heard loud voices in the distance. These were people. They were walking with flashlights, and behind them followed a crowd of prisoners whose heads were not visible. People were talking about something among themselves, but the guy couldn't grasp the essence of the conversation. The guy kept quiet and thought that things were getting serious, and he might have to intervene or run away. The unsuspecting elves were brazenly caught right out of their beds while they were sleeping. Espresso was sleeping peacefully when a vicious man snuck up behind her and grabbed her sharply. She tried to bite his vile hand but failed, and was unable to free herself. The villain ordered her to be silent, and then right on the bed he pulled a disgusting bag over her head. The girl realized that there was not one person there but several. She heard two voices talking to each other. The criminals ordered Espresso to go forward, not to shout, and not to make unnecessary noise. While the girl was walking, she thought about what had happened to the other elves. Had they really captured others too? Descending the steps, she could only guess where they were taking her. Suddenly the elf felt some familiar ringing and thought that they were heading to the dungeon. There was a voice down there that said that Crimson thought that people didn't know anything, because they turned away when they had a new homeland and families. This voice seemed familiar to Espresso, and she remembered that it belonged to the healer. Meanwhile, she was broadcasting that such retribution must be sacrificed. They gathered here to avenge the death of the village elder. One of the guys from the crowd shouted out that elves have always hated people, and they cannot be left alive. Some bald guy said that tonight in the village it was terribly restless. Even the mercenaries didn't come out. The healer closed her eyes, paused for a couple of minutes, and then said that we could begin. The villains took out their weapons and headed towards the tied-up innocent elves. A well-aimed sword strike pierced Espresso's chest, and thick blood flowed from the wound. The rest of the people also armed themselves and directed all their forces towards killing the elves. Espresso fell to the floor. A pool of blood appeared under her. She was already dead. Within minutes, all the elves were killed, and the eyes of the people turned only to the last of the remaining ones. It was Cerebre who was sitting on the chair. She was sure that the people's goal was to kill her. That was how they would finish their revenge. The elf didn't understand why they hadn't done it yet. The villains talked among themselves, deciding what to do. They were a little afraid to kill her, since Cerebre held a high position. The fairy could understand what these angry and revenge-seeking villagers were feeling, but she was furious that they wanted to kill the guy who saved everyone so that he wouldn't blab too much. She couldn't control her anger. It was unfair, and Cerebre didn't want to let it go that easily. The confused people said that they would let the elder go if she did not tell anyone anything. However, the elf was adamant. She believed that oaths extracted under torture could be untrue. The assembled villains did not want any problems because of Cerebre, so they were even ready for a lie on her part. But the proud girl said that elves never lie in order to stay alive. In this case, people still had to kill the fairy because they saw no other way out. The executioner raised his sword menacingly over his victim, and the fairy no longer counted on any help. She prepared herself for death, mentally saying goodbye to her family. Now, nothing could save her. But for some reason there was no blow. Some strange, extraneous sound was heard. Cerebre opened her eyes and looked around in amazement, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, she saw who had neutralized her offenders, and she couldn't believe her eyes. In front of the girl stood her savior, who had once already been called out from captivity. Could this guy really have survived and come back to protect her again? Sarah Brett couldn't understand how that was possible. The fairy looked at this young man in amazement and thought about what would happen to her next. For a moment, Kang Hansu was taken aback. He also didn't expect to see a familiar person here. However, first it was necessary to finish the massacre of the villagers. The brave guy attacked them and dealt crushing blows with his weapon. At first, Kang Hansu wanted to kill all the elves and humans present here. As the men lay dead on the floor, the healer begged for mercy because she knew there was no protection. The woman uttered one word that the guy understood, asking to save her. But Kang Hansu, taught by bitter experience, believed that pity was inappropriate in such cases. The young man was glad to hear familiar words, but this did not help the people, since they treated him too cruelly. The healer tried to run away. She headed towards the exit and shouted, "Save me!" But Kang Hansu's well-aimed dagger flew straight to its target and hit the head of the fleeing girl. That was the end of it all, and the guy defeated a whole crowd of evil residents in this battle. He knew he had done the right thing when he killed the strong men first. Sarah Brett said something in her own language, addressing the guy, but he could not make out her words. He asked again, but still couldn't make out anything. This language was incomprehensible to him. Suddenly, a window with a status appeared above the girl's head. Kang Hansu read that the fairy had 3 patrons. The young man read this information in surprise and asked why he had not seen it before. He saw that the elf had the ability to tame animals. Kang Hansu wondered why she showed him her status at all. The guy approached the fairy and asked if he understood correctly that her name was Cerebre, and she nodded happily in response. It was clear from the girl that she was incredibly happy to meet him and was inspired by the new meeting. However, Kang Hansu hesitated, looking at the elf thoughtfully. Should she be left alive? For some reason, he couldn't get rid of his sympathy for this creature. However, he understood that Asa could only move alone. After hesitating for a while, he decided to let Cerebre go, since in some ways their fates were similar. Kang Hansu took the knife and sat down next to the fairy. She looked at him in amazement, not knowing what to expect. While untangling the rope, the guy thought that he wanted to kill everyone one by one, leaving no one behind. However, now she is in such a position that she cannot tell why she ended up here, because he will not understand her. But in order to survive and somehow establish communication, the girl tried to pronounce her name the same way he once did. Having finished cutting the ropes, the guy turned around to leave. He thought that he would be no different from those bandits if he killed her. The freed elf tried to get up, but her fingers were stuck in the hard chair. When she made a dash forward, she accidentally lost her balance and flew. Kang Hansu had to support the girl because she could have just fallen on him. For a few minutes, they looked at each other in silence. The fairy, with an innocent look, said his name, which you remember. He was so angry, but at the same time, he was surprised how this creature could know his name. Still, they had to continue their journey together. The guy looked around and wondered why it was so quiet. Kang Hansu asked his patron for clarification on this matter, but the spirit assured him that he was in no mood for conversation at the moment. The guy pursed his lips in irritation. He understood that there was only one way for God to stop being angry. It was necessary to abandon the elf. At the same time, the young man understood that now was not the best time to run in different directions. First, you'll need to try to get out of this village alive. They began to fly in the air. It was an incredible, amazing, and fabulous feeling. Suddenly, the fairy addressed the guy by name. He glanced at her and asked in his language what she wanted. Cerebret pointed up, and he also began to look, wondering what it was. Some lights were sparkling and scattering across the night sky. It was very noticeable. Suddenly it occurred to Kang Hansu that this was a huge firebird, the phoenix. The next moment, Phoenix let out a piercing roar. He must have been in a lot of pain. The huge bird began to fall rapidly downwards and finally landed on the grass. They began to approach her. Kang Hansu thought that he could easily survive this fire, but the elf was very fragile and would immediately burn. However, Cerebre did not look scared. On the contrary, she began to talk to the guy, and he understood that she asked to let go. The next second, Kang Hansu realized that the fairy wanted to stay here with the bird, and he was being asked to walk. She fearlessly approached the blazing fire, and the bird headed towards her. Kang Hansu watched as the dialogue between the elf and the phoenix took place. Or rather, Cerebret spoke, and the bird listened to her attentively. The guy looked at this picture in amazement. He understood what the essence of this fairy's patronage was. As she said goodbye, the girl turned around and said the name of her savior and friend. She said something else, but from the words spoken, the young man only made out the name Cerebre. After some thought, the guy approached her, and a sweet smile appeared on the fairy's face. The bird prepared to fly. Its gaze became furious and directed at the sky. A whirlwind of fire swirled around Kang Hansu, who was confused and stared with all his eyes at what was happening. It seemed that the fire was about to completely engulf the young man, and he might simply burn to death. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, and when he opened them, he saw that the fairy was already sitting on the bird. As she said goodbye, she said his name and prepared to fly away to unknown lands. The huge phoenix lifted off the ground, and the next second the air began to rise. Having thrown a few fiery feathers, the bird flew away, and Kang Hansu Zaporozhye watched them go. Here Kang Hansu felt a terrible pain. Someone was pulling his hair with all his strength. It was not difficult to guess that it was a spirit, and in vain the guy tried to justify himself and explain that he too was a victim of circumstances. However, he had no reason to expect mercy. The patron god was furious. Suddenly, the young man's gaze fell on the window with the status. Something had changed there. He couldn't believe his eyes. They stared at the thin screen in amazement. It was incredible, because now the situation had turned out completely differently. Having carefully studied the new content of the status, the guy was completely delighted because he had a new patron. God was very upset and sad because he expected that the asses would always be alone. Kang Hansu felt complete satisfaction and happiness from the fact that he now also had the patronage of an elf. The guy began to carefully read the conditions of his abilities, and he was enveloped in even more joy, while the spirit felt uncomfortable. Kang Hansu gained the ability to increase his youth and strength during battles. This mood did not please the patrons of God at all. He muttered that the guy was too happy. However, Kang Hansu replied that the reason for his happiness was not this at all, but that he was able to part with this elf. The angry god stopped for a moment and looked at the guy in amazement. Then he changed his anger to mercy, and the guy was pleased that he was able to maintain good relations with his outsider. Kang Hansu suggested that his patron go deeper into the forest and see what was there. Suddenly they heard footsteps. The bushes began to move, and a shaggy knoll came out into the clearing. The savage passed by unsuspectingly, while the young man hid in the bushes and was just waiting for the right opportunity to attack. When Kang Hansu grabbed the knoll by the neck, it growled angrily, but it was too late. The young man asked the savage to show him around the area and tell him what was there. Meanwhile, the students were in the forest and ready for practical lessons. The prince said that the teenagers had been here for 3 days already, and after meditation they could begin hunting. He also warned the students not to worry too much, since the order would be in charge of capturing the monsters. The princess shouted that the magicians should not miss such an opportunity under any circumstances. After all, through hunting they thus raised their level, and the teenagers were incredibly happy about this. The girls whispered to each other and said that if they raised the level, their skin would become more beautiful. There was some kind of talking stone lying on the ground, and a student passing by looked at such an object with puzzlement. But after looking more closely underneath it, the guy didn't realize that it wasn't a stone at all, but a slime. The guys armed themselves and attacked the defenseless lump, which screamed loudly. The princess and prince, in fear and rage, screamed for the teenagers to stop immediately and stand still. For a few moments, the young men froze and looked at their mentors in surprise. The prince strictly said that slimes do not pose any danger and cannot be touched. After all, they are very useful and rid the forest of harmful insects. After hearing this information, the teenagers were upset. The princess approached the offended soft lump and added that these creatures also reduce the spread of infectious diseases. The guys were very unhappy with this outcome of events because they wanted to earn points. Meanwhile, the princess enthusiastically took the slime in her hands and said that they should not be offended. They are raised as pets, and although the boys were confused, they still admitted their guilt. Then the prince called for silence. He said that for starters it would be a good idea for the guys to hunt for the 2nd-level goblins. However, for now their goal will be to catch a knoll that is on the 4th level. The girls were terribly scared because they were only on the 1st level and thought that it was very dangerous. But the princess calmed the boys down, saying that even if something happened to him and they died, the saint would resurrect them. The prince touched the slime in the princess's hands and said that with such a beast, it would not be scary even to defeat an orc. In general, if you are not particularly lucky, then death is not a threat. With these words, the guys heard approaching monsters. The angry growling and screaming drowned out the boys. Some of them got scared and some armed themselves. The bravest ones came forward. They wanted to quickly gain their experience points. One of the students was the bravest. He headed straight towards the crowd of growling savages. At that very moment, the gnoll felt a blow to the head and was a little stunned by it. However, in response, the guy received a swift swipe of claws across his face, and blood flowed everywhere. The young man's eyes were hurt. He saw nothing, fell to the ground, and began to scream loudly. The student was afraid and cried. There were tears in his eyes. It was unbearably painful. The next blow was received by his classmate, who felt a terrible ringing sound. And then the guy who tried to attack the gnoll almost lost his arm. One student tried to defeat the enemy with the help of magic. She was very proud of her guess. The girl accelerated with all her might and wanted to strike her opponent, but only smoke came out of her hand. For some reason, the magic wouldn't work, and this puzzled her a little. Now the girl felt terrible fear and burst into tears from bitterness and resentment. The prince watched as the teenagers tried to fight the terrible monsters and heard cries for help. He decided that they had had enough and it was necessary to end this battle. He swung his sword sharply and attacked the aggressive savage, blocking his movement. Soon all the animals were killed and lay motionless on the grass. Many of the teenagers were also wounded. Suddenly, barely perceptible steps were heard in the clearing, and a saint approached the heroes. She greeted and praised Prince Alice for the work he had done in mentoring. When the temple servant sat down near the wounded boys, she said that there must be some reason why these people were chosen to fight. However, the gods were not sure that there was any reason why these teenagers were sent here. The saint sat down next to the lying guy and said some words. Then she touched the wound with her hand. He stood up in amazement and opened his eyes. Nothing hurt anymore, and the young man felt good. The temple servant instructed the boys to always fight until their last breath, and she promised that every time they were on the brink of death, she would be able to heal them. Meanwhile, 3 brave friends were fighting a huge, bloodthirsty monster. Among them was Choi Gangman, who was determined to distinguish himself at all costs. He accelerated in order to carry out the plan that he had developed in his head. The guy charged at the gnoll and used his magic to make it more effective. With the help of a protective fighting spirit, the young man was able to strike the enemy down. The defeated and weakened gnoll was unable to continue the fight and sat exhausted under a tree. One of the spirits approved of this behavior, saying that such ingenuity deserved respect, but the fighting spirit considered it to be treachery. Choi Gangman checked his status window and was very happy to hear that he had reached level 2. The boy watched his cheerful classmates and thought that the battle had brought a lot of benefit, because he had 2 new patrons. But suddenly there was some roar and movement from behind, and the young man noticed that it was an attack again. The young heroes attacked the monster with all their courage, not giving it a chance to resist. This battle ended in brilliant success. The guys were pleased with their achievements and looked at the defeated gnoll. The easy victory was achieved by the teenager thanks to the subtle aroma that Chan Mien emitted. The young men were influenced by her pheromones and defended her with all their courage. The girl thought that having a beautiful appearance is also a great art. However, such statements were not pleasing to the modest goddess who looked angrily at Chon Min. A status window appeared in front of the girl, and she read that female beauty is subjective, but with her ability, Jong Myeon was free from bias. The girl enthusiastically said that this was exactly what she needed and was incredibly happy about it. Meanwhile, the guys looked at Chan Min with admiration, promising to always protect her. The young lady replied sheepishly that she trusted her protectors and thanked them heartily. Inspired by their victory, the 2 young men decided not to participate in battles with Choi Gangman anymore. Classmates surrounded the girl from all sides and fought for her attention. Choi Gangman noted to himself that the girl was doing well, even though she had taken his team away from him. He decided to follow her example to some extent and headed towards the girls standing nearby. The guy smiled good-naturedly and offered to join them in hunting monsters. At this time, the gods were closely watching what was happening. Events were gaining steep and interesting turns. However, the battle with the evil gnolls was not an easy task, and without special stubbornness and endurance it was impossible to win. Eubora fought alone with this evil, hungry predator. It was very difficult for her. The girl gathered all her will into a fist. She absolutely had to win this battle. The gods watched this scene with curiosity. One of them, a water spirit, sincerely sympathized with Eubora. The headman decided that she could use her magic in this fight and, concentrating, made fire. She aimed a huge ball of flame at her opponent, hoping to incinerate him. The wild beast screamed in pain, but was still defeated. When it was all over, Eubora sighed with relief and sat down on the grass. She saw that a thin screen had appeared. The girl noticed that she now also had a second level. She smiled contentedly. The god of my art praised Eubora for his efforts, and the water spirit, who had been worried until that moment, finally sighed with relief. The young lady thought that now, thanks to the new patronage, even the wooden sword had become much lighter, when suddenly a rustling sound was heard behind her. Eubora turned around abruptly and swung her arm and delivered a powerful blow towards the knoll. The wild beast howled in pain, but this attack only made him even more angry. He swung his huge paw to deliver a crushing blow in response. The brave girl focused on her abilities, realizing that her body was regenerating naturally and becoming a weapon. The knoll looked questioningly at his fingers, wondering how there could be fire in them. But in the next moment he felt a sharp stream of burning, blazing flame. Eubora raised her sword behind her back, preparing to make the final disarming blow. She cold-bloodedly cut off the head of her enemy, and he was already dead forever. Eubora's entire body sparkled with a bright light, and she felt herself regaining her strength. Now the girl already had the third level and was very proud that she was able to achieve this. Choi Gangmin looked at his classmate with envy, and an evil glint flashed in his eyes. Jung Myeon calmly watched Eubora's efforts, and not far away the boys were fighting for her. From a large mountain, two figures watched what was happening. They decided that they too would need to join the fight. It was Athena Archmage and Allah Swordmaster. They were still talking and not interfering in the boys' squabbles, and the gods were drawing their own conclusions. Meanwhile, a little further away, a real battle was taking place between Kang Hansu and the evil savages. There were many of them and he was alone, but the guy did not give up and seemed immortal. After the victory, the guy studied his status window and God asked how many he had killed. The guy said that it was pointless to count because the number of victories was obviously huge, but for some reason this did not add to his level. Kang Hansu noticed that he had another curse added to him, but that was only half the trouble, because now he clearly understood that it was impossible for him to raise his level. The young hero sat thoughtfully near his status window, remembering the goddess who cursed him. Kang Hansu was overcome with anger and fury because of this, he could not improve his skills at all. At this time, God looked thoughtfully at the sky, noting that there were fewer stars there today. The guy was puzzled by what had come over the outsider. After all, until this moment it seemed to the young man that the spirit was only focused on how to reproach others for their mistakes. However, God was looking into the distance thoughtfully, and Kang Hansu again indulged in his thoughts because he had a new curse. This really upset the guy, and he thought that everyone was deliberately pushing him into loneliness, and the spirit smiled meaningfully. Suddenly, the young man noticed some strange, precious bracelet on the paw of one of the defeated gnolls. The guy had already found a sufficient number of diamonds and precious stones from these animals. He thought that the gnolls took all this from the people and the elf, and then took it with them. Kang Hansu removed the bracelet from his paw. But again he heard the nasty, familiar steps and a voice threatening the guy. A crowd of angry gnolls was heading towards him, and they were very determined. The guy slowly hid his find and calmly watched the approaching horde. However, among these savages, there was a strong opponent who was called Hook, the elves' tears maker, level 9. But Kang Hansu was no longer afraid of anyone. He prepared to attack, realizing that this was a much stronger opponent. These animals prepared themselves and dined on meat, which gave them a lot of strength. With a shout, loudly stamping their paws, the savages ran to meet the strong guy. Kang Hansu made a huge leap upwards and said that he should be grateful to those vile gnolls. After all, they became mentors for him who taught him how to effectively use his abilities. The savages looked at the guy in amazement, not expecting what he would do the next minute. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu delivered his blow, which he had perfected by spying on the strength of meat from the hyenas. Now he has figured out how to use it and defeat enemies in the shortest possible time. The savages were very scared, and they decided that the best way to survive now was to flee. The young man was proud of his victory, and said after them that no matter how they prepared, it would not be enough. He would be stronger. Thanks to these endless battles, Kang Hansu had accumulated a decent amount of gold. However, this circumstance did not solve his problems much, since the guy could not even sell his finds profitably. He needed a translator. He thought deeply about where he could find such a smart gnoll who could play this role. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by some rustling sound, and a voice was heard in the distance. The man spoke in a language the young man understood, and turning around abruptly, he immediately had a brilliant idea. Before the guy with horns could finish his next sentence, Kang Hansu grabbed him by the collar. Now the guy understood that this man was exactly what he needed and decided to carry out his plan. He was friendly, but his eyes were blazing with an unkind fire. Kang Hansu asked what the name of this wanderer was, and although the young man thought that they could become friends, his interlocutor did not share such assumptions and muttered through clenched teeth that he was a demon. Kang Hansu stared at him in shock, not understanding at all how such a weak guy could be a demon, because in his mind they were different. Moreover, the goddess who sent them all here also spoke about these creatures. And this strange eccentric does not at all correspond to the image of the demon, because he must be powerful, since even strangers from the earth were sent to kill him. The young man said all this out loud, which greatly offended and angered the demon. Embarrassed, Kang Hansu apologized for his words, but he still didn't understand it. After all, the creature calling itself a demon didn't even really resist when the guy grabbed it. Suddenly, the guy started crying, and Kang Hansu was completely confused, and the demon said that the guy was simply too strong, and for the first level, this is not normal. Kang Hansu smiled smugly and said that it was all thanks to patronage, but the demon did not believe him. Because such things do not happen, the guy has many more curses. Hearing this, the young man was somewhat taken aback. It turns out that his interlocutor also sees the status well. The creature calling itself a demon replied that it could see such information because it had the patronage of the observer, and besides, he also has patronage that allows him to see other people's statuses. Having said this, the guy asked to free him and not hold him by the neck. Kang Hansu replied that he shouldn't get tense because it was such a sign of friendship. Demon ironically noted that he was even afraid to imagine what the consequences of refusal would be. The guy noticed that this strange guy was quite smart. That is, he didn't look like a gnoll, and he replied that he had mastered dark magic. The demon said that he left his homeland for the sake of marriage, and when the young man commented on the haste of such a decision, he smiled indulgently. He continued his speech saying that Kang Hansu was not even in sight when the demon reached the required age. The patron god listened attentively to this and asked for details. Kang Hansu asked why the demon hadn't married before, but he had no desire to continue the conversation. He considered it simple ridicule. The demon priest asked to simply kill him so as not to experience such humiliation, but the young man remarked on the sad prospect of dying as an old bachelor. Suddenly the man confessed that he ran away for the reason of not becoming the husband of the old woman who was proposed to him. Kang Hansu sincerely sympathized with the demon in his difficult fate, but the embittered guy did not need pity, and yet the demon was interested in the question of how this guy could move. He asked about it. After thinking for a while, the guy couldn't answer this creature because he didn't understand what it was asking him about. The enraged demon said that he had sprayed poison throughout the forest, which could paralyze even an elf, and he did not understand how an ordinary first-level person could have such immunity. The guy remembered that he had already encountered paralyzing poison somewhere, because the village elder used this same weapon. This gave him a bad feeling, and Kang Hansu grabbed his interlocutor with hatred and threw him aside. The demon barely stayed on his feet and recoiled. He did not expect such a reaction, and did not understand what it was connected with. However, Kang Hansu was furious, and very bad memories came flooding back to him. The two heroes continued their fight. Neither of them wanted to give in to the opponent. Kang Hansu grabbed Demon by the collar and tried to defeat this guy to find out the details he was interested in. However, the next moment the guy felt a restricting force that did not allow him to move. He fought the poison with all his might and resisted fiercely for several minutes. The demon stared at the young man with all his eyes because he saw that he was not giving up. And the guy calmly broke the invisible shackles and again became free from the paralyzing agent. Kang Hansu wanted to know from this strange demon what connection he had with the village elder. However, the man considered this question a bit stupid, as he had seen a lot of elders in his time. The guy said that he was talking about an old man who had a gnoll's head on his chest. Demon's face was covered in beads of sweat. It was clear that he was a little nervous. He remembered and said that it was a very sensitive story where a dying old man was ready to say goodbye to life. The demon continued his story because he decided to save the old man with the help of his curse. But before he could finish speaking, the guy pulled him with all his strength. Now everything fell into place. It was this magician who helped the elder and caused a lot of trouble. At this time, during training in the forest, a meeting was taking place and the saint was speaking with the guys. She told us that, unfortunately, Some of the young heroes abandoned their studies and went to the temple. Therefore, now the remaining budget will be distributed among those who did not give up, and this news made the teenagers happy. Alos Swordmaster noticed that the teenagers had made extraordinary progress in their leveling up, while keeping silent about the fact that even more incredible is the so-called patronage of heroes. Suddenly a loud cry was heard in the clearing. It was the knight flying towards the assembled people on his horse. He reported that he had seen a gnoll eating a meal, and the entire knightly order headed there. The temple attendant asked what level this beast was, and when she found out that it was at rank 5, she nodded with satisfaction. She noticed that among the young heroes there were already 5th-level students, and it would be nice to test them. The prince gathered the students who had the 5th level, and they all went together in search of the gnoll. When the heroes discovered the formidable beast sitting and eating, the prince told them to remain silent. In a whisper, Alice Swordmaster said that this cannibal was very dangerous and arrogant. The princess said that after eating these animals become very hardy and strong. You need to be careful. If suddenly the gnoll's eyes turn red, it means he's had enough. At that very second, the beast turned around and looked at the heroes. The princess began to babble that she was asking for forgiveness for being noticed. With a menacing growl, the cannibal directed all his strength towards his new prey and began to run quickly towards them. The princess and the prince wished the heroes good luck. It was clear that they were not going to help. The boys were scared. They stared at the monster with all their eyes, and were not sure that they could overcome it. But among them was a brave warrior, Choi Gangmin, who loved to win and advised them to cast aside fear. He came up with a plan. It was necessary to stall for time. The guy said that he was very heavy, and this could play to the guy's advantage. First, he needed to deftly dodge his attack, which is what Choi Gangmin did. The next moment, all the guy's expectations were not met, and he felt a blow. A huge column of dust rose up, and nothing could be made out. The boys looked in confusion at what had happened to their friend. They called Choi Gangmin in the hope that he was not dead and would be able to get out and fight back against the offender. The gnoll's eyes were very furious. They sparkled with an unkind red fire and looked creepy. The boys were unable to stay on their feet, and after a strong blow, they flew to the sides. Suddenly, a fireball flew at the beast, which instantly neutralized it. It was Yubora who had learned to master the art of fire magic. But that was not all. In the next step, the girl wanted to kill the enemy with a sword. She used her superpowers and, with the help of patronage, turned the sword into a hard weapon. However, the girl didn't have enough time. The enemy raised his paw and struck. Yubora hung limply on the enemy's paw and could do nothing about it. She screamed in desperation, trying to free herself, but she was having trouble. Then the gnoll grabbed the girl by her clothes and threw her to the side with all his might. The student flew like a doll straight at her classmate. This opponent was also not afraid of her magic. The beast growled angrily, and its eyes glowed an eerie red color. Yubora lost consciousness. Chon Mien was left alone and did not know how she could be saved. There was very little hope. The girl desperately called for help, for at least someone to save her, but no one answered. The bloodthirsty monster was getting closer and closer to Chon Mien, and it seemed that there was no salvation. Chon Mien began to cry and quietly begged for help. The girl did not notice how the aroma began to spread around her. The gods watched everything that was happening with interest and curiosity. One could only guess what awaited the heroes. The terrible beast still didn't want to hurt Chon Mien, because she smelled so wonderful. Suddenly the girl noticed that a huge sword appeared, aimed straight at her enemy. In fear and numbness she opened her eyes, unable to utter a word. It was Prince Alice, the swordmaster, who at the last minute decided to come to the rescue. Jung Min couldn't calm down. She was shaking all over and tears were dripping from her eyes. The heavenly spirits breathed a sigh of relief, but some of them were not happy with this ending. The prince said that all the heroes who rushed into the attack must be sent the protection of heaven. The evil and powerful demon sat powerlessly on the grass and thought about who this guy was. After all, he was more powerful than any monster. He grabbed such a powerful creature and began to shake it. This immortal Kang Hansu wants the absolutely impossible because the evil magician cannot fulfill his request. However, the young man did not give up and threatened that if he did not help him, he would be killed. The demon touched his neck with his hand and performed a kind of ritual in which healing occurred. But the guy beat the creature badly, almost strangled it, and he needed to recover. Kang Hansu involuntarily glanced at the demon and thought that this ability irritated him terribly, because it was the same as Asa's. However, despite the threats, the horned guy was afraid to help the guy because he did not want to meet the saint in the city. But suddenly the demon had the idea that they could get into another city and sell the gold there. In general, the young man liked this idea, since he himself did not really want to meet the goddess's accomplices. When the travelers had already set off on their journey, the demon remembered something and spoke. He said that a couple of days ago an order of knights appeared in the forest, and they had better avoid this place. The demon said that it would be very dangerous for him, and Kang Hansu added to himself that he could also get into trouble because of his tongue. Watching this scene, the god silently laughed. The guy looked at him reproachfully. At this time, another couple was wandering through the forest. The girl was scolding Ohana for the fact that he had absolutely no idea what a toilet looked like. The guy pursed his lips in displeasure. He wanted to say that such places were not mentioned in novels and comics, but he remained silent. This girl had done too much for him, and he didn't want to quarrel with her. She walked ahead and continued her address to the guy, saying that he was constantly looking at her back. The girl had noticed this a long time ago and decided to say it anyway, because this behavior was a bit annoying. She added that she constantly feels this gaze and it makes her feel uneasy. The guy justified himself by saying that it was simply more comfortable for him to walk behind her, and not with the purpose of staring at her back. Ohanu was proud of himself, because such a spectacular and beautiful woman was helping him, even though he was seeing her for the first time. But that wasn't all. And the girl angrily added that one shouldn't be so ignorant, because Ohanu was trying to kill the slime. When they approached a certain place, the girl said that further on the orc territory began. The guy was very scared but didn't show it. His companion gave him final instructions to be careful, because orcs are much more dangerous than gnolls. After Ohanu nodded in agreement and said that he understood everything, she asked if this was true. In response, the guy smiled bewitchingly and said that naturally he understood everything. Several gods were watching what was happening in the forest. They didn't know if they could hope for this guy. This made Ohana very happy. He thought about his classmates who were in his opinion like in greenhouses, while he was noticed by several gods. All this time, his companion, who had been looking at him, asked him to remove that presumptuous smile from his face. Ohanu now had the shameful title of a slime-level mercenary, but for the guy, the most important thing was that he had new patronage and the opportunity to gain experience points, albeit not without risk. They approached the gnoll territory and were very surprised by the suspicious silence. The self-confident guy quietly said that it was precisely where the main characters were that the most interesting events took place. The mentor opened the map and began to study the information with surprise. She was a little puzzled. But the guy didn't see a problem with this and thought that if there were no gnolls here, then they could go further. The girl tried to object that it was necessary to return to the guild and double-check everything, but Ohanu condescendingly asked to trust him. She didn't understand how a person could be so self-confident, and then suddenly he was in danger. A huge, sharp pickaxe flew straight at the guy, and he barely managed to dodge and save himself. The burning eyes looked straight at him. The guy was a little scared of this huge beast. The pickaxe stuck into the ground literally half a meter near the guy. He screamed in horror. Armed, the girl rushed to meet the gnoll to help her companion. She accelerated to strike her aggressive enemy and kill him. The weapon hit its target right on target, and the beast screamed with an angry roar but did not stop. After all, the saber hit the bulletproof vest. This gnoll was prepared, and it was not so easy to deal with him. The mercenary frantically thought about what to do and how to defeat this enemy now. She asked her friend if he could get up to help her. The guy was completely taken aback. He confusedly agreed, and the girl added that it was necessary to take the sword because it was a personal gnoll who was very dangerous. Ohanu saw a live gnoll for the first time and was completely frightened, as he did not expect such an opponent. Now there were several of them, and they were all heading towards the mercenaries, screaming and with a terrifying gleam in their eyes. Finally, the girl made a decision. She quickly told her companion that she would distract their attention, and at this time he would be able to calmly run away. But the guy did not agree with this because he could not refuse such a number of new glasses for himself. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a strong, crushing blow, and Ohanu stopped feeling the ground under his feet. He was on the verge of some kind of unconscious state and was wondering what had hit him so hard. Everything was blurry before my eyes, and it was impossible to concentrate on the battle. The mercenary called him by name and tried to bring him to his senses, but all attempts were in vain. The guy's head was all mixed up. He thought that the main character couldn't die so quickly, and the spirits were laughing at such thoughts. After some time, Ohanu came to his senses and began to scream furiously and call out to his offender. But the first thing he saw was his companion, who was glad that the young man had finally woken up. She said that the knoll was finished, and suddenly the guy noticed that the girl was bandaging her hand. He realized with regret that during the battle the mercenary had lost her limb. Ohanu turned cold all over and trembled convulsively because he felt deep guilt before this girl. But the mercenary calmed the guy down and said that she herself made a mistake, and it was not his fault. The young man's head was filled with many thoughts, but he knew one thing for sure. After this, he was unworthy of being called a great hero. Ohanu could not believe that this was happening to him because of his own arrogance. The guy looked at the status window in the hope of finding at least some solution to this problem. The mercenary asked him to calm down, but the young man was so excited that he could not come to his senses. The girl kept repeating that it was her mistake, that she lost her arm due to her carelessness, and that the guy had nothing to do with it. Okan thought ironically that all this patronage effect was just an avoidance of responsibility. The spirits in the sky began to laugh furiously. The young people looked at this in bewilderment. This completely angered the already tense Ohanu. He demanded that the gods immediately shut up. There is nothing funny about this. At that very second, the guy felt a scorching stream of air from all sides. A curse came to the guy, the essence of which was that he would not be able to spy on other people's secrets, but he could easily reveal his own. Ohanu carefully studied the contents of his status and said something. Suddenly, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by the mercenary's question. She asked if everything was okay with him. She continued by saying that the guy was muttering something incomprehensible under his breath. Maybe he hurt his head when he fell. Ohanu couldn't believe his ears. Could all his dreams of traveling with the beauties of this world have turned out to be empty? The forest was full of danger, and the girl suggested not to tempt fate any further and go back to the city. The guy thought for a few seconds and made a final decision. He should turn to the saint, and she would help restore his hand. With all the determination that the young man had in him, he said that he promised to fix everything. He will take responsibility for the current situation and will not leave his companion in trouble. At this time, on the other side of the forest, Hansu was wandering along with the demon. In order not to walk silently, the guy thoughtfully asked what his friend's name was. The demon muttered discontentedly that they had been walking together for a long time, and the young man only now became interested in his name. The man then revealed that he was not just an ordinary demon, but had a famous lineage, and his name was Cogmos. He added that in the demon world, status does not play a special role, because the most important thing there is strength, unlike people who are too worried about their royal origins. Hansu laughed good-naturedly and said that in other words, this guy is just a demon loser who is not worth anything today. However, this greatly offended his companion, and Cogmos, unable to restrain himself, began to cry. The guy decided to make amends for the situation and asked if the demon had the same nickname. Having calmed down a little, the demon said that his nickname was Moz, which was given to him by an old friend. And lamentingly, he added that he couldn't even congratulate her on the birth of her child. Cogmos continued his sad confession, but the guy no longer listened to him. He thought that this was a story where she was actually very sad, but at the same time, Hansu himself was not in the best position. The patron's spirit yawned rhythmically, adding that he was very bored and needed to leave the forest as soon as possible. Hansu thought with displeasure at how different the god's behavior was when they were walking alongside a demon compared to when they were accompanied by humans or an elf. Suddenly, the demon saw something on the ground and stopped his gaze on this imprint. It was a paw print that showed they had finally arrived. Cogmos said that in just a little while they would be out of the forest. The guy was happy, but the demon advised him not to be so careless. After all, when they get out of the forest, a knightly kingdom awaits them, and nearby is the territory of the orcs. Hansu thought that this was a great opportunity to meet someone good. However, the demon was not so optimistic, and noted that the orcs had higher-level skills. Standing on a high cliff, Cogmos pointed down, and their gaze opened to a view of the orcs' dwellings. These orcs had pig-like faces, huge muscular bodies, and a cruel, evil look. The young man noticed that these were ordinary, unremarkable orcs, who also bred cattle. Suddenly, one of them smelled a suspicious odor and shouted that there was a human smell nearby. They determined that somewhere nearby there were men, that is, males. This upset them a little, but for a snack this would do. A moment later they noticed the travelers looking at them, Kogmos hissed that it was all because of Hansu. At first the guy didn't understand why he was accused of this, but the demon explained that his eyes glowed red like a knoll's. Hansu said that he simply got used to the spectacular shine and forgot to remove it. In response, the demon growled angrily that the young man was a completely irresponsible guy, because he could have easily hidden the red flame, but did not do so. The guy laughed and said that they just glowed so cool in the dark. Kogmos asked if he was an idiot. However, the hero's squabble was interrupted by a terrible stomping sound. A horde of orcs headed in their direction. Hansu carefully studied the situation, noticing to himself that red eyes also had very useful functions, such as seeing in the dark. The youth counted about 200 enraged huge orcs with pig snouts and weapons. Hansu also noted that they were walking very relaxed, that is, they were completely confident in their victory. And the demon continued to blame his companion for such a lively interest in these creatures, because he literally exuded wealth, and the animals knew the value of things. Thanks to his victories over the gnolls, the guy really did have a large amount of gold and jewelry, which aroused the lively contempt of the orcs. Hansu jumped off the cliff with all his determination. If these animals wanted to talk, they would get it. There was no stopping this desperate and fearless guy, and Kogmos simply threw up his hands. The young hero greeted his enemies, who got angry and shouted that he was some kind of skinny pig. They angrily shouted at the skinny pig to put his things away. Since the boy remained silent, the orcs turned to him again with the question, "Does he really not understand the language of pigs? And why did Hansu call himself a man?" The huge, toothy monster stared at the young man in amazement and guessed that he understood their language. The orcs began to talk among themselves, demanding things from him and saying that he was quite smart for his kind. The guy sighed inconsolably. Although these creatures had a slightly larger vocabulary than the gnolls, they were still far from constructive dialogue. There was not much choice, so the young man grabbed his weapon. He assumed that these orcs would be stronger than the opponents he had met before. Lightning fast, Hansu grabbed his sword and demanded that they quickly empty everything from their pockets. One of the assembled orcs began to say that the guy had unfairly called them pigs. But before he could finish his speech, a sharp sword blade pierced him. The young man thought that it was better not to guess what awaited him ahead, whether he would be able to overcome this horde. He maliciously suggested that they figure out which of them was really the pig. Hansu launched his weapon and it flew towards the orcs with a swift whistle. The dagger hit the evil monster right in the head, and he didn't even have time to react. One of the orcs asked what kind of fearless pig this was. The other replied that he should talk less and go into battle faster. They were afraid of the strange man and argued about who should go and win. Hansu turned around in confusion. Did they really give up so quickly? It was surprising. A demon quickly approached. The guy turned to him, remembering how he said that orcs were stronger than gnolls. Kogmos replied that this was true. Something was wrong with the guy. Hansu killed the last enemy and looked around thoughtfully. Finally, the guy wiped his knife from the thick blood of the monsters. Now they were all finished. It was quiet around. The young man thought that it would be much easier to deal with this horde of pigs than he had expected. Then Hansu noticed that the demon, as a companion and comrade, could help deal with them. Suddenly, Kogmos's legs sparkled with some strange light. Hansu did not understand what was happening to him. The guy looked at what was happening in amazement. It looked strange, suspicious, and dangerous. The demon looked at the sky and told his companion to also pay attention to the strange creature there. It was a huge white dragon flying across the sky, sparkling light emanating from it. Hansu looked after this creature, trying to guess where it was heading. Overcoming the pain, Kogmos said that a saint was flying on this dragon. The guy stared at him in surprise. The demon added that thanks to the latest technology, this creature accurately measured the distance and attacked. However, on the other side, there was a kingdom of elves, and if the saint herself intervened, then the matter was truly serious. Kogmos also said that thanks to this, he escaped death, but they were very unlucky that they met it together. Hansu began to continue the conversation, but suddenly stopped short and asked where the demon's legs were. He groaned and replied that for a demon such wounds were nothing, but if they were inflicted by a saint, they were more difficult to heal. He asked Hansu to carry him further in his arms, since it was still impossible for him to move independently. And after some time, the guy realized that he had no other choice anyway, even though he was angry at the whole world for the fact that he had been on the brink of death more than once. God advised him not to suffer with such a burden and to throw this demon to be eaten by the orcs. but Khan Hansu was in no mood for jokes. But Kogmos was not against such a proposal, because if anyone found out that the great demon accepted help from a simple person, he would be ashamed. Kang Hansu noted that it would be necessary to spread a few rumors about this if the demon decided to escape, and he asked if the guy was human. The young man said that he could hardly be called an ordinary person, since he almost became a hero. However, this statement greatly agitated the demon, and he asked again what he meant. While thinking, Kang Hansu noticed that the demon could see his status. Kogmos replied that the hero's curse was most often received by demons. It is impossible for an ordinary person to gain such power under the patronage of only an elf. The demon also clarified that there may be some special effect from Asa's patronage that is unknown to him. Kogmos said that he had seen a lot in this world, but this was the first time he had heard such patronage. The only thing that comes to mind is the similarity to some curse. The demon had never heard of Asa's patronage and had never encountered such a term. Kang Hansu walked depressed and silently. He had no idea before that he would be so irritated by the appearance of status to others. And his companion continued thoughtfully that this patronage looked like fraud because the guy didn't eat, didn't relieve himself, and his strength never ended. The young man looked into the distance. He agreed with the demon's conclusions, but he thought that this patronage looked more like a curse. After all, it is absolutely impossible to advance in development with such patronage. No matter how many points you earn, you still return to your place. The guy thought deeply about his possibilities and prospects in this world. However, the demon still wanted to know the details, and again began asking questions. Kang Hansu did not know what to answer. He looked at his patron god to clarify his guess, but the spirit sighed deeply and indulged in some touching memory. Kang Hansu looked at him in amazement, not understanding what had come over the weightless god. Meanwhile, one of the students was menacingly destroying everything in his path because he was very nervous due to his failures in battle. Choi Gangmin noticed that everyone gathered here had suffered many failures, and there was no need to voice their anger so loudly. So he calmed down a little and stopped smashing furniture, but stopped in thought. Alo's swordmaster entered the room and clapped his hands, calling everyone into silence. He added that the well-fed gnomes become stronger, but as soon as the guys gain experience and raise their level, they will be able to quickly defeat them. This somewhat calmed the assembled teenagers. I decided not to lose heart prematurely. The prince thought to himself that everything was going quite well, but for some reason there were fewer gnolls in the area. Suddenly, a reporting commander entered the hall, saying that they were unable to find the mercenaries who destroyed a large gnoll dwelling. And the only information they were able to obtain was that what was done belonged to a knightly detachment. After all, the characteristics of the attack and the traces left at the crime scene indicated only a special squad. Prince Alo's swordmaster thought deeply, because the entrance to the forest is so that the heroes can hunt in peace. However, some unknown knightly detachment penetrated there unnoticed and inflicted destruction on the gnolls. Whether it's one criminal or a whole gang, it's impossible, but the prince has another idea. Although it was a bit hasty, he ordered the heroes to begin preparing to fight the orcs. The prince ordered the commander to be trained and the investigation to be transferred to the hands of the appropriate guild. Alos and the commander continued to talk about future plans, when suddenly the door to the hall opened. Ohanu stood at the threshold, out of breath and breathing heavily. He had finally arrived. The prince turned around in bewilderment and did not understand what was happening, because the hero did not come alone. Ohanu had his girlfriend, who was very weak, sitting on his shoulders. The guy quickly asked where the saint was because he needed her very urgently. Everyone present in the hall turned around and looked at the travelers who had entered. The guys were talking among themselves about whether Ohanu had changed his mind about training the experience alone. However, he did not pay attention to anyone and loudly asked where the saint was, because he had heard that she had returned. The prince calmly ordered his student to observe the rules of decency and behave appropriately. Okanu asked for forgiveness through clenched teeth and told that the girl had suffered because of him. When the princess saw the girl passing by, she barely held back a cry of surprise. But she interrupted her and said that now she was a simple mercenary, although due to an injury she would have to return to her homeland. Athena Archmage wanted to ask why she needed to go back when she saw her injured arm. The mercenary said that it happened by accident as a result of a battle. Okanu impatiently asked that the saint be called here as soon as possible for help. Suddenly the doors opened and the saint came in. She was very unhappy that there was a lot of noise around. Alos reported that a student who had broken away from the general group had returned to the temple. Okan went to the saint and wanted to tell her that he had a request for her, but his path was blocked. The guards didn't let the guy in and didn't let him finish speaking. He asked to listen. I advise you to be outraged by the fact that the young man at the first level already managed to earn a curse. But Ohanu noticed that he had found for them the best first-class ally who would be useful. The saint looked at the girl who came with the guy in bewilderment. After thinking for a bit, the saint decided to decide whether this girl should be considered first class just because she had the status of a marquise or the daughter of a duke. Ohanu said that he definitely considers her first class because she was able to save him at the risk of her own life. However, the saint did not rush to conclusions and began to address her disciple. She asked him to look around and see all the knights and servants who had gathered. Every single one of them is capable of risking their own lives to protect their loved ones and friends. Therefore, there is nothing first class about it that should be taken for granted. The guy tried to justify the girl by saying that she had a noble soul, but the servant harshly repeated the question of what was first class about her. Ohanu was furious. He could no longer contain his emotions and was about to shout out loud that she has enormous potential, which invariably helps heroes in battles. The saint agreed that in the long term, in a few years, this girl could indeed become a good, well-mannered lady. But this answer did not satisfy the guy. He said that he was talking about abilities. The attendant categorically noted that they had enough capable people. After all, even his classmates managed to reach the 6th level in 5 days, unlike him. Okanu said angrily that there are abilities that they cannot even dream of. However, the next second he was met with the disapproving glances of his friends. The guy stopped short. Sweat was running down his face. He remembered how he left with a loud statement that he didn't need to train. Now the guys looked at him with condemnation because the guy returned without achieving anything, even though he had promised so loudly. At this point, the temple attendant asked if there were any more statements from Ohanu. For the guy, everything that happened was humiliating, but he felt deeply guilty before the girl. Kneeling down, overcoming the discomfort, the boy tearfully begged to heal the mercenary's hand. However, the saint was adamant. She refused to fulfill his request and said that first he must show his worth. She added that this is the guy's debt and she will not pay it because it is his responsibility. Then the temple maiden sat down opposite Ohanu to explain some misconceptions to him. The saint said that the young man was too frivolous about her miracles, but he did not agree with her. Then she called her companion who was to tell about the miracles performed by the saint. He read aloud the document stating that the country expresses gratitude to the saint for the healing of Elder Cerebrae. She had many achievements to her credit: 15 spirit swords, 200 ancient wood bows, 600 tamed unicorns, and 15 phoenix feathers. The boys heard these numbers with bated breath and admired the elder's feats. The saint said that this is what constitutes the value of the hero, his deeds and exploits, and then asked what Okan could provide. The guy couldn't voice any of his achievements, but he asked to consider it an investment in his future actions. But the temple servant said that in that case they would postpone this conversation until later, when the young man had gained strength. The young man began to hear disapproving voices saying that he himself had run away and did not want to train, but now he had come with a request. Teenagers made fun of him. I remember how he pretended to be cool and know-it-all. Ohanu was in despair and hit the floor with his fist with all his might. His nerves stretched taut. Suddenly, Eubora turned to the attendant with a question. She raised her hand and asked to speak. She apologized for such an impudent offer, but asked the arriving swordswoman to add her to her team. The girl noticed that the mercenary was valuable material and wanted to bring her closer to herself. After some thought, the temple attendant said that since this is what the respected student wants, so be it. With these words, she kindly turned to Arya to give her her hand. The saint cast her spells on both sides, and for a moment a flickering light spread throughout the hall. She said that from now on, Arya becomes the sword and shield for the hero Eubora. The mercenary's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't believe what she saw. The bandage flew in all directions, and her hand appeared as if there had been no injury. The girl was very happy. She could not hold back her tears of joy and thanked the saint. The servant told Arya to quickly go to her new comrade, the hero Eubora. The saint then added that too much time had been wasted on useless arguments. Alos Swordmaster agreed with the servant and said that they needed to speed up. Everyone immediately started to get ready, but Ohanu continued to sit on the floor, his head sadly down, and caustic remarks reached his ears. The prince from Kasia looked at the guy but did not approach him or say anything. The young man was in despair. He could not hide his emotions, he was very ashamed. Suddenly, Ohanu heard a gentle address and a hand extended towards him. It was the princess who said that the guy failed to get recognition, but he didn't do anything bad either. Then, Athena Archmage thanked the young hero for bringing her childhood friend to the temple. Ohanu looked at the princess in bewilderment, and she added that she sincerely thanked him for this. The princess took his hand in hers. She condemned the guy and was ready to give him a chance. Now he has become her second student who can really distinguish himself in future battles. Okan was very surprised, and at the same time proud. A ball with wonderful figures sparkled around them. The guy looked at this phenomenon and was incredibly amazed by what he saw. On his status window, he saw the word magic, young man, and still did not believe in his happiness that he became the second student of the princess. With this, Princess Athena Archmage wishes the young hero success and good luck on his difficult journey. Then the girl turned around to catch up with the rest of the guys, and Ohanu continued to sit on the floor. He looked at his hand, which the princess had just touched, and could not believe his happiness. The guy thought that Athena Archmage liked him, and she just liked him. Ohanu jumped to his feet and, unable to contain his joyful cry, congratulated himself on the new beginning. And at the other end of the forest, a brutal duel was taking place between the orcs and the young hero Hansu. The young man was furious. He dealt his powerful blows against the offenders, and they flew in different directions. The orcs asked not to touch them and to try to negotiate with them, but the guy was not in the mood for talking. After all, these unprincipled creatures did not inspire any confidence and could attack from behind. When the guy defeated everyone, he thought that these animals would not call their friends. Unlike the gnolls, it is impossible to hide on the plain. Kang Hansu looked at the loot that remained from the defeated wild orcs. The wild buffalo and rams were hungry, and therefore cried loudly to attract attention. They menacingly headed towards Kang Hansu, but the guy stopped them, warning them that he was inedible. He offered the wild bull a piece of his cloak, and it did not refuse such a meal. The young man smiled smugly. Kogmos, who had been sitting tied up all this time, muttered that Kang Hansu was having too much fun. The demon had already managed to restore his legs during this time. Kang Hansu noted that regeneration usually occurs in lizards, but the demon was on him and did not continue this conversation. Then the guy saw his companion, who hid the horns with the help of his magic. He noted that this was necessary since he would have to enter the city. Kogmos could not have hidden his horns initially, as this would have prevented his recovery. Still continuing to grumble, the demon stood up, but his speech was interrupted by some circumstances. The bull decided to dine on his clothes. The guy thought that this demon was not so stupid, but he was already pretty bored of walking and wanted to get to the city as soon as possible. Suddenly, some strange sound was heard from afar. It did not sound like the stomping of gnolls or orcs. These were carts with harnessed horses and people sitting in them, rushing at full speed. A real picture of the company appeared before the heroes because orcs were chasing the carts. The greedy orcs shouted for the people to stop immediately and lay out everything they had. They answered in languages incomprehensible to the heroes and did not slow down. Suddenly, armed warriors headed towards the savages, and a man sitting on a strip shouted something menacingly at them. But these huge armed orcs were in a warlike mood. They greeted the knights with laughter. All this time, the observing travelers did not interfere in the showdown. Kogmos assumed that nothing terrible would happen if they did not help. However, Kang Hansu reminded his comrade that he too did not marry the old queen. Then the guy added that at first they just watch, and if the situation gets out of control, they interfere. He thought to himself that this demon is absolutely heartless. But it seemed that the people had already spent their strength, and the orcs were approaching them. The armed knights wanted to protect the carriages and continued their desperate battle. However, one of the orcs sensed the barely perceptible scent of the female. His comrade told him not to get distracted, because their goal was to take away the provisions. Suddenly, the carriage door slowly began to open, and some man came out. The savage looked with wide eyes and assumed that it was from there that the female should come out now. It was indeed several girls who gathered to help their knights. The orcs laughed wildly and said that these people had too many problems in their heads. If they had given you everything, they would have let them go. But the next second, a powerful stream of fire exploded and flew straight at the enemies. The girls were not as simple as they seemed at first glance, and had certain abilities. In the hands of the other was not the chilling magic that complemented the sharp sword. The woman attacked the monster with all her might, and he didn't have time to dodge. A powerful stream of fire and freezing force enveloped everything around and filled the space for a moment. The knights were very happy about this and smiled maliciously. They thought that the battle was over. Hansu, who was amazed by this scene, said that this could only be magic. However, the demon was not impressed. The guy muttered in disappointment that he didn't really like it. Kogmos asked with irony in his voice if the young man was upset that his fellow tribesmen remained alive. To this, the young man replied that he simply regretted the missed opportunity to come to the rescue and take revenge. He thought it would be nice to make friends with such powerful women. They were not obviously from the upper classes. An idea came into the guy's head and he took a deep breath into his lungs. Hansu shouted with all the strength he had that there was an incredibly beautiful female here. The stunned demon grabbed his head, and the young man noted that people would not understand him anyway. But the orcs would hear him well. The guy's eyes sparkled with an evil fire. He had a malicious plan that he wanted to carry out. The girls looked around in shock for a moment, but they did not understand who was shouting and what he wanted. The guy stood on a high cliff and he could clearly see the whole picture of the battle. The stupid orcs began to rush towards him and argue among themselves about who would get the female. People were confused and perplexed, saying something incomprehensible to each other. One of the fire mistresses turned around and said something to her fellow tribesmen in amazement. All this time, Kogmos, who had been watching, thoughtfully said that now the guy was using the curse to call the orcs. But their goal was different. Hansu said that he just wanted to come to the lady's aid because his plans had changed somewhat. God could not stand it any longer and suggested leaving the people to die, but the guy apologized and said that he could not do otherwise. After all, a fierce battle was taking place on the battlefield, and the girls began to give up their positions. The leader of the orcs said that the females belonged to him and the rest of the people must be killed. The girl stared in amazement at Hansu, who appeared out of nowhere. He was ready to repel all blows and watched what was happening carelessly. The young man looked into the distance, assessing the road to the city, not paying attention to the presence of savages. They recognized the guy and were a little puzzled that this guy had appeared on their path again. But Hansu had incredible strength and endurance. He said that this is what he had to do. After all, this is called a kind of self-sacrifice of the passing Asa. The wild monster said that this skinny pig had completely lost its fear, and so he must deal with him and put an end to the guy's arrogant appearances once and for all. Org angrily shouted that he would kill him first and dealt a strong blow with his sword. However, Hansu reacted with lightning speed and dodged the swing aimed at him. The young man had already noticed and realized that they were behaving very identically. Every step could be predicted. Suddenly, another cunning plan arose in the guy's head, and he turned to his enemies. His fingers went straight into the orc's snout, and he ended up in his hands. Now he could make a strong swing. With a terrible cry, the savage flew over the young man and hit the ground painfully. The surprised girls watched this with bated breath. They were already a little tired of fighting. Hansu said with disgust that this method was effective, but a little unpleasant. Weapons were flying from all sides. The orcs were very angry and wanted to deal with him as quickly as possible. But the guy easily dodged all the blows because he already understood how they would work. All movements and next steps became predictable for the young men. It was not difficult to deal with the savages. Suddenly, the demon warned the guy that he needed to be careful, and he turned around in surprise. A large orc with red glowing eyes was flying towards Hansu. The young man faced him fearlessly, even though the monster was very powerful with a huge sword. Kogmos shouted that one shouldn't be so careless, because the red orc is very dangerous. However, at the same moment, a crushing blow was heard, and with all the power that Hansu had, he attacked the enemy. The girls recoiled in horror and couldn't hold back a loud cry. The guy noticed that it was inappropriate for a monster to jump up so abruptly. Then the young man calmly asked again what it was that he needed to take care of. However, now it didn't really matter. Rolling his eyes, the demon said so that he wouldn't pay attention. Hansu looked at the defeated enemy, wondering why his body had also turned red. The knights couldn't hold back their joyful cries, and the boy even made out some of the words of relief they said. The young man smiled smugly. Now he understood this speech to some extent. It was not for nothing that during his journey he took lessons in a foreign language from a demon. The god really didn't like everything that was happening, because such behavior was completely uncharacteristic of Asa. However, the duel was not over. The orcs again attacked the young man, as they believed that he would eventually get tired. In the same second, a weapon flew at the head of the evil monster, and he barely managed to cover himself with his hand. Suddenly he saw that there was a hand of his fellow tribesman lying on the grass. This was unexpected. Hansu addressed the orcs present, demanding that those who could turn red raise their hands. They were surprised how he knew their language, but the guy added that if they didn't want to do it, then it was okay. With these words, he dealt with the remaining monsters, and the duel came to an end. Cogmos asked his companion if everything was okay, and he assured him that everything was absolutely normal. But the next second, the demon clarified that he was not asking about the young man, but about the situation that had unfolded nearby. After all, a girl was walking towards them, and the knights guarding her were in a warlike mood. The boy realized that his behavior was too reminiscent of the habits of the gnolls and asked the demon to talk to them. It was not his plan to quarrel with these people and continue the attack. Cogmos introduced himself as a mage and added that his companion was swordsman Khan Hansu, who did not know the local language. The demon translated the words spoken by the young man and thought to himself that this guy was a good writer. Suddenly, a girl walking towards them screamed loudly, and among the incomprehensible words she said, only the swordsman's name could be discerned. Cogmos, who understood perfectly what she was saying, confirmed that this guy really did have the hero's curse. At the same time, the demon noticed that the young man also had the patronage of a high-ranking elf, which allowed him to judge how deep the trust in him was. The guy got angry when he remembered the goddess and her curse, because of which he could no longer hold conversations. And the girl, having calmed down, apologized for suspecting this man. Kang Hansu was delighted and thought that getting a translator was a brilliant idea. Now the local people would trust him. The patronizing arch gritted his teeth in indignation. He felt very uncomfortable. He was angry at the guy and said that such a traitor had no place among the living and deserved serious punishment. Kang Hansu asked his patron to be patient for a little while, and in return he would tell him some secret. When everyone was already asleep and twilight had enveloped the area, Khan Hansu was sitting near the fire. God was wandering nearby. The spirit became noticeably more cheerful after hearing the secret, and said that being a eunuch was actually not so bad. The guy muttered through his teeth that it was all because of patronage, but at least God's mood had improved. Kang Hansu thought that his patronage had one significant drawback, which was also a strength, and that was the reset of all states. The fire blazed and sent sparks into the sky, but the guy kept looking and felt nothing. He was thinking that he hadn't just sat by the fire for a long time, but then he heard leisurely steps. The girl who came addressed him by name and sat down nearby on a log. It was Julia, a lady from an aristocratic family who attended a fantasy school. Kang Hansu was a little embarrassed because he couldn't understand what she was saying to him, and the translator had already gone to bed. The guy thought about why she sat so far away, because she called him herself. Maybe she wants him to leave. However, the girl again addressed him by name, and Kang Hansu irritably asked what she wanted. Julia took out her dagger and showed it to the guy, trying to explain something. Her weapon glowed with a blue magical radiance that filled the space around it. The guy guessed that perhaps she was asking him to show her his dagger. Kang Hansu decided to play a little joke on the girl and showed his finger that was emitting a red light. Julia stared at him in amazement and said not a word, but her gaze was full of horror. Then she stood up and began to shout something loudly to her interlocutor. Julian was so surprised and angry that tears began to appear in her eyes. The girl sat down on a log and began to cry. Kang Hansu looked at her dumbfoundedly, not understanding what had happened to her. Having roughly guessed that she was most likely upset because he hadn't shown her anything, the guy took out his weapon. At this, the girl looked at him with gratitude and said something in her own language. Then she quickly jumped up and ran away, muttering something to herself along the way. And Kang Hansu was completely confused. He tried to say something else, but the girl had already disappeared. Thoughtfully, the guy said how incomprehensible the female soul is, to which the god giggled and added that for a eunuch such a thing is not necessary. Meanwhile, a terrible conflict broke out in the temple. Okanu sincerely did not understand why the guards did not let him into the dorm, because the guy was also a hero. The elder who approached noticed that Ohanu was not just a noble hero, but a failed person. And since the young man left the temple and lost support, he now has 3 choices. The first option was that the guy would get a payoff, but he would have to give up his hero title, and if he found out, he would face the death penalty. Ohanu's eyes widened in horror, and he staggered to the side. He didn't want to die so early. If the guy chooses the second option, he will be able to return to training, but without support, until visible results are achieved. But this option also did not satisfy Ohana very much, since in this case, ridicule from friends could not be avoided. The guy frowned and asked to be told what the third option might be. To this, the elder replied that the young man could dedicate his life to the temple and in that case, he would receive a comfortable existence and marriage to an aristocrat. However, he will have to live his whole life in the temple and not go beyond its boundaries. The guy decided that the first option is the best. The man handed him a paper that he had to sign. I read about Khan that it was a contract that had to be read and agreed to. The elder explained that the signature was a kind of security measure to ensure that Okanu would not tell anyone anything. The guy was also handed a large chest of jewelry and a new ID card. The young man said that such events were very different from fairy tales, and he stared at the diamonds with wide eyes. The man did not understand the words he said, and the guy, embarrassed, added that he was talking to himself. After all, in the short stories that the guy read, the temple and the one who rejected the main character were evil. But here there was such a manifestation of care. Ohanu was very pleased and asked if he could spend the money as he saw fit. When this was confirmed to him, the young man went on his way, thinking that the relationship with a noble girl was, in general, not bad. But in that case, he won't be able to have a harem, and in general, Okan's path is different, with the title of a true hero. The young man decided to go to the slave market first, and the god of wine, who had been watching him for a long time, rushed after him. A fine but stubborn rain began to fall, flowing down the asphalt, and the melody of falling drops sounded all around. Then the cloud cleared, but the temple remained gloomy as the servants had to turn to the saint with the sad news. The hero named Ohanu renounced his title and set out on a free journey. The saint sadly noted that this was not all. Even if no one else renounced, they would all have a hard time. After all, there are 2 saints on the continent of fantasy, and if a real battle begins, she will have to pull it all off alone. The saint also noted that there were rumors about an unknown knightly order destroying gnolls. The maid confirmed this and said that this group really did exist, but the saint could not believe it. The girl also added that it is believed that it was specially trained warriors who mastered the art of fencing who destroyed the gnolls. However, the saint could not believe it, because all the gnolls were destroyed, and the elves dreamed of this so many times, but could not achieve success. With a sigh, the maid suggested that perhaps it was the demon kings who were raging like that. This completely outraged the temple employee, and she looked questioningly at the girl. Embarrassed, the girl asked for forgiveness, and said that she had accidentally misspoke, and hadn't meant that at all. The saint sternly assured that one should not make hasty conclusions, and that everything needed to be sorted out. However, there is some truth in this, and the saint ordered everything to be thoroughly checked to see if the demon kings were involved. She then added that perhaps their habitat is on the outskirts of the western lands. There was a great demon king and many others at the edge of the east, and there were also some in the central continents. But such creatures do not act quietly. Then the temple servant plunged into her thoughts on how to make sure that no one would interfere with their investigation. Suddenly she heard someone calling her. It was Nosa. He came to tell her that a message had arrived from the school. He began to talk about how, while the school was on vacation, the management wanted to invite the heroes, but he didn't manage to finish the sentence, and Saint abruptly cut him off. She was outraged that someone had leaked information about the summoning of heroes, because no one should have expected this. Nosa replied that one student accidentally saw the status window of the hero Ohanu in the guild. In despair, the saint covered her face with her hands. She realized that she had made a mistake in allowing this guy to do whatever he wanted. She was wondering whether it was worth getting involved with the school, because the heroes there were still too weak. On the other hand, it was possible to meet a worthy companion for them there. After a short pause, the saint said that she would think about the school's offer, and Nosa replied that he would contact them right away. Suddenly, the door to the hall opened and an excited and frightened knight ran in. Out of breath, he could not utter a word, and the saint excitedly urged him to continue. The knight caught his breath and said that they had found a suspicious bag. Presumably, it belonged to the hero. At this time, Kong Hansu was already in the city, looking at the crowd that had gathered around. The demon muttered that it was a natural phenomenon to recruit such a number of mercenaries to their team. Suddenly, one of them approached the guy with some question. Kogmos translated that he was asking about the guy's abilities and how to develop them. Kong Hansu noticed that these people were too straightforward. The demon sarcastically suggested to convey that the guy was embarrassed by their vile greed. The furious boy told him not to dare say that, but Kogmos really thought such questions were a bit tactless. At the same time, the demon added that this was the natural behavior of mercenaries. The guy was discouraged. Was it really possible for a mercenary to behave impudently? Kogmos advised me to twist his words, but in reality there is a certain cruelty in disputes among mercenaries. This made the guy a little curious. Why do people become mercenaries if it is so dangerous? The demon said that this is all for the sake of getting points that they receive as a result of completing the task. The guy stared thoughtfully at a point on the wall, meaning mercenaries get experience points. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him and he feverishly began to open his status window. The young man couldn't hide his excitement, because he couldn't earn experience points through achievements and hunting. Cogmos didn't understand the guy and asked again what he meant, but he patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner and wanted to know more details. With a sinking feeling and terrible excitement in his voice, the guy turned to his friend with a request. Hansu was very interested in how he could become a mercenary in order to earn experience points. After some time, the guy looked at the surroundings in fascination. He came where he wanted. Hansu stood in the middle of the street and shouted loudly about how good it was to finally get into the city. However, the demons pointedly noted that the young man's face did not show much joy, and in response, the guy said that it was all because of the unpleasant smell that emanated from the travelers who had gathered near the gate. It was obvious that they had not had the opportunity to wash in the forest. And then he noticed that Hansu didn't smell like roses either, after bathing in the blood of savages. This remark somewhat offended the guy, to which Cogmos said that his companion should not pretend to be vulnerable. At this time, the guy turned around in search of mercenaries, but they were nowhere to be found. The demon was surprised by such a desire for them. Cogmos told where they could be found, but his friend lagged behind a bit as he was looking at the local delicacies at the market. Hansu enthusiastically took the fruits in his hands. The demon said with displeasure that the young man did not even feel hungry. They continued on their way, and Cogmos suggested going to the girls who wanted to see them. They soon met some local girls who were in the battle and were saved by Hansu. They offered to rent accommodation for the travelers as compensation and gratitude. The god was not very pleased with this event, but the young man calmed him down by reminding him that he was a eunuch. Cogmos said that it would be a good idea to wash up first, if the guy didn't want to be thrown out as soon as he crossed the threshold. The puzzled young man sniffed himself and realized that he was indeed emitting not very pleasant aromas. The private courtyard that the girls had prepared for the guests looked very attractive and large. In addition, it contained very cute slime creatures that performed useful functions. Hansu noticed that these wonderful animals eat dust from clothes, thus ridding them of dirt. When the demon noticed that the guy liked the slimes, he spoke about their high cost. The young man asked how expensive they were, and his companion replied that the price was a mountain of gold the size of himself. However, Hansu really liked this little animal, and he noticed that its price made it even cuter. The demon watched what was happening with displeasure and hurried the guy to change clothes, but he didn't have any change of clothes. To this, Cogmos said that he had taken care of it in advance and prepared a suit for his companion, since it was indecent to make girls wait. Hansu remarked that with such qualities, you could have been married a long time ago, but the demon did not take his joke. Later, in a certain room, smartly dressed guys were waiting for the girls who invited them to arrive. Hansu had been waiting for quite a long time and was terribly nervous, thinking that he didn't need to change clothes for such an event. The demon was not bored at this time. He was in the company of local ladies and told them funny stories. Watching this scene, the guy grumbled discontentedly at his companion, and the god was indignant at the intentions of his friends. Suddenly the iron doors opened and two girls who had been in battle appeared on the threshold. The guy looked at them with bated breath and sighed with relief that they had finally arrived. Those present in the hall also stared with admiration at the elegant and beautiful ladies who entered. The girls smiled warmly and waved their hands when they saw their friends. They said something good-naturedly in their incomprehensible language, but Hansu didn't understand them. Cogmos helpfully said that they had also only recently arrived. The young man rolled her eyes in displeasure, not understanding why he was lying. Soon, Hansu got bored with their conversation, and he said that they could have something to eat first. Nodding in agreement, the demon offered the girls one establishment that they could visit. However, they only looked at Hansu and were ready to go wherever he said. Cogmos was very indignant at this statement, and angrily told his companion that he should decide. This made the guy laugh, and he asked to tell him that he needed to eat, and the demon at that time thought that people and demons are the same everywhere. They strive for the strong. Hansu liked his new acquaintances more and more, and in his joy he did not notice how the spirit's eyes flared up furiously. At this time, Ohanu reached where he wanted to go and looked at this building in amazement. He couldn't believe that such a huge castle was the slave market he was looking for. Okanu heard the delighted cries of the ladies who were spinning around the strong, muscular slave. They touched his body and said that he would be perfect for the role of a porter because he was strong enough. The girls tried to talk to him and asked questions, but the guy looked sadly at the floor. Some slave nearby fell down from weakness, and the menacing man shouted at him. He beat and shouted at his slaves. Apparently he wanted to get them back, but they fell from powerlessness. Ohanu looked at what was happening with sadness and sympathy. He did not expect that everything would look so gloomy here. However, the guy had to continue on his way, and he went further, and the gods looked on with curiosity and made bets. Okan saw some guy sitting behind bars. His eyes were sad and his hands were handcuffed. Behind the other bars, there was a girl who looked sadly at the floor and no longer hoped for luck. The guy thought that he couldn't find a suitable slave for himself when his thoughts were interrupted by some voice. It was his classmate who for some reason also ended up in this place. Not far from the guy, there was a huge man with huge muscles. He stood without blinking and without moving. Meanwhile, the classmate continued to happily say that they thought the same way because they had decided to leave training. Okan thought that he probably didn't know because he hadn't been to a single training session at all. And his friend at this time continued that they needed to stick together because they had common business. And then the guy added that he could share some useful information with Ohanu. He said that then at the table sits a man who can recommend a good slave if he finds out that they are heroes. Okanu protested that they couldn't tell anyone who they were, but his friend said that if they looked at the status, then there was no guilt. The guy thought about it. He didn't even imagine that there was such a loophole in the contract. His classmate continued the conversation, asking what kind of slave Ohanu wanted for himself, but he was not in the mood to talk. Realizing that there would be no conversation, the young man said goodbye to his friend and suggested that he drop by the inn if he changed his mind. To himself, he thought that his comrade was too suspicious, and he had some assumptions about this. The man who traded slaves wanted to brush off Ohanu who approached him, but the guy had no intention of leaving empty-handed, so he simply stated what he needed. Next to me, the status window was clearly visible to the gentleman and he became very agitated. The presence of the hero greatly inspired this man, so he became anxious to please him. With a friendly smile, the man invited his interlocutor to make themselves at home. He voiced the options for slaves and asked what the young man wanted to receive. The gentleman had his own goals, because a retired hero should have a decent fortune. Ohanu hit the table with such force that a loud ringing sound could be heard throughout the room. The guy demanded a strong woman warrior. The gentleman was somewhat confused. He said that there were none, but after thinking a bit, he decided to meet the guy halfway. The man invited Okan to enter behind an iron door, which allegedly contained a warlike slave. And then the gentleman added that he usually doesn't bring customers here, but he will make an exception for the hero. The guy was amazed by the fact that they went straight out onto the street where slaves were being prepared for the market. Meanwhile, the seller showed the guy one of his slaves that he wanted to offer him. Ohanu looked at the girl with admiration, but he needed something a little different. The warlike girl had strong, muscular arms and an expressive look. The gentleman said that she was involved in robberies, and due to betrayal, was sold into slavery. Okanu shrank all over. He understood that this was quite an interesting specimen, but not for him. The seller told his slave to show her status to the guest. The girl's name was Marasi. She had several patronages and the curse of a slave. After a short pause, the guy said that he would probably give up this mysterious slave. The merchant thought that it was a matter of price and assured the young man that she would not profit from the hero. Ohanu explained that he wanted to take a warlike, strong woman, but at the same time fragile. The old man noticed that since the guy has the patronage of magic, he needs a powerful shield and sword. However, Ohanu asked to be given the opportunity to choose for himself. The gentleman did not object and was about to leave so as not to disturb the guy. However, after a few moments, the young man said that he had already found a suitable candidate for himself. He chose 3 girls at once whom he intended to pick up and take with him. One of them was called Rusa. She had the patronage of charm and she was level 6. The other girls were named Sarah and Kana, and the merchant ordered them to obey the new master. He said that their new owner was Ohanu, and as a sign of termination of the contract, fire came out of his palm. The gentleman said that it is necessary to give them clear instructions, and to be very careful, since there are cases when slaves kill their masters. Ohanu paid the seller and thought to himself that he would surround these girls with care and love. They would not be able to betray him. Having paid the merchant and leaving the place, the guy said that he needed to go buy a weapon, All three girls obediently followed him, agreeing and calling him master. The guy smiled maliciously. It was the ultimate dream to have 3 slaves, and the gods were watching everything. At this time, the satiated Kang Hansu was very nervous because he couldn't do such a trifle in his opinion. The boy couldn't write in a language unfamiliar to him, and had been trying to write letters for some time. He was not very good at it, and the young man thought with frustration that he needed to pay more attention to it. After all, in order to join the mercenary guild, it was necessary to make a signature. At this time, the lady who was accepting all the applications from the many selected mercenaries smiled sweetly at Kang Hansu. However, the guy was losing patience because he couldn't even ask someone to do it for him. The demon sitting next to him said maliciously that this was a normal occurrence for a mercenary, since many couldn't even write their own name. Then, taking pity, Kogmos gave his friend a piece of paper with a signature written on it. But even such a simple task as rewriting was a real torment for Kang Hansu. After 10 minutes of persistent effort, the guy finally succeeded. A little clumsily and awkwardly, but still, the young man was able to write his name. The demon laughed merrily and said, "What kind of a fool is this?" Kang Hansu looked at his comrade angrily, but the lady accepting the application said that she was taking the document. The young man looked at his status window and some changes occurred there. Now he had a mercenary rating at the level of a bend, that is, a high rank, for which he should thank the girls. Kogmo said that thanks to their recommendations the guy was promoted so high. To this the young man asked to convey a big thank you for him. The demon bared his teeth furiously. Even Kang Hansu could not do such a thing on his own. The guy replied that he simply didn't understand their speech, to which Kogmos promised to buy him a picture book. Kang Hansu was outraged that this demon was constantly treating him like a little child. But they didn't have time to finish speaking because someone brought him a piece of paper. This document contained the first order, which required the extermination of the orcs. The demon translated the content, which said that the level of the orcs must be reduced, for which the guy will receive a reward. Kang Hansu narrowed his eyes slyly, because he really enjoyed working, especially with such charming companions. These girls would have to accept orcs later, and they were not happy about it. God leaned over to the young man and asked if he was going to commit a massacre. The young man narrowed his eyes slyly and smiled. This time he had specific plans. He will arrange for the complete extermination of these evil and impudent creatures. A real battle unfolded in the clearing. Julia swung her sword and attacked the orc. However, the wild boar dodged her blow and continued to attack furiously. At some point, the orc grabbed the girl by the head and she was unable to resist. A moment later, the evil savage threw her to the ground and she hit her face painfully. Julia groaned as she raised herself up. This was not part of her plans because she needed to win. However, the girl heard her friends telling her to lie down and not get up. Suddenly, the orc felt a large burning flame on his back and screamed loudly. It was her friend's partner who came to her aid and attacked the enemy with fire magic. The girl noticed that Julia was straining herself too much because they had defeated many orcs today. To this, the girl said that she still had strength and was able to defeat more than one enemy. Suddenly, the savage stood up and growled menacingly at his 2 opponents. Layla became indignant. Apparently, the strength of the flame was not enough. The orc wanted to approach the girls and kill them, but his fellow tribesman was behind him. He miscalculated his balance, and they collided with each other, causing a devastating roar to be heard. They fell loudly, and the girls sighed with relief. Could it be that this monster had finally died? Layla walked to the horizon and listened to the sound of the sword and the duel that was heard around her. She was a lady from a family of counts and met many people on her way. But this is the first time the girl sees such a special hero as Kang Hansu because he mercilessly kills monsters. This guy tirelessly attacks his enemies, waving his dagger and continuing to destroy them. The strange thing was that Kang Hansu had the patronage of an elf, which is very difficult to obtain, and this can be considered as an identity card. He seems to not get tired and does not feel anything when he kills his enemies. One moment and the evil, bloodthirsty monster bleeds out from the blow inflicted by the young man. In addition, he has the curse of a hero, and to the girls he resembled a real demon. Combining the curse of a demon and the patronage of an elf, one can take him for a truly unique personality. The guy deals with enemies with incredible speed and without losing any strength. His companions decided not to lag behind and also get ready to go into battle. Kang Hansu attacked his enemies with great fury, and they could do nothing against him. However, the girls were already quite tired of fighting and began to ask the young man to take a break. Unable to bear it any longer, Layla called out to Kang Hansu and screamed with all the strength she had. The astonished guy finally turned around, distracted from his enemies, and said something. However, the girl did not understand what he said, and the demon helpfully offered to convey her words. Lisha sat down on the ground, exhausted. She didn't understand where this man got his stamina from. After all, he had exterminated a huge number of orcs nearby, but not a single drop of sweat fell from his face. But the girl's thoughts were interrupted by her partner's voice, and she even got a little scared. Julia approached her friend and good-naturedly joked about her. If Lisha was tired, then it was really serious. The girl replied that Julia's legs were shaking and sweat was running down her body. A friend noted that it was unfair to say that because Lisha's shaking legs were not visible because she was wearing a skirt. But still, the girl was surprised by the hardy character of this hero Kang Hansu. Her companion noted that it was most likely not just a matter of patronage. Julia said that she meant the special talent that this young man possessed. She noticed that the guy was skilled in wielding a sword and was good at fencing. In all his fights, he uses techniques that are very dangerous, and the slightest mistake can lead to death. Julia added that since childhood the girl was called a genius, she was very good at this technique, but Kang Hansu surpassed her. It seemed that he had a teacher who explained everything, and finally the heroes decided to take a break. Kogmos offered his partner an illustrated book designed for children to learn the language. The guy started saying separate words that didn't connect with each other. The girls giggled. It was very funny to hear how Kang Hansu was learning a new language for himself. After checking her achievements, Julia boasted that she had risen to level 15. Her friend was a little sad, because again there was a big difference in achievements between them, and Julia added that next time she is definitely aiming to go to the rank. Lisha was worried and said that it was very dangerous because she could get hurt or die in battle. However, Julia was not worried because she understood that they had every chance of winning. After all, despite his clear desire to kill orcs, this guy constantly monitors the safety of the girls. Lisha thoughtfully reminded her friend that she had spoken about her indifference to men, but at the same time Julia studied Kang Hansu. The friend protested and said that the swordsman is obliged to monitor the actions of the opponent. At this time, a menacing cry was heard from Kang Hansu. He told the women in broken language to go. The guy spoke very awkwardly and it was funny to listen to him, but the girls understood that he was calling them. Kang Hansu repeated his request threateningly, as they were in no hurry to continue on their way. It was necessary to move on, and the guy persistently called Julia and Lisha. The girl was a magician and a scientist. She thought about how to unravel the soul of this young man. To some extent, he was simple and naive like a child, and also constantly acted at random. At this time, the Saint Nose and the Knight gathered in the temple and discussed the find. It was the bag of the hero who caused them many problems and questions. The Saint looked at the bag with bated breath and excitement. They had to find out some information. The Saint asked again beforehand whether she had probably realized that this bag belonged to the unknown hero. Having taken out books and notebooks from there, those present came to the conclusion that these objects did not belong to this area. They were found near a huge tree on the training ground where the heroes fought. Besides the knight, the commander also learned about the existence of this bag. The Saint needed to reduce the number of people who knew about it. She asked if the commander could report this discovery to Prince Alice. However, the knight who arrived insisted that the prince did not know about this bag, since the Saint was the first to be initiated into it. The temple servant thought that she knew about all the things that belonged to the heroes and disciples who left the temple. She praised the servant for his decision and ordered that the knight be sent to lifelong service in the temple. The guy stared at the Saint in amazement, unable to utter a word. He did not understand the reason for such a statement. The temple attendant calmly said that everyone should forget about the existence of the bag. Otherwise, the knight would be killed. The knight did not want to die and preferred to remain to serve in the temple. The Saint approved of this and told him to follow the priest. The knight and the priest left the temple, and the Saint remained standing thoughtfully near the table. She picked up the gold signet ring and intended to see what was written there, but she understood nothing. The Saint called her to give her the necessary instructions and orders. She said that we need to find out how the words are written by the heroes from the temple, and read the information written in the things found. The temple minister also said that no one should know their intentions under any circumstances. The Saint suggested that the presence of this bag was evidence of a mistake by God. But a perfect God does not make mistakes and can best turn a blind eye to this. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a servant who reported that she had some information. A mass murder took place in a forest hunting village and, on orders from Sarah Bray, it was decided to remain silent about it. The servant continued to talk about how the hut contained the bodies of murdered elves and the instigators of the crime, apparently the soul of a stranger seeking revenge. The saint thought, after all, it turns out that the soul of the offended foreigner appeared as a ghost for revenge. Usually such individuals were called adventurers. The temple servant thought about what this stranger looked like. A moment later, she said that it was not an offended soul at all, and the revenge was committed during life. At this time, the night sky was glowing with sparkling flames. A fire was burning. Kang Hansu sat alone near the fire, thinking. Everything was quiet and calm around him. Cogmos and the tired, exhausted girls slept soundly on their beds. The guy picked up a book and thought that now would be a good time to learn new words. He thought about having to learn from a children's book. However, there was no other choice. God looked curiously into the colorful book and began to look at the pictures drawn there. Kang Hansu noticed that God really liked the cute pictures in this book. Suddenly, the guy asked where the other gods from the fantasy world were now. The spirit said with displeasure that he didn't know, but Kang Hansu believed that only by knowing their location could they avoid meeting. After thinking for a few moments, God pointed to the side and said that there were plenty of them there. But on that side there was a temple where a holy servant of the evil goddess lived. The guy decided that it was dangerous to go there now, and it was necessary to change course to the opposite northeastern side. God suggested looking through another picture book, but Kang Hansu wanted to study this one first. However, the stubborn spirit did not want to give in so quickly and continued to be capricious, so that the guy would take another book. Just so that he wouldn't whine anymore, Kang Hansu agreed to look through something else. Well, suddenly the silence was broken by some strange sound, and the young man strained to listen. He realized that they were unexpectedly surrounded and suggested that God look through the book another time. For the inconvenience caused and for the fact that the great Asa was upset, the young man decided to punish those who came. He went to wake up the demon. Cogmos opened his eyes with a dissatisfied grumbling. His companion told him that they were surrounded by people who were not inferior in level to their young ladies. Having finally woken up, the demon asked in surprise how the guy could have found out their level. Kang Hansu calmly said that this was the ability of the gnolls that he had mastered. And then the guy went to the girls and started waking them up with the question of whether they wanted to die. The demon just rolled his eyes, because the ladies might have misunderstood. The frightened girls jumped up from their seats and did not understand what was happening. It was difficult to grasp the essence of Kang Hansu's incoherent speech. The guy tried very hard to explain, but the demon noted with displeasure that that was not the point. Suddenly, the young man's keen hearing and gaze conveyed that the entourage had come very close. The lights flickering in the distance were getting closer and closer. These were the people who had come to attack. They were prepared and armed and had no doubt whatsoever of their victory. One of them approached and said something. Kang Hansu only caught one word of the orc. The evil look and predatory smile did not bode well for the travelers. Cogmos translated that this man wants to take all the trophies received from the orcs. Then the angry man said that they would kill the men and let the girls go if they surrendered. Kang Hansu noted that this discrimination against people based on their origin is completely unacceptable. However, the girls decided not to give up and pointed their weapons towards their fellow tribesmen. There were a lot of them. Kang Hansu tried to express his indignation in broken language. He said that he was very angry with them for calling him up in a completely unfamiliar place. The hero will not look at their origins and intends to kill mercilessly. The travelers realized that their enemies were much more numerous than they had originally thought. Kang Hansu thought that it would be quite difficult to fight to protect the girls. Even though the fire mage and swordswoman had their weapons ready, they could still quickly become tired from the battle. So the guy decided to resort to his already proven method of distracting the enemy. He shouted with all his might that the most beautiful females were here. And at the same moment, many spears and crossbow arrows flew at the hero, and the people went on the offensive. However, the guy deftly dodged the blows and repelled any attacks that came. Kang Hansu prepared to deliver his crushing blow. He looked clearly at his target. And the next moment he attacked the enemy with all the force he had. The leader screamed in pain, but remained on his feet. He was very strong and resilient. The tribe wanted to destroy the strangers at any cost. They were determined. Suddenly, some footsteps, trampling, and wild cries of animals were heard nearby in the forest. The orcs quickly approached as they smelled the humans and came to profit. One of them, an evil orc, said that the skinny pig would belong to him. A difficult fight began between humans and orcs. In this battle, humans were significantly losing to the monsters. They were afraid of the evil pig-like creatures, but they stood bravely with their swords. The swordswoman and Lisha also prepared to defend themselves from the huge, malevolent monsters. But for some time, the friends decided not to get involved in the struggle that was taking place between the two tribes. Hansu decided that this was his chance to get his experience points, and therefore he had to intervene. He gathered his strength, and with a burning flame in his eyes and a sharp dagger, he headed out to destroy. The guy was eager to get his experience points at any cost and was ready to kill everyone in his path. The man backed away from him in horror and asked for help, but the guy was relentless. But then the leader of the human tribe entered the fight, grabbed his comrade, and tried to drag him aside. He attacked Hansu menacingly with wild cries and a desire for revenge. The guy noted to himself that this man was quite strong, because after such a blow he got up. The leader armed himself with his sword and prepared to make a furious attack on the guy with red eyes. However, at that very moment, a huge and hungry orc appeared nearby, ready to eat the man. But the tribe of people attacked the wild beast from all sides and were able to kill it with swords. And then, with shouts and loud stomping, they headed towards Hansu, who calmly awaited their approach. He was calm and calculating in his actions. He knew that in any case he would overcome these people. His dagger did its job well, and even when the warriors dodged it caught up with them. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, the girl sensed danger behind her. It was the leader who decided to approach Hansu unnoticed and kill him. The powerful blow that reached him pierced the guy's entire body, and he screamed loudly. The leader was glad that he was finally able to deal with this annoying and clever young man. However, the next second he realized that he was wrong, since the guy with the huge wound did not feel any discomfort. The man's eyes widened, because only a monster could have such abilities. A moment later, he received the final crushing blow and bled to death. But not all were defeated yet. There were still living orcs and people who continued the battle and hoped for success. The young man looked around to assess the situation that was here. Lisha fought the crowd of angry and armed people with her fire magic. Hansu thought that she was doing a great job and had a good handle on the situation. In the same way, Julia the swordswoman fights with enemies and successfully defeats them. The guy said thoughtfully that everyone was busy now, and that was great. Asa reminded that it was necessary to leaf through the book, so it was necessary to finish the battle as soon as possible. A few hours later, the mercenaries arrived at the guild with their loot. Hansu put a full bag of wild and bloodthirsty orc snouts on the table. He asked if this would be enough to get credit for the work he had done. Then the guy added that if it weren't for the house, he could have gathered even more of you. The demon said angrily that Hansu was completely out of control, and while they were fighting, they were very tired. Hansu handed the girls a certificate of completion of the task, and they were very pleased. As a sign of gratitude, they smiled at the girl and said something to him in their own language. Julia was able to achieve incredible success in hunting with a guy and rise 2 levels. Then the demon looked at his level and said that he had also risen thanks to completing the task. Hansu laughed and said that even such a mediocre demon was level 20. The guy looked at his status window with curiosity and was extremely surprised. His level hadn't risen by even 1%, and the boy looked at the god in confusion. However, God looked at the stars because today they were incredibly bright, beautiful, and in general, it was time to sleep. Some guesses flashed through the guy's head, but Asa stamped his foot menacingly and said that he couldn't stand suspicions. At the very beginning, there was chaos in the world, but quickly living beings began to appear. They needed faith. They prayed and called on God to save them. They called for help, and God, giving them what they asked for, made them feel needed and important. There were also other gods present in heaven, a small, vulnerable goddess with a pillow, an evil demonic god who waved at everyone present with a slight smile, and the modest, inconspicuous goddess of water who stood to the side and watched the steel ones. Gradually, the number of gods increased. Each of them helped living beings on earth and competed with each other. However, many of them could not recognize each other's existence and were constantly at war. These passionate, fiery battles often ended in senseless, sudden death. After some time, a dying young man was discovered in a cave who asked for help. Some god saw this young man, took pity on him, and decided that it was necessary to provide the help he was asking for. Therefore, God asked him if he wanted to live, and he answered that he really wanted to, but he couldn't die like that. The next moment, a bright light illuminated everything in the cave, and healing energy was directed at the guy. He became a baby and had to learn to live again, but the young man did not die. A small, ignorant baby was lying on his clothes and crying loudly. God decided that he needed to be taken away from here. He went to the village to tell the locals, and they came to the cave. Finally, some god saw a small hut in the distance near the mountain and decided to go there. There lived some old men and a woman, and the spirit told them that they needed to go to the cave. They took the baby for themselves and raised him as their own. God believed that he had done a good deed because he had saved the man at his request. What kind of God was very proud of his work done and was glad that he was needed? One day, this spirit decided to visit the rescued child, who had already grown up considerably. He kindly asked the boy what he wanted, and the child recognized him. The spirit really wanted to know that perhaps the boy needed some more help or support. But the man clenched his teeth in rage. He was angry at this god for his interference. The boy screamed that the spirit had cursed him, because he became a child, his beloved woman was taken away from him. Confused, the god said that he was hearing about this woman for the first time and did not know what to do. And the boy continued to tell that he had to stop the wedding of his beloved woman, but he couldn't. God sadly asked the man for forgiveness. He was very sad and depressed. The child said that an apology alone would not help. It was necessary to take responsibility for what had been done, but God had already rushed away. The spirit kept flying forward and thinking about where he had made a mistake, and how other gods were helping. The god of wind helped sailors, and not for this they sacrificed jewels and diamonds to him. And the god of war helped the knights who needed additional strength and motivation. Only one god could not find his purpose and thought that he did not understand anything. Some time passed, and the spirit continued to give blessings to many, saving lives. But in response, I only hear curses. And he still didn't understand why this was happening, because he wanted to be useful to people. Many hundreds of years have passed since then, and he still could not find the cause of the misfortune in his blessing. And the world at this time was improving, and many years, replacing each other, changed people. Among living people, many used God to satisfy their own desires. In order not to create chaos, the gods introduced special rules, which included patronage, curses, and levels. Soon the gods got used to this order, settled in, and lived according to their own rules, all except one spirit. While wandering in the forest, God noticed how one man was feeling bad. He was injured and no longer hoped for help. The man hoped for help from the saint, but she went to another place during the battle. In exhaustion, the man asked his partner to make a healing patronage. He was a great hero with many achievements and victories, and he planned to improve his level. Suddenly, some god turned to him with a question, and having made sure that the man wanted to live, continued to speak. He warned that in exchange for his life, the warrior would lose all the merits he had already earned. It's such a small thing compared to the opportunity to heal and continue living. When the man agreed, the healing power was directed to his wounds and healed everything. God was glad that he was still needed by someone in this world, and that there were beings who needed him. The warrior without me did not look at his body, which had become completely whole, and all pain had gone away. The inspired man said that it was time to return the saint and looked at his status window. Imagine his surprise when the first level of his merits returned and the spirit noticed that he had warned about this. However, the man was not discouraged. The main thing was that he remained alive and decided that he could level up again. At this point, some god calmed down and thought that he could still be useful. Time passed and the men continued their battles, but his level did not rise. His wife was very upset and decided to break up with him because she saw no prospects. She left the warrior and told him to forget her and never try to get her back. At first, the man was very angry, but after some time, he stopped feeling anything. He gratefully accepted the spirit's help and said that he would no longer complain or be angry with him. However, the warrior wanted to say something to God as a farewell, and he listened to him attentively. Clenching his fist tighter, the man asked the spirit not to give patronage to anyone else, since there are things more valuable than life. After all, this patronage returns to the first level, which is impossible to raise. He prefers to die rather than use it again. This conversation was a real shock for some god. He was confused and very upset. Until this moment, he was in denial, but now he realized that he really was not needed by this world. Many years have passed since then, and near a huge oak tree, the spirit met the wounded man again. It was Kang Hansu, who was asking for help with a shot leg and did not want to die. This time, some god decided to come to the aid of man once again and heal his wound. At first, it was just curiosity, because the guy had the hero's curse and was supposed to die on his own. However, God understood that as soon as the truth came to light, he would be hated. As the spirit feared, Kang Hansu learned the truth about his acquired patronage. The guy was silent for a few moments and then said that nothing could be done about it. He grabbed his head and did not understand how he had not realized earlier that he was resetting any states and levels. God thoughtfully said that this young man was rather strange, because he was not angry at all. The young man decided to end this conversation and go get a new picture book. At this time, the patron god began to energetically ask and pray for something. Hansu stopped in a daze, hoping that the prayer was not for his repose. In determination, God answered his interlocutor that he was asking for something completely different. And in response to the guy's question about what exactly the request was, he just smiled mysteriously. The spirit replied that it was a secret, and the young man asked what it could mean. Meanwhile, Ohanu opened his eyes. His thoughts were confused, and he did not understand where he was. He found himself lying on the grass in a dense, dark forest and began to listen around. The young man thought that this shouldn't be the case, because he is the main character who defeats everyone. A moment later, he discovered that his slaves were being held captive by a malicious fellow. It was Pak Han-yeon, smiling maliciously and trying to get some compliance from Oh-Han-woo. The guy began to remember that before this, he and the girl went hunting. Sarah, armed with a sword, attacked the huge evil monster to kill it. The girl was very agile, flexible, and strong, so she could easily cope with such a task. Kana and Rusa did not lag behind, and quickly helped their friend in hunting the monster. Finally, the wild beast was defeated and flew several meters to the side. Ohanu was pleased with this outcome and rubbed his hands with satisfaction in anticipation of quick profit. He praised the girls for the work they had done and said that they worked well as a team. Then the guy warned that they would go hunting often in the future. The young man thought to himself that the girls had an order of magnitude higher level than the gnolls. He looked with regret at his savings, of which there was little left, but he had hope of earning more. The girls heard some noise and looked in the direction where it came from. It was the gnoll who stirred. It turned out he was still alive. He just lost consciousness for a moment. His eyes were burning with intense rage. He was saying something in his own language, incomprehensible to the hunters. Suddenly a strong flame of fire rose up in which for a moment nothing was visible. It was Ohanu who used his magic to finally destroy the impudent gnoll. The guy himself did not expect such a huge flame that he got. Suddenly the young man heard a speech addressed to him and turned around in amazement. These were well-known people. Pak Han-yeon said he was going to come to the rescue, but thanks to the flames, he didn't have to. Ohanu was not too happy to meet his old comrade and made it clear that he did not intend to hunt with him. But his comrade said that he did not want to go to another part of the forest and would stay here. At this time, his acquired slave looked at the events taking place in surprise. Ohanu looked at his opponent with hatred. Even during his earthly life, he suspected that this guy was not worthy. On Earth, he was a troublemaker and was constantly getting into trouble. They were not friends with each other and never belonged to the same groups of guys. These two secretly despised and hated each other, considering each other the scum of society. However, in the fantasy world, there were different rules, and here it was necessary to provide evidence of primacy. Ohanu considered himself the main hero and did not allow anyone to take this tempting place. His comrade was just waiting for this. When the guy would start to resist, he sent his slave into battle. The girls did not intend to retreat so quickly. They prepared their weapons in order to defeat the strong man. The enemies stood opposite each other and prepared to begin a furious, bloodthirsty battle. A huge, muscular strongman headed towards the three girls with Ohanu and tried to attack them. However, the heroes were not going to retreat so quickly. They prepared their weapons. Ohanu launched his fire magic and ordered the girls to distract their enemy. But a moment later, the guy realized that he was cruelly mistaken about this man. After all, they received crushing blows and were no longer able to attack the strong man. The guy looked at the defeated slaves in confusion and could not believe his eyes. He was left alone with a burning flame in his hand, and around him lay girls unable to rise. Ohanu did not understand how it was possible to kill them all at once with one blow. What a huge force it must be. This can't be because he is the main character in this story and is doomed to success. His opponent grinned maliciously and asked if the guy had realized what was going on. Enraged, Ohanu shouted about the trick his opponent had planned. He replied that the level of his slave was significantly higher than the level of Ohanu's concubines. Then he remembered Ohan's furious cries when he attacked as much as he wanted. Therefore, Park Han-yeon will compete with him endlessly until his conditions are met. He demanded that Ohanu give him everything he had at the moment. The guy was taken aback. He didn't expect such a turn of events at all and didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu was curiously studying the old books in the library. However, I did not find anything worth paying attention to in them, especially my useful ones. The guy decided that if he couldn't raise his level, he would at least find a powerful weapon in them, for example, some kind of legendary. But Cogmos said that the guy had apparently read too many fairy tales, since such publications are no longer published. He recalled that the aristocrats had spoken about this before leaving, but a moment later the demon added that it could be obtained on some island. Hansu said that we could try to explore the dangerous and untouched ruins. The guy really liked this idea and was eager to implement it as soon as possible. However, he was gay, and he cooled Cogmos's plan by saying that the ruins were always guarded by knights. And their level is much better and higher than Hansu's, so it is very dangerous to go there. Hansu was upset. He went to be alone with himself, and thought that it was difficult to get anywhere with the first level. He wondered who the knights were and how he could get around them. The young man thought that these were huge tin cans that were very stupid and only knew how to give away part of it. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find a way. Hansu was in despair, and God encouraged him as best he could. Suddenly the silence was broken by a familiar cry. A wild orc had discovered the young man and wanted to attack. He spoke menacingly to the guy to give him everything he had, but he said that he was currently in a depressed state. The green savage was a little taken aback. Could this skinny pig really speak the language of the orcs? But Hansu once again asked him to leave while he was kind. However, the orc considered the young man to be a smart enough, albeit weak opponent, so he prepared to fight. The guy's eyes lit up with an evil fire, and his hand turned into a sharp weapon. The next moment he pierced the orc with his burning hand and he screamed in pain. The monster did not expect this at all, and understood that he had underestimated his enemy. The young man clenched his fist with all his might and prepared to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent. A column of dust rose up around in which nothing could be made out. For a moment the monster could no longer see. When his eyes cleared a little, the orc realized that he was in the strong hands of his opponent. And the guy said menacingly that he warned about his depressed state, because even in the fantasy world there is no place for dreams, and there are no ruins. Hansu struck mercilessly, and his opponent said that the ruins really exist. In amazement, the guy stopped hitting and paused for a second, asking again what the monster meant. The orc was very scared, and there were tears in his eyes. He said that there were ruins and asked them to stop beating him. However, the guy did not believe him, thinking that these were tricks of the enemy, but he objected that there were orc ruins nearby. For a moment, Hansu thought about it and came up with a rather interesting plan. With the most benevolent smile, he asked his friend to take him to those ruins. The monster took his paws away from his muzzle and let out one last loud sob. He was ready to do anything just so that they wouldn't touch him. There were several types of different dialects in fantasy. For example, a knight was compared to a dragon, and a coward to a slime. Org was somewhere in the middle between a knight and a coward, which gave him the definition of being quite good. Hansu's mood improved significantly. He talked with his companion and called him Buddy. However, the green monster was very irritated by this and asked not to call him that. After all, even if this person wanted to be a friend of the orc, he would still use violence, and this is no longer about friendship. But Hansu only smiled smugly at this statement, which completely infuriated his companion. When they were already approaching, the orc noticed that such a strong boar as Hansu would not be able to go inside. When the guy asked why this was so, the green monster said that such a rule existed even before he was born. Finally, they arrived, and the friends looked in amazement at what they saw before them. Right in front of them, a huge mountain appeared, and a vast plain occupied the space. The young man looked around in surprise, because in fact there was nothing visible here. But when he took a closer look, he was delighted because this place was exactly what he was looking for. Ahead were huge ruins that consisted of stones and heavy, massive slabs. The arriving friends headed towards the large entrance, which was an arch. The orc sighed with relief because he was finally able to get rid of this impudent creature. The young man looked at this city in amazement, and he really liked what he saw. The monster that brought the guys entered the gate, however. Hansu followed him. He was incredibly surprised by this, because one could only penetrate into the orc's territory if one was below level 9. But Hansu's level was only the first, although the green monster found it hard to believe. The guy had achieved his goal and was now very determined. His eyes were burning with a red fire. He threw the orc aside and rushed forward, not noticing the obstacles in his path. And the obstacles here were in the form of many green, hungry, and bloodthirsty orcs. They thought that this was a person who had come in by chance and who would instantly become their lunch. After all, in the City of Ruins there were tens of thousands of armed monsters who were not averse to profiting. The orc who brought the young man warned his brothers to be careful. He told the others that this boar actually has great strength and is not so easy to defeat. And the young man carelessly said that he would walk here a little, and if someone was tired of living, they could try to stop him. Then something completely unexpected happened. The guy began to rise above the ground and fly. The orcs looked at this phenomenon in confusion and could not understand how this was even possible. They had never seen creatures like Kang Hansu hovering above the ground on their own. Meanwhile, God prayed for the souls of several tens of thousands of green pigs that the young man would destroy. Kang Hansu defeated many bloodthirsty monsters and disappeared in an unknown direction. They saw that this guy had already killed a lot of their brothers and were afraid of him. Suddenly the orcs heard some rustling and went to see what was there. And on the opposite side of the shelter was Kang Hansu, wondering why there were so many of them. He had already defeated many of these monsters, but they still did not end and continued to come out. The guy had been looking for a way out for a long time but couldn't find it. It felt like they were marking time. Suddenly, several green pigs appeared from behind a huge stone and joyfully shouted that they had found the young man. However, he deftly dodged the orc's attack and gathered himself away from there. But the bloodthirsty beasts did not want to retreat, and the guy had to prepare for an attack. They aggressively drew their swords and tried to injure their opponent. The young man decided to accept this challenge and fight to the last to see who would win. The animals wanted to overcome the young man, kill him and then eat him, but they miscalculated their capabilities. After a while, there was a pile of defeated orcs lying on the floor, and Kang Hansu was convinced that they were nothing. He sighed with relief because most of these animals were dealt with, and the slimes helped clean everything up. The guy with his beloved looked at his status window to track the changes. However, an unpleasant surprise awaited the guy there. He had a new curse, the essence of which consisted of nightmares with defeated orcs. But on the other hand, it is clear that he is not sleeping anyway, so no nightmares are scary to him. Still, such curses seemed harsh to the guys, and he asked God if he thought the same. After all, in addition to the fact that Kang Hansu defeated a large number of orcs, he also freed the captive people who were in the ruins. It turned out to be somewhat illogical. They received a curse for saving people, but God had no way of saying why this was so. People tried to talk to the guy somehow, but he couldn't understand them, and he thought that it would be nice if Kogmos were here. Kang Hansu turned to one of the lying orcs and asked how to find a way out of here. The monster replied that the only way out was in the center, since the city had different entrances and exits. The guy understood why he didn't find anything when he tried to find a way out. He had to go deeper into the city. Without thinking twice, the young man headed into the city and began to wander through the ruins among the various stone slabs. Finally, Kang Hansu approached a huge fence and thought that perhaps this was the exit that the orc was talking about. However, nothing special happened, and the guy thought that he needed to use magic in order to open some kind of portal. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind the fence. It rose up and illuminated everything around. From this beam, a huge creature resembling an orc appeared. Its skin was also green. The freed people closed their eyes from the bright light emitted by the monster that appeared. The giant asked the young man whether he was the hero who killed all the orcs. The guy thought that for an ordinary orc, this monster appeared too spectacularly. However, the evil giant persistently demanded an immediate answer from Kang Hansu. The young man said that he asked them to get out of the way, but they did not listen and paid for it with their lives. The monster was surprised that for this reason alone the guy killed 300,000 orcs. The young man now understood why they seemed to never end. There were 300,000 of them. And the terrible monster continued. He said that he is the guardian of this city and the orcs. A wonderful thought flashed through Kang Hansu's mind, and he thought that this situation was to his advantage. But the keeper did not understand the guy's attitude and asked why he thought it was for the best. However, the young man was already prepared for the duel and noted that if there is a guard, then there are treasures that need to be protected. With these words, he used magic to push off the ground and flew straight towards his opponent. He was determined to collect all the treasures and kill this keeper, but he had no intention of giving up. He prepared his trident and went on the attack. They had already faced each other in a duel, and this opponent was much stronger than the others. Having encountered strong opposition, Kang Hansu felt that this fight would not be easy. The next second, the guy realized that he was losing his hand, as it was cut off by the city's keeper. However, the young man remained unperturbed. He had some tricks up his sleeve. Even though his opponent was too strong, too resilient, and too big, this did not give him the right to win. It was difficult for Kang Hansu to stand on his feet and resist the city guardian's weapon. The next moment, the guy realized that his eye was also knocked out. and now he couldn't see. The monster dealt the young man a crushing death blow that no one had ever withstood, and I was surprised, to say the least, that Kang Hansu still hadn't broken even under such force. Before him stood a young man who was seriously wounded, but who did not give up and stood firm. He had one eye and one arm left, but the guy still continued to fight for victory. However, the giant had no intention of pardoning the hero. He wanted to avenge the lives of 300,000 of his fellows. Imagine the surprise of the monsters when suddenly the guy's hand and eye instantly healed. He couldn't believe his eyes and stared in amazement at his restored enemy. They stood opposite each other, full of determination, not giving in to their opponent. Now the city's keeper understood where the young man got such confidence from, because he had an immortal body. But he came up with a cunning plan that would allow him to defeat this fearless guy. Kang Hansu was confident of his victory, as he could recover from his wounds in a matter of seconds. However, the giant understood that there was only one exit here, and if he blocked it, the young man would never get out. The guy showed with his whole appearance that he was determined and confident, but in reality, he didn't know how to act next. It was deep night, and everyone in the temple was asleep, when suddenly someone knocked on Eubora's room. It was Arya who entered the girl's room and praised her partner for her good achievements at level 7. Eubora was embarrassed, and said that all this was thanks to patronage that she did not receive through her own efforts. Arya admitted that she also had the patronage of a nobleman and explained what effect it had. Thanks to her patronage, the girl had to protect the vassals and receive part of their experience points, that is, practically for free. There she also explained that she does not have subordinates because for a long time she considered such patronage empty. And when in my distant childhood I told my mother about this, she scolded her severely for this, because many dreamed of such patronage. Eubora said that she understands because with patronage comes responsibility. Suddenly Arya thought about something and her thoughts flew somewhere else. Looking out the window, the girl dreamily said that she would be interested to know how the hero Ohanu was doing now. Eubora looked meaningfully at her interlocutor and asked if she really liked him. At this, Arya smiled mysteriously and asked what Eubora thought about this. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and they said that a saint wanted to come to the hero. It was quite unexpected, and Arya did not understand why the temple servant decided to drop by at such a late hour. Looking around with curiosity, the saint entered the room and apologized for such a late visit. Eubora greeted her and asked if the saint had any assignment for her. I asked Arya to serve tea. The temple listener said that she just came to talk. Fragrant hot tea was poured into cups and the girls were engaged in casual conversation. First of all, the saint asked if Eubora was experiencing any inconvenience, and she replied that everything was fine. The attendant nodded good-naturedly, and the girl thought that it looked like a meeting with a teacher. The saint continued. She said that at the moment the heroes are competing with each other. She was worried that competition had arisen between the heroes, and that this could lead to consequences that she would like to prevent. Therefore, the temple servant urges Eubora to report if any preconditions arise before the heroes fall. The girls stared at the saint with bated breath and asked again what the expression fall meant. After a pause, she said that there are guys who have become obsessed with patronage and temptations. With bated breath, Eubora asked what would happen to the heroes who fell. The saint said that they have special fights with such people, but they are not killed, and they are still considered heroes. But to fall means to betray all who believed in the heroes and love them with all their hearts. Eubora remembered the episode when her classmate wanted to return to Earth. His words then said that a person who causes nothing but trouble to a family cannot save the whole world. The girl was struck by this memory as if by an electric shock, and she began to shake all over with excitement. The saint noticed these changes and asked what happened, but the student said that she was just thinking. Eubora looked sadly at the steam rising from the cup. Maybe Kang Hansu did the right thing by refusing this mission. As if reading her thoughts, the servant asked if the girl knew the hero Kang Hansu. The girl was extremely surprised that the saint knew the guy and tried not to show the excitement that overwhelmed her. The saint looked piercingly at Eubora and asked if there was a relationship between them, but the student said that they were just classmates. This answer did not really satisfy the temple servant, and she wanted the girl to open up to her and tell her everything. Some time passed, and the gods listened attentively to what the girl was telling about Kang Hansu. The saint returned to her room, thoughtfully recalling the conversation that had taken place the day before. It was clearly noticeable that Eubora had a very warm attitude towards this guy, because she talked about him for many hours in a row. The bag that was found in the forest belonged to the escaped hero who was sent home by the goddess. In her confusion, the saint thought that if the truth was hidden, and the heroes learned that Hansu had failed to return home, trust in the gods would be undermined. Suddenly, the temple listener felt the piercing gaze of the arrogant goddess. The next moment, the goddess looked at the stranger's things, which were on the table. Having looked reproachfully at the temple servant one last time, the arrogant goddess left the room. The saint was shaking all over, and was in a terrible state of agitation that did not allow her to collect her thoughts. She thought that with her patronage, anyone could be found, however. Even if the Almighty could not catch the location of Hansu, there must be a reason. Perhaps some other god who is not under their control is preventing them from finding its location. The saint took out a piece of paper and began to write some kind of message. After all, she needed to find this guy and wipe him off the face of the earth. She sealed the paper into an envelope and did not notice the presence of one of the gods nearby. And some god overheard the saint's plan and decided to save Hansu at all costs. Meanwhile, a real battle was taking place on the runes. The guardian of the city was attacking Hansu. He angrily asked his enemy how much longer he was going to waste his strength. The guy was out of breath and silent for a few moments. He had a cunning plan. The green monster stared at his opponent and waited for an answer. The guy said he would dodge and attack until he died. And again he rushed away from the blows that the guardian of the city tried to inflict on him. No matter how he directed his trident, the guy still turned away and carefully watched the enemy's movements. At some point, the sharp edge of the weapon came close to the young man's face and he was able to jump back. He also reflected the blows of a huge green monster. It seemed that he didn't feel tired. Hansu drew blueprints on the ground in order to understand the tactics that the city guardian used. With the help of these drawings, he wanted to envisage a strategy for further battles. It was painstaking work that required a lot of concentration. Analyzing the enemy's actions, Hansu intended to copy them. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a voice addressed to him from behind his back. Hansu turned around and recognized the man who was one of the people he saved in this city. His name was Bruce. This man was level 9 and had the patronage of a mercenary and intelligence. He said something to the young man, but one of them didn't understand him at all and asked him again what he meant. Bruce pointed at the girl and said something to the guy, but he still couldn't understand what they wanted from him. She bowed low and began to say something in her own language, addressing Hansu. The next moment, the guy kicked Bruce out and he, frightened, began to run away. The girl remained standing and timidly told him something, but Hansu did not chase her away. He said that she could do whatever she wanted and returned to his thoughts about the fight. The girl looked at this strange hero in amazement and decided not to distract him. Hansu sat down in his previous place and began to draw figures on the ground again in order to better understand. He was focused, immersed in his thoughts, not noticing anything around him, planning how to act. The young man did not notice how brightly the sun shone. It was morning, and a new day had begun. His decision was made. He defined for himself the strategy that needed to be followed. Suddenly, the guy saw that it was the girl who was there yesterday and fell asleep on the slabs. He thought about how to deal with her correctly. Perhaps he should wake her up or move her. However, God said that they shouldn't worry about her, because they have much more serious matters to attend to. Hansu understood that his main task now was to defeat this evil guardian of the city. The guy asked Asa to evaluate how well he had learned to fence and conduct attacks. The young man concentrated and took the dagger in his hands, his whole body tense. The guy spent a few moments in a measured, concentrated state in order to get into the right frame of mind. Then he saw an imaginary target at which he needed to point his weapon. The next second, deftly dodging blows and inflicting his own on the enemy, he began the battle. And the last moment was to quickly disappear from this place. The patron god gasped in delight. He thought that the strategy was quite good. The young man boasted that he had been training for 2 days and could now repeat the keeper's movements. It was not in vain that he suffered defeats in fencing, because now Hansu had a clear idea of how to master this art. However, the god sighed devastatingly and threw up his hands. He considered this a perversion. Here the guy noticed how the status window changed a little, and this made him very wary. He received a promotion to a higher level of patronage and was incredibly happy about this event. Well, at that very moment he noticed that the hero's level curse had also risen a little. The fact that the level of the curse had only just risen indicated that the goddess had become known. The hero Hansu survived in the forest and did not die during the battle with the gnolls, and the goddess's reaction to this was unpredictable. However, Ase got tired of arguing and said that it was necessary to go into battle and teach the bad pig a lesson. The guardian was in his place. He stood angrily like a rock and was very aggressive. He asked the young man whether he wanted to die or decided to run away again with his tail between his legs. However, the monster did not believe the words spoken by the man, and therefore doubted the veracity of his words. He called the young man inside to show him the ancient, huge ruins. Hansu wondered if there was a trap set for him there. This question somewhat offended the keeper, and he said that they would not stoop to such a method as setting traps. But the guy also didn't trust him, and thought that the monster wanted to lure him inside to destroy him. The giant called him so that he would not give him away to the old, dilapidated buildings. When they entered inside, Hansu was a little surprised because he had not imagined everything like this. The guardian said that this was once a training hall where heroes were raised. The young man thought that they were orc heroes, but the guardian said that there were none of their kind among their race. There were people there, and they trained future heroes, but they became proud of their origins and were easy prey for the orcs, who quickly captured the hall. They needed the ruins to maintain the function of limiting the escape of strongmen. But for now, the life of this city cannot be restored, so Hansu must die. The monster was huge and clear. He waved his weapon, and his eyes glowed red with fire. He pointed his trident at the guy and was going to kill him right here in this place. But Hansu was adamant. He knew what to do and was not going to leave here without a victory. The keeper of the ruins said that the boy must die, but he wanted to ask his rival a question. The green monster sternly asked what the young man was so interested in. After a short pause, Hansu asked if there was any treasure in the ruins. The guardian replied that there was a weapon here that was intended for heroes who had just left the training hall. For Hansu, this news was not particularly joyful because he intended to fight the goddess. But the weapon for beginners was too frivolous for such a strong opponent. The guy imagined himself flying into small pieces in this unequal fight. However, the giant got tired of empty talk, and he said that it was necessary to sort out the death of 300,000 brothers here and now. But when he began his attack, the young man quickly continued to dodge and defend himself. The fierce battle continued, and Hansu not only did not get tired, but was also able to strike. No matter how much the evil guardian of the city attacked, the guy brilliantly repelled any attacks. He had anger and fire in his eyes, was determined, and wanted to surrender to me. The keeper of the ruins wondered how this guy managed to succeed in battles in one night. But then he noticed that Hansu was quickly heading towards the exit. This did not fit into his plans at all. There was no way the green monster could allow the guy to leave this place. Therefore, we are trying with all our might to stop Hansu and kill him as soon as possible. But an interesting thought came to the guy's mind, as he noticed that he was a keeper, and since yesterday he was very worried about this place. Based on my observations, or I could also notice that the green giant does not have the ability to go beyond the limits. During the battle, Hansu performed a certain move that allowed him to throw his opponent over himself. Well, when he threw it off my enemy, he quickly flew forward and began to be pulled in. Suddenly, a being appeared that instantly absorbed the guardian of the ruins. This phenomenon resembled a huge black hole, but the evil monster did not want to get there. He tried to resist, screamed, and tried to hold on, but it was useless. Hansu saw this for the first time. Now he realized that this was exactly the exit he needed. The guy was glad that he didn't have to continue the battle and that everything ended peacefully. He thought that he didn't need any extra problems because he was leveling up, but he still couldn't. Now Hansu needed to find the treasures that belonged to this place. The patron god indicated in which direction it was necessary to move. The young man doubted that treasures could really be found in such ruins. Suddenly he saw objects that caught his attention. The treasures referred to the large number of swords scattered here. Hansu took one of them, and the god said with a knowing look that it was a sacred sword. In appearance, this sword was no different, but its special glow spoke of magical energy. A moment later, the guy was about to try this sword in action. However, a breath warned that only a hero could take it in his hands, and as if to confirm these words, the sword became significantly heavier and began to sparkle. God said that Hansu was a hero anyway, and that's why he was able to take him in his hands, but he couldn't wield him. The angry guy now took his dagger and with all his might cut the sword. He decided that since he couldn't use it, let no one get this sacred sword, and the spirit approved of this decision. The guy was very angry, so he took his dagger and started waving it. He destroyed all the swords that were nearby, and now they were of no value. Hansu was furious. He picked up one of the remaining swords and looked around. A moment later, he swung to cut this weapon as well, but he hesitated for a second. The guy noticed that this sword was too light compared to those that were before. Asa noticed that it was simply defective, and therefore the weapon did not respond to the curse. For a moment, the young man thought about what would be the right thing to do with this sword. In the end, he found nothing better to do than to destroy the other swords with it. The guy was happy and proud of the work he had done. Now this sword was one of a kind, and therefore was not defective. And God responded that this was a completely accurate and wonderfully logical solution. Hansu grinned smugly, but suddenly a status window appeared. There was something new on it. There appeared another curse called the Sacred Sword. The young man was furious. At this time, at the Chonmien Temple, together with one of the temple servants, they were saying goodbye to a friend. They agreed to meet together with Choi Gangmin in the evening, the three of them. The guy was a little tired but happy with the work he had done during the day. Choi Gangmin checked his status window, and there were many new patronages in it. He understands that for such a reward, it is possible to endure fatigue. The young man was proud because he felt the interest of the gods. The guy thought that at this rate, he could easily win the tournament. And the reward in the form of the sacred ball will unconditionally belong only to him. The fantasy world needed heroes and a demon king, princes and princesses. Also, in the fantasy world, there were to be the knights of the villainess and the tyrant. Jung Mi-yeon sat there thinking that anyone would be suitable for such a set. The girl also thought that the demon king, who was rather cold, would be interesting to conquer. However, she sincerely did not understand why she had to go into battle and fight on par with the others. The three heroes who guarded and protected her tried to calm their mistress. However, when the young men asked her to calm down, the girl became even more nervous, but after a moment she realized that she was exaggerating. It's just that Chon Mien was annoyed because she expected something completely different from the fantasy world. She wanted someone to fight for her heart, protect her heart, and not worry about anything at all. In fact, among her patrons was a timid and stupid boy who occupied 4th place. Also present was a selfish and impudent young man who was ranked 5th. Lastly, OK cosplayer, an obedient, unremarkable type, but with a rating as high as 7th place. Taking a deep breath, the girl still thought that these were the only people who could be useful to her. So she decided to smooth things over, and with the sweetest look she could muster, she said that she herself was wrong. The guys cautiously asked why she called them, and Chon Min told them that there was an important matter. Then the girl mysteriously said that she had secret information because soon some of the students would be sent to school. One of the hooligans present said that there are also schools in this world and that it is disgusting. Chon Mi-yeon narrowed her eyes slyly and said that she absolutely had to get into this school. The cosplayer asked the girl a question. He bowed respectfully and began to speak. The guy asked if anyone could join, or if there would be some kind of priority. Jung Mi-yeon said that the main filter for selection will be a high score in the overall ranking. The top 4 will be chosen. The cosplayer understood that due to the competition in the group, bloodshed would begin, but the queen would still pass. She said that she wanted to enroll together with these heroes whom she invited here. The guys didn't really believe her, but the girl said she was absolutely serious. However, one of the guys present expressed his dissatisfaction because he was not going to help Chon Mi-yeon arrange a relationship with the prince. But the girl said confidently that she was not going to do this, and if she broke her promise, she would fulfill any wish of the guy. He really liked this idea, but he slightly didn't believe what the girl said. Chon Mien noticed that the gods see everything and will not let her collect, so she speaks the truth. Pushing his friend away, the other guy said that he was not ready to follow her even to the ends of the earth. Then he assured the next person present that he would not let his queen be harmed. And although it still felt like a deception, the remaining guy also had to agree to participate. Chon Min was incredibly grateful to them, smiling cheerfully, producing subtle aromas around her. Meanwhile, in the ruins, Kang Hansu was disappointed and thought about what was happening, because he had only broken a couple of blades. He carefully studied the curse, which in fact turned out to be no curse. The guy didn't understand what the point of this sword was if the resistance to destruction extended even to a defective item. And at this time, God expressed sympathy to the blacksmith, who probably did not expect that his sword would be treated like this. Kang Hansu was the only sword left, and thought that this was an unreal power, sacred weapon strengthened by a curse. Then the travelers decided that they should get out of this place, and they looked at the piece of sky where the portal had opened. The young man thought about what needed to be done to open the portal. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the menacing cries of the guardian of this ruined city. Kang Hansu was a little surprised that this monster somehow appeared here again. And here at this time he was rapidly rushing towards the guy in order to finish him off. The young man noticed that since the green giant had appeared, he had begun to look a little different. Without thinking twice, the guy blocked the passage that was used to enter the ruins. The wild guardian looked at Kang Hansu in amazement because he needed to enter the territory. But now the young man understood why the huge orc was so reluctant to leave his place of storage. After all, being outside, this wild giant became very old. Time there worked against him. However, he rushed towards the guy because he really needed to get into the territory. Kang Hansu decided it was time to test his new sacred sword. Charged with the hero's energy, the weapon emitted a red light and became very powerful. He dealt a crushing blow to his opponent, who flew to the side and fell. However, a moment later the huge orc stood up and was ready to continue fighting desperately. It was noticeable how his body lost its elasticity and became more wrinkled and old. The guy said that now it is very difficult for an opponent to lose an arm in this battle. With a heavy air, the giant said that the price for robbing his youth was very high. He further added that in order to preserve it, he had to abandon 300,000 of his brothers. The huge orc said that his youth was lost due to the vile trick of Kang Hansu. The guy looked warily at his enemy. Now he understood that this was the only reason. His opponent said that the only way out for the young man was to die anyway. His eyes were filled with rage and shone with an evil fire. The orc was ready to do anything to win. But Kang Hansu made a final push and delivered a powerful blow with his weapon. The next moment, the huge giant lost his head and was already harmless. The guy said that a whole day had passed and his opponent had not made a single drop of progress. At this point, the battle ended. A headless orc lay in the middle of the room and Kang Hansu looked around. The huge giant said that the young man used some trick in order to win. However, no tricks could work if the hero was weaker than an orc, so now his head was lying on the floor and did not pose any threat. But suddenly the god became alert and warned the guy to be careful. The monster's head began to move. Something began to happen. Fog and dust rose around. Kang Hansu looked at what was happening in amazement. Could this guy really have been reborn? The head actually came to life, his eyes blazing with hatred and animal rage. But the young man did not lose his composure. He grabbed the monster's face with his hand and threw him to the ground. The dust rose in a column and nothing could be seen around. Kang Hansu wanted to finally destroy the enemy. Then the guy looked closely at his opponent, wondering if he had dealt with him. At that very moment, as if they were tentacles, the guy was tightly entangled in the monster's particles. He screamed angrily because this pig didn't want to die and kept clinging to him. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to Kang Hansu and he understood how to act. The guy decided to throw it outside the ruins and thus this monster was supposed to die. But his enemy shouted loudly that Kang Hansu should never do this. He started crying and promising any help he could give, just so the guy wouldn't throw him out. Kang Hansu thought for a moment and asked again what his opponent could do. The orc said that he could move the exit from the city to the vicinity of the sacred sword. The next minute he saw the sword that was in Kang Hansu's possession and was incredibly surprised by this because only a hero could carry a sacred weapon. For several minutes, the green orc looked at the young man in confusion and did not understand how this was possible. Suddenly a thought struck him. His voice trembled and his mouth went dry with excitement. He realized that Kang Hansu was a hero because there was no other explanation for why he was calmly holding the sword. Meanwhile, the guy asked his interlocutor to show the status window. He agreed to everything, just so long as they wouldn't touch him anymore and wouldn't throw him outside the ruins. Kang Hansu saw that the green giant had the curse of a hero and the curse of ruin. This meant that he could not leave these places but had to carry out a certain mission. He had immortality because he had to test new heroes in an exam. Kang Hansu crossed his arms and concluded that this orc was not a guardian. He replied that he had never been a guardian of people, but he always protected the orcs. A moment later, he began to cry as he was defeated in the fight with the young hero. The young man grumbled discontentedly that he had the same whiny demon friend. The sobbing giant asked if the boy was going to leave these places. But Kang Hansu did not understand the reason for the orc's change, because recently he himself did not want to let him in. However, on the other hand, the guy thought that he had no other choice. He himself was going to leave here as soon as possible. A minute later he said that he would leave here, but would take with him the captive people he had freed. The orc remained silent for a while. It was impossible for people to know about the existence of the city, but he did not dare to disobey. Kang Hansu loudly called to his brothers to come with him on the return journey. But for some reason, people were in no hurry to leave. They were talking among themselves about something. The guy looked at them thoughtfully. He expected that they would run to freedom in a matter of seconds, but this did not happen. Apparently, during their entire stay, they became very attached to these places, and only 3 wanted to go with the young man. An unknown portal quickly opened and illuminated everything around with its light. Kang Hansu felt memories flooding back to him, and he hoped it wasn't dangerous. He asked God to see where this portal led, but he was too bored. God Asa thought it was too tiring to look into the portal and see the road. The young man did not want to take any more risks, and asked the spirit to have mercy. This, needless to say, hurt Asa's pride, and he decided to fulfill the request this time. So God took a sneak peek at what was waiting for them and assured them that everything was fine. Kang Hansu asked how he could return to the ruins if necessary. The orc replied that he would need to touch the ball and say the words, and then the young man would be heard. Despite the fact that God checked the situation, the guy was still tormented by doubts, but he had to trust. He excitedly touched the yellow glow and felt that he was in some kind of space. It was a familiar feeling. He closed his eyes because he couldn't see what was happening around him. Finally, the travelers arrived, and they could slowly open their eyes. Kang Hansu looked around in amazement at where he had ended up. It was a room with weapons on the walls everywhere. He thought that it was good that there was no magma or water around, and what awaited them in this building could only be guessed at. The people who arrived with Kang Hansu also looked around in surprise. The young man understood that they were in a room, and judging by everything, not very friendly people lived there. He saw the sacred sword, which was simply hanging on the wall instead of decoration. The guy touched his sword and ordered the entrance to be opened, because it was not very safe here. Kang Hansu told his brothers to return back to the portal immediately. Then the young man turned reproachfully to God because he said that there was no danger here. But from the paraphernalia in the room, the guy realized that an aristocratic woman lived there. The spirit assured him that it was safe to be here for now, but the guy asked furiously what he meant by "for now." Asa said that later it will become very dangerous, but now it is possible to be here. The young man was about to leave the room, but his gaze fell on a familiar object. For a moment he was speechless, wondering how his bag could have gotten into this room. After all, he definitely recognized his thing, which for some reason was here. And in the hunter's village, the heroes who were to enter into further battles gathered. The princess told the teenager that things had become unsettled in the village lately, and they needed to try not to scare the locals. Choi Gangman asked in confusion what kind of incident had happened recently. The other guys also looked around in surprise, but overall were quite calm. Finally, Athena Archmage told the heroes to be vigilant and not to interfere with the saint. Meanwhile, the holy servant of the temple went to the basement where the elves had been imprisoned earlier. She noticed that almost everything there had been cleaned up, and the security guard who brought her immediately began to apologize for this. However, the saint kindly said that she visited them only because she heard about mysterious murders. She asked if it was true that it was in this very basement that Elder Cerebre was locked up. The guard nodded his head affirmatively and again fell to the ground in a bow. The saint asked him if he knew how important Cerebre was, and from this question he broke out in a sweat and his voice trembled in fear. However, this servility became somewhat tiresome, because his good knowledge of this, or its lack, brought equally problems. After hesitating for a few moments, the temple servant went into some explanations. Cerebre's combat skills were below average, but all the animals she raised were extremely strong. In particular, her phoenix, which received the name of the Keeper of Fire, posed a huge threat to people. The saint could not allow any action that would disrupt the harmony between people and elves, which would spark a war. But if the direct participant asked not to spread the word about it, then the temple servant also decided not to raise this topic again. The guard sighed with relief and went without saying that he was grateful to the saint for this. However, the temple servant said that it was necessary to find out what this stranger looked like in order to thank him on behalf of humanity. The guard broke out in a sweat again and said that this young man was already honey today. To this, the saint calmly asked again what this man looked like when he was alive. The man began to frantically remember and said that he had short black hair. He also added that the guy was very similar to the heroes who arrived today. The saint was interested in the name of this young man, but the man knew nothing and could not say. She thought about it a lot, researched it, and then suddenly the maid did not turn to her. The saint said that now the conversation was over and the man could go to the heroes and show them the village. The guard immediately disappeared from sight, and the maid said that they might be dealing with a ghost. It was a question they couldn't solve. How could the guy survive even with patronage? After all, the temple servant understood that even with patronage it was impossible to defeat the gnolls at the first level, because the rest of the heroes, even in a favorable environment, fell to a couple of gnolls. And at the first level, and even alone, it was even more impossible. And even more so, who could patronize this guy because all the gods were in the temple? But the maid was worried that if the ghost and the owner in the bag were the same person, wouldn't it be dangerous to bring the hero here? The saint smiled and said that as long as they were under control, everything was in perfect order. The goddess didn't like all this very much, but the saint assured her not to worry, because no one would reveal them. After all, everyone who knew this guy is already dead, and the material evidence is in her room. The maid also wanted to raise the issue of the upcoming tournament. However, the temple servant already knew everything. She said that she was deliberately pretending not to know that the hero was Chan Mian, and after this news she began to behave a little better. The saint added that it is unknown why the girl is so eager to get into school, but Chan Min will be very diligent in order to achieve her goal, and this is to her advantage. Meanwhile, the heroes were waiting for further instructions and did not notice how clouds gathered in the sky and rain began to fall. Suddenly, Choi Gangmin heard an indignant cry from his classmate who was tired of waiting. She was indignant that she didn't like all this at all. They had to wait for something, and the armor was also very heavy. The cosplayer immediately volunteered to help. Choi Gangmin thought that she had achieved a lot, received patronage, but still remained so harmful. He looked at his other friends and concluded that Yubora hadn't changed much either. The guy realized that the guys were quite relaxed and didn't have anything to worry about, so the tournament would go great for him. Suddenly he noticed some shadow coming out of the forest. The young man froze for a moment. The silhouette was unclear. Was there a person there, or some other dangerous creature? The young man shouted loudly so that everyone could hear him, because there might be gnolls there, and it was necessary to escort the princess. Chan Mien jumped up in fright. She was completely unprepared to meet these creepy creatures, and Choi Gangmin was very determined that whoever appeared from the forest would get what they deserved. A moment later, the teenagers saw that the person who came out was also a well-known person. Arya was speechless and looked with surprised eyes at the guy who appeared in front of them. It was the hero Ohanu himself, pale and exhausted. It was obvious that he was very weak. Choi Gangmin said maliciously that he didn't look very presentable. The guy looked at everyone present with a crazy look and said that this was a medal for his worthy victory. This statement made Choi Gangmin very amused, because how could such a pitiful appearance become a medal? However, Ohanu's appearance was proof that he had experienced a real battle that others could not even dream of. Choi Gangmin scornfully remarked that the real fight was just a stupid excuse, but the excited Ohanu suggested that they test him in battle to see if he was lying or not. His opponent accepted this challenge with ease, because he had no doubt about his victory. Choi Gangmin decided to show his friend what the difference in skills really was. Ohanu knew that his opponent was much higher level, but he had a secret weapon. This was a patronage that was capable of causing damage even to a strong opponent. The patronage was called Revenge, and it gave an unspeakable flaming strength to the hero. The rest of the guys gathered around the arguing heroes and talked among themselves. They recognized their escaped friend and realized that he and Choi Gangmin had a conflict. Suddenly, Choi Gangmin heard his name being called and asked to wait a little. It was Arya who could not stop the hero from fighting, but warned that Ohanu was wounded. The girl thought that this circumstance somewhat softened Choi Gangmin because the fight was not equal. She was very worried about her friend and wanted to prevent this upcoming battle. When Okan saw the girl, he was in some confusion, but he smiled, overcoming the pain. However, Choi Gangmin noted that a private fight was necessary and then no one would have any questions. Arya had a timid hope that the duel would not take place, but it was destroyed in an instant. Ohanu's eyes were blazing with a bright fire. They radiated hatred along with malice and rage. Suddenly, a saint appeared at the edge of the forest who was unhappy with what was happening. Okanu, even after leaving, continued to cause discord. She said that for the sake of justice, she would heal him and ask the hero to finish it quickly. Choi Gangmin decided to test the abilities he had acquired in a real fight, as his opponent had said. Ohanu used his magic and had a fire in his hands that was burning with a bright light. His eyes burned with their own fire. He hated his friends for looking down on him. After all, just recently he was lying in the forest and recovering from an attack by his rival. Pact, with the help of a huge strong man, took all his slaves and led them away. The guy decided that he would save them. Ohanu noticed that there were some changes in his status window and a new patronage appeared. It was a patronage of revenge, but Park Hanen is too insignificant to take revenge. But the arrogant Choi Gangmin is another matter. The guy was proud of his intention when he chose a quality one together with his longtime offender. He decided that now he would start all over again and would definitely become the main character in this story. Nearby on the ground lay a huge, cute slime that resembled a big rock. The guy, in his excitement, pounced on him and wanted to test his abilities on this creature. But the next moment, the cute slime turned into an evil monster that wanted to defend itself. He attacked the young man with all his might, and he felt a strong blow to the stomach. Ohanu fell a few meters away and took some time to recover from the shock. The guy was quite annoyed because he did not expect that this creature had such a high level. The gods tore the animals apart, and the young man earned a new curse with the help of his hunting. He was furious, and thought that all this was specially arranged to prevent him from becoming the main character. But even the fact that the guy could no longer hunt slimes still didn't upset him. He had in his arsenal the opportunity to have a unique ability that allowed a lot. Ohanu believed that this was the fate of the main character and was sure that he was exactly that. However, now he felt the attack that his opponent Choi Gangmin was making on him. For a moment everything around was mixed up, and nothing could be distinguished when the flames of fire and ice touched. Choi Gangmin praised his opponent and said that he had improved his skills significantly. Ohanu mockingly asked if his rival was really so afraid of his great magic. This remark infuriated his enemy, and he wanted to make sure that it didn't put the guy in his place. The hero then used his acceleration ability and quickly headed towards his opponent. But the huge fire cloud that formed over Ohanu indicated that the battle would be fierce. The guy, like a fire-breathing dragon, released all his anger that he had been accumulating for a long time. But with his agility and speed, Choi Gangmin easily dodged the attack. However, the next moment the guy noticed that this was not all, and something more awaited him. A new wave of fiery flames once again hung over Choi Gangmin with a much greater amplitude. The hero couldn't believe his eyes. His opponent's capabilities had been so greatly enhanced. Ohanu was incredibly proud of himself, and was glad that he was able to make such an impression. However, this attack only fueled the rage that raged within Choi Gangmin. He had in his arsenal the patronage of the fighting spirit and also the warrior, which gave him his advantage. The guy said with hatred that he dodged the blow, but his opponent should not think that he had already won. The girls watched with bated breath as what was happening and were puzzled by what would happen next. Ohanu was determined to win no matter what. But the sword Choi Gangmin held in his hands emitted a threatening glow and indicated that everything would not be so simple. After all, the young hero also had no intention of giving up his position and losing to his opponent. He moved closer and closer to his opponent and smiled maliciously, anticipating his defeat. Ohanu was a little taken aback, but tried not to show it and maintain a fighting spirit. His competitor walked towards him and said that the fight would be over and Okan had lost. With these words, the hero dealt a strong blow to the young man's head, as a result of which he was unable to stand on his feet. A sharp bolt of lightning pierced the guy's entire body, and this energy also headed towards Choi Gangmin. The hero certainly did not expect such a turn of events and looked at his enemy in amazement. A lightning bolt burst around the boys, which was the result of Ohan's patronage called uniqueness. The girls closed their eyes for a moment because the light was too bright and did not allow them to look closely. The saint, who had been watching what was happening all this time, also could not see anything for a few moments. The gods had different reactions. Some were pleased and some not so much. Two heroes lay defeated. A moment later the saint sighed. Exhausted, she was very upset by what had happened. She said that we shouldn't just watch this in silence, we need to clean up here. At this time, Kang Hansu fiercely kicked the door open and shouted that he had finally arrived. The boy felt annoyed because this giant orc sent him to such a dangerous place. Suddenly he heard a voice next to him that belonged to the demon. He said that the young man had finally arrived. Kang Hansu didn't expect to meet his friend, as he thought he had already escaped. Cogmos would certainly have done so, but suddenly a man appeared with whom he did not want to cross paths. The guy was interested to know who the demon was so afraid of. Perhaps it was the saint or someone else. But in response, Cogmos noted that the appearance of this terrible woman would definitely lead to his death. In fact, the demon met Prince Alice, the master of the sword, who was distinguished by his considerable strength. He was nicknamed the Night King, which represented a second-generation monster. There the demon added that this prince really wants to meet Kang Hansu. Even if this meeting does take place, Cogmos insistently asked not to tell the prince about him. Because of the patronage the prince received from the saint called Paladina, he immediately figured out the essence of the demon. The young man noticed that this prince had absolutely nothing to do with him. However, the prince wanted to meet Kang Hansu, which indicated his strong interest in this guy. They continued their conversation, but suddenly some hurried steps were heard near the room. These are two girls who came in who took part in the tasks, and the gasoline is said to be glad that the young man appeared. Cogmos bitterly noted that Kang Hansu was very popular, because no one invited them, but the girls themselves rushed to him. This circumstance also greatly irritated the god, who even clenched his fists in indignation. But according to Kang Hansu, the girls want him to help them level up. The demon reproached the guy that with such inclinations, confusing sincere interest with selfish motives, it is impossible to get married. Kang Hansu noted that he would not rely on the opinion of the old bachelor in such matters. This phrase completely upset the demon. And at this time, the ladies who had arrived with a sweet smile on their faces were hurriedly saying something to the hero. They decided that the young man had left and were very upset because they did not have time to repay his favor. They were also interested in where they could earn another curse, and the guy answered that he was hunting. After all, with just the hero's curse, it's harder to enter and exit the city. Cogmos thought that the reckless guy had killed the hero on the road, but that was impossible. And then he noticed that in this city they would say goodbye because he still had plans to get married. Well, this is absolutely necessary for Kang Hansu's intention, because then he would be left without a translator. The young man grabbed the demon so hard that he asked him to let him go and stop shaking him. Cogmos had an idea, the essence of which was to buy a slave with linguistic patronage. And although this phenomenon is quite rare, nothing is impossible with money. This decision was acceptable, but the guy reproached his friend for only dreaming of leaving as soon as possible. The young man was very upset by this, but girls were waiting for him who wanted to invite him somewhere. They stood in the room in surprise and indecision, watching the showdown between the friends. The demon muttered that Kang Hansu was really stupid. These girls didn't dress up and come here for nothing. For a moment, the young man wondered if it was simply love that had engulfed their hearts. The demon sighed hopelessly. This guy clearly didn't have a middle ground, and didn't realize that halftones existed. Finally, Kang Hansu understood what the girls wanted and invited Cogmos to join them. But the demon was embarrassed and thought for a moment. He did not consider it necessary to go with them. After all, the girls' goal was this guy whom they looked at so enthusiastically. So Cogmos countered that he had no intention of putting himself in danger while the prince was here. With the most sincere and friendly smile possible, the young man said that his friend was a coward. In a rage, the demon gritted his teeth and attacked Kang Hansu with accusations that he was actually short-sighted. The girls invited their friend with them. They were in a good mood, smiling and joking. The guy had to tidy himself up, wash himself, and go to the dressmaker to have a suit made for him. Finally, the whole company approached the huge, beautiful gates that were the entrance to the castle. Kang Hansu stopped hesitantly, but the girls insistently called him to go inside. I had to obey, but it was completely uncomfortable to walk in such a suit. Kang Hansu was already not happy with this event, as he felt terribly uncomfortable in such clothes. The guy tried to guess what place they brought him to. It looked like an aristocrat's estate. The inside was even more beautiful than the outside. Kang Hansu looked around in admiration. The owner of this estate stood near the window. He looked very neat and impressive. The young man turned around and called out Kang Hansu's name, inviting him to come closer and get acquainted. Kang Hansu felt that this guy didn't inspire confidence, even though he looked very handsome. The owner of the palace said that two young ladies praised Poe's hero very much, so he decided to get to know him. As a prince, he had to speak the languages of different countries and peoples and had such patronage. Kang Hansu realized that this was the very person that Cogmos was talking about. The young man introduced himself as Alos, the sword master from the knightly kingdom of masters. The girls suspected something unimportant and wanted to warn Kang Hansu about the possible danger. The prince expressed his gratitude for the massacre of the orcs and the rescue of the two young ladies. Kang Hansu, at a loss, said that it was his duty as a fantasy inhabitant and he could not do otherwise. But at the same time, the prince was extremely curious about the abilities that had exterminated a huge horde of steppe orcs. So he suggested to his guest that they briefly clash swords to test them. For a moment, the guy thought it was some kind of ridiculous joke, and he asked again. However, the prince's serious and deep look showed that he was speaking quite seriously. Kang Hansu stood in the banquet hall opposite the prince, who, out of curiosity, suggested that they clash swords. The guy was dumbfounded and asked if it was really necessary to do this right now. The young ladies looked at each other anxiously. They were worried about the young man. In principle, I thought that it didn't turn out very nicely. He created a fuss among the guests. At this time, they served a lot of delicious food on the table, and Kang Hansu developed a voracious appetite. Alo's swordmaster suggested discussing the upcoming battle for leisurely meal. Kang Hansu sat down at the table and began to gobble up everything that was there with great appetite. The young girls who brought the guest here were somewhat confused and looked at this with amazement. The servant brought more dishes as the food ran out very quickly and everything was swept off the plates. Prince Alice Swordmaster remarked that this patronage was very interesting and surprising. After all, no matter how much the hero ate, he could not be satisfied, and the prince even became a little envious. God noticed that it was necessary to leave at least something for the prince, but all the food had been eaten. When the dinner was over, the prince once again praised the interesting patronage that Kang Hansu had. Then the owner of the estate asked the question that had been on his mind all evening. How did the boy get the hero's curse? This happened because it was necessary to teach a lesson to the hero who made fun of an innocent elf. Thanks to this information that he learned, the prince understood where the young man got the elf's patronage from, and he was also interested in what this hero looked like. After a moment, Kang Hansu casually stated that he had immediately hit him in the face, so he couldn't describe it. However, even this answer satisfied the prince. He thought that he could find the hero with the wound on his face and find out. Kang Hansu thought that this shouldn't be a problem, but he still mentally apologized to his friends. The prince then added that the guild's investigation had led to the guy, which was why he had invited him here, since he had killed many orcs recently. However, Kang Hansu wondered if he had done anything wrong when he destroyed those cannibals. But by doing so, he saved the kingdoms a headache, and there was nothing wrong with that. After all, not so long ago, numerous steppe orcs seemed to have evaporated from all lands. The prince asked if Kang Hansu understood what he meant when he said this. The guy enthusiastically noted that he had probably caught too many orcs. However, the prince objected that if these were orcs that were worth destroying with their own forces, they would have already been killed. Moreover, he would personally exterminate all the organs that needed to be expelled from here. The girls looked at what was happening in fear, unable to utter a word. But Kang Hansu decided not to change his tactics, and good-naturedly said that perhaps that was the case. Then there was a pause. The prince frowned and thought hard about something. A moment later, he added that according to the lady, Kang Hansu was an interesting person, and he would like to get to know her better. They left the building. It was already dusk outside. The prince said that he wanted to limit himself to a reward for saving the girls at first. But when he realized that the guy was really on the first level, it aroused great curiosity in the prince. Kang Hansu decided to be careful and not draw the sacred sword, but showed the dagger. The Prince of Admonition stared at the weapon, for he recognized the dagger that belonged to the treasure of the elves. The guy realized that he had made a small mistake and quickly hid his weapon. He said that it was possible to do without a knife, because he had a finger that could replace it. At these words, the young man's index finger began to examine the red color, and his eyes sparkled. The assembled lords looked at what was happening in amazement and could not believe their eyes. The prince paused for a moment and said that this really surprised him very much. After all, he had crippled his right hand hundreds of times before he mastered this dangerous technique, but his opponent was able to do it so easily. In order not to seem too unique, the guy said that he had exactly the same thing. God noted that lying is not good. Still, Prince Alice never ceased to be amazed at how this guy had achieved such skill at the first level. He offered his opponent his own spare sword as a gift. And then the prince gave Kang Hansu the right to strike the first blow in this battle. The guy was already in the excitement. He decided to test himself, because the prince was the third most powerful knight. Kang Hansu raised his sword up, and the weapon began to emit a red, shining light. Alo's swordmaster looked at what was happening with wide eyes, and did not understand how this was possible. And the young man at this time was waving his sword and preparing to strike the first blow. Then he shouted that he was attacking, and ran with all his might towards his opponent. Kang Hansu quickly approached his opponent and delivered his sophisticated blow. The prince managed to react and dodge, but a lot of dust rose up around him. The entire sky around was illuminated by a bright light. A red dome rose high above the estate. Because of the dust and wind that suddenly spread over the surrounding area, nothing could be made out. When the wind died down a little, Kang Hansu saw a sword that had simply broken. A terrible thought came into his head that he had miscalculated the blow and accidentally killed the prince. The guy threw everything out of the palace to avoid the problems associated with this incident. He ran and wanted to quickly find himself somewhere else so that no one would find him. However, the prince survived. He watched the boy run away and thought about why everything turned out this way. Alo's swordmaster sat near the fountain and the sound of water gurgling could be heard nearby. He thought that although he had reacted late, the sword filled with power was absolutely useless. The prince increasingly did not understand this man. He considered him absolutely paradoxical and absurd. Soon the rest of the people and servants gathered around the prince to help him get up. The girls ran up to Alice in excitement, asking if he was okay and if he was hurt. The prince assured that everything was fine with him and there was no need to worry or be anxious. Then, with a little groan, he rose up and was, on the whole, completely unharmed. Alos Swordmaster philosophically noted that this world is actually very large. Then he added that perhaps the guest was also surprised, since he ran away so quickly. Soon the prince laughed and said that because of his weakness, he almost hanged the benefactor of the kingdom for the murder of a member of the royal family. He wanted to apologize to Kang Hansu, and the girls said that he might have returned to the inn. They decided to help the prince and find a guy to bring him back to the estate. Alos Swordmaster remained standing thoughtfully, watching the ladies leave. At this time, the saint was extremely dissatisfied. She asked the servants if anyone had entered her room. They assured her that no one had entered except the caretaker and the maids. But the saint clearly saw that someone had definitely been there. Apparently there were footprints on the floor, indicating that a person had walked around the room. She ordered everyone to leave her alone, but the servants were worried that the killer might be hiding somewhere here. However, the saint believed that the traces on the floor were not left by the killer, since it would be very stupid to leave such evidence at the crime scene. She once again insistently asked everyone to leave the premises and under no circumstances to enter without her permission. Suddenly the saint saw something that made her heart beat very fast from excitement. The place where the stranger's thing, namely his bag, should have been was empty. She didn't care even if you robbed the walls, you can fill them up again, but you didn't take anything. Except for the thing that could not be replaced, because it was material evidence. The bag that belonged to the escaped hero Kang Hansu, because it was clear evidence of divine deception. Suddenly, the arrogant goddess asked the saint what was bothering her so much. The temple attendant explained that the reason for her concern was that the hero's bag had been stolen. The goddess reproached that it was necessary to take care of this in advance and destroy it. However, the saint was already very upset. She asked not to test her faith. The goddess asked what she would do. However, the saint did not know what to do and said that it was necessary to trust to chance. The goddess continued to ask if there was a way to somehow find the bag, but the temple servant angrily suggested that she do it herself. The goddess, extremely angry and dissatisfied with an irritated face, finally left the room. Suddenly, the ball that was transmitting the information lit up, and a voice was heard from there asking to enter. The saint nodded affirmatively and said to send a message to the prince and the kingdom of the elves. The maid quickly ran to the prince and said that the saint was waiting for him for a conversation. Alos grabbed his head. He completely forgot that he needed to count in front of her. The prince then asked the servants to take care of the cleaning and the broken fountain. He approached the ball and contacted the saint in order to have a conversation. The temple attendant asked how the investigation into reducing the orc population was progressing. The prince noted that the hero's hunt for the steppe orcs would be difficult to carry out according to plan. After all, there are currently no signs that the sharply reduced number of orcs will recover again. The saint asked what the reason was, and the prince said that they had questioned a wandering orc, and he told how a huge evil demon drove all the orcs out of their habitat. The temple attendant wondered for a moment what kind of demon it could be that had destroyed so many monsters. However, Alos Swordmaster added that this information has not yet been confirmed. The saint thought that it was necessary to strengthen surveillance of demons that could do such a thing. Then the prince turned to the saint with a question that interested him greatly. By this time, Kang Hansu had managed to run to the inn, and in a panic told the demon to get ready quickly because he could be executed for killing the prince. Cogmos was beside himself and asked if this psycho had really decided to commit murder, but the guy noted that everything was fine and he would just run away. But the demon was not very encouraged by this, as he was worried about himself in this situation into which he had been drawn. But Kang Hansu knew that every minute was precious, so he immediately ordered the portal to be opened. A black hole appeared and Cogmos was completely confused because the guy said that he doesn't use magic. However, there was no time for an explanation, and the demon had to come to the northern city gate. Finally, Kang Hansu said that he would not wait there for long and waved his hand. Cogmos was left confused and annoyed with his companion, who was dragging him into various adventures, and the prince told the story that he heard from Kang Hansu about how one of the heroes attacked an elf. Alos added that he doesn't know his name or appearance, but the only clue is his face, beaten beyond recognition. The saint thought that there was only one hero who could fit this role. A moment later, the prince said that he would like to introduce the caretakers to the chosen heroes. The saint liked this idea. She approved it and asked that the resident who saved the elf be rewarded. She wanted to reward him because she considered the hero's fault to be her area of responsibility. The prince assured that he would generously reward this young man instead of the saint so that she would not worry. At parting, the saint said that she would rely on Alos, and then the conversation ended. The prince began to walk around the room thoughtfully and had a brilliant idea to make Kang Hansu a knight. He walked to the window and looked at the night sky, strewn with millions of stars. Alos Swordmaster understood that the weapon of the level he had was completely insufficient. At this time, Kang Hansu passed through the portal and felt that his ears were itching too much. Apparently, someone was remembering. A portal opened in the abandoned ruins and things started falling out of it. Many people gathered around the portal, and one of them was Blues, who was very happy to see the new arrival. It was Kang Hansu, with bags filled with his and the demon Kogmos's things. He just needed someone to help him, and so Bruce came in handy. The guy asked him to help him move all these things to another place. It was not an easy task to explain, but Blues eventually understood what was required of him. Suddenly, the keeper of the ruins approached and asked menacingly what was going on here. Kang Hansu said that these people would help carry his things, and that the giant orc would not dare to kill them. Then the guy got steamed up so that the man could carry the things he ordered through the sword. The orc looked at this hopelessly. He had to endure many different humiliations, but this was the first time he was so insulted that he was weaker than the hero. Kang Hansu just smiled sarcastically, deciding to consider this as worthy praise. At this time, a demon was walking through the forest, gritting his teeth and very angry at his companion. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him calling him, and he jumped up in surprise. It was Kang Hansu. They needed to quickly run to a safe place, however. Kogmos wanted the guy to explain everything first. The young man said in a few words that they needed to get away from the saint. The demon noted that this was most likely due to the hero's curse. Kang Hansu nodded affirmatively. Kogmos thought to himself that his companion was very slippery. He wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, and therefore they needed to go north. Kang Hansu asked why in that direction, what was there for them there? The demon explained that on the western continent there was the largest market where one could find a slave with language patronage. While the demon was saying this, a malicious grin never left Kang Hansu's face, which really infuriated Kogmos. The guy calmly explained that he was smiling like that because the demon hadn't escaped yet. In a rage, the demon said that he could not do this because all the things remained with the hero. They had to hurry very much, so Kang Hansu took his friend in his arms and they went. This action enraged Kogmos even more, and he demanded that he be put down on the ground immediately. However, the guy assured that it would be much faster this way, and sarcastically added that he would deliver the princess in the best possible condition. They had been walking for a long time, and were a little hungry on the road. They needed to think about food. Kang Hansu took his magic sword and spoke certain words to make the magic happen. The next moment, a table appeared, and on it were exquisite dishes for a snack. The demon stared at his plate in amazement, while his companion greedily ate the dishes that were served. After the meal, Kang Hansu sent the plates back into the portal to be washed. Then the guy noticed that this food was not comparable to the dinner at the prince's reception, but it was still better than nothing. The demon thought how this was possible. He had never heard of magic that cooks and washes dishes. The young man stretched contentedly, and the demon again clenched his teeth, dreaming of getting rid of him as soon as possible. Then he added that they were almost there, and only a little more walking remained. Kang Hansu was indignant that his companion did not tell him about this earlier, since they could have eaten upon arrival. Finally, they got to where they planned, and the guy began to look around the area in amazement. It was the largest slave market on the western continent. Kang Hansu was delighted. He liked the scale of this place, and he looked around in delight. The demon grumbled discontentedly for his companion to stop acting like a country bumpkin and follow him. Some man was calling out to passers-by and saying something in an incomprehensible language, and the guy could only make out individual phrases. The guy laughed loudly. It was a security guard, and he absolutely did not expect to meet anything like this here. Several men were playing cards and looked absent-mindedly towards the new arrivals. Kang Hansu said that there was nothing particularly surprising or unusual about it. The demon noted that in such a big city you can quickly go broke if you search everyone. And a moment later he added that he would like to take his things, since he won't be running away anyway. The guy looked at his companion with displeasure, He wanted a slave with linguistic patronage to be found first. But he still fulfilled Kogmos's request and ordered a brown bag with the help of his sword. A second later, the bag was delivered straight into the hands of the guy who took it. The demon looked at the sword thoughtfully. He realized that this weapon was a mediator. He asked to take a closer look, and Kang Hansu agreed to give him the weapon without question. Kogmos thoughtfully twirled the sword in his hands. It didn't look like it had any spatial magic. But the next moment, it was as if he was pierced by an electric current, and millions of vibrations went through his body. In a rage, the demon said that it was a sacred sword, and the young man was surprised by the presence of functions that prevent robbery. Kogmos was very angry, and said that it was necessary to suspect something was wrong when Kang Hansu calmly handed him over. Demons cannot touch such objects because it is not just a weapon, but a sacred sword. However, Kang Hansu apparently couldn't hold it either, but for some reason he used it. Well, the guy replied that the sword was simply defective. The demon could not hold back a sarcastic remark about the similarity of the owner to the weapon. Kang Hansu turned around with displeasure and asked his interlocutor to repeat what he had said. At this time, a demoness was in captivity who was very sad and wanted to be free. She was chained in captivity of slavery and could not even move. This state oppressed her. There was complete sadness and hopelessness in his eyes. It seemed like there was no way out at all. From all around, there were cries of invitation to buyers to purchase young slaves. The travelers walked along the road in this big city. The local population lived their own lives. Kang Hansu thoughtfully said that it was time to say goodbye to dreams of noble deeds for the benefit of slaves. After all, he imagined how he would be a defender of justice, saving slaves from tyrant merchants. The demon didn't expect much from a psycho like Kang Hansu, but he hoped that he at least had some sensible thoughts in his head sometimes. The guy found this statement very offensive and pursed his lips in displeasure. They passed an alley where a huge angry man was yelling at a girl. She said something in a frightened voice and trembled all over. The travelers looked at this for a few moments. The demon explained that such a trick is used to make potential buyers feel sorry for them, so that they would buy the girl. After all, she had perfect, smooth, well-groomed skin, which did not correspond to her status as a slave. Kogmos advised not to pay attention to such scenes and move on. There were several races of slaves. They could be either humans or magical elves. There were also such types of slaves as gnomes and mermaids. The price varied depending on the race. Compared to appearance and skills, level was valued the most. The demon said that they needed to go to a certain place. After all, there were several shops here that specialized in high-class slaves. Finally, they entered a large, spacious building where they could buy what they needed. The friendly saleswoman smiled kindly at the guests who came in and greeted them. She asked why the customers had complained and whether they needed slaves for security. Kogmos said they were looking for a slave with linguistic patronage. Other characteristics were unimportant. The saleswoman paused for a few moments to choose the best option. Kang Hansu added that he needed a slave to accompany him during his journey. The demon doubted that such a thing even existed. To begin with, Kogmos decided to find out everything properly, what kind of offers there were here at all. He began to explain something to the saleswoman in a language that was incomprehensible to Kang Hansu. She nodded her head affirmatively and said that such slaves could be easily selected. The demon was surprised how it was possible to find a suitable slave for such a difficult mission. In the end, he sincerely sympathized with the future slave who would have to suffer with Kang Hansu. Without thinking twice, they walked up the marble steps to the second floor, expecting to meet the best candidate. When they entered, Kang Hansu was momentarily speechless because high-ranking slaves had gathered there. They looked too arrogant. Such creatures could run away. But the demon assured that they all had the patronage or curse of a slave. He suggested that his companion look at the slave's status to verify his words. One girl had the status of a slave and was someone's property. Every time she disobeyed, she experienced terrible torment. Suddenly, a saleswoman entered the room and asked the visitors to look at the other slaves. She said that she had a particularly valuable specimen that would definitely be suitable for travelers. A tall girl with long curly hair and wearing a beautiful white dress entered the hall. She had horns on her head, which indicated that she belonged to a certain race. Kogmos was incredibly surprised. He did not expect to see a creature like himself here. Kang Hansu chuckled. He assumed that something like this would definitely happen. However, his friend looked at him in rage and asked him again what he meant. The guy explained that his order for a slave exactly matched the demon's description. Kogmos declared that he himself would buy this slave and take her with him to the city. However, the demon did not have enough money, as it was quite an expensive purchase. Kang Hansu asked how the demoness got the status of a slave. She replied that there was a man whom she loved very much, but he doubted it. In order to prove her affection and loyalty, she agreed to become his slave. The guy added that it was quite obvious that the same man later left her. God didn't like the story, and he considered it boring. And Cogmos at this time was sitting on the floor. He was so touched by this story that he even cried. Kang Hansu and the demoness looked at this strange picture with bewilderment. She turned to the owner with a request to remove from her the insect that decided to feel sorry for her. The guy said that it was necessary to go further on the road. His slave asked if he wanted to check everything properly. But for Kang Hansu there was no doubt, because the status of a demoness spoke for itself. The girl's name was Diaroka. She was at level 27 and had many patronages. They were about to leave, but suddenly the girl felt a slight chill, and for a few moments she stood in a strange position. She explained that the reason for this behavior was her patronage of the slave, because she experienced immeasurable happiness when she carried out the orders of the master. The girl also added that the whole reason for her serving the insignificant little man was to carry out orders. Kang Hansu noticed that she was very honest, and the demon hissed angrily that the guy should not order her to do anything strange. The young heroes looked at the demon in bewilderment, not really understanding what he wanted to say. Diaroka looked at her master pleadingly and asked him to give the order to kill this demon. Kang Hansu graciously agreed, but warned that it should not be to the point of death. Meanwhile, he decided to walk around the area and look for some more slaves. They seemed too cheap to the young man, and he recruited a lot of people, but one way or another they all had a low level. Kang Hansu opened a portal and told his workers to take and carry things there. Cogmos asked the guy to give him a couple of minutes. Kang Hansu thought that the demon was going to leave. His friend began to say that he had changed his mind and wanted to continue, but suddenly an arrow hit his head. The guy looked at what was happening in amazement. It was a little surprising. Diaroka said thoughtfully that she would have liked to do it herself, but someone got ahead of her. With these words, the girl stepped on the demon's head with undisguised pleasure. Kang Hansu looked around carefully, but falling in the middle of the day was too much. The guy thought that this world was somehow too amazing and unpredictable. Here you need to be constantly on the alert, and keep your eyes open and your finger on the pulse. At this time, Diaroka struck a bandit who approached and wanted to attack them. Passers-by watched the fight in panic and were very frightened by what was happening. They started screaming that they were being killed and calling for help from other people, and criminals started gathering around. Kang Hansu said that things were bad because a crowd would come running now, and it would be extremely unpleasant. These bandits wanted to steal slaves, because rumors spread throughout the city that a man with the first level bought up many slaves. Suddenly, knights came running, wanting to stop the fight and calm the residents. The demoness was ready to kill the guards if necessary, and if the master ordered it. However, there could be no questions for the slave, but it was impossible to reveal that Cogmos was a demon. She offered to kill him too. But Kang Hansu didn't like this plan, and they had to leave the city and go to safe territory. In the forest, the guy threw the demon to the ground and told him to come to his senses and not pretend that he was weak. In anger, the demon tried to justify himself by saying that he was not a weakling, but simply lost his vigilance, because no one had ever tried to kill him. However, Diaroka said that up until this point, the demon had not tried to protect itself by relying only on the power of healing, and this was truly the fate of a weakling. Cogmos blurted out that his friend was a worthless piece of work who was trying to get close to a slave bought for money. However, Kang Hansu hit the demon and looked at his clothes in dismay because he was covered in blood again. At this time, the demoness's hand moved towards the guy in order to do something bad. For a few moments, the guy looked at what was happening, and the next second he grabbed the slave's hand. In her eyes, Kang Hansu was easy prey, but the demoness clearly underestimated him. Diaroka gritted her teeth. She was very angry and wanted to take revenge at any cost. Then the slave again directed her hand, charged with warlike energy, and wanted to grab the master. But Kang Hansu also had his own secret weapon, which he immediately used. The next second, he grabbed Diaroku's hand and dealt a crushing blow. She looked at him in confusion and realized that her hand had disappeared. It was very unexpected. Cogmos was beside himself with rage and began yelling at his friend to stop. But Kang Hansu looked at his slave with complacency. She asked if it was true that her master was on the first level. After all, it was very difficult to do this with such a small level of rank in your arsenal. The guy said maliciously that even if this was not the case, then would she also say that she had lost her vigilance? He had a fiery power that was capable of turning even an ordinary hand into a weapon. In anger, the demoness pounced on her opponent to kill him mercilessly. But the guy was not going to give up and was determined to show her who was boss. He pounced on Diaroku so that she would have no doubts about how powerful he was. The young man pressed himself into the air, waving his fists and intending to attack the demoness. For a few moments, she was unable to parry the blows, as they were dealt with lightning speed. He was about to make the biggest blow at the end and swung his arm to deliver it. But the next moment, something went wrong, and Diaroka, having prepared her power, struck her opponent. Hansu flew to the side, and she said that apparently her master had lost his vigilance there. The guy foresaw that it would be very painful, because she had inflicted a severe wound on him. The young man turned away. Thick blood flowed from his wound. He needed time to recover. For a few moments he came to his senses and performed the inner work of healing. Diaroka said with a smile that for a demon, the wounds that Hansu had inflicted on her were a mere trifle. She told the master to order her to free herself, and then she would heal him that very second. But the guy didn't agree, and he said that he wasn't going to fulfill her request. Turning around, the young man said that he was ordering his slave to stand still. She was angry and furious because she didn't get what she wanted and didn't achieve success with her attacks. The wound that was on Hansu's body healed itself, and he could calmly continue the battle. Now the demoness doubted that this young man was actually human because his abilities said otherwise. They both knew how to regenerate, so the guy suggested fighting until one of them died. Cogmus was beside himself with rage. He considered his friend a real monster. The demon volunteered to help Miss Diaroka and said that he would not let anyone harm her and would protect her from Hansu. Diaroka looked at Cogmos with disdain, since he was clearly not fit to be a protector. They were always together with Hansu, and he studied the demon's fighting tactics well. Therefore, forcing him to back down is not a problem for the guy. Hansu said that who else but the demon would know that it was useless to stop him. Diaroka said thoughtfully that this man is incredible in the bad sense of the word. After all, you can't be so annoying. Hansu ran up and said that it was all just to show off in front of her. With these words, the guy attacked the demoness again and dealt her a strong blow. She said that she hated traitors the most and looked menacingly at her opponent. The young man noticed that it was the demoness who betrayed him first in her attempts to attack. She noted that she may be a slave, but she never swore allegiance to Hansu. For a few more moments, the intense, fierce battle between them continued. Gradually, Diaroku's strength began to leave her, and she could no longer strike as quickly. The ability to heal couldn't keep up with the wounds inflicted. Now she definitely doubted that the guy was human. After all, his eyes were burning brightly with fire, and he felt absolutely no fatigue. Diaroka gathered all her composure and began to attack her master. Hansu brilliantly parried this blow and continued his fierce battle. The next moment, the demoness flew to the side and fell to the ground, screaming loudly in surprise. The guy ran up and dealt the final blow to his slave, who was already lying on the grass. However, after a minute, Diaroka stood up. Her eyes were furious. She was not going to give up. Hansu said that it seemed like the slave didn't think about her health at all, but it turned out that she was more resilient than the orcs. But suddenly the young man looked in amazement at what was happening to the demoness. Behind her back, wings grew that were very large and voluminous. But this did not stop the guy. He decided that while she had not yet taken off, he would trample her on the ground. However, Hansu didn't have time to do this, as the demoness took off in an instant. She pushed off the ground and began to float in the air, and the young man was annoyed that he had missed the moment. In any case, he understood that Diaroki would not last long, since she was already quite exhausted. He prepared his elf patronage, which could help in victory. Diaroka flew high to return and promised that she would kill the guy with one blow. She quickly dropped to the ground with great fury, intending to crush her opponent. But Hansu was not going to give up and prepared his secret weapon. He extended his hand, which played the role of a sharp dagger and could seriously injure. The guy saw a demoness flying towards him, but he was confident in his success. The next moment, she furiously attacked her owner and they collided. Hansu felt a strong blow to his head and lost consciousness for a moment. But the power that the guy emitted did not allow Diaroka to get closer, but on the contrary, pushed her aside. She could not continue the fight, but her opponent also seriously injured his head. After some time, Hansu opened his eyes and tried to remember what happened the day before. The guy couldn't believe that he had suffered a defeat for the first time, but the grumbling of the god who was nearby prevented him from collecting his thoughts. Kang Hansu addressed his patron with respect and said that he could not control this power. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a voice that was nearby. It was Diaroka. She asked her master to provide her with new clothes as her things were torn. However, the guy did not understand why he should take care of her, because he did not care about it at all. The demon suddenly woke up and said that he would choose a suitable outfit for Diaroki himself. However, she did not give him such an opportunity, and said that the master must take care of the needs of the slave. Kang Hansu muttered discontentedly that this was real impudence, but there was nothing he could do. He took out a huge dress from the portal and handed it to his demoness with a displeased look. While getting dressed, Diaroka thoughtfully said that if the winner could not be found, then it was her mistake. She did not understand what awaited her next, and was very alarmed by these circumstances. The demoness also continued that if the owner were to transfer the right of ownership to this trash while she was so weak, it would be very sad. And overall, she got the impression that at the end of the fight, Kang Hansu deliberately gave in, and she definitely doesn't like that. The guy importantly stated that Diaroka could both admit her loss and submit to him. However, the demoness assured that she recognized the low-grade creature as her owner, and this was no longer an easy decision for her. She added that such shame and humiliation would be a source of ridicule in her future life, and it was necessary to consider what happened as a small test. However, Kang Hansu believed that this was no longer his problem, and the slave had to come to terms with it herself. And at this time, the demon, in a rage, told his friend to behave decently. After all, he will never forgive Kang Hansu if he starts forcing Diaroku to do various obscene things. But she didn't really need the demon's support, and quickly cut him off by saying that he would never be able to defeat him. God firmly said that this demon was very pitiful. Kang Hansu looked with all his eyes at his friend, and was surprised at his vitality. Suddenly, Diaroka approached the guy and took his face in her hands. He looked at her in bewilderment. The next second he pulled away and looked at the demoness with apprehension, not understanding what she was up to again. But Diaroka reminded him that he himself spoke about worthy compensation, and with these words, she fell right on top of the young man. She was very weak and exhausted. Muttering that all this happened because of him, the demoness closed her eyes in exhaustion. The guy glanced sideways with displeasure at the slave lying on his shoulders, and around him he could hear Cogmos's menacing remarks addressed to him. After talking with the prince, the saint invited a guest to her estate who could help in some way. The saint said that things were bad because all the orcs from the plain and the surrounding territories had been exterminated. Last time the number of forest gnolls rapidly decreased, and now there were orcs. What could be expected next? The guest asked whether it was only this circumstance that prompted the saint to seek a meeting with her, but she replied that of course not, and there were other reasons why they met with Elder Cerebret. The elf sat thoughtfully for several minutes, because she understood who could have exterminated an entire forest of gnolls. Remembering their last meeting, the girl felt a slight heartbeat and thought about how he was doing now. The girl looked at the steam rising from the cup and wondered if the saint really wanted to find the thief and the stolen item. She really wanted this, but she doubted whether it was possible. Cerebre assured that it was quite obviously yes. After all, Elphia wanted to entrust this task to her cute ward, the big slime. The saint hesitated a little, but still decided to ask a tactless question. Does this creature really have abilities? Cerebret assured that Miakushka is a special slime, and the saint can have no doubt in his abilities. The girl also added that this slime is not a softie at all, but a real Miakushka. Despite the fact that the elf tried to convey his abilities to the saint, she still did not understand what she meant. Cerebret said that her interlocutor would understand everything herself when she saw his power. Finally, they decided to look for clues to find the criminal, and the temple servant showed the footprints that were left on the floor. Elphia looked at the saint in horror. Could it be that someone had entered the room directly to rob her? This was unheard of impudence, and Cerebre asked her pet to tell about the identity of the robber. The slime began to emit some vibrations and speak words, but the saint could not make out anything. She asked Cerebret to translate the information Miakushka had given her about the thief. The girl said that the intruder then escaped through the sacred sword that hung on the wall. It was terrible, because now the temple servant understood that the robber was a hero. Cerebret clarified whether she had correctly understood that the saint had guessed the hero's identity. Also, in gratitude for the information provided, the saint decided to fulfill the elf's request. And the elder said that she wanted to get a job at a magic academy as a teacher. After all, she realized that during the last incident she was not inferior in level even to a simple soldier. Cerebret tried to raise her level by hunting, but was once again convinced that it was not suitable for her. Miyakushka, who had been listening to his hostess all this time, sighed meaningfully in agreement. After all, the elder had a very gentle nature and did not like to fight. Despite her status, she did not rise above level 12. Therefore, with the help of the teacher's patronage, you can get experience points without fighting, and this would be the ideal option. At this time, Ohanu was sitting in solitude and seething with anger. He promised himself that in the next meeting he would grind his opponent into dust. The gods approved of these intentions and were amazed at the hero's coolness. The guy became very proud. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a merchant who arrived and brought 2 large bags of swords. The guy looked at the weapons that were brought in confusion. He had expected that there would be a little less of them. The merchant kindly said that this was a small thanks to the future savior of the world. Although this was too much, the young man still thanked him, and then asked if there were any unexplored dungeons in the area. And although the man said that there was no such thing, Ohanu decided that they simply had not been found yet, because they definitely had to be there. Suddenly, the entire crowd of people who had gathered on the street, talking, began to look in one direction. The guy squeezed through the people to see what everyone was crowded together for. Suddenly, he realized who all the assembled people were looking at, and in panic, he held back an enthusiastic cry. Elder Cerebret was walking next to the knights. The young man could not take his eyes off her, and thought that she must be some kind of aristocrat. The lady said that she did not hold a grudge against people and did not come for revenge. She also apologized for the noise made. The guy twitched in amazement, thinking why she was here, because the girl had a very aggressive slime in her arms. He was emitting some angry words and looked at the assembled audience with displeasure. Suddenly, one man from the crowd wanted to approach the elf in order to talk to her. Cerebre asked if it was true that he was the new headman of this amazing village. The girl also added that she needed to find out whether the dungeon was still there. Okan looked at those present in surprise and thought that this was some kind of heroic event. However, the guy could not allow the girl he liked to leave so quickly, so he turned to her. Relying on the power of his patronage, Ohanu asked with a friendly smile if she wanted to tell him something. But Cerebret looked at the young man in surprise and said that she did not understand what he was asking about. Ohanu was extremely annoyed that his patronage and charm did not work. But the guy decided not to back down and asked the elder if she was married. Cerebret muttered that she had plans, but the memory of her last meeting with Kang Hansu flashed before her eyes. The knight who watched this whole scene was excited by the guy's impudence, but the elf interrupted him with displeasure. At parting, the girl asked the hero not to approach her because she felt uncomfortable. Cerebret called the elder and they went to the dungeon that was nearby. Ohanu watched the girl leave and thought that she was very sweet, but there were clearly circumstances that she could not tell. And while the careless gods continued to watch, the guy decided to conduct his own little investigation about Cerebre. That same night, the heroes gathered in the square, and the prince told them that their goal was to defeat the Demon King. To do this, they must use all the methods and means they have, and similar conditions will be in place at the upcoming tournament. Alos then showed a map where a significant number of orcs had been released in the areas marked in red. The prince added that the goal of the tournaments is to hunt these orcs and check the tokens on their ankles. The guys were worried, and Chanmin was a little uneasy. She felt a slight tremor running through her body. The girls talked among themselves. They were afraid to hunt orcs. Alice said that it doesn't matter how the guys do it, but only the one who collects the most tokens will win. The prize for winning this competition will be the hero's one and only sacred sword. Choi Gangmin gritted his teeth in rage. He wanted to rehabilitate himself from the shame inflicted on Han by the worthless O. And to do this, the guy had to win a big tournament at any cost. Ohanu looked at his status and thought that having a save point wouldn't hurt in this world. After all, the guy understood that he couldn't enter the academy without the title of hero. Then he heard a conversation between 2 knights. One of them said that the second one had been transferred to guard duty here. He replied that the gentleman heroes would join the academy, and that the Elven elder had also taken a job as a teacher. Ohanu began to listen attentively to this conversation, as it interested him very much. The guy thought for a moment how he could use this information for his own purposes. He imagined how he would be the elf's student. They would meet in this room so that no one would know. All confused and puzzled, Cerebre would have come to him, because she could not have acted differently. She would be worried that she was a teacher, and Ohanu was her student, but she would still love him. As a true gentleman, he made sure to calm his beloved down, and said that there was no need to worry about such trifles. They would have to overcome some obstacles, but in the end, they would definitely be happy. Ohanu laughed, imagining an interesting dream, and thought about how he could still get into the academy. The god suggested that the boy try to be reinstated at the academy, and in this way he could become closer to Cerebrae. The guy decided that this was a great idea and that it was imperative to bring it to life. In the temple, no one slept at night. The guys were excited and discussed the upcoming tournament. Suddenly, the door opened. There was a pause. The guys saw the man enter and were a little surprised. Prince Alice Swordmaster stood there for a moment, dumbfounded, looking at the guy who entered. Ohanu greeted everyone cheerfully and said that he was also going to participate in the tournament. But only heroes can take part, and the guy assured that he was going to return because he had enough abilities. The guy asked the guys for support so that they could confirm whether he was telling the truth. Choi Gangmin looked at his opponent with hatred and barely refrained from being rude. The prince looked at them thoughtfully, shrugged his shoulders. He had his own questions for the guy. Alos asked if it was true what he heard that Ohanu had become equal in ability to Choi Gangmin. However, at that very moment the prince remembered what Kang Hansu had told him. Therefore he sternly asked Ohanu what had happened to the elf. The guy recoiled. He didn't expect that this event would be revealed right now. He tried to explain that there was a misunderstanding, and he just wanted to help her out of the kindness of his heart. Alos Swordmaster looked at him angrily, but this young man did not inspire confidence. He angrily asked how the guy could lie so brazenly and openly in front of everyone. The prince wanted to add something else, but suddenly a saint entered the hall and began to silently watch. It was unclear what she was thinking and how she would proceed. Alos tried to follow her train of thought, but ultimately came to the conclusion that a simple prince could not do this. At one time, Ohanu was glad about the appearance of the saint and hoped that she would take his side. The prince said that he would acknowledge the hero's return if he returned the money he received as ransom. The guy said that he had already spent it on training and had nothing left, but he would work it all off. Alos Swordmaster looked at the young man with anger and wanted to test him again. He said he had to see for himself how much Ohanu had progressed on his own. The guys froze in horror, anticipating that a real fight would begin now, and their friend would feel uneasy. But the hero himself was not worried. He was confident in his abilities and hoped that those present would be very surprised. Several gods began to watch this event with curiosity, upset that the popcorn had run out. Ohanu released his fire magic to deal a powerful blow to his opponent. However, this plan didn't work out too well for him, and soon the boys were looking at the floor in shock. The guy stuck to the wall and lay motionless for a few moments, completely unable to get up. The prince asked the boys to raise their hands if they wanted to take part in the tournament, and if they agreed that the knights would no longer protect them. But the boys were afraid of being left without protection and talked excitedly among themselves. Choi Gangmin and a few other guys were the first to raise their hands, looking sternly at the others. Jung Mian and Yubora decided to keep up with the guys and also raised their hands. The rest had some doubts and did not dare to make any choice. Alos Swordmaster pursed his lips in displeasure. He considered doubts a sign of weakness. The prince asked the heroes who were hesitating not to regret their choice in the future, and to decide now. The saint interrupted the prince, saying that there was no need to pressure the heroes, but that their choice should be respected. Then she added that those guys who do not want to participate in the tournament should return to the dorm and pick up their things. However, they did not expect this at all and began to resent this injustice. The temple's minister said they were going to focus on supporting brave and strong-willed people. In a moment, there were no more doubting guys left. Everyone wanted to take part. The saint added with a slight smile that a true hero must possess genuine courage, and those who seek personal gain are no different from mercenaries. The guys said that the contenders for victory have already been approved, and they are just looking at things realistically. However, the temple servant said that they do not need heroes who avoid combat, looking at things realistically. The guys couldn't find anything to say in response to this, and so, gritting their teeth, they agreed. The saint then praised the remaining heroes and said that they had passed the selection round with flying colors. The guys were determined. Each one wanted to see himself as a winner. The saint wished them good luck in the upcoming tournament and commanded them to listen to the commands. Ohanu came to his senses and tried to get up. He was determined and ready to win. Kang Hansu walked along the road and carried in his arms a demoness who was sleeping very soundly. The guy was offended by Cogmos, who decided to leave him after all, and they ran away. He said that he would return when he became a strong man worthy of Miss Diaroka. The demon would show them. God noticed that such sentimental thoughts about others were not typical of Asi. He also didn't like that Kang Hansu was carrying this demoness around with him. In his opinion, she needed to be abandoned. However, the guy said that there was nothing wrong with it, he just changed the translator to a female one. God said that he was very uncomfortable being here in such an environment, but the guy didn't pay attention. A strong resentment crept into the soul of the god Asa, and he was very dissatisfied. He decided to quickly leave this place and not watch the guy carry the demoness. Kang Hansu didn't expect this, and indignantly asked if this was escape. He called his patron spirit, but there was silence in response. Apparently, he had actually left. And at this time, God decided to listen to what was happening in the temple. He quietly looked into the wall. He saw the prince talking to Ohanu about the upcoming battle between them. Asa looked at what would happen next, how events would develop. God looked at the schedule that was created for the heroes, and at that time, Ohanu flew into the wall. It was written that the prize for winning the sacred sword, the grand prize winner of the tournament, would be given a chance to enter the Hogwarts Academy of Magic. Asa imagined how happy Kang Hansu would be when he could visit this academy. This dream pleased God so much that he was very happy in anticipation. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu laid Diaroka, who was sleeping peacefully, on the bed. She was so tired that she didn't even move. The guy looked at the sleeping demoness for a few moments and began to think about his next steps. First of all, he looked into the status window to check if his patrons were in place. However, nothing had changed there, and the guy sighed with relief, thinking that Asa had not abandoned him. Suddenly, the maid came into the room and wanted to ask the guy something. The girl said something kindly and did not look at her interlocutor. But when she noticed who was sitting in the room, she stepped back in fear. After all, she didn't see a person, but a real demon with eerie, burning eyes appeared before her eyes. She quickly said some words of gratitude and ran out of the room, leaving the young man sitting there in confusion. He understood what the reason was. Because the friendly race was afraid of him and avoided him due to the curse, the guy felt some pleasure from how people reacted to him. He thought that it was not worth focusing on this, since his peculiarity did not cause any serious problems. The guy looked out the window and thought that slave thieves usually become active at this time. He decided to take revenge for the theft last time before he left this city. At this time, the god returned and the boy was glad to see him, but he did not expect Asa to come so early. God said it was a necessary solitary journey, and he was scouting out interesting information. The guy was busy with his thoughts and suggested that the spirit take a walk with him to one place. God was already glad that the young man had decided to leave the demon, but he replied that she was just sleeping for now. Kang Hansu said that he decided to see the thieves who attacked them that time. But God was interested in the plans that the guy had after the showdown with the thieves. He replied that he had not thought that far ahead yet. In that case, Asa enthusiastically suggested going to the academy directly from this city. The young man said that first he would deal with the thieves and then he would decide. God began to act up and fell to the floor, demanding that the young man answer now. Kang Hansu asked for help, and then he would definitely think about it. The patron spirit looked closely at the hero and asked if he would go to the academy if he helped. Kang Hansu said vaguely that he would definitely think about this proposal. Asa asked how he could help in such a matter. The guy replied that in order to catch a fish, bait was needed. The young man was in anticipation of revenge, and his furious gaze shone like never before. His slaves brought him to a certain place where there were many merchants and slaves. Kang Hansu thanked God for the translation, and God asked if he needed more slaves. The guy said with a slight grin that they would still come in handy later, and that they could be taken. He examined the slaves who were nearby and assessed their level of development. There were the daughters of the mage's son and knights of the aristocracy. Because of their low level, they were cheap, regardless of the type of their activity. Kang Hansu admitted that even his chest skipped a beat from the feeling of kinship with these first-level people. God said that the external level does not matter, because what matters is the rank that the hero has inside. The guy began to approach the slaves and was on guard because an attack could happen at any moment. And so it happened, because the next moment the young man felt an arrow flying towards him. These were the guys who laughed contemptuously at Kang Hansu, considering him a weakling. However, they soon realized that they were cruelly mistaken, because this was the same guy they had met the day before. Kang Hansu, using well-worn methods, accurately determined that these people were the morning boy's comrades. Suddenly, a huge, muscular man appeared next to them, whom they called the leader. He ordered his friends to do something, but they were very scared. Kang Hansu only smirked contemptuously. He expected to deal with them in no time. Many bandits came running from all over the area who wanted to deal with the hero. The leader took up his weapon and quickly jumped off the roof to start a fight. The guy looked at him appraisingly, and the god reminded them that they needed to go to the academy. The huge, fierce leader landed and prepared to attack. God kept saying that the academy was important and demanded an immediate response from Kang Hansu, but the guy was busy exterminating. His enemy had a crazy look and an evil smile that did not bode well. He shouted with all his might for his brothers to help in this difficult battle. At this time, the god muttered that Kang Hansu was clearly in a hurry with his desire, but he had intended to do so. The boy used his abilities. His eyes sparkled with fire, and his hands were filled with powerful magic. The gang leader looked at the young man in amazement. It seemed that this could not be. After all, this guy who had the first level could beat up an entire crowd with one hand. Kang Hansu admitted that he feels quite strange when he has to fight with his bare hand. God was glad that these guys were finished and danced contentedly in anticipation, but the guy still had to deal with the leader, who was left alone and had no support. He was looking forward to taking revenge. He was pleased, because he did the right thing, because he didn't run away. The chief hid in a corner, and the guy graciously promised that he would not kill him. The huge guy tried to run away, and Kang Hansu watched him go with calm confidence. However, this development of events did not satisfy the young man, so he decided to deal the final blow. The man felt his children breaking down and fell to the ground in exhaustion. He screamed in pain, made some strange sounds, but was no longer able to get up or even move. Suddenly, the rest of the guys woke up, and from all around they again attacked Kang Hansu. He turned around sharply and thought that these bandits did not fully understand who they were dealing with. Literally, a few minutes later, knights guarding the population appeared at this place. They looked closely at the bandits who lay tied up on the ground. Kang Hansu explained in his own way that this incident should remain a secret and handed over the money to the knights. They beamed with smiles and gratitude, pointing to the slimes that the creatures would clean up the aftermath of the battle. Suddenly, the guy noticed some suspicious object left behind after the battle. It was a bone that the slimes for some reason did not touch and did not want to remove. The knight explained that this bone contained a certain substance, and although it was difficult to understand his speech, the guy realized for himself that slime does not eat special materials. At this moment, God hastened to remind them that they had an unresolved issue regarding the academy. However, the guy pretended not to hear and continued talking to the knight, which made the spirit very angry. Kang Hansu noted that he knew absolutely nothing about this academy, but for God the most important thing was to get there, and once there, he could figure it out. Suddenly, the knight called the boy by name in a menacing voice and began to say something to him. The young man turned around and looked at his interlocutor in amazement. He thought that the conversation was already over. The knight spoke words from which the boy understood that he was talking about the bone and the man's son, as well as about the academy. Kang Hansu began to worry that there would be a stir, since the young man could be wanted for attempting to murder a member of the royal family. But the guy absolutely did not understand what the knight was saying and what he wanted from him. Asa translated that this man wanted Kang Hansu to sell this bone. The god also added that the knight would like to give this bone to his son as a gift in honor of his entry into the academy. In his explanations, he highlighted the words academy and accounts several times, which would be a good hint. The guy thought for a few moments, and then offered the knight conditions instead of money. Kang Hansu said that she would like to join the academy too and asked for help. However, this man behaved unpredictably. He began to say something in fear. God flew around the knight and waited for a positive answer that would please him. But the man thought for a few moments, and then sternly stopped the god and said something. The guy asked what the knight could have said, but the spirit was indignant. Kang Hansu, judging by God's reaction, understood that something had gone wrong, and it was necessary to continue negotiations. He didn't notice how the demoness came up from behind and began to listen. She reproached the owner for abandoning her wounded. Diaroka clung to the young man and said that this was extremely cruel on his part. The guy was very angry at this behavior, and he gnashed his teeth in anger, and the knight looked at them in bewilderment. Suddenly, the man had a hunch, and he cried out in horror that there was a demon nearby. Diaroka looked at him with disdain, realizing that because of this knight there would be an unpleasant situation now. For a few moments they looked at each other. The knight was furious and wanted to pull out his sword. The demoness came even closer to Kang Hansu, indignantly asking where the knight came from, but the guy casually asked her to help with the translation. The knight soon realized that this demoness was the guy's slave and did not pose any particular threat since she was his property. She angrily noted that otherwise she would not have been walking around the streets defenselessly. But God got tired of watching this scene, and he persistently asked to continue the conversation about the academy. Then the spirit thought for a while, and a brilliant idea came to him, so he decided to leave. Kang Hansu was outraged that God had decided to escape again, and he definitely didn't like it. However, the knight stated that in any case, the academy would not be a good option for the guy. Suddenly, a strange glow appeared over the city. It illuminated everything around and radiated warmth. The knight gritted his teeth in rage and began to look closely at what was in the sky. Kang Hansu would also be horrified, because he had never seen anything like this before. The rest of the knights were in a panic. They looked at the approaching creature and felt fear. The knight was shouting something loudly and was trembling all over from the horror that was overtaking him more and more with every second. Those present could not believe their eyes because such a thing had not happened here for a long time. A huge, fire-breathing dragon flew over the city, radiating incredible heat around itself. A terrible stream of fire and smoke came out of his huge mouth, and he said that pitiful little people had gathered around. He said that their despair surpassed death and returned. He will wipe everyone from the earth along with the hero's female. However, the next moment the monster stopped short and stared indignantly at its status window. His rank had returned to level 1, and this didn't fit into his plans at all. Kang Hansu understood how this happened. The dragon flew over the city in horror, muttering something tirelessly, and grabbed his head. The huge, fire-breathing monster couldn't figure out who did it, but for Kang Hansu it was all obvious. Unrivaled Asa is able to revive a dead dragon, but without the ability to raise the level. People ran in panic in all directions. They were very frightened by the monster that had appeared. The dragon abruptly descended to the ground. He was furious and was ready to destroy everything in his path. He looked around, searching for his victim, and his eyes burned with anger. Diaroka noticed that this dragon, judging by its size, was of the disaster level. Kang Hansu was surprised by the demon's calmness, but she explained that she would not be able to defeat him, but would be able to escape easily. And at this time the dragon flew up again and wanted to find the one who dared to make fun of the level of his mighty body. He thought that the hero was to blame for everything. He was angrily breathing his fire around, instilling fear in people. With all the power he had, the fire-breathing dragon set fire to the dwellings. The houses around were covered in flames and people caught fire, and they started running out in panic in all directions. The knight could not leave everything like this. He prepared to fight the dragon if he wanted to protect people. God was glad that for the first time in a long time he had work to do, and asked Kang Hansu to quickly deal with the dragon. He added that it would be nice to show the knight who the real hero is here. Kang Hansu took out his weapon in a warlike manner, and Diaroka glanced at him in fear, recognizing the sacred sword. The guy praised her for her abilities, because Kogmos recently did not understand what kind of sword it was until he touched it. The demoness asked not to compare them. She didn't know that her master was a hero, but Kang Hansu said that he wasn't. It was just a defective sword. And at this time the dragon wanted to see the hero and loudly called him for a merciless battle. Then the fire-breathing monster added that if the hero did not come out immediately, the entire city would turn into coals. Kang Hansu said with displeasure that he was already on his way and prepared his weapon. At this time, the knight sent out archers to ensure that they would definitely kill the monster. And the next second, thousands of arrows flew at the fire-breathing dragon, intending to kill him. However, such a weapon did not frighten the dragon much. He watched the arrows fly for a few moments. The monster then turned its wings into a protective shield and deflected the blows aimed at it. The dragon was upset that his level was in first place and it was very limited. He growled angrily that if he had a rank much higher, the knights would not have greeted him. The next second, one of the main warriors headed towards the dragon to kill it. He made a warlike swing with his sword and intended to wound his huge enemy. However, a strong stream of fiery air blew towards the knight and filled everything around. Kang Hansu noticed that there was definitely something about this guy since he was able to block the attack. But Diaroka didn't think it was a big achievement since the knight was of the appropriate level. The guy added that if, according to the demoness, it is natural for a knight to parry blows, then he will be able to do it too. She started to say that the dragon's level was already below average, but her master had already disappeared onto the roof. Kang Hansu was in a warlike mood. He understood that by defeating the dragon, he would prove to everyone what a hero he was. The boy attacked the dragon with his sacred sword, and they began to fight. The dragon caught the knights who were nearby with one swing of its huge paw. The monster hoped to raise his level through hunting, which always helped. God wanted Kang Hansu to quickly deal with this dragon. The boy completely agreed. Diaroka, who flew to the guy, asked who he was constantly talking to. Kang Hansu pointedly noted that it was the person who resurrected the dragon. The demoness was somewhat confused. She still couldn't understand who the guy was talking to. Kang Hansu said that he needed time to prepare and asked Diaroku to distract the dragon. She understood the task and began to circle around the fire-breathing monster in order to switch its attention to herself. The dragon asked what a high-ranking demon with a level of 27 was doing on the Western continent. He thought she was a great find to help him raise his score. But Diaroka did not want to serve the dragon as prey, so she used her abilities. She directed a powerful stream at the dragon and it flew to the side because it could not hold on. He was very angry with the demoness who caused such damage. He wanted to deal with her as soon as possible. In a rage, the dragon released his fiery flames to burn the entire city, and Diaroka kept circling above him, using magic to distract his attention. She fought with the fiery flames that were catching up with her more and more. God was impatient to deal with the dragon as soon as possible. He did not understand what Kang Hansu was doing for so long. However, the guy asked him to keep quiet because he was accumulating strength, and this was a very important moment. The understanding God nodded and covered his face with both palms, wondering if this was enough. Finally, Kang Hansu felt enough energy. He swung his sword and was ready to go. He instantly pushed off the roof surface and intended to jump towards the dragon. The guy expected that the strength he had accumulated would be enough for the fight. Kang Hansu approached the place where Diaroka was fighting with the dragon. He warned the demoness to jump aside and swung with all his might. The sword had incredible power, and with one blow to the dragon's body, it decapitated it. The dragon was mortally wounded, and thick, life-giving blood, like lava, began to flow from its body. Diaroka looked at what was happening in horror. She had seen a lot in her life, but this was the first time. God also cried out in fear, and for some moments he could not utter a word. Kang Hansu's eyes were blazing with wild fury. He clutched his sword and was proud of his victory. The dragon was defeated by the huge blow and now did not pose any threat. Kang Hansu jumped to the ground and was able to catch his breath after such a difficult fight. God, who was nearby, enthusiastically praised the guy and said that he had done an excellent job. But the next moment, the dragon muttered something, and the guy looked at him in amazement. The dragon couldn't believe that he had lost the fight with a first-level human. Diaroka noted that it was quite mean of the guy to use her as bait and then remove the dragon's back. Kang Hansu said that it was a necessary measure since he and the dragon had different weight categories, but in any case, he praised the demon. Suddenly, a wounded knight approached them and began to say something to the guy. Judging by the demoness's reaction, this knight still doubted Kang Hansu's abilities. She suggested scratching out his eyes since they were useless. The knight looked at them in bewilderment and was extremely embittered by such a remark. And the dragon at this time continued to complain that he was the ruler of the red dragons and fell from such insignificance. Kang Hansu advised him not to be upset, because anything can happen in life and there is no need to be embarrassed about a mistake. However, the hacked monster was very hurt by the fact that he experienced the strongest shame. After all, this situation was worse than defeat. He could not come to terms with it, so he cursed the guy. And at that very moment, Kang Hansu saw some unknown energy appear in the area of his solar plexus. The guy realized that he now had a new curse called the King's Wrath. Kang Hansu was furious. He didn't want to have another curse, and now he was very angry. Diaroka said that dragons are very proud. Sometimes they cannot admit defeat, and therefore they were cursed. But the guy, furious, approached the dragon and told him to get up and take his curse back. God twirled around cheerfully and said that this was an obvious reward that must be accepted. The guy who killed many creatures this time sat down and cried bitterly from the injustice because he saved the city from the monster terrorizing everyone. In addition, this curse was activated if the guy was in danger. Other dragons nearby could attack him. At this time, Diaroka happily looked at her status window. There was good news for her there. Kang Hansu sadly asked the demoness if she was really so happy that her master was cursed. But she enthusiastically declared that she had now received new patronage, which meant that her patience and efforts had not been in vain. The guy instantly perked up and immediately asked Diaroka to show her new patronage. Kang Hansu read that for killing the dragon, the girl received great influence over his brothers, and in a moment of critical danger they would protect her. At that moment, a knight approached them and announced that he also had patronage. He was very proud of this, looked at the guy with importance and arrogance, and then chuckled significantly. Kang Hansu couldn't believe it, because it was completely unfair. The knight received the government, but didn't kill the dragons. The young man sat down on the ground in despair and hopelessly asked why everyone had patronage, but he had a curse. But God did not consider this a great tragedy and joyfully praised Asa for the work done. Meanwhile, the slimes calmly cleaned up the remains of unnecessary objects that were scattered during the battle. Hansu finally calmed down and watched as the slimes absorbed the dragon, surprised that such small creatures could do this. The dragon's skin was the most precious material, but the guy thought that he would not be able to take it because he could fall for this kingdom and the evil goddess. At this time, some noise and shouts were heard around the corner. The crowd was shouting and congratulating the knight. Hansu and the demoness decided to see what was going on there, and an interesting picture appeared before their eyes. The knight rode ahead on horseback, and behind him the workers pulled the slain dragon on a cart. People glorified the knight and considered him their hero, enthusiastically praising and applauding him. The heroes stood behind, deciding not to interfere with this crowd, but simply to silently observe. When everyone left, the knight thanked Hansu heartily and said that he was indebted to the guy. God would not mind if the knight helped in obtaining a pass to the academy, and Hansu added that the trophy would go to the restoration of the city and support of the families of the deceased. Diaroka said furiously that the knight should be grateful for keeping him alive, and also that they didn't need this trash. Let them divide it among the people as they wanted. The guy noticed that her words sounded somewhat aggressive, but the demoness assured him that she had conveyed everything as he had ordered. Hansu began to talk about future plans, but suddenly some noise was heard in the sky. All the assembled heroes saw a strange creature flying above their heads. The knight muttered something hastily, his eyes filled with wild horror and panic. The creature looked like a dragon, but had a very strange structure and appearance. The young man noticed that this creature looked more like a dragon skeleton and looked very creepy. Hansu thought that this dragon was a little smaller than the one they fought the day before. Diaroka explained that the anger directed at the boy united many dead dragon souls, and they merged into one body to fly here. There was nothing else to expect, because this was a fantasy world and everything was possible here. But the guy's eyes were filled with rage. How dare this creature look down on him? At this time, the tournament began, and the loud host announced that the strongest would be the winner. Ohanu was in anticipation of victory. He was ready to use any tricks just to get the desired title. The guys enthusiastically planned and prepared for the start of this significant event. Next, the saint spoke and said that all the time their enormous support helped the heroes grow and develop. She added that the tournament will prove that their efforts were not in vain. The assembled dukes talked among themselves. They already knew the guy they considered the winner. Certainly one of the strongest heroes was considered Choi Gangmin, who proved this with his abilities. However, not everyone thought so. There were people who considered Jung Myeon to be the main character, and some argued with them and called out the name of Yubora. Suddenly, Arya, who was standing near Yubora, leaned on her friend in exhaustion. The girl explained that her mother was nearby and couldn't take her eyes off her. This really embarrassed Arya, and she wanted to hide as quickly as possible so that she wouldn't be seen. Yubora advised, on the contrary, to behave more firmly, so that she could give her mother a reason to be proud. The girl looked at her friend with awe. She thought that Yubora was very strong. This inspired Arya, and she said that she would also try to prove to everyone how brave she is. Suddenly, a question struck the girl, and she asked her interlocutor how she would react if one of the heroes got into danger. After a moment of silence, Yubora confidently said that she would come to the rescue in such a situation. Arya noted with admiration that her friend was really very strong, because such an attitude towards others is the lot of the strong. Yubora quietly added that he would have done the same, but her interlocutor did not understand who she was talking about. The girl realized that she had said too much, and in confusion, she waved her hands, saying that it was completely unimportant. At this time, the saint finished her speech and loudly announced that the tournament was declared open. The knights waved their flags, calling for the heroes to take up positions and go into battle. Some of them were not ready, while others were looking forward to this moment with enthusiasm. The first among the heroes was Choi Gangmin. He was a little worried but didn't show it. One of the workers called the guy to join him in the cart. He gratefully accepted the offer. The guy gathered several girls with him and proudly declared that he had prepared in advance. Choi Gangmin arrogantly thought that power lies in information, and the rest of the guys will run on their feet. Arya cried that it was unfair, because in that case the forces would not be equal and they could lose. But Yubora was not going to give up. she told her companion to hold on tight. Before the girl had time to come to her senses, Eubora took her hand and ran at high speed thanks to the patronage of the race. At this time, Jong Mi-yeon was dissatisfied with the fact that her rivals had already arrived at the scene. She was also in the carriage that the boys had thoughtfully prepared for her. The saint stood on the terrace and watched as the heroes departed for the tournament site. A servant approached her and said that the king of the Red Dragons had been spotted in the northern city of the St. Petersburg Kingdom the previous night. This information greatly puzzled the saint, and she looked at her interlocutor in amazement. She confirmed that it was indeed the king of the Red Dragons, Alkaiser, because the description matched the build, scales, and other characteristics. The saint remembered that she had defeated him more than 100 years ago together with the heroes. She said thoughtfully that she had probably killed him, and he definitely couldn't be alive. The maid noticed that there might be a situation in which one of the gods resurrected a dragon. However, the saint believed that this could not be, since there would need to be serious reasons for this. The gods are watching the tournament with all their eyes. They are very interested in who will be the winner. Why do they need to resurrect the dragon? Because they already have enough spectacles. But there was still a possibility that one of the gods had confused the tournament and because of that, summoned a monster. After all, there were no heroes. Everyone was at the tournament. Would the gods really take the risk of arranging something like this? Suddenly she remembered that there was one hero who was not present here. Moreover, Kang Hansu had a patron near him who blocked the goddess's search. Suddenly the saint had a hunch that the revived dragon could be the work of this god, and she decided to go there immediately. But the maid stopped the saint, adding that this dragon had been caught and destroyed. This completely discouraged the saint, and she asked again whose hands it was. The maid said that the dragon was defeated by one knight. She calmed down, because in that case, it couldn't be the Dragon King, since it would be impossible for a knight to defeat him alone. Then the saint angrily added that one should not trust false information. Meanwhile, Ohanu was trying to find a cart for himself so that he could go hunting as quickly as possible. But to his great regret, without money, no one wanted to take the hero with them or give him a ride. The guy didn't know what to do or how to act, but suddenly someone called him. One of the girls asked why the young man was still here although he should be on the plane. Because of his curse, Ohanu could not see what status the girl belonged to and was very annoyed because of this. But thanks to his patronage, the guy was still able to bewitch her, and the lady graciously agreed to give her a ride. This was a great success for Ohanu. Now he had no doubt about his luck. The girl sternly warned Ohanu not to press so hard. The guy was very pleased with this circumstance because now he could calmly and easily rush to the place. He enjoyed driving and didn't even want it to be too fast. Ohanu thought that this trip was much more pleasant than in a carriage with a bunch of other people. Meanwhile, there was a very terrible situation in the city. The demoness looked around in fear, waiting for her master. She was badly wounded and exhausted, and no longer had the ability to fight as her strength was running out. The dragon spirit was incredibly powerful. It launched attacks on the inhabitants and seemed not to get tired. Kang Hansu was furious because he couldn't do anything in this situation no matter how hard he tried. The fight lasted for several hours. It was a brutal battle, but the guy did not intend to give up. He gathered all his will into a fist and eventually was able to defeat even the dragon skeleton. But suddenly, Kang Hansu's status window began to show that there was a curse. The guy looked around in some confusion and didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, from under the rubble, the hand of a defeated dragon, which was already a skeleton, grew out. There were a lot of them. They appeared out of nowhere and screamed at the top of their lungs that a person needed to be killed. Suddenly, among the many dragons, the largest one appeared and attacked the young man. The knight looked at all this in confusion and did not understand where so many dragon skeletons came from. At this time, they attacked all the people who were nearby, including the knight. He looked at these strange creatures in horror and could not cope with them. The dragon looked scary, but it had the ability to attack and incredible strength. The knight sat near the wall, no longer hoping for salvation, as he had spent all his resources. Suddenly, the patronage became active, which indicated that the dragons nearby would protect him. A mighty paw fell on the knight's shoulder, and the dragon said that it was necessary to save the man. Then the fire-breathing creature rose into the air and began to hover above the ground. He came face to face with another dragon that was trying to attack the knight. Kang Hansu watched what was happening and thought about how to turn this situation to his advantage. The dragons were endlessly present and remained. Some of them defended the knight and others attacked. Diaroka lost all patience and angrily told the creatures to stop flying. She pounced on one of the dragons and angrily broke it into pieces. Then came the next dragon, which the girl defeated right there without any surgery. Diaroka told her master that it all looked too suspicious. But the next moment the demon froze as another dragon pounced on the one fighting her. She began to poorly understand what was happening, because these dragons were simply fighting among themselves. Diaroka realized that the protection of the king's wrath had been activated, as a result of which the dragon protected her. It was absolutely incredible, and the girl did not understand how to stop this situation. Kang Hansu watched what was happening and said that at this rate they would destroy the entire city. The guy didn't want to allow this to happen, so he started swinging his sword to destroy everyone. He was on the move and was determined to win, sparing absolutely no dragon. In the end, everything was finished, and the slimes began to eat the remains of these monsters. Diaroka noted that she had never heard of a horde of bone dragons before. She then asked if the master knew why the patronage and curse of the king's wrath had been activated, because there must definitely be a reason for it. But the guy had some guesses that led to interesting thoughts. After all, he had cheater patronage. Unlike the gnoll who received power from food, it came to the guy taking lives. He somehow rolled back to the similar and used life as fuel on a permanent basis. When his life force dropped, she stood up as a trainer for monsters. This is how the curse of the king's wrath could be activated right now. In fact, according to the rules, even a curse should have a limit on the number of activations, but not in his case. In the form of a guy, all states are reset, and he must control the power at all times. In his thoughts, Kang Hansu accidentally almost stepped on the slimes that were cleaning up the bones. There were too many bones, and the guy wondered what to do with them because the slimes clearly couldn't cope. He offered Diaroka to take everything for herself. She looked at her master in shock. She muttered that they gave her unnecessary trash, but in reality these materials were worth more than her life. The pile of bones was very huge, and the demoness could not take it all for herself no matter how hard she tried. Suddenly, a gentleman knight approached the travelers and excitedly wanted to say something. He said something about his son and the academy, but his words were difficult to discern. Kang Hansu could only understand a few words and wanted to know more about what the knight wanted. The demoness translated that the knight was asking Kang Hansu to accompany his son to the academy. God was very pleased that this perfect plan worked at the highest level. Diaroka sarcastically remarked that this tin can had a conscience, because its owner had performed a feat, and the knight was inviting them to visit. The guy modestly noted that it was his fault that the city had turned into ruins, so he didn't insist. Diaroka prepared to reject this offer, but Kang Hansu said that if the knight wanted to repay, then so be it. At this time, people nearby saw many bones and began to gather around. The guy decided that if a lot of people came running, there would be a commotion, and they would interfere with the cleaning. Diaroka said that in that case, it would be better to get out of here as soon as possible and took a lot of bones with her. Finally, they set off on their way to the knight's estate. Kang Hansu noted to himself that this city was quite beautiful. Soon the knight told his companion that they had arrived and pointed to his house. The guy looked at the building with admiration. He didn't think that there was such a place on the outskirts of the city. Diaroka noted with displeasure that this was a rather modest dwelling for a knight, but Kang Hansu was delighted with this building. Then he turned to his companion and asked why she had followed him, since only he had been invited. The demoness replied that she would translate if necessary. The guy noted with displeasure that he could cope just fine on his own. Just like at the dinner with the prince, Diaroka couldn't help but agree, ironically adding that after that he ended up on the run. And from the upper window, one man watched the heroes, who was clearly unhappy with their arrival. The knight's entire family, his wife and youngest son, gathered for dinner. Only one was missing. The knight explained what he wanted from Kang Hansu, and the demoness asked if her master understood everything. The guy thoughtfully said that most likely they were asking him to go to the academy with his eldest son and not his youngest. Diaroka added that the younger one already has a partner, and the first one, although he quit, can be reinstated. The eldest son of the family believed that they wanted to send him to the academy so that he could take care of the younger rascal. However, this translation did not really suit Kang Hansu. The guy wanted to know specifically what they wanted from him. Diaroka said that the knight would be glad if such an incredible strong man became his son's friend. Kang Hansu angrily asked his interlocutor to translate everything at once normally, and then he turned to the knight and said that he would gladly accept this offer. God was incredibly happy with this turn of events because the dream he so strongly desired came true. The couple beamed with gratitude to the guy and were happy that he agreed. Then the knight said some phrase that was not entirely clear to Kang Hansu. The guy asked to translate. The girl said that they were going to tame Kang Hansu with money, but the guy realized that this was not a completely correct translation. Diaroka importantly said that she had simply missed confusing and hidden hints, but the guy considered this a distortion of the facts. Suddenly a brilliant idea came into the girl's head, and she told the knight to show her his son. Kang Hansu didn't understand what she said to them, because they began to thrash and shake in panic. The couple suddenly burst into tears, but Diaroka was pleased with herself, because from the demon's point of view, the translation was very similar. A few hours later, the guy was lying exhausted on his bed and thinking that his translator was behaving too willfully, because he had to calm the couple down for a very long time. Then the guy sat down on the bed and asked the demon if it knew anything about the academy. Diaroka said that in order to resist them, people founded 4 academies where they taught barbaric violence. Well, no matter how much humans struggled, they still remained weaklings compared to demons. Eventually they came together, and the new academy became a place that produced friendship and unity. At this point, Diaroka finished her story. The guy found it rather boring. Suddenly the knight's eldest son burst through the door, holding a sword in his hands and in an aggressive mood. He says something in his own language, but in general it was clear that the guy was very angry at Kang Hansu, who appeared. The young man said something furiously about his father and that he was going to attack now. Diaroka asked if she needed to translate these words, but Kang Hansu already understood what they were talking about. The disgruntled guy stood at the entrance and showed with his whole appearance that he did not want to be friends with Kang Hansu. But the hero noticed that his father was asking for his son very much, and he couldn't just ignore it. To succeed in the academy, you need to have stamina and strong muscles. Therefore, Kang Hansu decided to take on the education of his protege on his own. The young man suspected that things would be tough for him now, as his interlocutor's eyes sparkled with an unkind fire. The next second, he felt a strong blow from a fist on his face and fell to the ground. However, soon the guy got up, took the weapon in his hands, and began to shout something, cursing Kang Hansu. But he couldn't make a single blow because the next moment he found himself in the air. Kang Hansu was furious and raised his fist again for another blow because his opponent was trying so hard. He broke the sword that belonged to the guy with his bare hands, and he was beside himself with horror. Soon the attacker was lying near the wall and could not recover from this fight. Kang Hansu himself did not expect such a reaction and looked at his opponent in confusion. Suddenly the guy remembered how on the first day in fantasy he talked about how he couldn't save the world because he was causing anxiety even to his loved ones. Looking at his fallen comrade, he realized that he had changed a lot since then. Then he began to turn to the guy in horror to make sure that he was alive. Diaroka didn't miss the opportunity to quip that this was not the way to treat level 13 weaklings. After all, he could have died from such an attack. The guy muttered that his level was significantly lower, and only Diaroka was enjoying what was happening. Suddenly the guy woke up and opened his eyes. Horror and genuine rage were in them. He tried to run, but after a moment he fell to the floor because he had no strength. Having risen, the young man again tried to run away, but Diaroka stopped him with the power of her magic. The guy couldn't take it anymore and fell unconscious. The demoness said that she did it completely by accident. Kang Hansu was at a loss as to what to do with this man now. The demoness noted that it would be good to dismember him and leave him secretly, but her master did not like this idea. And then the guy remembered that they had expensive dragon bones that could be given to the victim as payment. But Diaroka doubted that the boy would be able to move normally in such a state. Soon the boy's father and the doctor were in the room, looking at how he could be cured. The knight tried to find out what happened, but no one could explain it to him. With the help of magical influence, the doctor brought the young man to his senses, and he opened his eyes. But the next second he saw Kang Hansu leaning over him and trembled in horror. He rushed at the guy with all his might and wanted to take revenge on him for all the blows he received. Kang Hansu noticed that this young man probably had not yet fully regained consciousness. However, in the eyes of the people he turned out to be a demon, so they ran away in terror. With his state, Kang Hansu accidentally summoned a dragon spirit which began to roar menacingly. The huge monster opened its mouth and ate him, as well as everything that was nearby. The knight's son backed away in horror and muttered some words. He had never seen a dragon made of bones before. Suddenly, Kang Hansu's hand appeared from the dragon's evil mouth and he broke the monster. The knight's son, whose name was Taker, was horrified by what he saw. Kang Hansu freed himself from the dragon's mouth and said that there was no need for enmity. At this time, the saint entered her room. She was very puzzled by the current situation. She thought that voluntary donations should not be allowed to decline. After all, it is extremely difficult to maintain the hero's inspiration through the efforts of the temple alone. There the saint thought about the fact that an entire era had changed, but some things remained the same. She fell onto the bed and couldn't collect her thoughts to structure them. Suddenly the magic ball rang and a voice came from it asking to talk. A message came from there that the director of the academy had been waiting since early morning for a moment to talk with the saint. The temple attendant noted that, as far as she knew, the hero's recruitment had already been completed, but the director had some additional question and intended to talk to her personally. The last thing she wanted to do now was talk to anyone. She had no strength at all, but it had to be done. After all, there was also good news that the incident with the mutant who was mistaken for the king of the Red Dragons ended successfully, and although the city suffered heavy damage, there were still no significant losses or casualties. This news added some clarity, but there were still some unresolved issues. But first of all, it was necessary to talk to the director. Soon the magic ball connected the saint with the director of the academy. The haughty lady asked how the saint was doing and smiled welcomingly. The saint had no desire to talk to her, but there was no other way out, so she noticed that she was very busy. The lady said sarcastically that it was nice to see when the shield of humanity was so involved in its duties, and one could sleep peacefully. But the saint was not in the mood for jokes, and said that if the conversation continued like this, she would switch off. My academy director was silent for a few minutes, languidly inhaling the smoke from her cigarette. Then she said that the saint was too rude today and absolutely impatient. The director of the academy said that they had many promising newcomers, and it would be nice to open the underground ruins so that the heroes could study there. The saint excitedly drummed her fingers on the table. She understood what underground ruins were being discussed. Thoughtfully, she said that it seemed that they had managed to remove the seal of God that had been placed on them. The director of the academy did not miss the opportunity to praise herself, saying that in her hands, even a seal becomes a soft slime. But the saint did not share her mood. She thought about this labyrinth and how it could help. The labyrinth was the name of an unusual structure built in the era of myths and legends for the gods to express their power. It followed from this that all the relics dug out of the labyrinth were filled with extraordinary power. However, at the same time, such jewels also carried a certain extraordinary danger. And then the director said that the kingdom really insists that the labyrinth be opened as soon as possible. For heroes who are now bored without game, this would not be a necessary element of development. At this point, they decided that the heroes could be sent to the labyrinth at the end of the tournament. Soon the conversation was over, and the saint turned off the button connecting her with the director. She wanted to say something else, but the saint had absolutely no desire to continue. She covered her face with her hands and sank down on the table, sobbing incessantly. The saint thought about the heroes who are now at the tournament. How many of them will be able to return? At this time, Ohanu lit a fire and looked at the flames that raised sparks. Julia, who brought the guy here, introduced him to her friend named Lisha. Ohanu looked at them with interest. He was flattered by such attention from the girls. The friendly guy greeted his girlfriend and broke into a charming smile. He believed that he deserved 2 such beautiful flowers, one for each hand, for him. Lisha looked at her friend in amazement, wondering if this guy was really a hero. She said that only the one who collects the most marks will receive the title of winner. Okanu said that Miss Lisha is incredibly smart, as befits a magician, because she understood everything correctly. The girl thought that the patronage of magic was transmitted through the blood and was not connected with intelligence at all, but she did not say anything out loud. At this time, Julia thanked her friend for agreeing to help and keep her company. But Lisha herself was glad because she had the chance to meet the legendary hero. After all, Ohanu had the 6th level, but he already had so many patronages, which indicated that he was chosen by the gods. But this real hero was striking. He could actually be quite successful, if Lisha hadn't met someone as strong and resilient as Kang Hansu before this. The boys looked around, but it was quiet, and there was no sound of orcs nearby. Lisha noticed traces on the ground and came to the conclusion that some group had been here before them. In response to the guy's indignation, Julia said that they had already been trained on a shortcut, but one of the guys could have gotten ahead of them, especially since they were waiting for Lisha. There were slimes here, and judging by the fact that they were busy cleaning up, there were bodies nearby. Indeed, behind the bush, Julia saw a sliced and fried orc lying there. It looked like there was a team of a swordsman and a mage nearby, just like theirs. Ohanu heard the sound of a fight and realized that he needed to move in that direction. He hurried forward to take the loot from one of the guys. because he needed a victory. However, when the guys arrived at the place, they froze in amazement, because they did not expect this at all. Eubora and Arya were fighting the orcs, and burning coals were flying around. The class president used her fire abilities to defeat the monsters. She fiercely struck with fire while her friend used her sword as a weapon. Suddenly, one of the orcs raised a pickaxe over his head to hit Arya. But Eubora came to the rescue at that very moment and was able to repel this attack. Thanks to this, the girl received new patronage that helped her turn her body into a weapon and recover. With the help of well-placed blows, the girl was able to force the monster to retreat. She said that this was the last orc on the territory and sent a powerful stream of fire at him. The orc could no longer resist, and soon his head was covered in flames of fire. Hero Eubora was able to calmly and confidently defeat a pack of orcs. She was very happy about it. Suddenly, an excited Ohanu approached the girl. She did not expect the guy to get there so quickly. But the young man was indignant that their humble elder had such enormous power. It was simply incredible. The girl believed that the position of class monitor was usually given to the first student in the class who had the highest overall score, and it was the same here. In the world of fantasy, a few additional elements are simply added, but this is what angered the guy, because he sincerely did not understand what academic success had to do with it. However, the girl calmly noted that she was their first in physical education, where practical skills are highly valued. She did not understand what the complaints were about. The guy was very angry and couldn't find anything to say. He clenched his teeth in rage. Eubora said that Ohanu doesn't have to answer this question, and they will go the other way so as not to interfere with each other. The angry guy wished him good luck, and to take second place because first place would be his anyway. Eubora said that even second place is good, and wished Ohan to take the first place that he wants. The young man stood there in bewilderment for several minutes. He did not expect his friend to support him. Ohanu was confused for a few moments, and thought about his role as the main character. Suddenly, an idea struck him, because perhaps the headmistress was the main character, and in fact, she fell in love with him. A moment later, the guy started dancing with joy and shouted that Eubora was the main character. Julia stared at the guy in bewilderment and didn't understand why I was so amused. The next second, the girls saw hungry and large orcs approaching them. The guy recoiled in fear, and the girls took a fighting stance and prepared to attack. Then Ohanu came to his senses and advised the girls to hide away because now he was going to fight. The guy used his abilities and released fire magic that illuminated everything around. The orc flew to the side and caught fire. He screamed loudly in pain but was unable to deflect the blow. But the next moment, the orc came to his senses and began to resist because Ohanu's curse worked, which increased the strength of his victim. The hero didn't know what to do now, because he didn't expect that this curse called hunting would work. And the giant swung angrily and almost hit the guy, thus greatly frightening him. The monster swung his weapon. The guy couldn't stay on his feet and fell a few meters away. But he was very tenacious, so even though he was wounded, Ohanu continued to fight desperately. The girls noticed that the hero was just a name, unlike Kang Hansu, who eliminated orcs with a massacre on the first level. They hoped that one day the guy would come to their academy and they would be able to see him again. The girls decided not to give up and fight back in order to defeat them. Thanks to her weapon, Julia was able to cut through the orc's club and he could no longer control it. And Lisha spread a fiery flame around her that consumed all living things in the area. Even the fact that the orc had power with the help of the curse, the girls were able to defeat him with their level. However, they didn't know what to do with the guy who passed out and couldn't get up. Okan was unconscious and needed to be carried further somehow. Lisha suggested that her friend carry the hero since they had no other choice. But Julia said that her back had been hurting a lot lately, and she wouldn't be able to do it. They had no desire to carry this guy, so they looked at each other thoughtfully. The gods were very happy to see this picture, and they began to laugh. Meanwhile, Choi Gangmin made his way through the dark forest depths, looking for the monster. The boy noticed how Chon Min arrived on a carriage, and was accompanied by her faithful boys. She beamed with gratitude to the man who quickly got them where they needed to go. Choi Gangmin looked at this in anger, as he considered this behavior to be a dirty trick. However, the girl importantly stated that he was the first to jump into the carriage, and now he was also indignant. The young man gloomily declared that Chon Min and his team should not interfere with his hunt. Otherwise, they would greatly regret it. But Chon Min only sarcastically stated that these were childish threats, because she was not afraid of him at all. Then the girls said that they needed to get ready to go hunting, and there was no need to waste time on empty talk. Choi Gangmin was angry and called his ladies to go after the orcs there. His eyes were blazing with rage. He didn't want to miss his chance to win under any circumstances. Suddenly, a loud cry of an orc and the stomping of his huge paws were heard nearby. One of Choi Gangmin's girls told him to be careful because there were orcs behind him. They began to use fire magic with all their might to defeat these huge monsters. One of the giants was attacked by Choi Gangmin. The ogre turned around but did not have time to escape. The hero's sharp knife instantly cut the orc's back. He was overcome with pain and could not stand on his feet. The guy was in an aggressive mood. He didn't want to give up his victory to anyone and was ready to fight to the end. Greedy, large, and hungry orcs attacked the guys who accompanied Chonmin. The guys tried to defeat the orc, but they weren't very successful. The forces were unequal. There were too many orcs and the guys couldn't cope with them all. Suddenly, one of the boys shouted at Jung Mi-yeon to be careful as the monster was approaching her. The next moment, the girl realized that she was surrounded by green giants. She couldn't understand why these monsters were around her and looked at them in bewilderment. It was all about her scent, which intoxicated the orcs, and they were delighted with the girl. However, Chonmin was very scared and asked to be rescued and released. The girl called for help with all her might because she could not withstand such tension. One of the faithful comrades rushed to help Chonmin, fearlessly dispersing the monsters. But at some point, he caught on a fallen orc and fell to the ground with a crash. He hit hard and screamed in pain. At that moment, the god of the earth was annoyed. A huge monster grabbed Chonmin by the hands. The girl wanted to get out but could not. The young man wanted to prevent this but could not get up because he had injured his hand. However, her other escort said that they were heading here for Chonmin, but they don't want to die, so it's necessary for the girl to become bait. Jung Mi-yeon looked at the guy in confusion. She couldn't believe that he was serious, but the young man once again affirmatively repeated that he was not going to die for the girl. He also added that most likely Chonmin will be able to heal after the battle with the help of the saint's magic. The cosplayer approached his queen with a request that she provide such a favor. The girl was furious because these friends swore that they would be faithful and would not betray. She was in despair and regretted coming here. Chonmin was annoyed because she did not sense the danger. Jung Mi-yeon, in tears, said that it would be better to return to Earth like Kang Hansu did. However, the most loyal guy who wanted to save his girlfriend tried to get up and shouted that they would not leave her. The girl found herself surrounded by evil and hungry orcs who intended to capture her. She gathered all the willpower she had because she simply had no other choice. The girl decided that she would distract the monsters, and during this time her friends would be able to hide. The next moment, Chonmin broke free from the orcs' clutches and ran with all her might, calling them along with her. She realized that she had to do something, and she ran, and a pack of orcs chased after her. Paek Ilman screamed with all his might and wanted to protect the girl so that she would be safe. After all, the next moment, evil huge paws grabbed Chonmin, and she dodged as best she could. However, these attempts were useless. The girl cried in despair and clenched her teeth tightly. There were too many monsters. They surrounded her from all sides. The girl could no longer resist and lost consciousness. After a while, Chonmin opened her eyes and one of the guys appeared before her. It was Paek Ilman. Somehow he managed to survive, and now he was trying to bring the girl to her senses. She tried to ask something, but she had absolutely no strength. Chonmin could not understand what happened here. There were dead orcs lying around. The guy tried to lift her, but he was also very weak. Suddenly, the girl saw two of her friends lying there, motionless and unconscious. Paek Ilman wanted to say that he was very glad that Jung Mi-yeon managed to survive. However, he was unable to finish the sentence because his strength finally left him and the guy fell. Chonmin looked around and tried to understand what had happened here, while the gods watched with interest. The girl didn't know what to do and held the unconscious Paek Ilman in her arms, and the demonic god rejoiced at the successful contract. The guys who arrived in the forest walked around the area but could not find the orcs anywhere. They thought that their classmates who arrived earlier had already caught all the monsters. Suddenly, another girl approached them and said that the orcs had been caught by the elder. It was Yoon Na-yeon, who used to be on a team with Choi Gangmin. The guy peacefully noted that Eubora did not give primacy to anyone on Earth, and in the fantasy world as well. Yoon Na-yeon agreed, muttering that even here, the class president still held first place by a huge margin. With these words, she suggested that the children unite in order to double their success. The guys stared at her in amazement. They didn't expect the girl to ask for help. At this time, the saint sat with the results of the tournament and was somewhat puzzled. Something didn't go according to plan in the competition, because the best result wasn't achieved by Eubora, as it should have been. The maid noted that perhaps she should tell the hero Choi Gangmin about the existence of the backpack and help him assist. However, the saint did not consider it necessary to trust a hero who incited his own friends. After all, there was a hint of foul play in his behavior, which meant that he could betray at any moment. The maid asked for forgiveness for such statements, because she had not thought about it initially. Therefore, the saint decided that the best option would be to trust in the will of the gods and fate. She decided to attend the awards ceremony and sum up the results of the tournament. The guys excitedly gathered on the site and waited for the announcement of the winner of the competition. Eubora looked kindly at the assembled children. She was happy with any result. The crucial moment arrived. The saint stood solemnly in the arena and prepared to deliver her speech. She told the ladies and gentlemen to be prepared to await the announcement of the winner. And the time has come when she will gladly provide the ranking of the best heroes of the tournament. And at this time a carriage was hurrying to the academy. It was driving very quickly and swiftly. Taker, who was in the carriage, still could not understand what was happening to him. Kang Hansu wondered if the teenager really didn't like entering the academy that much. The guy thought that in this situation he, more than anyone else, was the injured party. You should be the one who is indignant. Diaroka noticed that she had a high level, and with it you can't enter the academy, but Kang Hansu wasn't worried about this because slaves were treated like things. The young man thought that he was persecuted by the royal family, but entered the academy. But God was in a joyful mood and was not worried. And if God was so confident in a good outcome, then Kang Hansu understood that he could trust. However, the guy was not clear about this situation, and he asked God to tell him, who looked at him in bewilderment. Kang Hansu explained that he was surprised by such a strong desire of the spirit to send him to the academy. The young man promised that he would not run away even if he did not like the reason. But the answer did not really satisfy the guy, since the god evasively noted that he would understand everything when he got there. Finally, the travelers arrived and read with interest the inscription that was engraved on the signboard. There was the name of the academy in large letters, Hogwarts. The building was beautiful and mesmerizing. The knights at the entrance greeted the boys and asked them for a pass, which was a ticket to the academy. Kang Hansu said that they were applicants and showed the knights' pass sheets to the guard at the academy. The girl who checked the tickets at the entrance read everything carefully and agreed to let us in. Taker was horrified. He didn't want to go back to that hell again and shouted loudly that he wouldn't go. And at this time, Kang Hansu said that he arrived at the place, but still could not understand anything. The god pretended to be asleep. The guy looked around the area and thought about it. It seemed too atypical for the academy. There was a monument to a hero who had a sword and symbolized something. There were also knights standing everywhere, ready to go into battle at any moment. There were also stables with powerful, beautiful animals on the territory. The young man said that it looked more like a military town. Suddenly someone called him, and Kang Hansu was torn away from his thoughts for a few moments. The footman said that the academy has many different views, so it can be called by different names. His interlocutor smiled kindly and was very optimistic. He said that Kang Hansu's nickname is very strange, but overall it's even funny. The guy was greeted by Salona. She had the first level and patronage as well as the curse of an aristocrat. Among her patronages were nobility and warrior, which characterized her as a good fighter. Kang Hansu got out of the carriage and stepped onto the stone tiles laid out all over the surface. Diaroka hurried to tell the guy that the uniform suits him. But it's not scary, because as a first-level owner he won't attract attention. After all, the red color is clearly noticeable on it. The guy angrily asked again if the girl seriously thought that the uniform could be repainted. Kang Hansu left the demoness in the dorm and went to take the exams, thinking that there was no way to get rid of them even in the fantasy world. At the admissions committee, the professor was somewhat surprised that Kang Hansu had passed all the physical tests at the first level. The man then asked whether the applicant knew anything about elves. The guy hesitated a little. He didn't expect that such questions would be required in the entrance exams. After all, the young man was so familiar with them that he even shot an arrow. Such an expression seemed funny to him. The professor interpreted this information as the guy fighting them with bows, but he was completely confused by curses and favors. After thinking for a few moments, the man decided to give the young man a chance and let him pass. He also said that this year one of the elves will become a teacher in Haguvart. Kang Hansu happily stated that he would do his best to make a good impression. Finally, the professor said that the boy could always turn to him or another teacher with questions or requests. The young man good-naturedly agreed and said goodbye to the professor, glad that everything was over. Finally, Hansu left the room and began to wander around the large, simple hall. Now the guy didn't know what to do next and assumed that he could return to the hostel. But fortunately, he wanted to look at the statue closer. Hansu asked with displeasure what statue his patron was referring to. God joyfully shouted that he really liked the huge statue that was at the entrance. This monument was surprising in its size and was truly very large and powerful. Suddenly, someone addressed the guy and he turned around to look. It was Taker's younger brother with the newly arrived Salona. The guy asked the famous Hansu about this great hero. But the young man knew nothing about this statue, so his younger brother told him that it was an outstanding companion of a hero summoned in ancient times. And this guy wanted to become a hero like Federicus. Hansu liked the wording hero's companion. He thought that this was an interesting clue, and when he was alone he would definitely take a closer look at this monument. Suddenly someone called out to the boys. The voice that was behind belonged to a student. He told the guys not to stand around doing nothing, but to hang up posters. Hansu asked what was written on these posters and why they were needed. However, the student furiously said that Hansu also had first-level eyes, because everything was clearly written there. After all, legendary heroes have arrived here and now they need to be greeted with a poster. Suddenly the guy had a hunch and he understood what kind of heroes were supposed to arrive. Hansu was covered in sweat and asked the god in bewilderment what would happen next, but he was surprisingly calm. The guy didn't like this situation at all. He thought that maybe it wasn't too late to run away. The guy covered his face with his hand and dejectedly told his god that this situation was wrong. After all, if heroes arrive here, he will stop being Asa. Is the spirit sure that he wants this? However, the patron was in an optimistic mood and said that everything was fine. Hansu thought with displeasure that if I showed up here his classmates, then he would have to meet the goddess. The guy decided that he would not allow this, but he also did not want to upset God, so he said that he trusted him. A moment later, God again emphasized that the statue was truly magnificent, and Hansu realized that there was some kind of mystery hidden within it. On the shoulders of the monument, there was a poster with inscriptions, and it was noticeable that this was a significant figure here. Suddenly, the conversation with God was interrupted by the elder, who began to furiously shout at Hansu to stop talking to himself. The guy barely restrained himself from giving a rude answer, but he didn't want to create a conflict situation. Then he decided that the best way not to continue an unpleasant conversation was to be as friendly as possible. The guy asked again what he meant. However, the older man was not up for heart-to-heart talk and looked angrily at his interlocutor. He grabbed the guy by the collar and began to angrily tell him things that could be understood without translation. Then he called him to come with him. Hansu decided to escalate the situation and follow the elder where he said. The other students looked after them and did not understand what was happening, but they really hoped that their friend would be okay. After all, even in such a mysterious and unusual academy, nothing bad can happen. The warden led Hansu around the corner, where an argument and loud screams of girls could be heard. When the boys went there, they saw the older one trying to aggressively explain something to the student. Suddenly, the next moment, the warden slapped her interlocutor and a ringing sound spread around. The guy who brought Hansu here began to menacingly ask his companion if he knew what kind of place this was. At the same time, he came to the wall of Hansu and angrily explained that even professors do not appear here. It turns out that no one was watching this place. The senior furiously asked where you got so much confidence from a guy with the first level. However, Hansu assessed this situation in his own way, because if no one is watching this place, then he can do whatever he wants. The guy grabbed the older man by the neck and good-naturedly said that no one would know about this anyway. Then the young man opened a portal and asked that they give him a hammer, a very valuable weapon. His interlocutor was covered in sweat. He didn't expect that such a thing was even possible. Hansu said peacefully that he would gladly bury him alive, but given the fact that they are in the academy, they will still have to refrain from this desire. So he let go of his hand, and the elder one, losing his support, flew to the floor and only cried out in resentment. The elder one, confused, tried to get up and run away, but he didn't succeed. The next second he felt a strong blow to the head and fell to the floor again. The arguing girls froze for a moment and looked with curiosity and horror. They watched in amazement as the elder lay on the ground, covering his head with his hands. Hansu asked the girls to stop looking at him like that because he felt a little awkward. When the young lady came to her senses, she began to angrily tell the guy that he couldn't behave like that with the first level. But the guy had his own ideas about how he could behave and how he couldn't. In his opinion, everyone here had gone crazy. He reminded the girls that no one could see them here, and this meant a not very good fate for them. With these words, he grabbed the young lady by the neck. She tried to break free, but she didn't succeed. The girl hung helplessly on his arm and screamed for him to let her go immediately, but the guy decided to smile back. The student looked at this in confusion. Dinner was in her eyes. The guy asked her to leave him alone with the elders. Kang Hansu looked at the helpless elders with fury, realizing the full power he had over them. The two older boys hung like toys in Kang Hansu's hands, but their attempts to free themselves were to no avail. The guy asked them to take care of him and tell him some secrets about being at the academy. In the evening, Kang Hansu returned to the room and saw that the demoness was doing yoga on his bed. She was very happy to see her owner, but the guy was annoyed that he got into trouble on the first day. The young man asked where he would sleep if Diaroka took up the entire bed. But the girl calmly replied that she simply took this place so that it would not go to a human female. Kang Hansu didn't expect this at all. He didn't understand which female they were talking about. It turned out that it was Salona. The guy never ceased to be amazed at how in this crazy academy guys and girls were housed in the same dorm. But Diaroka said that since they were both escorts, no one was going to stand on ceremony with them. But in this situation, it was unclear where the demoness would sleep. She replied that slaves usually sleep on the bare floor covered with a blanket. However, given the fact that she is a special case, the girl will have to sleep with him. However, I liked this manifestation of things very much. Kang Hansu and Diaroka suggested that in this case it would be possible to drive out the female. Then the guy was ready to leave, but the demon warned that she could not vouch for the life and health of this female. Kang Hansu ordered her not to do anything evil and called her to follow him. It was much better than being cramped in one room and feeling extremely uncomfortable. Diaroka asked where they were going and what they were going to do. The guy said it was a very exciting journey to Midnight Academy. The night city continued its life, and the students did not sleep, continuing to wander and communicate. Kang Hansu and the demoness headed to the so-called night bar where local bandits had gathered. The unpleasant-looking guys were sitting at the table and asking the guy what made him come here with the first level and who this girl with horns was. The young man smiled good-naturedly and said that he had heard from his elders that these men were specialists in the field that interested him. One of them asked who sent him here and reported this information. Kang Hansu said that he met them today and cannot yet share the details of the conversation. Then the guy said that he really needed to learn how to avoid being seen at the academy and offered a reward. But the man was interested in who this lady with horns was that Kang Hansu brought. The young man calmly said that she was a bodyguard, a level 27 demon, but his interlocutor did not believe him, since a high-level girl would not guard a person at the first level. Kang Hansu was confused because he told the truth, but they didn't believe him. The demoness suggested killing the man so that he would believe. This would have been nice, but the guy was worried about how he would deal with the consequences. Diaroka said that it was no longer her problem. The man slammed his hand on the table in anger and asked what the guy with the first level wanted. He demanded that the guy leave his bodyguard and go away, in case the demoness behaved well. Then he would forgive Kang Hansu for his impudence. Then the guy wanted to add that he would keep the money for himself, but at that very second, he felt a sharp blow to the head from a heel. The man was taken by surprise and flew to the side and hit the wall painfully. All the plates and food that were on the table flew in different directions. This really angered the men who were sitting nearby at the neighboring tables, and they decided to take revenge on the guy. Kang Hansu wanted to say that he had nothing to do with it, but all the accusations rained down on him. Diaroka looked around with an appraising glance and decided to act. There were a lot of bandits. They were aggressively disposed and did not imagine what awaited them. Literally a moment later, Kang Hansu looked in amazement at the picture that appeared before him. The powerful blow sent the men flying in all directions, and Diaroka continued to beat them furiously. They did not have time to resist, and from strong blows to the jaw they lost their teeth. Blood was everywhere. The cook and waitress looked at this in horror and hid under the table so that they wouldn't get it too. Suddenly the thought struck the young man that he needed to stop his demoness, but he was too distracted by his gaze. When the boys returned to the academy, they noticed that the eldest was walking along the building, wrapped in a cloak. Kang Hansu suddenly jumped off the roof in order to take the guard's hiding place. The guy noticed that it was a rather unusual academy, since they used night invasion and security as an assessment of effectiveness, but this only played into his hands. Then the young man said that it was a bit problematic to constantly cross paths with them and neutralize them without killing them. It was somehow unusual. Diaroka was still curious why they came to the academy in the middle of the night, what he needed here. Kang Hansu said that he had business regarding a statue that interested him very much. The guy easily jumped over the fence and found himself not far from the huge monument. The demoness said that given the legend, Fedoricus was the hero's companion. Diaroka then added that in fact, he was banished after he laid eyes on the hero's female. Consumed by anger, Fedoricus swore allegiance to the Queen of the Night and turned into a vampire. In the end, he still managed to steal the female, and it was a very tragic story. Kang Hansu noticed that his interlocutor was very knowledgeable, and the demoness responded by saying that this information was known to the chosen ones. Then the guy said that it was necessary to find a clue on this statue that God spoke about. Diaroka said that she might have understood what was being discussed, and Maine asked whether to share her guess or not. Then she still said that there wasn't even a path between the hero statue and the kidnapped swordswoman, but it's strange because there's more than one obstacle separating them. In addition, Fedoricus looks with a loving gaze only at her, while the swordswoman is directed in the other direction. All this reminded Diaroka very much of a real puzzle and an interesting riddle. In conclusion, Kang Hansu realized that he could pursue where the swordswoman's gaze was directed. And without thinking twice, the travelers went to the place where the statue was looking. Soon they saw a circle on the asphalt made of stone and having a shapeless depression inside it. The friends leaned over the depression and realized that it was actually a map indicating the way to the lake. Diaroka noted that this area has a huge territory and it is physically impossible to get around it. Suddenly, the demoness remembered the legend about how a freshwater fish lived in the lake, which waited for Fedoricus for a long time, but eventually turned into stone. Kang Hansu said that these were just fairy tales that had nothing to do with reality, but Diaroka decided to check. And when the boys turned to the statue of the hero, they discovered, however, a monument to a mermaid nearby. The guy looked at her in amazement and couldn't believe his eyes. Was the legend really not fiction? The demoness wanted to destroy it, but Kang Hansu was afraid that by doing so they would lose the clue. Diaroka confidently said that this mermaid ended up here by chance and has nothing to do with the legend. The young man noticed the tears on the fish's cheeks. If she wasn't abandoned, then why was she crying? Kang Hansu saw that the mermaid's gaze was directed somewhere downwards and thought how it was possible that a clue was hidden there. Suddenly, the guy felt something with his hands and was incredibly surprised by this find. In his hands, a small jewel sparkled and studied the light around it. His friends looked at it in amazement. The find was a ring, a typical way for magicians to declare their love. The guy put the ring on his hand and said that he hadn't found anything else, and thus hadn't made much progress in his guesses. Suddenly, Kang Hansu's eyes widened as he received a new patronage: forgiveness. The patron Asa was very angry and furious because he missed such a moment. God demanded that the boy immediately renounce this patronage given to him. But Kang Hansu didn't want to do this, because now he could influence people with this power. This did not please God at all. He began to protest furiously and stamp his feet. Suddenly, a crowd of workers gathered around the guys and said that when evaluating the effectiveness of Kang Hansu, they should have announced that outsiders were not allowed to enter here. People noticed that considering that a high-ranking demon was next to a simple disciple, he was an unusual person. The guy tried to explain that he had come here as an escort, but he was abruptly stopped and ordered to remain silent. The idea suddenly came to him that he could use the new patronage for his own purposes. His saddened face made those present want to repent of their sins and stop doing evil. One of the leaders said that from now on, the young man needs to try to follow the school rules. Her second companion added that if Kang Hansu is a newcomer, then you can turn a blind eye to this case, because he is already busy preparing for the entrance ceremony. The guy said that he remembered everything and would follow the rules in the future, and they said goodbye. Diaroka asked the master not to use this blessing on her. He asked why. The demoness coquettishly remarked that even without patronage, she would always forgive her master. However, the young man said that he was already using it. Diaroka was surprised that he had really offended her. Kang Hansu smiled mysteriously because he couldn't say that he accidentally looked at her underwear during the bar fight. The next morning, the boys were a bit excited. They were happy to be admitted, but not take her. Suddenly, someone started speaking from the podium, calling the teenagers into silence and congratulating them on their admission. The professor said that he would first introduce the teaching staff to the children and then give the floor to the director of the academy. Kang Hansu was surprised why the teachers were being greeted so actively, but Diaroka, who suddenly came up, said that they were most likely famous among the people. The guy angrily asked what she was doing there, but the demoness cited loneliness and decided to keep the owner company. He had to leave her. The professor told the kids to meet a new teacher, who will teach subjects related to magic. It was the Keeper of Fire and the Elder of the Elven Kingdom, Lady Silver. Crack came to the podium and said that she hoped for fruitful cooperation with the guys. Kang Hansu saw a bird sitting on the elf's shoulder and thought that it might be a phoenix. Memories of not the best moment in his life immediately came to mind. Suddenly the guy felt a fiery gaze on himself and thought that he probably accidentally met the eyes of a phoenix. But Kang Hansu wasn't sure about this, and it was possible that he was just imagining it. Suddenly Taker perked up and said with delight that he would be able to study with the Firekeeper. Standing next to him, Kang Hansu good-naturedly said that Taker was worried in vain, and asked in surprise if this elf was really that outstanding. Meanwhile, the professor was saying that he was giving the floor to the director of the academy. There was an elegant sound under the heel, and soon a refined woman entered the arena. She said that this year is very important for them, because a respected person came to the academy to provide assistance. And also soon newcomers will meet heroes who have great achievements. The boys began to talk excitedly among themselves, and the director called everyone to silence with the help of frightening sounds. When silence reigned around, the woman casually told everyone to shut up, or else they would fly out of here. Kang Hansu noticed that this lady clearly had a very stable character. In conclusion, the director said that it was necessary to divide the classes into advanced and lagging ones. This can be done through a fight, that is, the guys will fight until the strongest remain. At the same moment, an unimaginable fight began. Everyone tried to defend themselves and not fall, defeating their opponents. Some were happy to have fun and shake their fists, but for others this turn of events was somewhat unexpected. Strong guys were weak where they could not resist, fell to the ground and lost consciousness. The girls also demonstrated their abilities there and dealt stronger blows to their opponents. Kang Hansu said that sometimes it is nice to plunge into the primeval wild and stretch your muscles in a fight without rules. The guy added that now that he has new patronage, he will still be forgiven for killing everyone. With these words, Kang Hansu turned on his beast gaze and went to duel with the guys. He approached some of those who were fighting among themselves and were ready to strike a strong blow. His eyes were glowing with a demonic gleam, and the guys looked at Kang Hansu in amazement, looking very creepy. The next moment, everyone ran away like a chain because the young man was significantly stronger and more resilient. He threw the children in different directions and furiously shouted that they would all go to the lagging class. God folded his hands in prayer for the repose of the large group of people who would suffer. And Taker at this time was hiding downstairs on the floor. He said that this school is crazy, and everyone around is just crazy. The guy decided that in the advanced class he would have to constantly go through similar tests. So he decided to pretend to be fallen and lay down on the ground, agreeing to go to the lagging class. A few hours later, when the guys were ready, they were congratulated on successfully becoming leaders. The professor said that this year the children differ greatly in their level of development. She also added that the children should remember how hard they need to try because they can return to middle school at any moment. Then the students were told that there were only two disciplines, the knights and magicians, and that they had to make a choice according to their abilities. The professor announced that one of the students would be considered the head of their advanced class. It was Prince Rachel, a guy with long blonde hair and a pleasant, pretty face. He entered the hall and told those present to try to get along with each other and work together. Kang Hansu felt some memories related to the word chief come back to him and wondered what she was doing now. At this time, there were many people near the temple who enthusiastically greeted the winner of the tournament, Choi Gangmin. The saint sincerely congratulated the winner and awarded him the sacred sword, which is kept in the temple. When handing the sword to the boy, she said that it was a symbol of a hero, and in the future the weapon would greatly influence his development. The saint told Choi Gangmin to take up the sword and speak words of desire to become stronger. The young man did this with bated breath and uttered the necessary line, the sword glowing with a bright fire. Suddenly a portal opened and began to absorb the young man. It was so surprising and unusual that he did not have time to react. The assembled heroes looked at what was happening in panic and were very puzzled. Choi Gangmin looked around. He didn't understand where he was and what had happened. The guy was near large, massive steps and noticed various structures around him. There were many stones and stone buildings around, as well as houses and huge ruins. Suddenly he saw a man next to him who greeted the hero in orc roll. The young man was even more surprised and asked again where he was and what the name of this city was. The guard of the ruins entered the conversation and said that Choi Gangmin had just arrived in the city of the orcs. The giant added that it seemed that the hero was recognized by all the rules, and it was necessary to immediately begin training. At this time, the academy began training, and on the very first day, Kang Hansu had a conflict with the teacher. He was indignant that the boy was not ready for lessons because he did not have the most basic knowledge. It was about the patronage of a warrior, which the boy did not have, but it was the foundation of the knight. Therefore, the young man was thrown out of the hall and the door was locked, which somewhat puzzled him. Kang Hansu was furious. He smashed the door with his fist and screamed to be let out immediately. The guy was seething with anger, but he understood that this would not affect the situation, so he decided to calm down and think. He remembered that absolutely everyone he met had the warrior's patronage. But Kang Hansu also thought that he didn't need some kind of conveyor belt patronage, because he had his own unique power. A moment later, he knocked down the door and appeared on the threshold ready to defend his rights in education. The professor began to be indignant that Kang Hansu did not respect the teacher's words at all, but the guy took out his hand, which emitted incredible light, and was no worse than a sword. He said that he could implement fencing with this too. And although this circumstance somewhat frightened the teacher, he tried to follow the rules, and was indignant that without patronage it was impossible. However, the convincing weapon and the unwavering gaze of the young man did their job, and they returned to the lesson. After the lesson, the boys all gathered together to discuss how everything went, and the teacher thought about how one could fence like that without patronage, and he left the hall. Kang Hansu was curious to know how his friends had received the warrior's patronage, and almost all of them said that it had happened through medicine. The guy was bursting with anger because they had made absolutely no effort to receive such a blessing. He realized that even in this way he could gain patronage without much effort. Suddenly, someone called the young man. It was the headman who told his interlocutor that he had performed well at the entrance ceremony. In this regard, the village chief could make Kang Hansu his ward and provide him with an unlimited supply of medicine, but he refused such an offer. Rachel was extremely indignant. He said that he was addressing the guy with all kindness. Kang Hansu used his patronage, and the headman no longer insisted, but warned that next time he would not back down. God chuckled and said that most likely the boy simply caught the elder's eye and would eagerly await further developments. After a short break, classes continued, and the teacher said that it would be boring to devote the entire lesson to theory alone. In connection with this, he decided to prepare something amazing for the guys and took out a dragon's fang. He acquired this fang from a recently defeated dragon and spent all his savings on it. The professor was wildly delighted and told how wonderful this fang was. Everything about it was harmonious, both the size and the texture. Kang Hansu cheerfully said that he never thought he would meet this curiosity again. The world is still small. After some time, the children discussed what had happened in the lesson. Overall, it was interesting, but the teacher had spent many hours bragging. However, the guys agreed that if you don't focus on this moment, then everything was great and they liked the lesson. The headman turned to Kang Hansu and came close to him. The guy was wildly irritated by this, and he regretted that he did not send his interlocutor behind. But God ironically noted that one could simply resign oneself and go with the flow. Kang Hansu did not understand how one could agree with this. Then a voice was heard calling the young man to give them a minute. Kang Hansu turned around and saw the students who had been sent lagging behind by his strikes. They were apparently very angry and extremely unhappy that they were now left in such an unsightly position. His friends asked if everything was okay and if the young man needed help, but he could handle it. The guy was looking forward to an interesting showdown because he was a bit bored with everything and wanted to have some fun. The guys arrived at the scene of the fight and showed that Taker was lying unconscious on the ground. The angry student lifted the boy by his forelock in a rage and asked if he was Kang Hansu's partner. He then added that overall Taker was a good guy, but he had to be dealt with. The rest of the guys picked up on the idea of wanting to take revenge on Kang Hansu, because it was his fault that they suffered great shame and were sent to the back of the pack. The guy thought for a few moments about what to do. He didn't understand that most likely Taker pretended to avoid getting into the advanced class. The stunned attacker did not understand why Kang Hansu was so calm and unhurried in his actions. Kang Hansu sat down next to his protege and said, "Did he really decide to make his life easier in this way?" However, the boy understood that these students had turned the boy that Uncle Knight had asked him to take care of into a mess. Now at any cost, he must take revenge on them and not allow them to do this again. The guy opened a portal and asked for a bone to be taken out from there, and those gathered looked at it in amazement. A moment later, Kang Hansu held out a bone and said that he would take responsibility for what these guys had done. They found it funny. They said that it was impossible to resist such a thing. It was incomprehensible, and during the introductory speech they simply relaxed. However, the first guy who said this received a strong blow to the head and flew to the side. The guys looked at Kang Hansu in surprise, but were confident that they could all handle him together. They encountered for the first time such a guy who had the first level in himself and was very hardy. Kang Hansu said that he still had a lesson ahead of him, and there was very little time, so in order not to delay the process, the gentleman could attack at the same time. The genius of the Night Kingdom watched as the battle between Kang Hansu and his brothers took place. The prince of the mercenary kingdom, who suppressed the enemy with excellent swordsmanship based on enormous power, could not guarantee that he would hold victory. The princess of the Lake Kingdom also fought with the guy. She was fluent in soft fencing, whose advantage was her flexible body. Now they lay unconscious and could not recover from the brutal fight with the new student. It was hard to imagine, and the guy sincerely did not understand how Kang Hansu managed to defeat everyone. However, he mockingly said that even from here he could hear the gears of the famous fencing genius turning. This made the guy extremely angry, and he began to head towards Kang Hansu in a rage. The hero was not worried. He held the bone in his hands and could fight with it calmly. Everyone was approaching him at great speed, and the guy was ready to repel the blows. For some reason, Kang Hansu's appearance began to look demonic, and from the outside it was a terrifying sight. The boys began to feel as if a lot of demonic creatures had formed around them. They were everywhere, attacking from all sides, and the students screamed in fear and pain. Kang Hansu used the bone with lightning speed. It flew around the area at great speed, knocking the guys off their feet. The guy didn't understand why the curse was suddenly activated, first the massacre and then the extermination. God said it was a glitch. The beaten boy screamed in horror that a demon was attacking him. His face was plowed with fear. Kang Hansu looked around, but he couldn't see any demon. This puzzled him a little. Finally, the battle was over. The guy still did not find the demon and decided that it was necessary to contact Taker. The young man was lying on the ground and did not want to get up so as not to attract unnecessary attention to himself. Kang Hansu asked him if he was conscious, or if he had really been beaten very badly. The next second, Taker moved and had to get up and answer something. The guy sat down on the ground. He was in a gloomy mood and looked at his escort with displeasure. A brilliant idea came to Kang Hansu's mind to pretend that it was the young master who beat up all the students. Taker tried to be indignant, but the guy explained how people wouldn't believe that a first-level user had defeated a royal scion. Then Kang Hansu lifted the healthy guy who had come to his senses and said that he had come to his senses just in time. The student stepped back in confusion and looked at the boy with a frightened look. But Kang Hansu, with a good-natured smile, asked him to take care of the boys who were now lying on the ground. Then the guy hurried to class, waved goodbye, and said that he was glad that this misunderstanding was over. God glanced sideways at the guy and asked if he had even a drop of conscience. Kang Hansu said maliciously that there was no crime in this because he was defending himself. Then our guest picked it up and said that he didn't even specify what it was needed for, but they sent exactly what was needed. The guy thought about it, hoping that he wasn't spying on him, because it seemed to him that when the bone appeared, there was blood on it. But the next second, Kang Hansu thought that the org wouldn't send a bone that he had just beaten up someone with. This simply couldn't happen, because the guy told him not to touch the locals. At this time, in the abandoned ruins, Choi Gangmin was in an unequal battle with the city guard. He tried to get up, took everything for his sword, and wished that it would not become to defeat the orc. The giant said that it was difficult to control strength when there was nothing in his hand. He liked this bone. It fit well in his palm. The city guard impatiently told the hero to get up quickly, and they continued. Choi Gangmin gathered all the strength he had and determined himself to succeed. The guy thought that his opponent was incredibly strong, because yesterday's orcs seemed like newborn babies compared to him. However, the hero understood that this training was necessary in order for him to become stronger and more resilient. The city guard said that Choi Gangmin has no other choice but to win, because the equipment of the ancient hall was destroyed, and he trains the hero personally. And now the guy won't be able to leave this place until he defeats the orc. Choi Gangmin felt the incredible power of his opponent in his arms. He was like a helpless child. The orc grabbed the guy with his friend and in the next second could deliver a very strong blow. The boy hit the wall hard, and a piercing cry of pain escaped his mouth. The orc good-naturedly said that it was best for the hero to learn through beatings, as this would have a faster effect. Choi Gangmin could no longer resist and shouted for him to stop and give him some breathing space. But the very next moment, the guy felt a strong blow to the face from which he flew down. The young man began to fall, no longer controlling his body because his state was close to unconsciousness. The giant grabbed the guy by the leg and threw him up with all his might, and he flew like a toy. The orc wanted the boy to show all his abilities, but it was difficult to achieve. A minute later, the monster realized that his opponent was coming to his senses and laughed furiously, shouting that he was attacking again. Choi Gangmin was losing his composure, and it seemed to him that this torture would never end. Meanwhile, a sad and absolutely gloomy Cogmos was wandering around the mountains. He remembered Diaroku. The demon couldn't bear the thought of her being with that monster Hansu. Soon Cogmos heard the enthusiastic voices of the goblins. They were incredibly happy that their king had finally returned. The demon began to think that home was better than somewhere on foreign land, but suddenly he felt some strange aura. Cogmos looked around. He suspected who this goosebump-inducing energy might belong to. He couldn't believe that everything that was happening was real, because these were low-level hunting grounds. It was unclear what the saint could have forgotten in such a place, and why she had come here. Goblins came out to meet the heroes and gathered to defend themselves and not let strangers into their territory. The heroes looked at their opponent in delight and came to the conclusion that it would be easy for them to win. The guys expected that with one blow they would be able to crush these goblins and thereby gain experience. But the boys did not expect that their enemies would come up with a trap when approaching the monsters. They stepped on branches and fell into a hole. The boys were beside themselves with horror. They screamed and flew down rapidly, realizing that a hard fall awaited them. The saint grabbed her head and thought that the guys were in a great hurry. It was necessary to exercise caution. Chanmin shouted in anger that she hated all green creatures, both orcs and gnolls and goblins. The girl conjured a large fireball and wanted to direct it at her enemies. The largest goblin that was here fell into the fiery flames and began to burn. But that was not all. Evil goblins began to approach from all around, their eyes flashing like lanterns. Arya and class president Eubora entered the battle, the girls bravely waving their swords. When the enemies retreated a little, Eubora looked around the area, estimating how many losses they had to suffer. After all, they had only just entered the goblin's lair, but nevertheless, there were already victims of their cunning. Athena Archmage noted with disappointment that the traps were making things much more difficult. But the headman reassured her, saying that now the boys would be more careful. The princess noticed that the dragon bone armor was very provocative for the goblins to attack violently. Athena thought for a few moments, collecting her thoughts in order to announce her decision to the boys. The girl clapped her hands several times, calling everyone gathered to silence and began to speak. Initially, the heroes were supposed to go alone, but now the princess and prince will accompany them instead of the remaining members of the group. After all, the guys were waiting for Choi Gangmin to return from training and volunteered to join the cleansing of the kingdom of magic by opening a hunt for goblins. In turn, Eubora, as the head girl, assured that she would become even stronger in order to be able to protect the entire group. The boys decided to teach the stupid goblins a lesson and went into the forest, but noticed that there were too many traps there, and this made movement difficult. The headman came to the conclusion that most of the camouflaged traps were poorly made, but some still posed a great danger. Therefore, in any case, it was necessary to exercise maximum caution. The boys had to move in such a way as to avoid falling into traps in the future. Chonmyeon noted with disappointment that there was not enough time even to raise the level. It would be better if they returned to the academy, but the prince said to prepare for the night, and today there was an opportunity to rest. The prince looked thoughtfully at the sky and said that in the forest night comes much faster. The boys lit a fire and prepared boxes of provisions instead of pitching tents in order to spend the night peacefully. Suddenly one of the knights turned to the prince with a question, and he asked what he needed. The knight angrily said that traces had recently been discovered, indicating that the dismantled traps had been rebuilt. Alos was deep in thought. If there were footprints, then it was the work of a person. But who could it be? And decided to report this to the saint first. But literally that same night the battle continued. The goblins fiercely attacked their enemies, but the guys also fought with the help of magic. The princess urged the heroes to gain strength and endurance, But Zhang Mian was very upset by everything that was happening and thought that the enemies would never end. At this time, Eubora was attacking the green monsters with all her might in order to defeat them and gain experience. The girl wielded her sword furiously and gave her enemies no chance. She was very determined. The prince came to her aid and made a huge swing with his sword, breaking the goblin's head, who fell the next second. He dispersed the goblins that were nearby near the class leader. Alos asked how the hero Eubora was feeling and if everything was okay with her. The young man understood that unexpected raids happened almost every night. The boys, with their meager experience, had a hard time dealing with this. Prince Alos, master of the sword, ordered the nightly order to take up arms and help the heroes. In any case, the training was a useful activity, but caution would not hurt. At this time, the goblin came to the demon to tell him everything that was happening. It was a difficult time for all the inhabitants of the area, and the monster was in confusion, fearing the wrath of his master. Kogmos asked what the situation was outside now, and if there was a threat to everyone there. The goblin was shaking all over and couldn't find the words, but he found the strength to tell about how slightly deplorable the situation was. However, the demon was confused, because if the saint was with the heroes, the goblin's chances would be 0. But now they are still holding on. Suddenly, a thought struck Kogmos. After all, at one time, Khan Hansu killed all the orcs and gnolls in the area. Now, because of this crazy guy, the heroes decided to come here to train. From this one could conclude that among the attackers, there were only heroes who did not even have serious experience. The demon had a truly interesting idea. If his opponent was not the saint, but some greenhorn youth, then he had every chance of winning. He will be able to make them regret coming into these territories without permission. Inspired by this idea, Kogmos said that everyone should be called here to announce the order. Now it was the demon's turn, along with the horde of goblins, to attack and reap their dividends. At this time, the monsters were beating the provisions that the heroes had with clubs. Eubora looked at this disgrace and could not recover from her indignation. But Chon Mien, who had approached, released a stream of fiery air onto the enemies, and they retreated a little. The girl, in a rage, directed her magic to get rid of the impudent monsters that were mercilessly destroying their supplies. And at this time, a demon was already watching from the cliff above, ready to avenge his subordinates in the near future. He had the ability to transform and change appearance, becoming similar to a goblin. Kogmos had acquired different facial features through magic, and was now almost indistinguishable from the others. He turned into a real goblin. The only thing that distinguished him from them was the blue color of his skin. The goblins kept advancing, but Chon Mien did not give up and tried to fight to protect the food. She threw her enemies aside, but they seemed to never end and were approaching from all sides. One of the evil monsters stuck his tongue out at the girl. It was very disgusting and unpleasant. Zhang Mian looked at the goblins with disgust, her eyes filled with rage, her teeth grinding in anger. Suddenly, among the green monsters, a blue one appeared and let out a victorious cry. The girls panicked and tried to defend themselves, but they realized that they were surrounded on all sides. Eubora realized that these monsters do not act independently. They are led by a blue leader. The girl decided that she had to defeat him at any cost and chased after him. But the reincarnated demon was very fast. He rushed in one direction with lightning speed. Kogmos was glad that the hero Eubora chased after him, because he had a plan to get rid of her. After all, he conducted research day and night with slaves to strengthen the physical body, and in the end it yielded results. The demon understood that different methods could be used to win and took a deep breath. The next moment he let out a piercing cry that spread throughout the surrounding area. The girls covered their ears because it was simply impossible to listen to. The sound that was everywhere was driving them crazy. Eubora understood that she couldn't stand it for long because this sound made her head simply split into small pieces. The next moment all the goblins in the area began to follow the leader's command. Each of them began to let out a piercing scream, and the girls could not listen to it calmly. Many days passed, but the heroes could not defeat the vile goblins, and at the same time their supplies were running out. Zhang Mian complained that she forgot when she last rested, because the enemies were constantly attacking. The headman said that no matter what, after the hunt their numbers should have decreased. The prince also thought about this topic, because now the number of goblins caught is comparable to the results of last year. But some new species with blue skin has appeared. This strange goblin was behaving in a way that was not typical of his fellows, and the prince decided to sort out the situation so that there would be no problems. It was necessary to defend the honor of Knight Lewis, who died tragically in battle. Alos Swordmaster couldn't believe that they could lose a night on a simple goblin hunt. Suddenly, Athena Archmage approached the assembled heroes and said that the saint had discovered the nature of the blue monster. It was a demon. Yubora and Jongmyeon looked out of the tent and asked in amazement, "How is this possible?" But the princess confidently said that behind the rock there was a demon who had made the transformation. At this time, the saint stood on a rock and thought about how to defeat the enemies. Suddenly she heard the maid calling her to tell her the latest news. The girl said that the hero had conveyed the saint's words about the demon, and the guys already understood who they were dealing with. The saint said that they could not take any more losses. Their goal was to promote the progress of the heroes through hunting, but one of the knights died, and they could not even find his body. The temple servant understood that her heart ached from this situation, but for the heroes such an event would be a good experience. She told the maid to tell the boys about the importance of safety. The physical body can be restored, but the dead mind can no longer be. She also added that Jongmyeon died instantly and did not remember anything, but Yubora remembered her death. Because as expected, strong mental strength is worthy of their attention and concentration. The saint headed into the wasteland where there was practically no vegetation, only bare tree trunks stood. The next moment, the temple servant directed her magical spells at the surrounding area. Due to the influence of this magic, small green shoots began to emerge from the soil. After a short period of time, amazingly fragrant flowers of a very beautiful shape appeared around, as well as a large number of fruitful trees. I decided that this would help the heroes cope with the lack of food and save them from hunger. However, she understood that there was no point in simply holding on. It was necessary to defeat the instigator, and this was a demon. At this time, Cogmos walked in the wonderfully smelling garden and gnashed his teeth in rage, because with such difficulty he managed to deprive the heroes of provisions. He was furious because his entire grand plan had collapsed overnight. The demon returned to his lair. He slammed his fist on the table in rage, because the decision he made was not easy. Cogmos was very angry at Hansu for interfering and killing all the game. Still, no matter what, there was only one way to get out of this situation. Meanwhile, the human slaves were watching their master and talking among themselves, wondering what kind of method this was. However, the demon was furious and ordered the slaves to shut up and not interfere with his reasoning. He was filled with panic, because no matter what they did, the outcome was still the same: death. But he looked at these slave girls and thought that he could at least save them. He was surprised by his own thoughts. After all, before the demon always put his safety above all else. But now the situation has come when he will sacrifice himself to save the inferior people. The decision was made. The demon told the slave to call the goblin elder. And although this decision was not easy, Cogmos was ready to announce his next order. At this time, Jongmyeon was happy that she was finally able to reach level 13. The girl thought that Yubora was still ahead and had a 14th level, but soon she could be caught up. Chonmien realized that she had wandered far enough and needed to turn back. But suddenly she realized that she was surrounded on all sides by vile goblins, who were everywhere. She began to defend herself courageously, attacking enemies and fighting back from all sides. Hansu told the beaten boy to take care of the others lying on the ground. He promised that he would try and even created a forced smile, and then waved goodbye to the young man. God urged Hansu to start his research quickly. The boy suggested skipping classes and going on a search. The ring shone with a bright light and directed the young man in a specific direction. He decided to follow it. The guy walked in the direction the ring pointed, but in the end they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Suddenly the ring stopped emitting light. Hansu raised his hand up and shook it in the air, but nothing happened. Hansu thought that there was some kind of malfunction, or that the ring was simply broken. However, the next moment he saw a majestic white flag rising on a small hill. God said it was coming, but the guy is busy thinking about how the place looks suspicious, but has absolutely no idea what it all means. When Hansu asked the god what he meant when he said he was approaching, it was already too late, as he was overtaken by the fiery lava. The guy barely managed to jump back. Now he saw that a flame had broken out nearby, and there were ice blocks all around. Suddenly a man jumped out and said that this place was dangerous and one couldn't just be here. But thanks to his patronage, the young man softened the man who appeared, and he began to speak very friendly about the fact that there was a training magical shooting range here. Hansu thought with displeasure that in such cases it was necessary to hang up certain signs. The next second, the guy saw other students who were nearby and looked at him in surprise. One of the girls called Kang Hansu by name, but he couldn't remember where she knew him from. The god muttered that it didn't really matter. The girl kindly said that her name was Lisha, and asked if the guy really didn't remember her. However, because the young man did not understand the local language well, he misheard the name, which somewhat upset the girl. Kang Hansu backed away in embarrassment, thinking that once again there was a misunderstanding due to his lack of knowledge of the language. After a while, the girl began to animatedly tell him something, but Kang Hansu had trouble grasping the essence, although he understood some of the words. Lisha praised the young man for the fact that he had recently improved his language skills and now understands a lot. Kang Hansu was happy about the praise and said that he simply studied very well in class and diligently remembered everything. Lisha assumed that in that case, the guy came to the magic shooting range in order to learn magic. The guy peacefully said that this was the case, although in reality he was more interested in the secret hidden at the shooting range. And then the girl offered that she could take over his training. But Kang Hansu had previously been told about the impossibility of training without patronage. However, Lisha's eyes were already lit up with delight, because she would be able to teach someone, and the girl said that it was quite possible to learn simple basics. As they parted, the girl asked what class Kang Hansu was in and suggested meeting tomorrow at the same time. Finally, Lisha said goodbye to the guy and her friend came out to meet her and asked who she had been talking to. The friend noted with a slight grin that most likely it was her lover, and they had just been on a date. Kang Hansu asked the patron god's opinion about this situation, and Asa noticed that this girl's actions were suspicious. The guy clarified that he was interested in the shooting range, and God pretended to have an idea about it. For Kang Hansu, the behavior of the patron spirit, who still had no intention of telling anything, was incomprehensible. Suddenly, the young man was strengthened by someone named. He looked in confusion at the approaching figure. It was Rachel, who was walking towards the guy, had a serious expression on her face, and was holding some paper in her hands. When he approached Kang Hansu, he said that he had searched for him everywhere. The guy thought that today was the day when everyone wanted something from him. The guy decided to use his patronage of forgiveness, thanks to which this annoying Rachel would go away. However, he was prudent. He saw Kang Hansu's status and made thorough preparations. Rachel wrote a script for the conversation so that she wouldn't have to see the offended face of her interlocutor, and thus the patronage wouldn't work. Kang Hansu had no idea that there was such a weak point in his acquired abilities. And the prince continued to explain that if they unite, they can become stronger. The guy thought for a few moments, but overall, this offer wasn't that bad, because at school they gave assignments in pairs and teaming up with a classmate was a good prospect. After some time, Kang Hansu confidently said that he accepted the offer. This circumstance made the prince very happy, and he patted his interlocutor on the shoulder in a friendly manner. God did not like this situation, because such behavior was completely at odds with Asa's character. Kang Hansu came up with the idea of asking Dairoki how he could hide his status from others. The guy approached the demoness, who was diligently sharpening a bone from a fallen dragon, with this question. The girl said that she would not like to tell such valuable information for free. However, if her master orders her, she will not be able to refuse and will tell some secrets. Kang Hansu commanded that the demoness told him how to hide his status from others. Dairoka began to say that in order to view someone else's status window, a certain patronage was needed, and in order to resist, another patronage was needed to cover it. There were several such patronages, for example. Equality obliged one to reveal one's status if the interlocutor did the same. There were such patronages, marriage or bluff, disguise in which it was necessary to pretend to be dead, as well as modesty. However, they all had their own significant shortcomings, and were not entirely suitable for Kang Hansu. Dairoka said that these were the first things that came to her mind. Suddenly, one of Kang Hansu's classmates intervened in the conversation and said that it was possible to get the opportunity to hide one's status, not only through patronage. We were talking about curses. It was a pretty dangerous thing, but it could be useful. This information really interested the guy, and he wanted to know more about how to get a curse. Dairoka noted that this was a rather sensible idea for a wretched human female. The demoness thought that some of them would suit the owner, the curse of greed being acceptable. Kang Hansu was very curious about how to obtain this curse. Dairoka came close to the girl from the dorm and said in a sarcastic tone that it takes control of everything that the owner owns. The guy asked about the price for such a curse, and the demoness replied that it was only life. Kang Hansu had a heroic determination and thought that this was a good idea. God noticed that Asa had a very suspicious grin. This was somewhat alarming. Once the guy made his decision, they went to the mercenary guild to put it into action. After much deliberation, they finally settled on the only tolerable assignment for Dairoki. The demoness did not understand why the master came up with the idea to enroll her as a mercenary. Hansu said that to receive the curse of greed, one must have a lot of slaves and property. But since all his belongings were inside, the guy thought that the slave would be able to raise them to the level. She will be so powerful that even the owner will have a hard time dealing with her. Dairoka generally approved of this method, but she was confused by some aspects associated with it. Hansu said that he understood her concerns about her hunter's curse. After all, with the help of its powerful influence, it was possible to strengthen an orc to the level of an ogre, and if it weren't for it, Dairoka would have received a rank long ago. The guy wondered if the ogres were so strong that it was difficult to deal with them. The demoness replied that their strength was about the same as the knight that Hansu had met some time before. She then warned that the owner would greatly regret this decision. After all, even with her current level, she couldn't defeat even 3 strong orcs. However, the guy was adamant. He said that the slave trusted him because his target was the goblins and gnolls. That same night in the forest, Dairoka went into an unequal battle with 3 large and brutally minded gnolls. The demoness used all her power and the force of magic to defeat them. But the gnolls were hard to defeat so easily. They used claws and sharp teeth too. At some point, the curse of the hunt took effect, and the enemy became several times stronger. His wounds healed instantly, and he felt that his opponent was very weak. Dairoka was angry, because it was just a pathetic gnoll, but she could not do more damage to it. Hansu decided it was time to intervene and pushed the demoness aside, heading towards the enemy. There were 3 of them. They had strong endurance and incredible power, thanks to which they quickly dealt with opponents. The gnolls rushed to deal with Hansu as quickly as possible. They did not see him as a threat to themselves. But the guy's eyes were burning with a demonic gleam. He thought that he hadn't met these monsters for a long time. The next moment, he cut all 3 gnolls in half with one blow of his sword. The demoness looked at what had happened in amazement. She could not understand how her master had dealt with this so quickly. Dairoka asked in confusion if that was all and the duel was over. Hansu told the demoness to take their fangs and carry them with her as a trophy. However, the girl stood thoughtfully and was in no hurry to move from her place in order to fulfill the request. The guy asked with displeasure why she stopped and looked because the hero's curse assumes taking the loot. The demoness tried to answer as if she didn't find it funny at all, but she wasn't doing a very good job. Dairoka couldn't hold back her loud laughter and burst out laughing because her master was very nice. Hansu said that now is not the time for jokes, and it is necessary to be a little more serious. After all, slimes had already come running from all around, and were ready to eat the prey lying on the earth. But the demoness wanted her master to give her orders more harshly, and the guy did just that. She was very happy because thanks to the rude and unceremonious orders she felt inspired. The next morning, all the students gathered at the academy who were quite puzzled. Taker pointed his finger at Hansu with displeasure and declared that because of him, he would have to wash toilets for half a month. The guy mockingly congratulated his ward on his return and offered to send him back to the infirmary, in which case he wouldn't have to clean up. Suddenly, a girl approached Hansu with a friendly greeting and Taker's jaw dropped. It was Lisha. She walked enthusiastically towards the guy and said that he was already full of energy in the morning. The girl looked at those present with her blue sky-colored eyes. Taker grabbed his interlocutor in an armful and asked in surprise how ordinary people knew this girl. All the guys present were surprised that Lisha was friends with Hansu, who decided to teach his protégé a lesson. The girl said that she would like to practice magic, and when the lessons are over, she is waiting for Hansu. She would be glad to have the opportunity to practice magic because it is very exciting. The guy took a break from beating Taker and said with a smile that he would definitely come. He thought that it would be nice to skip class. Was this girl really that responsible? Lisha waved goodbye to him, hoping that the guy wouldn't run away like last time. She was very glad that Hansu agreed to go with her to practice magic. The guy thought that most likely Lisha is quite popular among teenagers and many dream of dating her. But he didn't think about it for long because Hansu had business regarding Taker. The guy grabbed him by the collar and dragged him along, while Taker helplessly said that all his hopes for Lisha had collapsed. The building of the backward class surprised with its interesting shape. It was tall and wooden, in a sense resembling a birdhouse. Kang Hansu looked at this building. He wondered why it was so tall and unusual. Suddenly, the guy was unexpectedly called. He turned around and saw the guys with whom he had had a showdown earlier. The main one of them was Prince Alpus. He greeted the guy and said that he had a title. Then he and his group knelt down in a sign of their bowing before the force. Kang Hansu looked at them in bewilderment, because he had never seen royal persons kneeling in front of him. The prince noticed that members of royal families and aristocrats bowed before commoners, and this was unusual for them. But in this way, they wanted to make a truce with Kang Hansu and stop fighting. The patron god became indignant because this was not very good for lone wolves. He was categorically against it. After all, these guys shouldn't be with Kang Hansu since he has his own special path. The boys then explained the reason why they had approached Kang Hansu, because if they failed to get into the advanced class at the next exam, they would lose the patronage of the aristocracy. Kang Hansu realized that thanks to the patronage of the aristocracy, the bearer of noble blood must fulfill his destiny. The guy decided that he would not interfere, and the guys could do as they saw fit. The prince looked at the young man with admiration and asked again if he really forgave them. The next second, all the guys poured out their gratitude to the guy and said that he was kinder than he seemed at first glance. Kang Hansu gritted his teeth in displeasure. Did these guys really take him for a tyrant and despot? God pounced on his protege and said that such good nature would not lead to anything good, and trust in the guy as a representative of Asa was finally undermined. Kang Hansu said that it was not his fault, and that there was no need to pick on him so much over such trifles. However, the time had come to meet Lisha. The young man still could not calm down after the incident that had happened the day before. He stamped his feet furiously and was seething with anger as he told how the whole crowd of guys had dropped to their knees and were starting to look at him askance. Lisha laughed, because this guy was always drawing her into some interesting stories. Soon, Kang Hansu asked where they were going and what exactly they were going to do. The girl happily said that she had in mind a place where no one would disturb them. The guy was a little confused because he suspected what place his companion was talking about, and she meanwhile continued the story that at one time she suffered accompanying the hero. Kang Hansu was covered in sweat. He stopped and asked in a trembling voice what the phrase that accompanied the hero meant. After a short pause, the girl said that at one time she accompanied the hero Ohana, who turned out to be quite self-confident. She added that thanks to this pompous importance, the hero clearly stood out from the others, even compared to Kang Hansu. The guy remembered how Lisha complained that it was difficult to hunt with him. This led him to some thoughts. It turns out that hunting with Ohanu was more dangerous and difficult than with him. That is, his classmate achieved some success here. Kang Hansu remembered that his friend at school read fantasy novels and comics every day. This world was familiar to him, and he was able to quickly adapt here. God quietly overheard the thoughts that came into the guy's head and looked at him puzzled, and then laughed quietly. Finally, the travelers arrived, and Lisha, with reverence, announced that the magic lesson was beginning. She made the guy take off his outerwear, sit cross-legged, and relax his back a little. Lisha said in an admonishing tone that in magic there are clear causes and effects. This whole process is reminiscent of how a woman and a man give birth to a child. Kang Hansu felt a calming and warming heat spread throughout his entire body. God absolutely did not like everything that was happening. He was extremely displeased, and angrily hit the guy in the forehead with his fist. Lisha leaned towards her friend and asked how clear he was about the explanations. Kang Hansu covered his face with his hands and said that it was quite understandable. The ring on his hand was shining with a bright light. The girl looked at the piece of jewelry with disappointment and said in frustration that she was still late. The guy asked again what she meant, but Lisha changed the subject of the conversation and said that it was necessary to continue. Kang Hansu liked this lesson. He felt the heat running through his body, and it made him feel warm. It was magic, but suddenly Asa's patronage worked, and in an instant the spread of heat stopped. The guy looked at the place where life-giving energy had been pouring out, not confused. The patron god laughed loudly. He was sincerely happy and enjoyed this spectacle. Suddenly Kang Hansu realized that Asa's patronage had increased, and at the same time, his body was filled with a completely different energy. Lisha asked in fear if her companion was okay and what was going on with him. The guy used to always control the balance of power, but now for some reason it collapsed and the frequency of the rollback accelerated. Kang Hansu tried to conserve his strength and not let it out, but it was difficult to control. He thought that it was necessary to waste this seething energy because it would not come out any other way. There was no point in keeping it inside. The boy felt that the magical abilities wanted to come out. Soon the guy made the maximum tension possible and tried to release the force. And the next second, an inexhaustible stream flowed from his hand and captured everything around. Leisha closed her eyes and ears in fear. She could not understand what was happening and how this was possible. Soon the unprecedented flow of energy disappeared into the sky. She looked after it and asked what it was. Kang Hansu sighed with relief and said that it was all over, as if he had been born again. The girl couldn't believe that Kang Hansu could handle magic so easily and effortlessly. However, the young man did not understand what was being discussed, because in his mind the action that had been performed was in no way connected with magic. But the inspired girl said in delight that probably Kang Hansu himself did not understand what he had recently done. Now the guy understood that just recently he imitated fencing using the power of gnolls. But because he had now realized the principle of using magic, it was truly a miracle. The teacher noticed the magical rays that Kang Hansu was releasing and was very angry. He suspected something was wrong and decided to personally check what the students were doing without permission. Meanwhile, Leisha still could not understand how one could use magic without the patronage of magic. The disgruntled teacher approached the boys and threateningly waved his fist. Unauthorized use of magic was unacceptable within the walls of the academy. The teenagers looked at him in amazement and were very scared because the situation was extremely unpleasant. The angry teacher said that Kang Hansu was again violating discipline. Not only was he skipping fencing classes, he was also breaking the academy's rules. He added that if the guy is thinking about running away this time, he won't succeed. Kang Hansu tried to use the power of his patronage and loudly asked for forgiveness for what he had done. But the teacher became very angry, his eyes burned with a wild fire, and he destroyed the patronage in an instant. And the teacher decided that it was possible to make up for the missed fencing lessons through practical training in a real fight. With all the rage he had, the teacher decided to direct it at the boy and teach him how to behave properly. However, Kang Hansu told his teacher to forgive him since he seemed to be more inclined towards magic. The professor didn't have time to answer. He was surprised by the boy's suddenly revealed abilities. The next second, the teacher was hit by millions of strong gusts that made his whole body shudder. The guy looked at this in delight. He now understood that he had a very interesting advantage. Kang Hansu sat in the classroom, which resembled a greenhouse, and was very unhappy that he had to attend boring classes. After all, the guy didn't intend to sit around in class, but circumstances forced him to do it anyway. After all, the recent events that took place in the yard served as a good mark on his reputation. One of the professors said that he could resolve the conflict that had arisen between Kang Hansu and the teacher, but in exchange, the boy had to attend all the lessons. He was told that rudeness and magic were strictly forbidden, but the young man sincerely did not understand why he needed to be in lessons on growing and killing a monster. The guy looked around at those present. Everyone had a pair, but he sat alone. Suddenly, Kang Hansu saw that Prince Alpus was also sitting alone in the front row. The boy thought that it would be more fun together, and sat down next to him, good-naturedly calling him Mulpas. But his interlocutor was not happy about this, and explained that people don't go to such lessons to listen. He wants to be alone. But Kang Hansu, with the sweetest smile on his face, offered the prince to return to the lagging class if he rejected the offer. Alpus agreed, gritting his teeth, and although he was very unhappy about this, he did not argue. Suddenly, the young man saw an interesting creature that immediately brought back old memories. It was the firebird Phoenix, who was on his mistress's shoulder and stared at her with curiosity. The blue-eyed elder of the elves, Cerebret, entered the auditorium, smiling peacefully at the students. She said that she was glad to welcome young scientists at night and that the future of humanity was placed on her shoulders. The teacher introduced herself and said that she would continue to teach the children so that they would have an idea about the growth and development of monsters. Then the elf said that she hoped to get along with the teenagers, and the firebird continued to circle above the pulpit. Kang Hansu noticed that the students were looking at the teacher with wide eyes, and that she was clearly very popular among them. His thoughts were interrupted by Phoenix, who sat down directly opposite the guy and looked intently into his eyes. Kang Hansu thought indignantly, why was this bird bothering him? Did he really do something wrong? Or somehow offend her? Meanwhile, Cerebre was telling her that she needed to explore the academy's surroundings and find the reason why living beings had been gripped by fear lately. In this regard, lessons will be held once every 2 weeks. and this made Kang Hansu very happy. He turned to his deskmate with a remark that this is really great. But his interlocutor, in a rage, noticed in front of the entire audience that Kang Hansu was again confusing the name, calling it incorrectly. Sarah Brett angrily told the boys to stop making noise and not disrupt her lesson. However, her gaze suddenly stopped on Kang Hansu, and they looked at each other for a few moments. The next second, her eyes widened, because the girl was extremely surprised and did not understand what this guy could be doing here. Her hands were depicting. Sarah Brett could not hide the excitement that engulfed her entire body. In a trembling voice, she said that the lesson was over for today. And then the teacher added that from tomorrow onwards, lessons will be held every day, and she is waiting for everyone at the next lesson. Kang Hansu was furious. He believed that Alpus was to blame for everything. He shouted at the whole audience. Now because of him, lessons were set every day. The guy sat down on a chair exhausted. He didn't understand why he constantly met such arrogant and unhelpful types. After all, Cogmos was the same, who constantly set up and acted only for his own benefit. At this time in the cold basement, there was Chon Mien, who had fallen with the help of a trap. The girl opened her eyes and tried to understand where she was and what had happened to her. The next moment, Jong Mi-yeon, overcoming all the pain in her body, stood up and looked around. Suddenly her gaze stopped on a black figure with large horns. It was a demon. The girl looked intently at the creature sitting opposite her and asked who it was in front of her. Cogmos said that he is the 14th son of the Demon King. He is very powerful and cunning. Chon Mien looked at him in confusion and asked in amazement what the king's son meant. The girl understood that she could use her patronage to defeat this demon. She smiled and said that the demon was just a real handsome man, his voice ringing in her ears like music. However, he was adamant. Cogmos sternly interrupted her and said that he had no idea what the hero Chon Mien was talking about. But the girl did not calm down and continued to say that the son of the Demon King was a prince in his own right, and she could fulfill her long-standing dream thanks to this. She released her patron charm to intoxicate the demon. But to Chon Mien's great surprise, the spell had no effect on Cogmos. He interrupted her speech and began to press with magic. The demon enveloped his victim from all sides and she lost consciousness, no longer understanding anything. Cogmos didn't expect that the girl would attack from behind and use such force. It was not easy for him to cope. But the demon still resisted, and Chon Mien's lifeless body fell to the floor. He said that even people like her are considered heroes. Suddenly, the demon looked at his status window and was quite puzzled and annoyed. He received the curse of a hero because he committed murder, and besides, this girl could become a hostage for negotiations. Cogmos thought that if he stopped developing now, he would not be able to save his beloved Diaroku from the clutches of Kang Hansu. It occurred to him to find a way to bypass the level limitation, just like Kang Hansu did. The demons were pulled out of their sad thoughts by the goblin's message that someone had come to visit them. Cogmos understood that the heroes most likely came to free the captive Chon Mien. The door slowly opened and Yu Bora appeared on the threshold. The girl was determined to free her friend. Suddenly, her eyes widened and filled with furious anger, because she realized that she was late. Yu Bora screamed in horror. She couldn't believe that this actually happened. Cogmos calmly said that the girl had the good sense to follow the tracks left by the goblins, and she had done the right thing. He added that Yu Bora fearlessly and alone entered the demon's domain. But suddenly the prince's voice was heard behind the girl, saying that he would not allow the hero to go alone. Cogmos did not expect this at all and was completely confused. However, the next moment he came to his senses. Alos Swordmaster angrily asked if it was true that the demon who was here was the lord of the mountain. Cogmos bared his snow-white teeth and said that everything was exactly as it was. He was the one who commanded these natural resources. He then added that he also had direct power over the mountain goblins. The demon looked at the prince for a moment, his gaze filled with imperturbable contempt, and the prince looked at his opponent in response, furiously and categorically striving to win. He could not forgive this demon for killing the hero Chon Mien. Athena Archmage said that the traps were very cruel, and now all that was left was to deal with Cogmos and everything would be over. The demon's eyes flashed in rage. He noticed that the heroes who had come and the royal nobility liked his gift. But the prince did not agree with him. The young man raised his sword over his shoulders and said that he would take revenge. Alos the swordmaster accelerated and was going to remove his worst enemy. He was beside himself with anger. But suddenly the demon opened the hatch. He said that it is possible to win with just a cool head. Suddenly, a stone began to fall from the ceiling, which could crush Chon Myeon's body, and this would not allow her to be resurrected later. The stone began to descend rapidly, and the heroes risked losing the girl forever. The prince, in a rage, tried to reach the girl's body. He stretched out his hands but could not reach it. Bora used her patronage to try to take Jung Myeon from the demon. The girl picked up speed, took the prince with her, and they quickly headed towards the lying body. However, this was another trap of the demon. He said that he would not waste such a valuable bait as the hero's corpse. Therefore, in the next moment, Kogmos grabbed the girl and dragged her towards him. The prince asked Bora to stop because it was dangerous to move further. But the girl had patronage that did not allow her to just stop. It was necessary to achieve a precisely defined goal. Alos tried to catch her. Gathering all the strength he had, the guy ran after the hero and almost grabbed her. However, he didn't succeed. Bora turned around because she heard the princess's voice behind her. Athena Archmage asked the girl to look ahead and said that she would figure it out herself. Thanks to the action of magic, the stone that was rapidly falling down was destroyed into small pieces. The prince caught his breath in exhaustion. He understood that the danger had ended for a moment. Alos realized that their enemy was very serious and cunning in his intentions. This was not the end, as Kogmos had a cunning plan, which involved using the hero's body as bait. Bora couldn't stop until she grabbed Jung Myeon. That was her goal. The girl did not control her movements and quickly headed towards the demon. She made her way through the many arrows that Kogmos shot and still ran on. At some point, Bora approached the body and was ready to grab it. Literally a few centimeters separated them. And yet, despite the obstacles, she succeeded. Now the girl grabbed her friend's body tightly and did not let go. She turned around and saw that the prince was trying to save them by bending down and holding out his hand. Despite the fact that there was a small gap between them, Alos Swordmaster did not have time to carry out his plan and take the heroes. Kogmos said mockingly that he had not thought as a prince to sacrifice his life to save the heroes. His body was riddled with arrows and there was no longer any life in him. He was dead. Athena Archmage screamed in horror. She did not expect this to happen and was in complete despair. Suddenly, hatred and rage flashed in her eyes. She said that she would never forgive the demon for this. However, she was unable to use fire magic, as the demon grabbed the corpses and covered himself with them. The princess was furious and now did not know what to do and how to fix the situation. Kogmos's eyes flashed maliciously. A cunning plan arose in his head, which he quickly put into action. The demon quickly pulled the arrow out of the prince's body. He needed to make it serve again. The next moment, he aimed an arrow straight at the princess's heart, and she couldn't take it anymore and fell. Now the demon looked at his fallen victims of the royal nobility and grinned, rejoicing at how well everything had ended for him. The only one who remained among those present was the hero Bora. The girl angrily said that she considered the demon to be late and a selfish coward. But Kogmos said that a hero who led an entire knightly order to catch goblins cannot talk about cowardice. The demon also added that he is at level 22, only 3 levels higher than the hero, but is significantly inferior in patronage. The demon believed that if it weren't for the security of the guys who arrived, he would be dead now. Finally, Kogmos gave the girl advice that if she wanted to survive, she should not disdain any methods or means. Bora thanked him for this instruction and raised her sword to strike her enemy. Her theme turned into a weapon. It was very strong and powerful in order to win. In this way, the girl could resist the attacking side and have sufficient endurance. Kogmos was surprised by this patronage, but still, it was nothing compared to the skills that Khan Hansu had. He had another plan, and the demon took his cloak and threw it over the girl. Due to this action, she could no longer move and had absolutely no chance to repel the attack. The demon mockingly asked if the hero had no idea about such black magic. He added that people know how to use white magic and that it is only useful in war. Now Bora risked being the next hostage for possible negotiations, but the girl understood that she was running out of oxygen and had absolutely nothing to breathe. Suddenly a bright light came on in the room. The demon's eyes were horrified because he couldn't look at it. Literally from the ceiling, a saint was heading towards the demon. She said that she did not expect such an ending. But this time, the demon Kogmos crossed all boundaries of what was permitted, and apparently needs punishment. At this time, the director of the academy was talking to the head teacher, who asked how things were going with Cerebre. She was interested in everything, how the teacher behaved in class and what achievements she had. The head teacher replied that the lessons on establishing trust with monsters that cannot even be checked through the status window, and thus they can come to the conclusion that the students have not achieved any results. The director was in a panic because if this happened, Hogwarts would no longer need such a teacher. The girl felt helpless. She didn't understand why there was only bad news for their academy now. She was offended that she had made such sacrifices, curried favor with the pseudo-noble saint in order to allow the heroes to also study at the academy, but these efforts did not pay off. However, the head teacher also had some good news. He handed a cup of hot tea to the principal. The girl immediately came to life and said that she was thinking about how the hidden labyrinth had already been torn apart into pieces and there was nothing left for them. The head teacher slowly sipped tea from his cup and said that among the newcomers there was a student who had the patronage of an elf with a rank. They decided that with the help of silver, this student would achieve excellent results and become the pride of Hogwarts. For a long time now, they had been holding individual lessons during which Hansu had to learn something important and meet the director's expectations. After greeting Hansu, the elf was displeased that he responded in a formal tone, calling her simply a teacher. Many lessons have already passed, during which the children tried to establish communication with slimes, and Hansu did it with ease. He instantly won over the soft and elastic little animals. Cerebre praised the guy and said that he immediately attracted the attention of the slimes, which means that they like him. And in connection with this, the elf decided to conduct individual special lessons for him. So now they were in a beautiful exotic garden and the guy was trying to informally greet the teacher. She said that today they will learn how to deal with a monster partner. The girl will show this by her own example, imagining that her student is a slime. Cerebre called the guy to follow her in order to conduct the lesson. The girl sat down on the grass and told Hansu to sit next to her. Elphia showed her knees there now and suggested that the student lie down there for a few minutes. Hansu was quite puzzled, but still did not argue and did what was required of him. Cerebre said that she probably rushed a little because her student was surprised, but the guy assured that everything was fine, although it was true that it was a little unusual. The young man thought sadly that he had been able to maintain his composure thanks to Asa's patronage. He did not understand what kind of lesson this was. God, who had been closely watching what was happening all this time, was very displeased and squinted suspiciously. For a few minutes they just sat in silence, looking at each other. Nothing happened. Hansu remembered other girls in the academy who behaved like this, such as his classmate, or the amazing Lisha, who also wanted to be alone with him. The guy thought that this fantasy world was somehow strange. Soon after, the demoness and her master sought to reach their intended goal in order to improve their skills. Diaroka fought fiercely with the gnolls and looked at her enemies with a stern gaze. She didn't feel fear, even when the monster swung to hit the girl with all his might. The next moment she parried the blow and resolutely fought back against her opponent. Diaroka grabbed the monster's huge paw with a death grip, and it screamed in pain. And the demoness made every effort and the next moment tore off the enemy's paw. The gnolls looked on in horror. They had no idea that an ordinary weak female could fight like that. Diaroka threw her paw into the burning flames, not a single muscle twitching on her face. She finished off the rest of the opponents and they lay defeated, unable to rise. Diaroka decided that it was time to find out how her master was doing and whether he was having any successes. At this time, the young man was chasing monsters and using a huge dragon bone as a weapon. The gnolls ran away in terror. They did not want to become victims, and therefore sought to leave this place. Overall, the hunt was quite successful and even somewhat fun, with the slimes cleaning up the aftermath at the end. Smiling, Hansu said that hunting was still much more fun than lessons at the academy. It was a special, heavenly pleasure. The guy saw that the demoness had progressed to level 31, but it was still not enough for the curse of greed. Diaroka said that was what she meant when she warned of difficulties in implementing the decision. However, Hansu was not discouraged, as they had achieved quite impressive success. After all, those taking the spoils have already complained that there is too much evidence, and they may begin to doubt whether there was a full punitive approach. Then the man added that the treasury was already empty, but this did not bring any results. Then the demoness suggested changing the wording of the task. Diaroka angrily said that they had completed the task that was set before them, and problems should not arise. Hansu thought that most likely this gentleman simply did not believe that they were able to do everything on their own and collected other people's trophies. Soon the man assumed that he had a task for a replacement that would definitely suit Hansu. It was an order from a rank, and the guy had to be satisfied. He was told to take a shovel with him and go to the indicated territory. The essence of the task was that he had to dig a hole to a specific depth. The guy was furious because he didn't expect the task to be like this. Diaroka cheerfully noted that no matter what, it was much more fun than sitting in the academy. The guy said discontentedly that she should talk less and help instead. But the girl looked down and said that she was very tired from fighting the gnolls, and now she had absolutely no strength. God supported the guy, because this task was in the spirit of a lone and independent wolf. Many hours passed. Kang Hansu dug a very large hole, but in the end he became very bored with this activity. The young man thought that it would be easier to sweep everything away with one blow, but in that case, he could also destroy the ruins that contained important information. Diaroka noted that by doing this, Kang Hansu would also fail the mission, and it was not worth it at all. So there was nothing left to do but dig by hand. The guy thought that extra hands would be useful here. Suddenly, he had a wonderful idea. He took out his sacred sword and opened a portal. The guy asked the orc to tell the workers to dig up the ground and to send more equipment. The next moment, several men emerged from the portal holding tools in their hands. The people greeted the young man and said that they were glad to meet him, and also asked how he was doing. Diaroka said that she was surprised every time she saw something like this. Kang Hansu noticed that she became interested only now, and Kogmos asked about the portal as soon as he saw it. The demoness got angry and said that it was an insult to compare her to such a loser, but the guy believed that he shouldn't underestimate the demon. Several more hours passed. People worked hard and dug to a sufficient depth. Kang Hansu couldn't get enough of his idea and said that a person should always use his head. Such a decision was unacceptable for the patron god, and he never tired of being indignant. The guy noticed that everything was fine, and while people were working, he was enjoying life alone. This formulation somewhat calmed the god. One of the girls approached him and kindly offered him a little snack. Kang Hansu didn't mind. Since he was actually very hungry, the guy greedily devoured the sandwich given to him. During the meal, the guy asked if it was true that another hero would sit in the storage room. The girl nodded affirmatively and told how bravely he trained. The guy's hair stood on end at the thought that if he had appeared in person at the storage facility, he would have definitely tried to help this nasty goddess. Kang Hansu came to the conclusion that it would be better for him not to appear there for a while, and when he got tired of it, he got up and was about to leave. Diaroka asked the owner where he was going, but it was already dawn, and the guy needed to go to class. He asked the demoness to look after the workers. People looked at Diaroku, talking among themselves, saying that it was not bad that the hero was bossing the demon around. As the young man got ready and went to class, he thought on the way that he was meeting the teacher of taming and catching monsters more and more often, and no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't grasp the essence of this lesson. All they did was just look at each other. He thought that perhaps it was because of patronage, which meant increased importance and reputation in their eyes. Kang Hansu asked what Lord God thought about this, but he was dissatisfied and remained nervously silent. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by the teacher who approached him unexpectedly. She said that her request concerns midterm exams that she needs to pass in a special order, because regardless of his grades, the young man will be assigned to an advanced class. The guy asked what he had done to deserve such a part, and the teacher calmly said that there is no such thing as a free lunch. She then added that they would not demote him as the best student of Cerebre to a backward class. However, in exchange, the boy must take additional lessons as a midterm exam mission, and this news puzzled him greatly. The teacher grabbed him by the hands and said that this was a serious task, on which Cerebre's future work, as well as the prestige of the entire academy, depended. She said that she was contacting him on behalf of the head of the academy, and was asking him to help. Kang Hansu was finally able to break free from her tenacious hands, and promised that she would make every effort. The girl quickly said that she was glad to hear it. They all rely on him. Then she said goodbye and said that she had many other things to do. Kang Hansu stood in the middle of the road, confused, and mechanically looked after the teacher as she left. God narrowed his eyes slyly, and a malicious gleam was barely noticeable in his eyes. He thought that this was an excellent reason to punish the elf teacher. However, the guy did not share his mood, and gloomily noted that by ruining the teacher's reputation, he would also pay with his own. Kang Hansu suggested that it was not that simple. If he ruined his reputation with his stupidity, it should be recognized that the respected god Asa, who granted him patronage, was also not very smart. God protested. He considered such statements as moral pressure and became very angry. Still, the guy decided to sit in on extra lessons, and at the same time he will gain access to the midterm exam. He decided that he would fulfill all the requirements and would be able to access and pass the exam without much effort. Then Hansu went to check how the workers were doing their job and how Diaroka was maintaining order. The demoness was glad to see him and asked if all the lessons had gone well. The guy smiled and said that everything went like clockwork, and overall the day was great. The demoness reproached the young man for leaving her alone, then sniffed and reproachfully noted how he smelled like an elf. Hansu asked her not to say stupid things, but rather to go with him to a certain place. Soon they came to a steep cliff. The guy lay down and began to carefully study the area nearby. Diaroka didn't quite understand what all this was for, but her companion explained that this way it was easier to catch the monster on the sly. These words greatly upset the demoness. She almost cried, saying that the guy already had such a demon in her face. Did he really need someone else? But Hansu explained that this was just an exam, and the animated god said in delight that the best prey would be a huge and powerful dragon, but the guy wanted to catch a monster that he could tame. Diaroka believed that a demon dragon or a ferocious death dragon would be ideal for the owner. The young man involuntarily cried out that there were no dragons nearby, and whether other monsters really existed. Suddenly the demoness remembered that there was a very suitable monster nearby, and with a captivating smile she pointed to herself, because she sincerely believed that she had no equal. Hansu looked at Diaroku with a devastated look and thought that it was probably time to punish her properly. They continued to sit in ambush and watch as the monsters of this world approached. Fantastic creatures that do not exist in reality are identified on Earth as monsters. But in this world, a monster is defined by certain criteria, such as how they treat slimes, whether they eat them or not. After all, some of the local creatures were friends with the slimes and never offended them. Suddenly, deafening steps were heard in the valley. A monster very similar to an elephant was walking on the ground. He was waving his trunk, and lightning fast grabbed the slimes, who did not have time to run away in different directions. Hansu thought it was a real elephant because the monster looked so much like him. But Diaroka said that this creature was called Lamborquillon, a very powerful and cruel creature. The Lamborquillon cavalry, breaking through enemy lines, is rightfully considered the flower of the battlefield. The young man thought that this monster would not be very much to the liking of Teacher Cerebre because she would faint when she saw him. God was extremely upset and angry because Hansu missed such a wonderful opportunity to scare the elf. Suddenly, a huge green lizard attacked Lamborquillon, who was walking slowly. After a moment, the guys realized that this was, in fact, a female of one of the representatives of the monsters. Hansu watched in amazement as she began to strangle the large and clumsy Lamborquillon. The speed completely absorbed the monster and nothing living remained of it. The elephant-like creature was defeated and became a defenseless victim to the lizard. She bared her white fangs and looked around carefully. The monster felt the scent of a human. It was a lamia. She was pleased that she had found such prey. She could have a great snack for today. Suddenly, she saw a young man nearby and stared at him in amazement. Lamia said maliciously that it was rare to meet such a handsome man in these parts. She decided that she would immediately take him for herself without an extension, but Diaroka smiled sarcastically, assuming that she would not give up her owner so easily. The next moment, the demoness and her devotee jump off the cliff to properly deal with the lamia. However, the gloating lizard said that she did not need the female and was ready to fight. Diaroka thought exactly the same, and had no intention of giving her master to any rival. The demoness grabbed her by the tail and pulled with all her might. The lamia screamed with kinship, but could not free herself. The girl's eyes were burning with a bright fire. She said that the owner belonged only to her, and that she should not dare touch him. She said furiously that Hansu was not the kind of person to covet. She then added that such low-class creatures as this creepy and slippery lamia had no business even trying to get hold of it. Diaroka beat the monster mercilessly, and it could not resist since their strength was not equal. The demoness wanted to kill her, and said that her rival was too impudent for a sexual animal. She prepared to deliver the final finishing blow, after which the lamia would no longer be able to move. But Hansu, in fear, screamed for the demoness not to touch her because the monster could even speak, and there was a possibility of taming her. For a moment, Diaroka stopped and questioned his master, and the next second the demoness realized that her victim had slipped out of her hands. Lamia was determined to escape and wanted to get out of sight as quickly as possible in order to stay alive. Finally, she shouted to Diaroka that she had had enough for today and that she would no longer participate in this battle. However, soon the monster felt some movement behind her and wanted to turn around. But she did not succeed, since the attack was carried out by a creature that was stronger and more agile. Diaroka looked at this picture in horror, because its owner had laid eyes on such a trifle in the form of a lizard, but did not have time to take it. After all, the Lamia was swallowed in one gulp by a rather cute blue dragon that suddenly appeared here. God was pleased with this outcome of events. He looked in delight at the arriving monster. The patron Asa said that taming such a dragon was a very good idea. The guy went towards the monster to take a closer look at it. Before that, he had met other dragons. This monster was very different from the red dragon they saw last time. Diaroka said that before that there was King Al-Kaiser. He was on a completely different level. Suddenly the curse was activated. The king's wrath and the kind blue dragon turned into an enraged monster. He flew up a few centimeters from the ground and wanted to immediately deal with the hated young man. A huge, enraged monster raised its huge paw over its head and wanted to crush Kang Hansu. The guy didn't understand why everyone in this world was going out of their way to kill him. He swung his mighty sword and sparkling sparks rained down from all sides. The next moment, the blue dragon saw that his tail had flown to the side. Kang Hansu jumped in the air to secure his attacks. He was angry at the goddess. The hand squeezed the sword tighter and tighter. The guy was furious. He believed that all this happened because of the goddess who sent him here. Bright flashes emanated from the sword, illuminating everything around with their red light. The guy was hovering in the air, leaving behind a living trail of weapons. It was a mesmerizing sight. The dragon looked at this in amazement. He was stunned and could not overcome his surprise. This spectacle was so unusual that the monster watched what was happening in delight. Sparks flew in different directions, and the sword passed right within a few centimeters of the dragon. Soon the dust settled, and only a bright black mark from the weapon remained. After a while, the guy descended to the ground. He told the monster in a friendly manner that from now on he belonged only to him and would obey all commands. The friends looked at this cute creature. Kang Hansu said that it would be nice to tame it. He asked the demoness what to feed the dragon, and she replied that they are not picky about food. Then she added that this is precisely the problem, because they eat everything. Kang Hansu addressed the dragons peacefully, and they opened their frightened eyes. The guy put his hand on his forehead and told the monster to go with him. As a name, Kang Hansu suggested calling him Kogmos II. The demoness sincerely sympathized with the dragon. The guy was looking forward to showing the teaching staff and the entire academy what he could do. The friends mounted the dragon and prepared to fly to the academy to impress everyone. And at this time, Ohanu was wandering through the forest. He was extremely unhappy as he could not even see what kind of people were next to him. The boy thought sadly that he was very tired of suffering on this journey, and he should return to Hogwarts as soon as possible. The god who was watching him from above complained that he was experiencing severe dizziness. It all started with the fact that an inspired young man decided to go to the mercenary guild and get a task. The young secretary noticed that the guy was as charming as always and gave him an assignment. Ohanu wanted to guard some aristocrat or a merchant guild that would be heading to Hogwarts, but the girl could see the status of her interlocutor and said that the guy's level and rank were too low for such a task. This upset the guy very much, and he furiously asked if it was really impossible to make an exception for the legendary hero. However, the girl did not want to agree, and Ohanu was beside himself with anger. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a lady entering. It was the head of the mercenary guild, Cassandra, the daughter of the dragon. She said that their company was just heading to Hogwarts, and the guy could go with them. Ohanu was delighted. He immediately agreed without thinking, but did not expect what awaited him ahead. After all, he hoped that the beautiful captain would rule the guild of the same most beautiful and charming girls. However, in reality, this was not entirely true. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a companion who approached him. Another of his friends laughed loudly and said that the guy was too uptight and couldn't get comfortable, and that wasn't very good. Okan was angry. If he had known that everything would happen exactly like this, he would never have agreed to this adventure. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by some extraneous noise. It was the steps of an approaching monster. The boys looked in amazement at the monster that appeared from behind the thorny thickets. These were female trolls who were enemies of humans and wanted to destroy them. Ohanu's partner asked him to provide backup with magic while he fought. The man shouted loudly that 12-level trolls were attacking and everyone needed to raise their weapons. He bravely jumped towards the enemy to wound the troll with his sword, thus buying some time. However, as expected, this method did not work, and the troll's skin immediately grew back. The next moment, the warrior realized that the enemy was about to attack him, and he wanted to run away. However, the man did not have time to do this, and the green monster extended a large paw, grabbing the man. He let out a piercing scream, and a few moments later he was already dead, having been crushed. The men told all the wounded to retreat back and prepared their butts to fight the enemies. The evil trolls only laughed maliciously. They were not afraid of people and could easily deal with them. The warriors continued to swing their spears, and the fight gained momentum. Ohanu looked at this picture in amazement. He had no idea that trolls could be like this. The guy looked at his enemies in confusion and could not imagine how he could resist such colossuses. Suddenly he saw Cassandra scream loudly and fall down not far from him. Ohanu hurried to the girl, began to shake her and ask her to come to her senses. But the guy looked at the lifeless body of the commander and thought that it was time to make a strong-willed decision. After all, only he, the legendary hero, can cope with these monsters that attacked the entire team. However, his companions, in horror, warned the hero not to rush to use magic. They told the guy to watch carefully as the daughter of the dragons reveals her true form. Ohanu asked in amazement how the wounded woman could resist the monsters. However, the next moment a cloud began to appear above the friends, and with each passing second it took on shape. And soon the travelers saw before them the real skull of a dragon that had descended from heaven. The trolls were somewhat puzzled by this, and they saw that a full-fledged dragon had appeared out of nowhere. The creature was very angry and emitted a piercing growl and fiery gusts. The dragon's eyes flashed furiously. He wanted to take revenge on those monsters that attacked people. Cassandra, who had come to her senses, angrily said that now there would be revenge for the entire team. The dragon flew into the sky, and the trolls looked at him in bewilderment and could not overcome him. With his strong paw, the dragon destroyed the enemy, and he turned into a green, homogeneous mass. After a moment, there was nothing left of the trolls. They were already harmless and did not pose any threat. Soon the warriors' commanders rose up and loudly and proudly praised her for the work she had done. Ohanu looked at this with displeasure. He was annoyed that he had not been able to prove himself. At the academy, teenagers leisurely strolled around the grounds and looked at the monuments with curiosity. Suddenly they saw a blue cloud appear in the sky, and as it approached, the boys realized what it was. A huge sea dragon was about to descend here. The teenagers were in a panic and wondered why the monster had come to these places. Hansu sharply and menacingly demanded that his beast behave decently and stop scaring the teenagers. They went down, and the students watched in amazement as the boy jumped off the dragon's neck. The teachers were also surprised and could not hide their admiration for the boy's resourcefulness. The young man calmly said that he found this little dragon on the road and decided to give it shelter and teach it. He asked the teachers not to judge him harshly and to forgive him for breaking the rules. Hansu wanted to teach his protege commands as quickly as possible, so he went to the nearest forest and chose a larger log. Cogmos II was supposed to bring this log, and thus demonstrate the true art of training. With all the strength he had, the boy threw the log to the side and ordered the dragon to catch it. The monster let out a muffled roar and quickly went after the target it had been assigned. Cerebre was delighted. She praised the guy and said that Cogmos obeys him perfectly. Hansu was proud of the praise, but he pretended to be casual and said that it was nothing special. Suddenly, a breathless student approached them and asked the elf to give him a couple of minutes. Cerebre said menacingly that it was completely uncultured and also rude to interrupt the lesson. However, the guy didn't come alone. In order to impress the elf, he brought his pet. The young man said that it was his friend, a fluffy, cute little animal in his arms, and he barked in a friendly manner. God said it was a rare divine beast, but according to Hansu, it was a puppy with a toy attached to it. Silver said with displeasure that the divine beast's cub was good, but still, it shouldn't interfere with the lesson. Hansu hoped that everything would work out well, and that guy would take those boring lessons instead of him. But his dreams did not come true, and so he still had to attend classes with Cerebre. His plan to get rid of the annoying lesson failed, and the boy was very unhappy about it. After all, Cerebre had already raised the divine phoenix, and the baby beast did not interest her in any way. The lesson on black magic began. The arrogant teacher came in and ordered the children to all sit down in their seats. She had to initiate the students into the basics and safety rules for using this power. The teacher asked the teenagers what thoughts they had about black magic. Since most people thought that black magic was evil, she wanted to dispel this misconception, because it was not only used by demons. Kang Hansu remembered how the black magic that the village chief spoke of also had special powers. Soon the boy could not stand the teacher's boring story and fell into a sweet sleep. Kang Hansu came to the place where the workers were working. He told the demoness that today in class they studied the basics of black magic. He was interested in why the elves did not use it. Diaroka explained that the lifespan of low-ranking elves is actually not as long as that of demons or angels. The only thing elves can do is stretch and prolong their lives in different ways. They fill their meager life force with time, so wounds that would heal in a day even on a human can take half a month to heal on an elf. Then the girl added that the elves were not even close to the demons who lived a long time and recovered quickly. She added in a whisper that at night, demons are much more prevalent there. Kang Hansu concluded that the problem was in the speed of recovery, and the demoness was quite angry because the guy did not understand her hints. Suddenly, the workers called them and said that they had achieved their goal, and everything had turned out in the best possible way. They dug down to a tunnel that hid many mysteries, secrets, and treasures. Kang Hansu was delighted. He looked at the hole with interest and was eager to explore the underground life. The friends went down closer to examine the tunnel found by the workers. The guy saw that the depth was much greater than he had assumed. It was necessary to go down right now to find out everything there. Kang Hansu asked if the demoness was going to go down with him, and she replied that she was waiting for her master's orders. In this case, it was decided to go down together into the underground kingdom and learn all its secrets. When they went downstairs, Diaroka illuminated the room with the help of the beam of the magical council. During the descent, Kang Hansu felt like he had crashed into something, but when his friends looked around, they saw nothing. Suddenly they realized that the creature was behind them and was a huge green creature. The guy asked what this thing was that looked like happy pudding. Diaroka was surprised that her master did not know such creatures as earth trolls. However, the fact that he did not know them did not stop the young man from cutting them into small pieces with a few swings of his sword. After all, it was necessary to overcome these monsters in order to move on. The next moment, splashes of green viscous liquid were flying from everywhere. The demoness covered her face with her hands so as not to get dirty. The guy hoped that he would get some kind of clue if he cut their soft, smiling faces. After some time, the friends went further. Kang Hansu noticed that these creatures die as disgustingly as they look. Suddenly, the young man saw that his ring began to glow and react to the outside environment. This meant that the head of the mercenary guild had not lied, and they needed to find the treasures hidden here. They had been walking for a long time. They had met trolls on the way, and nothing more. Diaroka asked if her master intended to solve the riddles and secrets of the dungeon. He replied that they could be looked at after the cleansing. But the demoness said that her master did not even pay attention to the wall tiles, on which the pattern had changed. The girl then added that Kang Hansu is not popular among people, but if he were a demon, he would definitely become famous. They walked further and further through the dark labyrinth, following the glowing ring that guided them. Finally, they reached a blank wall, and the guy thought that this was where the purpose of their arrival was hidden. Diaroka said that apparently there is another space behind the slab that hides secrets. And indeed, after some time, the friends saw that air was passing through the crack and a light breeze was blowing. Kang Hansu said that when you enter a room you have to knock, and he plans to not ignore this tradition. So the guy broke through the wall with his fist, stones rained down, and clouds of dust rose up. The room was quite cozy, even the light was on. The young man noticed that it would be hard to call this place a tomb. But now everything was destroyed. Kang Hansu shouted loudly if there were any dead people here. Diaroka sighed in exhaustion and said that every time her master did something stupid, she felt ashamed that she belonged to such a person. The guy asked her to stop being rude and took the first step, but he felt the slab shift. A menacing voice asked who was here and how outsiders had gotten in. A hand in chains appeared from under the rubble, and Kang Hansu looked in bewilderment at who would appear. Kang Hansu apologized for stepping on him. After all, they thought that there was no one here. The fallen slabs instantly moved apart, and the person who was inside began to gradually come out. He was a large, bearded, middle-aged man in tattered clothes but with powerful muscles. The man menacingly asked his friends how they had entered here, since only a witch could open this prison. Kang Hansu told his companion that they had written this guy off as a corpse too early, as he seemed to radiate robust health. Suddenly the man began to tremble, let out a piercing scream, and shouted the word witch several times. Kang Hansu said that most likely this uncle had gone off the rails. The demoness agreed, because weak people have such unstable mental health. Suddenly, the man became enraged and loudly ordered the travelers to answer his question immediately. The guy prepared to defend himself. He didn't understand why the locals here couldn't do anything except attack. The aggressive guy wanted to punch the young man, but he managed to jump to the side. Thus, the man destroyed another wall. The old man kept saying the word witch and trying to catch Kang Hansu, but he was unsuccessful. The guy said that in this way, the guy who was there caused more damage than he did. But apparently there was no opportunity to talk to this eccentric old man. The man did not calm down. He screamed at the top of his lungs and continued to repeat the word witch. Kang Hansu raised his sword above his head, because apparently this man did not want to engage in dialogue. So the guy decided that there was no point in continuing the fight, and that it was necessary to end it all as quickly as possible. The man covered himself with his hands. He did not want to give up, and therefore continued to attack furiously. Diaroka noted with pride that her master would definitely deal with this strange guy. Kang Hansu made a devastating swing with his sword, and was able to cut off the old man's head. At this point, the fight was over and the guy performed his perfect finishing blow, decapitating the enemy. However, the next moment the head moved and the young man looked at it in confusion. He said indignantly that most likely this old man could regenerate just like an orc. But twice Kang Hansu decided that he wouldn't buy it, so he quickly cut him down again. The travelers were glad that they had climbed in before he had time to reveal his vile nature. Kang Hansu asked the demoness to concentrate and check the old man's status with the patronage of study. Diaroka wanted to say that they can see the status of a dead person, but suddenly her eyes widened. It turned out that this guy was alive and quite cheerful, and was running towards them again in order to attack. The boy shouted for the demoness not to let him enter the room. This was the master's order. Diaroka had to follow his orders without question, and so she swung her leg with all her might. The next moment she kicked the man, and he flew straight into the ceiling at breakneck speed. The guy expected a slightly different action from Diaroki, because it turned out a little differently than he planned. After all, it was necessary to throw this guy further, since he could be reborn again at any moment. Kang Hansu didn't understand where the clue was, and if that guy were to respawn again and start wreaking havoc, it would be harder for me to find it. At this time, the demon Kogmos woke up in the dungeon. He gradually began to come to his senses and look around. The demon thought sadly that he had managed to survive but had ended up as a hostage, which was a sad fate. Soon he saw that the hero Eubora was standing in front of him and was looking at him seriously and intently. The girl turned to him with a question that had tormented her for a long time since she had been in the demon's lair. She remembered that Kogmos had spoken of some scoundrel, and she wondered who he was talking about. Eubora said that his slaves had regained their freedom, and they left wanting to follow the demon even when the curse was lifted. But they were told that their stubbornness could lead to Kogmos being executed, and only after that did they humbly leave the place. Kogmos thought about it and said with a sad smile that he didn't even have time to say goodbye to them. The girl said that Kogmos still didn't look like a demon, but this statement made him very angry and seemed very humiliating. Eubora said that she never even intended to humiliate him and asked for forgiveness for her words. Kogmos clenched his fists in anger but said nothing and continued to remain silent, dissatisfied. Then the demon collected his thoughts and wanted to say something, but the next moment he changed his mind. He looked at the floor with displeasure, was completely powerless, and felt simply terrible. Then the demon asked with displeasure why the hero had spared him and not put him to death. The girl said that she could not forget the words spoken by Kogmos in the cave about the cowardice of the heroes who brought an entire knightly order to catch the goblins. Eubora thought that his words made sense, and his actions were for self-defense. If he hadn't turned out to be a demon, we could safely consider the heroes as the invaders. Then, with trepidation, the girl asked you the same question that had been haunting her for a long time. After all, the mention of that scoundrel just wouldn't leave her head. Eubora assumed who they could be talking about. Kogmos said that this is a human male, a real monster who knows no defeat or retreat. For him, the level is just a number. If he had attacked the dungeon, no traps or strategies for defense would have worked. He would not have found himself in the same situation as the other heroes, and would have emerged victorious with flying colors. This man's name is Kang Hansu, cruel and unapproachable. It seems that he is impossible to destroy. This guy is not affected by the poisons that the demon tried to use to destroy him. He fought tirelessly against the orcs, who were defeated and could not hold out even for one day. The demon clenched his fists in rage. The more he thought about this guy, the more absurd the situation seemed to him. With bated breath, Eubora asked if there was any more information about him, but heard the answer that he was a true monster. Digging under him was useless and even dangerous. The girl asked her interlocutor what he was going to do next and what his plans were. But the confused Kogmo said that he did not have a single thought in his head, since all his intentions were destroyed by the saint. Eubora nodded in satisfaction and said that it was good, which greatly surprised the demon. The girl opened the dungeon and said that she was offering him to become her comrade and companion in battle. At that very moment, the handcuffs stopped holding Kogmos and crumbled into small pieces. It was not an easy choice for the demon because he had to betray his race and side with the pathetic humans. The girl said that this is exactly what should be done, but the price would be freedom. Kogmos looked thoughtfully at the light coming from the room and hesitated for a few moments. He understood that even if he refused, as long as the saint existed, he would not be left alone. Kogmos thought that even if he managed to escape, he still wouldn't be able to return to his homeland. Then the demon made a difficult decision for himself. He said that he did not know how he could help, but he agreed. Eubora extended her hand to him in approval of this decision, thanked him, and said that she would wait for his advice. The girl invited him with her. She wanted to introduce him to the people of the kingdom and to her heroic friends with whom she would have to work. Soon at the meeting, the prince said that there was news about the destruction of a dragon in the east of the knight's kingdom. The hero's task was to track down and exterminate the monsters that had left their lands as a result of this incident. The prince explained the strategies for a long time, but the boys were bored listening to all this and thought that they already knew everything. Alos said that all the guys who have a level below 10th are required to participate in this hike. Kogmos sarcastically remarked that a hero who couldn't get past level 10 was very funny and could only be used as bait. The demon looked at Bang Chulsu, who was only level 7, the patronage of the hero and aristocracy. He thought that this guy had a low level and also the patronage of an aristocrat, which indicates how this hero sold out to the vassals. Then the demon looked at his companion and thought that the saint had acted wisely by immediately taking the true heroes into her hands. The girl noticed Kogmos's gaze and asked what was the matter. He casually looked away. Eubora suggested going to say hello to the guys, but the demon was not in the mood for communication and said that he would go to rest, and if he was needed, let her call. At this time, in the ruins, Kang Hansu's slaves were tidying up the entire territory as it was completely destroyed. Finally, the cleaning was finished, and the girls enthusiastically said that they had completed this task. The guy thanked them for a job well done and sent them back home. Then Kang Hansu asked the demoness how long she planned to sit on the old guard for. He tried to free himself, but he couldn't move, so he was immobilized and only groaned in exhaustion. Diaroka yawned tiredly and said that all preparations were finished. Besides, they had taken everything they could. It was time to finish already. The demoness stood up and indignantly said that she could not understand how ancient female heroes could fight for such a man. Kang Hansu asked in surprise if such a thing had really happened in history. Diaroka smiled and said that she had drawn her conclusions based on the frescoes depicted on the walls of the ruins. Moreover, the demoness found out that the mistress of the ruins is a real witch, and most likely a very powerful one. The witch possessed unheard of power equal to the gods, but such statements did not please Asa at all. Meanwhile, the man said that he was captured by this witch, and he was not even given a chance to meet his beloved hero and child. Kang Hansu asked why the old man was still talking while lying down, but he replied that his body had suddenly become filled with lead, and he could not get up. The guy peacefully said that as a parting gift he would give this man a gift as a consolation. He raised himself questioningly and looked at Kang Hansu with distrust. It was completely unclear what they were going to offer him. And at that time the guy opened a portal, said some words, and the sent things fell out of there. Bags containing a large number of dragon bones rained down on the man from above. Kang Hansu said that these jewels will serve as a good support to ensure a normal life. Diaroka said that the owner surprised her with his incredible intelligence and prudence. After all, just a few dreams and tricks allowed us to capture an excellent guard. The man was very grateful to Kang Hansu for giving him such valuable things. In order to convey all the gratitude that the elder feels, he will try. He will faithfully guard these ruins at the cost of his own life, and outsiders will not get there. How could he hold off the mercenary guild's reinforcements until Kang Hansu had taken out all the treasures from the ruins? God was also in awe of Asa's intelligence and resourcefulness, because the guy came up with everything so accurately. Suddenly, the travelers heard approaching monsters, of which there were several. The huge trolls screamed and wanted to get to the arriving Kang Hansu and Diaroka. They surrounded the guy and tried to hit him with their fists from all sides. The demoness lifted off the ground and began to deftly circle above the monsters, and they were unable to catch her. She said there were too many trolls, and it would be difficult to confront them all. Kang Hansu agreed, because for every monster killed, 3 new ones would appear. The guy decided that it would be easier if they ran away, so he took the demoness in his arms and told her to hold on tight. Diaroka began to be indignant and asked why the owner was doing this, but he replied that he did not want to lose his translator. The guy came up with a brilliant plan to get rid of the trolls, but it could be quite tedious. Kang Hansu was aroused by the dragon's wrath, and aggressive guests of the slain monster appeared from all around. They were approaching at great speed, and their victim was supposed to be the guy. But since he was surrounded by a large number of green trolls, the dragon had to deal with them first. So they began to mercilessly cut down the goblins and fought with the dragons. Kang Hansu was glad that his plan worked, and now the monsters of this world were fighting among themselves. Soon the young man felt that he was covered with the corpses of these monsters, and needed to somehow get out. He asked the demoness if she was alive, but heard nothing in response and became somewhat worried. The guy moved the bones that were covered on top and looked at Diaroku, believing that she had already died. But suddenly the demoness opened her eyes and, squinting slyly, said that at that moment her willpower died. Kang Hansu looked at the girl in shock, not understanding what she meant or why she grabbed him by the shirt. However, the next moment Diaroka stood up and kissed the young man on the lips. This event frightened the god very much, and he cried out because he considered such behavior to be completely uncharacteristic of a lone wolf. Then the patron god became completely furious and looked at Kang Hansu with disapproval. Finally, the friends were able to break through the floor and find themselves on the floor below. Kang Hansu jumped to the ground and tried to collect his thoughts. Diaroka asked if the owner knew that there was a first floor below them. However, the guy couldn't say anything. He tried to pull himself together and didn't understand why everyone needed his lips so much. He was glad that the matter was settled, but this only strengthened the curse of slaughter and consolidation. Diaroka said that judging by the ceiling that they had collapsed, and it was recovering on its own, it meant that the ruins were created in mythical eras. Kang Hansu added that the same phenomenon was characteristic of those prisoners and the orc. The demoness nodded affirmatively and said that although the saint was able to bring the dead back to life, it was impossible for her to resurrect a person practically from fragments. She noticed that when she died, the body was damaged as well. Kang Hansu should have also known this given his patronage of Asa. The guy thought about death because for a long time he had questions about the interpretation of the physical body and soul that popped up in the status window. However, he was also influenced by the curse because he could see souls circling around. Thus, the young man could be reborn with this protection only if his soul was not damaged during death. Diaroka said that theoretically it was possible, but she had never heard of a patronage that could directly control the soul. This conversation was extremely unpleasant for the god. He believed that other patrons should not interfere in his affairs. Suddenly, footsteps and the voices of huge trolls were heard nearby again. Apparently they were here too. The guy said that they can't fight them all the time. At that very moment his ring lit up, and they decided to follow this glow. Kang Hansu called his companion so that they could hide before the jellies caught them. They ran for a long time, and noticed that it became quieter inside, and the light from the ring was now more intense and brighter. Diaroka said that most likely they came exactly where they were supposed to go. The friends saw that there was a golden gate ahead of them. Kang Hansu noticed that it looked like a door and not like an entrance to the boss's room. Apparently this was the last point. At this time, the demoness said that they hunted a lot and she raised her level quite well. The guy was outraged because she only finished off those he caught. But still, Kang Hansu was interested in how much the demoness had gained, and the numbers pleased him somewhat, because she had earned level 35. The guy was very surprised he couldn't understand why the level rose so quickly. Diaroka explained that they had caught many trolls, but this corpse that was the guardian was level 38. Kang Hansu grabbed his head, wondering how many times she had killed him during the entire time they were there. Suddenly the gate opened as they reacted strongly to the ring that was on Kang Hansu's hand. They decided that they would go inside but would not make noise, as this could lead to undesirable consequences. A beautiful view opened up before the travelers. They looked in admiration at what appeared before them. It was a luxurious room, and right in the middle of it there was a gentle, playful waterfall. Because of the steam rising from the water, it was difficult to see the surroundings, but the waterfall was simply mesmerizing. Suddenly, through the evaporation, friends saw a mermaid who kindly greeted her husband. Soon they saw that this was the mermaid monument that was located on the territory of the academy. The demoness angrily noted that she probably had not earned all the points to level up, and that they still needed to be filled. The god Asa agreed with her. Hansu asked the owner of the building what the word hubby meant when she used it to address him. The girl closed her eyes in resentment and said that it was very cruel of him to say that. After all, she invited him and gave him a ring with patronage, which he happily accepted. Suddenly, Diaroka realized that it was the great witch of Anbror, and she could not believe that she was still alive. Hansu asked if the demoness knew the woman who was the owner of this place. Diaroka said that in the entire history of fantasy, the only one who managed to single-handedly defeat the Demon King, even without having the strength of a hero, was she. Anbrora agreed with the demoness's words and said that now she is a monster, but once she sacrificed everything she had for the sake of love. However, the mermaid did not want to admit defeat. She betrayed her hero friend by taking something valuable from him. The only way to atone for sin was to meet the end, that is death. And Anbrora wanted her adopted husband to give her what she needed so much. She looked at the guys who came and said that she needed Hansu's death. The guy noticed that in this world of fantasy, even the methods of suicide are very fantastic and unusual. Suddenly, the gentle waves turned into angry, enraged monsters that bared their teeth. A huge sea monster fell on the travelers head-on, and they were completely covered with water. Hansu began to swim with all the strength he had, with the demoness holding on to him. The sea dweller laughed merrily. She said that the guy was very funny and amusing. After all, without having wings at all, how was he going to soar in the air that would surround him in a moment? With these words, she waved her hand and all the water that filled the room disappeared. However, Diaroki had wings and caught the guy and held him tightly while flying in the air. The demoness pushed Hansu aside at his request, and the boy prepared his sword to attack. The young man used all the favors he had and made a huge swing with his sword. He made a huge leap upward and swung at the sea witch in the hopes of destroying her. And he hit Anbror straight. The rays that came from the sacred sword lit up. Hansu looked in surprise at the place on the witch's body where the weapon had hit. He realized that he had failed to carry out his plan, since the wound that had formed on the mermaid's body healed instantly. The next second, Hansu felt the sea waves binding him. He tried to free himself, but these attempts were in vain. The waves enveloping him were too strong. The guy said that her hobby was very specific and asked to let her go, but the witch only laughed because she tied him up in order to restrict his movements. She added with a laugh that there was nothing surprising about this, since all wars are simple and not very reasonable. However, this statement gave the guy ideas that he decided to put into practice and took out sacred magic that he learned to summon. Anbrora was extremely surprised because she did not understand how a guy could use magic without patronage. At this time, Hansu was able to damage his opponent with this magic, and now hoped that she would not recover. Soon the friends saw that all that was left of the gloating witch was a huge fish tail. But after some time, foam began to appear from this tail, and something appeared from there. A living and healthy witch looked out from there. She smiled happily, and said that the magic was simply wonderful. She kindly said that she dreams of how his whole being will fall under her powerful spell. Hansu decided to think logically. If she had the same regeneration as an orc or a guard, then there was no way to resist her in a closed room. However, the witch interpreted the guy's thoughtfulness as indecision and directed a stream of water at him with all her might. This Da took the form of huge sea dragons that were about to attack Hansu. However, the thought had already flashed through his mind of how he could make sure that the witch would not be reborn. The guy used all the patronage powers he had to carry out his plan. First of all, it was necessary to tune in. Using magical powers required concentration. He picked up speed and headed towards the mermaid at breakneck speed. The guy held the sword right next to her, but it was Anbroru who did it. She didn't feel threatened. The witch said that such attacks would have no effect on her at all. However, Hansu said that he didn't care about that at all, since his goal was different. The guy didn't intend to kill her, because the curse of the ruins and Asa's patronage could be applied using the experience he had already gained earlier. He injured the mermaid, and until she recovered, and also that she could be removed from this room. Kang Hansu opened a portal and threw out the tail that remained from the witch, thus getting rid of her. The ring lit up and intended to pull the young man along with it. However, he was able to resist. Soon the tail disappeared into the portal and there was no trace of it left here. There was no noise and the sea dragons fell silent. When the mermaid finally disappeared into space, the guy listened for a few moments. He was glad that his idea had worked out, and that it had worked correctly. Now he could study the mysteries that were here. But then the guy became worried because the witch was outside of these ruins, but his warehouse was also in ruins. The demoness calmed the owner down, and said that if the orc didn't say anything, then there probably weren't any problems. The guy was unnoticed when she approached, so he jumped back in fear. But the demoness said that they had a much more important matter that they must definitely take care of now. After all, if the witch's gift was patronage, then now there is neither a reward nor a guard in the market. And in this case, they can no longer fulfill the purpose that was assigned to them. Kang Hansu looked around. The water was slowly receding, but at the same time, there was a great threat to them. The friends realized that the ruins were collapsing and they needed to run away very quickly to avoid being buried. At this time, the orc continued to train the exhausted and completely worn-out Choi Gangmin. Suddenly, a tail fell from the opened portal, which belonged to the witch Anbror, the guardian of the ruins. The orc was extremely outraged that the so-called hero considered the training stadium a place for waste disposal. Suddenly, the tails began to regenerate, and parts of the sea mistress's body began to appear from there. Anbrora returned to her previous appearance. He looked at her in amazement. He did not understand what the witch was doing here. She began to step carefully on the asphalt because the tail had suddenly changed its appearance. The witch looked at herself and realized that she was in other ruins and the rules here were very unusual. She realized that training was taking place here, and after she betrayed the heroes, she needed to take up their upbringing. The orc was extremely dissatisfied. He looked at the witch with an appraising glance, and she clearly did not suit him. The monster did not want to work together with the rowan tree, which clearly smelled of rottenness. Choi Gangmin groaned and took a deep breath, and asked the arriving guest if that hero had sent her here. She replied that this was indeed the case, and that due to a big misunderstanding she ended up right here. The girl introduced herself by saying that she was the keeper of the ruins and the great witch of Anbror. The guy indignantly asked again what the word keeper meant, and bad suspicions crept into his head. However, the witch confirmed his guess and said that in order to complete the training, the dear future hero must defeat not only the tactless pig, but also her. Choi Gangmin was extremely upset, as he was already quite exhausted from training. At this time, a crowd of indignant parents gathered near the academy, demanding that the ruins be opened. The director of the academy was in a panic. She thought about how many troubles had befallen them. First the earthquake that destroyed everything, and now the parents of the students were raising a fuss. The head teacher noted that it seemed that the director's plan to use the temple to monopolize the ruins had somehow misfired. Then he added about the need to take into account the fact that the ruins are located right under the school, and those who are difficult to ignore have already intervened here. The woman remembered the heroes she invited to the academy, but neither the guys nor the saint even showed their noses. She was at a loss, because if things continued like this, all the students would run away and they would cease to exist as an academy. However, the head teacher noted that they could be given what they wanted. After all, no one would calm down anyway. The director stopped crying and said that it was the right decision if they were so eager to take something away. The lady called here all the teaching staff that was at the academy. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu was completely annoyed because he had tried so hard for the midterm exam, and it was cancelled, and the whole school was in an uproar. In addition, after clearing the dungeon, he received the much-desired Curse of Greed, which helped hide the characteristics window. The price for the curse was very high. It was life, and the guy would have been very unlucky if not for Asa's patronage. He thought that he could only get it by upgrading Diaroku, but everything happened much earlier. Suddenly, a teacher approached Kang Hansu and said that she had a special matter for him. It was the teacher of black magic. She said that she needed Kang Hansu's help. They went to the laboratory, which was a gloomy building located on the territory of the academy. There they saw a coffin in which there was a man. Kang Hansu looked at it in surprise. The teacher said that she believed that the boy had a blessing that could make up for the cost of black magic. The girl looked at her interlocutor in amazement and said that she had heard about how he had awakened black magic with his own powers. Hansu said that it was true and he was able to learn how to use it thanks to his student Lisha. The teacher noted to herself that the guy was also quite modest. She said that she had a request for him. There are many controversial issues surrounding the newly discovered ruins, but the academy is no longer in a position to turn down appeals. Hansu wondered if she meant the very ruins that the witch was guarding. The teacher said that in connection with this situation, they need to fulfill the Duke's request to revive his dead wife and find the killers. The guy realized that he simply needed to use black magic to return the life pipes and ask about the criminal. This was exactly what the professor wanted. She intended to take on the main role, and the young man was supposed to back her up. Hansu decided that he could start this ritual right now so as not to delay it. He placed his hand on the coffin and closed his eyes to tune into the magic. In the area of the girl's solar plexus, a bright ray of light began to flash. Just like with the headman, the boy decided that he could take advantage of the patronage and revive the Duchess. He decided that he could reject the death of this woman and offer his life force as a tribute. The next moment, a bright beam of light spread inside the coffin and throughout the entire room. The boy felt his life force being sucked out against his will, which caused pain. The teacher noted that it was simply impossible to pay for the resurrection in one go, and it would be necessary to do it again later. However, the next moment the coffin opened, rose, and a dead girl began to appear from there. The guy looked at this in amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could it really have worked out? The Duchess's hand took hold of the edge to rise after a long, drawn-out sleep. The awakened Duchess said that this did not look like a temple. Apparently, she did not understand where it was. The teacher was delighted. She didn't expect that the guy could cope alone and so quickly. However, the Duchess who appeared was very stern and told people to tell her where she was. The girl also wanted to know what the issue was on Sunday and what they wanted from her now. The teacher and Hansu looked at the girl who appeared in amazement. It was obvious from her appearance that she was very unhappy with what had happened and wanted to know the details. For a few moments they stood in a daze, not knowing how to start the conversation. However, soon the black magic teacher cleared her throat nervously and said that she was greeting the Duchess. The woman then explained that His Grace the Duke had given the order to resurrect his wife. She introduced herself as a professor at Hogwarts and her name was Brittany's. The girl continued to say that she understood the Duchess's confusion, but that she could explain, and in the meantime, Hansu turned his attention to his hand. As expected, it hurt a little only at the moment when the life force was taken away, but thanks to Asa's patronage, there were no other problems. Suddenly he heard a strange noise nearby and looked around, because there were strange people in the room. Two armed men instantly killed the women and decided it was time to destroy the guy. Hansu missed the moment when they appeared here, but now he didn't know how to react. The guy asked in surprise who they were and continued to stand there assessing the situation. He didn't understand how these girls got in here and wanted them to explain what was going on here, but the warriors were unperturbed. They were not going to explain anything and prepared their daggers. One of the women who came in threw a dagger straight towards the guy and he didn't have time to dodge. He was wounded in the shoulder and he screamed, but he knew that the place from the dagger would heal immediately. Hansu said that sneak attack is the best tradition of a criminal caught red-handed. Another girl jumped up and covered his face with her hand. The guy praised her for her quick reaction. Suddenly his hand turned into a weapon and the woman, who did not have time to jump back, was wounded. Her partner screamed that this man was dangerous and that they needed to hide as quickly as possible. Hansu said that they shouldn't have approached him and let their guard down, as the consequences for them would be dire. The defeated woman screamed in pain but was unable to stay on her feet and quickly fell to the floor. She could no longer resist in any way, and having breathed her last, she lay there completely dead. The second warrior said that she does not understand how the guy was able to do this. She doubts whether he is human. Hansu said that it was 100% human, absolutely certain. Then he added that the second one could be spared and taken prisoner. However, she was not going to give up so easily, so she gathered all her strength. The next moment, she released magic that filled the entire space around. The girl grabbed the ball and started swinging it in order to hurt the opponent. After all, she had the powers of the fourth demon king, whose poison killed a huge number of heroes. But Hansu had a dagger with which he could defend himself and attack. The girl tried to defeat him with a sword, but she failed. After all, the young man understood that only by leaving her alive could he find out who was behind them. So he kicked the girl with all his might and she fell to the side, hitting the wall painfully. She screamed loudly in pain and was unable to say anything else, apparently having lost consciousness for some time. Kang Hansu thought that he had overdone it and was afraid that he had not been able to save the life of this attacker. God flew around the girl and said that she was quite alive, just a little stupor due to shock. Then the young man thought that he would have to redo everything from the beginning and resurrect the Duchess. However, this was not necessary because they were alive and were able to come to their senses on their own. Soon the Duchess opened her eyes and said that she thought she had already died before she could understand anything. The professor said that most likely it was due to the spell cast during the magical resurrection ritual. Kang Hansu looked at the Duchess's head and listened carefully to what she said. And the teacher continued to tell that in order to resurrect one person, at least 5 life forces are needed, and it is unclear how the guy is okay after that. He said that it was all thanks to the patronage of the wonderful god Asa. The professor had never heard of such patronage, and said she had not thought of the possibility of encountering a blessing unknown to her. The Duchess said that with the help of patronage the young man resurrected her, thereby accomplishing a worthy feat. However, she was interested in how long she could remain in earthly life. To this, the teacher said that she agreed with the magical theory until Kang Hansu exhausted all of his life force. The guy didn't like this because it turned out that the nobleman was rewarded, albeit indirectly, with Asa's patronage. The Duchess thought that her life was fleeting and could end at any moment, and in order to stay in this world a little longer, she will have to protect the life of this young man. However, she doubted whether she would succeed since she had not even managed to repel the attack. Kang Hansu looked at this in amazement. He didn't understand why he could read the thoughts of this Duchess. He also didn't understand how he could spy on this woman's status window. The guy, furious, said that this was impossible because he didn't even have the patronage to study. And since she did not understand his claim, the young man explained that he read her thoughts and could see her status. However, Tanashtana did not believe it, saying that this was nonsense because thanks to the patronage of marriage, her characteristics were inaccessible to anyone. But the professor said that this was possible because the second resurrection was created precisely thanks to the life force of Kang Hansu. Therefore, there was a possibility that the Duchess became his familiar, that is, the guy's property. He was somewhat puzzled and wondered what awaited him next in this case. Tanashtana was furious because she considered herself a great son from the empire and could not stoop to such a level. Kang Hansu wondered how Diaroka would react to this turn of events. That same evening, the guy tried the tea of this world for the first time, and it seemed very tasty to him. He thought that if there were no such squabbles, he would be able to enjoy tea in a calm atmosphere. However, the young man was not destined to experience this, since he was not alone in the room. Besides Kang Hansu, the demoness was also present along with the recently resurrected Tanashtana. The Duchess said sarcastically that demons are in the power of man, and this is a real shame. She asked how her interlocutor was satisfied with the life of a poor slave. However, Diaroka considered that it was beneath her dignity to respond to such statements, so she demonstratively waved her hands and said that there was probably a fly flying around here that sensed rot. Kang Hansu laughed softly, amused by how the girls competed with each other. The guy remembered how Professor Brittany's took the prisoners, and asked him to look after the Duchess until everything settled down. She also said that, if possible, it would be better for him not to show himself anywhere at all for safety reasons. He thought that because of the Professor of Black Magic, he now only had an additional headache. At this time, the girls were locked in a duel. They did not want to give in to each other and were ready to scratch each other's faces. Kang Hansu angrily called for them to be quiet and said that if they wanted to sort things out, they should go outside. At this time, Ohanu and the rest of the team reached the academy. The leader said that she had to provide a report on the expedition, and now the rest of the travelers were given the opportunity to rest a little. Ohanu was excited about the free time he had and thought it would be a great opportunity for on-the-job training, but first he needed to grab a bite to eat. Soon the guy ordered a large, delicious shashlik to satisfy his brutal hunger. Ohanu thought that he had caught a lot of trolls, but he still couldn't level up properly. However, in the status window, the guy saw that he had a new curse called greed. The guy started to get angry, but suddenly felt like he was attacked by a side effect of the curse in the form of diarrhea. After some time, the rested travelers gathered together to discuss their future plans. They were introduced to a new customer, Count Zeradit, the head of a trade guild called Diaroka. The boys' task was that they were not supposed to protect the Duke on the way to Hogwarts. Okan thought that it didn't add up at all, The Duke's name was one thing, but the title was completely different. However, they were told that the previous owner had saddled the guild with a bunch of debts and was sold into slavery, and that the trading guild was currently run by Mr. Zeradite. The guy immediately appreciated that this was a worthwhile business. Now it was time for a beauty to appear who would become his comrade in the future and take over the management of finances. Ohanu decided that this was his chance to get a new companion, so he set about completing the task with enthusiasm. As darkness fell, the boy was assigned to watch the fire. He looked thoughtfully at the burning sparks. Unlike the route they had taken to pick up the customer, the road to Hogwarts was surprisingly quiet. But even with no attacks expected, the guild's mercenaries had to be careful. They still remained on guard and were ready to defend themselves if necessary. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of an approaching carriage, where a dove flew in with a note. Ohanu thought that most likely the carriage belonged to Zeradite, and it would be necessary to investigate this issue. While the mercenaries were carelessly discussing something near the fire, the guy decided to waste time and properly scout out the situation. The guy bent down and quietly went to the carriage in order to eavesdrop on the conversation that was happening there. He was glad that he managed to get closer in one go very quickly and unnoticed. Okan began to listen carefully to what the people in the carriage were saying to each other. The girl said that the Demon King ordered to hurry up with the execution of the plan, and at dawn it was necessary to convey to everyone to speed up. She also added while reading the letter that it was undesirable for variables to appear in his case. She thought it was strange that the Demon King decided to tell them about the introduction of Zorotica while carrying out the assignment. But the Duke said that the king was famous for his love for his daughter, who was so similar to him, so it was unknown when she would do something bad, and they were sent as guardians. Ohanu barely held back the excited cry that burst from his chest, because he had just heard the mention of the Demon King. The guy was glad that he ended up here, because if he had stayed to train in the temple, he would have missed such a chance. However, unexpectedly the Duke said that there was a rat nearby and it needed to be caught. Ohanu was taken by surprise and did not have time to react in time, and large green paws appeared out of nowhere and grabbed him. He was extremely surprised and upset, and also very scared because the plan failed and he was noticed. After some time, the hero came to his senses. He opened his eyes exhausted and felt a dull pain throughout his body. The Duke's escort looked at the boy, waiting for him to be able to speak. However, the hero, tied hand and foot, could not move or say anything clearly, so he simply moaned. The Duke approached and said that Ohanu should remain calm, and asked if he knew why he was not killed immediately. Then the man said mockingly that the guy was so pathetic that it was even too lazy to think of a use for him. The guy was furious. He thought that the main character shouldn't be treated like that, and he hated these people. However, the Duke got tired of watching Ohana struggling and asked his companion to sort this out quickly. The girl furiously raised her huge green paw over Ohanu's head in order to stun him with one blow. The guy closed his eyes, assuming that it was all over for him and couldn't believe that this was happening to him. However, suddenly, the demon god asked if the hero needed additional power. This gave some hope to the young man, and he agreed with bated breath that he needed help in the form of force. At this time, Kang Hansu was leisurely strolling on a dragon through the academy grounds. The guy looked at the building thoughtfully. It seemed especially noisy today. He saw that under the windows of the director's office, there were several people with posters who were shouting something discontentedly. Suddenly, the screaming crowd was dispersed by knights who said that they were on duty. Kang Hansu noticed that the armor of these guys gave off a special shining and mesmerizing shine. Diaroka said that this was the Imperial Knights of the Golden Path, and they were supposed to look like this. The guy found this name strange and asked who came up with the idea to call them that. The demoness said that according to rumors, the knights were famous for mass slaughter. They never took the treasures of the killed enemies, no matter how much they were worth. Kang Hansu decided that it would be better to avoid them and not get involved in unnecessary trouble. But Diaroka noticed that these knights never interfered without a special reason. Kang Hansu wondered what might have happened at the academy, and he really hoped that it wasn't related to the Duchess in his room. At this time, the knights gathered in the director's office to explain the situation. The director sternly said that she was upset about the actions of the knights who appropriated the ruins discovered in the academy. One of the warriors who entered expressed annoyance that the director had taken the information they had said in exactly that way. After all, they were concerned about the safety of the students. and they didn't even manage to discern the evil nature of the Duchess. The director was indignant that she knew well what was happening at the academy. Frightened by Tanishtana's rapid career growth, the knights thus avoided the problem. She asked ironically if they liked being at the feet of power, and noted that there was absolutely no chivalrous spirit left in today's knights. The woman added that she now understands why the saint does not give them any assignments. A tense atmosphere arose in the room, and a long pause hung in the air, conveying the tension of the interlocutors. After some time, the knight took out his sword from its sheath in order to defend his own honor and punish the lady who spoke inappropriately to him. But suddenly the head teacher came between them and said that they needed to calm down and that everyone was on edge. The man said peacefully that they needed the help of the knights to assist them, because that way they would be able to strengthen security faster. He asked the knights to inspect the ruins and said that cooperation was much more effective than useless enmity. After hesitating for a while, the warriors agreed. They decided that they would go down first and prepare everything necessary for the expedition. Then the men left, slamming the door loudly, and there was a pause in the hall. Then the director asked if they had left and sighed with relief, as she had felt uncomfortable communicating with them. He said that everything was fine and the knights left. He understood that by uniting they could achieve more. The lady sighed exhaustedly and said that Professor Brittany's was a lot of trouble. However, the head teacher noticed that this was the director's order. The woman understood why all this had started because the pay was decent. The man noticed that the damned demon queen Zirakalodi might be behind the recent demonic invasion. The director said that her precious daughter was dead, and the saint also said that she had captured a powerful demon. According to historical records, the saint last fought in battle about 200 years ago. It was during those times that the newly minted demon king burst into their lands. And when the saint intervened in the battle, then the great demon king began to approach. The woman assumed that a demon could never be on the human continent unless he was someone's captive slave. Now hope was placed on the heroes who had to develop enough abilities to withstand any threat. Kang Hansu watched with interest as his pet greedily devoured the captured monster. The guy was annoyed that he had caught the dragon with such difficulty, but due to the demon invasion, the midterm exams were cancelled. And in just a few days there was a big fuss. He asked God if this was really why he forced him to join the academy. However, the patron god did not answer. He simply continued to spin and hum songs under his breath. Diaroka said that the appearance of the demon in such a remote place is in itself considered a serious incident, because even she had not met her relatives for a very long time. Kang Hansu noted that in that case, the demoness could have hidden her horns for the sake of decency, so as not to attract attention. Tanishtana said that half a year had passed since the heroes were summoned, and this period was enough for some changes to occur. The girl believed that if even the saint, who had become living history for thousands of years, could not do anything, then this meant a brutal struggle for power under her leadership. Kang Hansu suggested that the Duchess not give up, but try to fight for peace on her own. However, the woman did not think that this was a good idea, since the incident with her death made her convinced that the demons had minions in the empire. First, she wanted to find out who the traitor was, and it would be stupid to put herself in danger now. Then, after a pause, Tanishtana spoke about the rumors about the ruins from which the seal was removed, because they belonged to the most powerful magician in history, Anbror. She wanted to ask the young man to use the treasures from there and help her return. Kang Hansu looked at his interlocutor for a few moments, thinking about how to answer correctly. Then, after a short pause, the guy said that there was nothing of value in the ruins. Tanishtana was furious and angrily asked again, "What does this mean? After all, there should have been treasures there." Diaroka intervened in the conversation and pushed the Duchess to the ground with all her strength. The demoness said that she had had enough of being brought back to life, as well as protection from the killers. She couldn't be so greedy. However, the Duchess believed that there was always someone who was envied and who had more wealth than the rest. Diaroka quipped that for a man twice her master's age, it would have been better if she had not interfered, and silently went home out of sight. This statement made the Duchess very angry. She could not leave the demoness's caustic remarks alone. She said that she finds it funny to hear such statements, because when there is a high level, there is not much difference between the nominal value and life expectancy. The girls started to quarrel again and sort things out of anger, and Kang Hansu said that he had just acquired another noisy companion. However, the patron spirit fiercely said that age does not matter to the gods. The guy was completely upset because he couldn't find support from anyone. He didn't understand how he had gotten to this point. The knights were currently unable to break into the ruins due to the endless attacks of the trolls and the loose soil. They believed that if things continued like this, they would soon lose their entire squad, and that they needed to find a solution urgently. The leader of the knightly order was furious. He did not understand how his people were unable to cope with the pathetic trolls. He said that they need to prove their abilities right now, so they will prepare for a new offensive. At this time, Kang Hansu was standing on the roof of a large building, his hair blowing in the gentle breeze. He listened to what the knights were saying and did not understand why they decided to use this particular tactic. But in his opinion, the knightly order is in too much of a hurry to rush into attack, and this is not a very correct strategy. The Duchess believed that the Order of the Golden Path was the embodiment of brute force and wealth, and in fact, their goal of short-term conquest was truly strange. Diaroka looked closely at her master. She smiled mysteriously. Kang Hansu asked in bewilderment why she was looking at him like that, because she clearly had some thoughts in her head. Diaroka replied that it was quite obvious that the knights intended to appear to be interested in the Duchess's case, but in reality they were thinking only of profit. After all, they are exploring the witch ruins, confronting the demon king alone, but there is no temple with them. Tanashtana slammed her hand on the table angrily and said indignantly that this couldn't be, because they were all people of the same empire. Kang Hansu said that it was possible that they were the ones who sent the assassins, but the demoness was sure that in reality, there were not many forces capable of getting rid of the Duchess. The Duchess continued to furiously say that it was necessary to immediately get rid of the traitors of humanity and restore justice. Suddenly, Chelona entered the room and said in a loud voice that there was urgent news for Kang Hansu. The girl said that the highest nobility of the Lake Kingdom had arrived. This was a very significant event. A group of people arrived with the hero, and they honored Hogwarts with their visit. For Kang Hansu, this news was truly shocking, because a hero had arrived with the nobility of the Lake Kingdom. Chelona enthusiastically said that it would be a great event for the guy, since he is interested in heroes. Diaroka doubted the true origin of the arriving hero, since she did not sense the vile energy of the temple's minions. Tanashtana thoughtfully said that the Lake Kingdom is located far from the prologue where the heroes settled. Moreover, now the Black Dragon Magryon and the Blue Dragon Pronos have settled there, which has plunged this place into chaos. It was also quite unusual that representatives from a non-knightly kingdom arrived with the hero, but Chelona saw no reason to doubt the words spoken by the aristocrats. Kang Hansu decided that it was useless to guess, and it would be better to check everything himself by studying the situation. The guy understood that if this had happened, there was no point in running. It was better to check everything himself. After this, Kang Hansu armed himself with a newspaper in order to remain unnoticed during surveillance. The carriage drove up very close, but those inside were not visible. Diaroka said that they could pretend that they needed something inside, and at the same time check it themselves. However, the guy did not consider this decision a good one and asked with displeasure why Mr. God had become quiet. He asked his companion when she had managed to buy the shashlik, but she replied that she hadn't bought it at all, and then laughed at the guy's manner of personally speaking with God. Kang Hansu noted with displeasure that nothing special could be expected from the demon. At this time, Tanashtana also looked out from the bushes in order to scout out the situation. Soon they realized that the carriage was returning and 3 people came out and headed towards the academy. Kang Hansu looked at them carefully. It was a man, a woman, and 1 other person. Now the boy had no doubt that his classmate had arrived along with the detachment from the Lake Kingdom. It was definitely a hero who was also kidnapped by the goddess in order to fight the evil demon king. It was Ohanu from his class. The boy looked at him in amazement but decided not to draw attention to himself. Kang Hansu thought that during his entire stay in the mini-fantasy, Odnoklasnik had not changed at all. The Duchess suddenly approached and said that, in all likelihood, he was one of the new aristocrats of the Lake Kingdom. So it was obvious that the young man was a famous hero, and Diaroka suddenly laughed angrily. Who would have thought that they would meet here? She decided that she would not leave this hero alone. With these words, the demoness furiously rushed to attack the arriving guest. Kang Hansu shouted at her to stop immediately, and stop even thinking about approaching them now. But Diaroka was not going to listen to him. She was moving ever more rapidly towards the people walking towards the academy. So he rushed after her in order to grab the demoness and not allow her to attack. The next second he caught her and shouted that it would be very bad if they were discovered now. Diaroka protested furiously and told the guy not to interfere with her doing what she had planned. But the young man believed that first, it was necessary to find out why they had come to the academy, so there was no need to rush. He grabbed Diaroku tightly and did not let her go anymore, thus delaying her movement. The next second he did a huge somersault over his head, so the demoness began to fall with him. The guy let go of Diaroka, and she fell to the ground. He said that this would most likely calm her down. She really did hit her head hard on the ground, and for a moment she couldn't recover. Hansu decided that he could learn about the Lake Kingdom from those guys who knew more than them. God carefully stuck his head out to scout out the situation around him. He liked the demoness's shameful behavior and wanted to see it again for an encore. Hansu was indignant at how the god left him without warning, and now unexpectedly returned. Diaroka suddenly appeared between the guys who represented the elite of the Lake Kingdom. They looked at the demoness in bewilderment and did not understand what she wanted from them. Diaroka told them not to stand like idols, but to go with her. The surprised boys still decided to follow her and approached the bench where they were waiting. Hansu cheerfully greeted the demoness who approached and looked at the companions she brought. These guys could tell a lot of interesting things about the inhabitants of these places, but they were surprised that there was a demon here. Tanashtana said with displeasure that she, as a student, should be able to see how demonic spies were planted here. Hansu glanced angrily at the Duchess, because in such a situation, it would be better if she kept quiet. The boys sat down opposite the young man and began to listen to what he wanted to tell them. Hansu began the conversation by saying that, as had been said before, Zeradite had appeared in this kingdom. And this man holds the title of Count, but he took with him his fellow countryman Hansu. And although not all demons are bad, this still does not change the fact that it is precisely he who is hostile to humanity. He also somehow annoyed Diaroka, so the guy would really like to know more about him. He asked the princess to tell him everything she knew about Zeradite. The girl said that she was not the heir to the throne, and therefore did not have close ties with the aristocracy. But as far as she knows, the Duke has no merit in the war, and he did not marry into the royal family. That is why the girl always found this situation strange, which was quite rare in their society. After all, the careless merchant was suddenly offered a statue of the Duke completely undeservedly. She added that after this, she heard how he left for janitor work and took care of his property and trade. The next night, speaking to the prince, he heard that for his work, the Count of the Lake Estate ordered many mercenaries from their kingdom. However, such a high-ranking aristocrat did not have a single knight, and for protection and escort, he hired fighters no less well-trained. Suspiciously, this happened very often. Hansu speculated that perhaps the mercenaries rejected such orders, but that was impossible. After all, refusal was the limit, and in the case of patronage of an aristocrat or patronage of a mercenary, after failure to fulfill a debt, rank was reduced. The guy added that as a member of the royal family, he also participated in the escort. But the guarded objects did not say anything until they arrived at the location. Diaroka said that perhaps those he guarded were also demons, but they just didn't show it. However, the Duchess furiously responded that this could not be, because the temple had to find out anyway. She angrily added that the temple is obligated to protect humanity, and it must do this constantly. Another guy said that his older brother, Prince Alice, considered most of the heroes of this generation to be possessors of strong-willed determination. But among them was the most dangerous hero who harmed the people and even destroyed the main source of resources. Hansu realized that they were talking about him and thought about how everything could have been avoided, but the vile goddess made such a choice. The guy decided that he would first meet with Ohanu and find out what state he was in after leaving the temple. God supported this and told Kong Hans that it was definitely the right decision. At this time, Ohanu was sitting in the room, wondering in bewilderment how he managed to survive and get into the academy. If we talk about seinen manga, it is common for enemies to initially join forces, and Panhanen could not in any way, no matter how much he wanted to, take away his companions. However, this incident helped Ohan to level up, gain experience, and survive, so he already had the skills for self-defense and attack. Suddenly, the heroes remembered Arya, how they got to the temple and fought with monsters before that. The young man was overcome by terrible melancholy. He did not understand why everything was happening this way. Ohanu clenched his fists in anger. He couldn't allow the main character to get into such a situation. He shouted to the gods that he didn't know what to do, because he was called unique. But why were all the troubles with him and not with someone else? The guy considered himself the true protagonist and did not understand why he had to endure this. Suddenly, a young man with our voice spoke to him and said that the gods had played a cruel joke on him. He wanted to know about Khan, who he was talking to, but he didn't see anyone in the room, so he was a little scared. The guy looked around carefully, but everything was in its place and the door was closed. The voice again asked if the young man understood everything that he had told him. Ohanu was frightened. He then released his magic and told the voice to reveal its identity immediately. Suddenly, light spilled out from all sides and the guy realized that he was in a large, spacious hall. Ohanu was surprised. He could not believe who was in front of him, but he already had some guesses. Apparently, in front of the guy sat a real demon king who looked at the guy with a piercing gaze. The young man asked in astonishment who it was and looked straight at his interlocutor. The man asked how much Okan knew about the gods and what he thought about it. Okanu asked if we were talking about those gods who called the boys and gave them protection. The demon nodded in satisfaction and said that it was precisely about these gods that she wanted to know the young man's opinion. The guy said he didn't really know. They were given the temple's task to eliminate evil, but he had never met other gods. He also added that the guys were called due to the return of the great demon king. The man sitting on the throne was furious. He did not expect that the goddess would start this again against him. Not far from him sat a demoness who jumped up and wanted to calm the owner. The great demon offered Ohan the chance to come face to face with the truth that he could reveal to him. In the distant past, he and Ovelia fought on the front lines to save the world. This information shocked Ohana greatly. He did not expect that the great demon was actually a former hero. And the man continued to tell that he was once called up in the same way as the guys. His demoness noted that the current heroes had never heard of Ovelia, since she is now called by the title of saint. The demon smiled predatorily. He was surprised that the saint still hadn't gotten tired of this fake game. Now Ohanu understood that the saint was endowed with rights by the goddess of lies herself. And his interlocutor continued to tell that 3,000 years ago he was a hero. He fought honestly side by side with Ovenia, who became famous for his outstanding abilities. But at some point he thought about it. He was interested in why the level became the absolute unit of measurement. After all, it was possible to achieve success through efforts. He went to the library and learned a lot of interesting things there, which the gods hid. In an even more distant past, the patronage of a hero had a completely different effect. But one day, one man who was under the protection of an arrogant goddess defeated the demon king. Everything changed. Back then, the demon people were not yet outcasts, and he made a contract with an impatient demon god. Because of the demonic god who was considered one of the strongest, but always spoiled the spring for others, with his ardor on the demonic people, where they simply took out their anger. Over time, the conflicts were resolved, but role-playing games continued to this day. Ohanu did not understand how the games could continue when innocent people were dying due to the endless raids of monsters. This is precisely what angered the demon, since the gods decided to do nothing but continue to fight and measure their superiority. The guy thought that all this reminded him very much of the story about the patches of the gods and the liberator. According to the report of the spies who were infiltrated into human domains, the best hero at the moment was Eubora. However, the demon believed that the most ideal and outstanding henchman would be Ohanu. The guy stood very distant for a few moments. He didn't expect it to be like this. Then he enthusiastically agreed, since there was a hidden secret and he was taken seriously. The young man thought that everything had been planned that way from the start and that he would still become the real main character. However, the demon continued. He had one request for the guy that he wanted to voice to him. Ohanu was surprised and looked at his interlocutor, expecting to hear a request. It was necessary to find the grail hidden in the dungeon of Hoguvat, as it was the key that could change the situation. In conclusion, the demon added that in order for the search to be successful, he would awaken the boy's primordial power. Ohanu received the patronage of the fall, which involved helping the fallen creature and setting his own conditions. The guy was pleased and with great enthusiasm decided that he would make every effort. At this time, Kang Hansu was lying in wait in order to sneak into his fellow countryman's room unnoticed. And although it was forbidden to walk in those places, Dairoka believed that her master would definitely get there. The demoness said that Kang Hansu could use the simplest method, and she offered to help, using her wings to fly where needed. The guy asked with distrust what kind of fly had bitten her, because Diaroka wouldn't help for no reason. However, the demoness was not joking, and asked the owner to grab her hand quickly. They flew up and began to look closely at the dorm rooms in order to understand where Ohanu lived. Diaroka sensed demonic energy on the 4th floor in the 2nd room. Then she threw the guy with all her might, and he knocked out the window and entered the room. He looked indignantly at his companion and said that she didn't have to throw him so hard. Ohanu was sleeping peacefully on his bed, and the young man realized that it was definitely him. There was no longer any doubt. The guy, stunned, said that this was the very hero with whom he was summoned. Diaroka noted that this was a rather strange formulation for a person who had not the patronage, but the curse of a hero. Hansu angrily objected because he was originally summoned as a hero, but because of the vile goddess, everything changed. From this cry, Ohanu woke up and began to gradually emerge from his sleep. The guy looked at those present and was amazed at what he saw. He thought he was dreaming. Suddenly, Ohanu realized that everything was happening in reality and screamed in fear, looking sideways at his classmate in surprise. Hansu noticed that Ohanu had woken up and was happily greeting the young man. He said that he just wanted to ask about the aristocrats with whom he arrived. Ohanu interrupted enthusiastically and said that the goddess turned out to be the final boss. Then, with special importance, the guy added that he was a true hero and would sort everything out, because he had revealed the truth about the gods. God Asa listened to all this and was seething with anger because this guy should not have interfered in such matters and been overconfident. Suddenly, movement was heard from somewhere and some man's side peeked out. This was absolutely not part of Kang Hansu's plans. Kang Hansu said that most likely Ohanu is not quite in his right mind, but he wanted to hear a lot of things from him. And even though they are classmates, Kang Hansu will have to go to extreme measures and fight with him. Ohanu said that there is a lot of tragedy in this situation, and he is very glad that he had the honor of fighting with his fellow countrymen. Then the guy said that even though he was his rival and the one who ran away from his friend in saving the world, he would still use his patronage. The next moment, the guy turned into a huge, angry demon and said that he would take revenge. Kang Hansu was surprised as his classmate's appearance became completely unrecognizable. Diaroka looked with fear at the creature that appeared, which very much resembled a demon. The demon said that even if he was mired in darkness, he would still take the burden on his shoulders. After all, this body belonged to the main character, who in truth was supposed to be the only winner. Kang Hansu was ready to fight and prepared his sword to fight. The next moment he flew out into the street and landed quickly on the ground. The boy understood that something had happened to his classmate, and he had become much more resilient. He looked at the dust that kept rising from the dormitory window. At the threshold stood a demon who was once an ordinary Ohanu, but now he was unrecognizable. The demon smiled and said that only such power is suitable for a true hero. He added that with this power he would punish his fellow countrymen who had betrayed humanity, and he would also teach a lesson to all who looked down on him. However, Kang Hansu did not think that he had betrayed humanity, because the goddess had promised that she would send the original world. The only thing he wanted was to be closer to his family and not to strangers. The demons used all the power and patronage they had received. Kang Hansu hit his sword right on target and cut off his opponent's hand, and now black thick blood was flowing from it. However, Ohanu had the ability to regenerate wounds, so he was not worried. The next moment his hand appeared in place again as if nothing had happened. He rejoiced and shouted that this was the supreme power of invincibility, and the watching gods smiled and praised him. Kang Hansu didn't understand why those he had to fight looked exactly like that. The guy shouted that his neck was already hurting, staring at his opponent, and asked him to come down. However, Ohanu had no intention of doing this, due to the various echidnas that his comrade would soon get used to. Suddenly he saw two demons flying past who were fighting with each other. It was the Duke, hovering in the air with the help of his wings, and Diaroka was rushing after him in order to take revenge. The girl shouted that she was very glad to have the chance to properly teach the Duke a lesson. He replied that she had managed to become stronger despite the curse of hunting and aristocracy, but that this would not allow her to resist him. The demoness shouted that he was just a worm in the nose and she would definitely destroy him and also return what rightfully belonged to her. Kang Hansu said that they should be left alone and they need to sort out their confusion. However, Ohanu was busy with his own thoughts. He did not understand why his rival had such a beautiful companion. At this time, in order to become stronger, he decided to connect with all the familiar heroes. He said with hatred that now he had one more reason to hate and destroy Kang Hansu. Ohanu decided that she would defeat her opponent and take Diaroku as her partner, because he could not watch such a coward enjoying popularity even in a parallel world. Kang Hansu said that for popularity, it is definitely not him, but Choi Gangmin. Then the guy added that it seemed that Ohanu was not only outwardly strange but also went crazy, and made a control swing with his sword. Kang Hansu asked the young man to come to his senses, because how upset his parents would be if they saw him like this. But Ohanu replied that they too would like achievement and success in his actions. He fearlessly rushed into the attack again and had a lot of endurance. The guy said that with such overwhelming power you can do whatever you want. He found a worthy use for this blessing, which was called a fall. Ohanu said that his opponent will not last long, even though he is holding on quite steadfastly. But Kang Hansu had no doubts about his endurance. As for his opponent, who had given up the title of hero, the sacred sword had inflicted a serious wound on him. However, the demon said that this was just a small side effect and a trifle for his power. Kang Hansu believed that this was most likely just an attempt to buy time for regeneration. However, the next moment his opponent showed a healthy and completely healed hand. The guy realized that other methods might be needed to win. He decided that he could use magic and check what effect it would have. Kang Hansu used a beam of magical light to strike Ohana. Through the nightlight, the knights who were on guard saw flashes of magic. They quickly assembled the entire team to head there and resolve the situation. The rapid tramp of the knights was heard, who intended to come to the battlefield and restore order. The professor was furious because magic was not allowed to be used on the academy grounds under any circumstances. In addition, they saw that two demons were fighting in the sky and attacking each other. Something similar happened on the ground when Kang Hansu fought with Oh Hanwoo on the academy grounds. The professor shouted loudly for everyone to stop immediately, otherwise he would immobilize them by force. However, Ohanu had no intention of listening to this townsman and did not stop fighting. He told the assembled knights and everyone else not to dare to interfere with him. The knights were thrown in different directions by the magical impact directed at the enemies from Ohanu. However, there were many of them, and they all attacked the demons in order to stop him. The Duke said that things had taken a rather interesting turn, however. Diaroka sharply remarked that he should not get distracted. He glared at his rival and released his claws to grab her. However, the next second, Kang Hansu flew up to them and became the open Duke's sword. He told the demoness to support him in the air while he dealt with the Duke. The knights could deal with Ohanu, but here Kang Hansu also had urgent business. However, the Duke was not worried. He smiled and laughed casually, confident in his actions. He said that it had been a long time since a man had attacked him without knowing fear, so boldly and bravely. Then the Duke added that he, the Great One, could not tolerate the defeat of two bugs. Kang Hansu saw that his opponent had released magic and wanted to quickly dodge it. Diaroka decided that she could cope on her own, so she let go of the young man. He began to fall down rapidly without expecting it at all. Kang Hansu didn't even understand what happened. And then the guy realized that he was falling and began to shout loudly at his demoness. But it was too late. The Duke smiled meaningfully and said that Diaroka had done the right thing. There was no point in listening to the words of a man. With these words he flew away, and the demoness remained to watch him, deciding that they would meet again for a test fight. After some time, the Duke's companion said that she still did not feel any traces. She asked what to do with the wounded Ohanu, and her companion replied that he could be left. The Duke added that the Great Demon King had taken special care to provide them with cannon fodder that could withstand the sacred ball. The guy noticed that his hand had become smaller and completely non-functional. Suddenly, everyone present heard a heavenly evil voice that belonged to Her Majesty. Suddenly a portal opened, and a voice was heard saying that the time had come. The great woman who appeared said that the vile Hogwarts was on the verge of destruction. She added that their key had proven its ability to perform its role, and that was good. The Duke and his assistant fell to the ground and bowed. They had not expected that the Demon Queen would personally appear at the center of human power. At this time, Ohanu felt that his hand was completely healed and greeted the Queen. He hoped that it was about him that she had spoken recently. The Queen did not say a word, but she beckoned him with her hand and opened a portal. The young man began to feel drawn to the idea that he would now be transported to some other place. After a moment, he disappeared into the dimension, passing through parallel places. The Queen said that we can't delay any longer, so we need to deal with everything as quickly as possible. Ohanu suddenly found himself surrounded by evil goblins, monsters, trolls, and orcs. He was completely powerless and did not understand how he could resist such a crowd. The Demon Queen believed that it was necessary to finish everything before the saint interfered. Her Majesty the Demon Queen had special plans on how to use Ohana. Meanwhile, the temple was in disarray. The servants reported that Hogwarts had been attacked. The saint could not believe that this was actually true, because the academy was sufficiently protected. However, there was no doubt that the Hogwarts where the heroes were planned to be enrolled carried out an attack. According to some sources, the instigator was Ohana. The saint sighed heavily. This guy was interfering again. Now all the circumstances had turned into a big problem. The attendant added that recently a dungeon was discovered in Hogwarts, because of which many people came there. There were victims among them, and as a result of the fighting, the educational buildings were damaged. And most importantly, they saw clear signs of the fall of the former hero named Ohanu. The saint looked thoughtfully at the portrait of the young man. Even in such a situation, the goddess said nothing. Suddenly, she made the decision that I considered the most successful at that moment, namely to go to Hogwarts. At this time, the knights were working at the academy, trying to put out the fire and calm the students who were in a panic. The director came out, deciding to see how things were going with the knights, but they thought that she had come to mock them again. However, the lady said peacefully that she had business with the warriors that might interest them. The knight looked closely at his interlocutor. He didn't even imagine what she could offer. The woman said that she felt a powerful response of magical power, which indicates that the intruder who escaped from Hogwarts is preparing a new attack, and it is necessary to be on the alert. However, the Golden Knight said that they were unable to help because they had run out of essential supplies. Then the man added that demonic power had long since taken root in the Empire, and no one was able to overcome it. After all, the knights had run out of even such simple supplies as the restorative elixir, which is why they were in such a hurry to capture the dungeon. He added that in order to crush the enemies, it was necessary to find the Holy Grail, which was kept under Hogwarts. The headmistress was speechless. After all, there were 3 things that met the conditions of a true hero: the Holy Grail, the sacred dragon, and the sword. But in the past, even the strongest witch Anbror, who single-handedly defeated the Demon King, would not have been able to win without the effect of the Holy Grail. In conclusion, the Golden Knight said that they were not heroes capable of resisting the patronage of the demonic god. The director thought for a moment, and then said that for those who are not heroes, a means would be needed that would weaken the connection with patronage. But she was very interested in the question of why the knight decided to tell her all this, since they didn't get along at first. The man replied that it was only because the director had made the request first. But in this situation, it was as if their roles had changed. And now they needed to unite in order to help each other cope with this difficult task. The knight and the director made a peace treaty and decided not to fight anymore but to unite. At this time, Professor Brittany's was in the ruins, looking around the room with interest, and the old guard asked if they really should have taken everyone. Kung Hansu noticed that there was no other way because there were too many extra eyes here. They approached the coffin of the girl who had recently attacked the Duchess, and the guy said that the demon who was with Ohanu had used similar power. The guys decided that they could not guess, but directly ask her. Soon the girl opened her eyes. Kung Hansu leaned over her and wanted to start a conversation, but the girl screamed in fear and moved away. She screamed soon even louder from you realized the tears the girl was in a panic. The guy asked her in surprise what was wrong, and suggested that perhaps she had injured her head. Soon the captive came out and began to talk about who she was and how she got there. It turned out that the girl was the daughter of the Demon Queen, known for her cruelty, Zero Calodia. Kung Hansu said that it was not in vain that he spared her, because now they had such a valuable witness. Diaroka thoughtfully said that the queen's daughter must be from the highest class of demons, but judging by the fact that she does not remember her, this girl is still a child. The guy asked, what if the queen's daughter was most likely a princess? What would she do here? The demoness replied that in their race the concept of children is somewhat different. In order for the embryo to survive, the mother must share her energy, but there is not a single demon in the world who would be happy to lose a part of himself. And only the demoness queen decided to do this for the child's parents. Kang Hansu suggested that if the girl was so valuable, she could be used to bring Ohan back. However, the queen's daughter said that this was out of the question because her mother would not worry about such a hostage. She then added that the hero Ohanu is an integral part of the great Demon King's plan. Now everything fell into place, the guy thought about it, because his friend was a puppet for the implementation of someone's plans. The young demoness asked if the hero knew the secret of confession. But Kang Hansu replied that he knew what a liar the goddess was, and nothing else, although in principle he was not interested. The girl said that now, the summoning of heroes is led by an arrogant goddess. She is the main supplier of heroes who have fought with the great demon king since ancient times and acts as a link. But in the time of the great hero Cain, there was another person who was responsible for this. At that time, people knew nothing about the gods, but over time the moment came, and they began to depend on them. The summoning of heroes became a way to prove superiority, and this has been repeated constantly to this day. Kang Hansu now realized that the instigator of everything was the goddess who had less than honest motives regarding the boys. But despite all this, the great king thought that the problem lay in the very summoning of heroes. Under the pretext of patronage, the hero's freedom is restricted and he is used as a tool. The demoness shouted that this is precisely why the gods do not deserve to be patrons, and the heroes they support are unworthy of being heroes. They dreamed of forcing everyone to admit the truth. Kang Hansu said that he was not sure about the need to tell such details. The daughter of the demon queen added admiringly that she would be happy to fight shoulder to shoulder with the guy. Diaroka looked angrily at the girl. Her gaze was poisonous and malicious. She was furious at such words. The next second, she grabbed the demon's daughter by the hair and wanted to hit her with all her might. But the guy didn't intervene and told his companion to calm down because something like this would never happen. He looked at this girl point blank and did not understand whether he could trust her, because it was not difficult to expect anything from demons. Although she looked rather intimidated and honest, extra caution wouldn't hurt. And at this time in the forest, Ohana was sent there. A mysterious and evil ritual was taking place. The guy was placed in a circle specially outlined with symbols, and certain words of spells were spoken. Ohanu gave his body to the demons, and now this spirit has entered there. Suddenly the guy opened his eyes. They glowed a bright, poisonous red color. And then he stood up and began to examine himself with interest, feeling all the power of his body. He looked at the status window and was satisfied with what he saw, because the patronage came from the owner of his new body. The demon queen bowed low and said that she congratulated the great king on his communion on earth. He decided that he needed to be sure of his abilities and get used to the body, so it would be a good idea to take over Hogwarts. When they arrived at the academy, the demon said in a loud voice that all the pathetic bugs remaining in the forward should immediately bring him the Holy Grail. Exhaustion covered my ears. This voice penetrated straight into my head and did not allow me to concentrate. And Demon added that if people decide to abandon it, then it risks disappearing from the face of the earth forever. The director watched from her office and did not know what to do. She assumed that the enemies would attack, but did not take into account how soon this would happen. The head teacher said that it was necessary to send a reconnaissance squad for protection, but the woman was in a panic and did not assume that it was already impossible to stop the monsters. Suddenly a knight entered and asked if there was any response from the Empire and the temple. The woman said that the temple and the neighboring kingdom had responded, but it would take time to send troops. The knights were furious. He understood that it was necessary to hold out until reinforcements arrived, but he doubted the capabilities of their army. However, judging by the outgoing energy of the demons, it is difficult to resist them. These opponents were too serious and powerful, having strong abilities. The Knights of the Golden Path are unable to cope with only a few monsters. In particular, this orc who was nearby and looked strong but not too dangerous. The knight did not understand how one could resist them and asked if there was any other way. Suddenly, a professor entered the principal's office and said that everything was ready and the boys were also ready for defense. The director and the knight were glad that they had assistance in the form of students. Now they could join forces. The woman praised the fencing professor for a job well done. Students with the patronage of the aristocracy went to defend the walls of the academy. But the director doubted whether it was right to do this to children who had no other choice. We were very worried and concerned. The head teacher asked if that student was among the children present. The woman asked who exactly the head teacher was talking about. I have no idea. And at that time that student was in the ruins and said that it was somehow cool here. Many monsters led by the great demon king began to approach the academy building. And the director, together with the students and knights, were in a defensive position and were not ready to retreat. The woman told the students that the victims came to them themselves to give them the opportunity to gain experience in a real fight. Some of the monsters will seem familiar, while others will be encountered for the first time, but she believes that by joining forces they will be able to fight evil. So she, together with the teachers, takes responsibility for the safety of the students. That's why the director sent everyone so that they wouldn't join in, but the shift would join the fight. It was necessary to teach a lesson to those who fearlessly burst into their academy. The next moment, a terrible battle broke out in which the knights and their students fearlessly fought the monsters. The principal also took part in the battle and used magic to protect the academy and all the children. She fought fiercely against the demoness, who in return also had magical powers. The demoness was confident in her powers and said that her rival was very weak and unable to overcome. But her strength wasn't even enough to scratch the evil demon queen. However, her rival did not think so and was ready to fight back to protect her part. She shouted at the demoness so that she wouldn't dare look down on the important director of the academy. And in confirmation of these words, she released magic on her rival to destroy her. Meanwhile, the guys in the dungeon noticed that the ceiling was shaking from some loud explosions. Diaroka assumed that most likely some event had occurred upstairs. Suddenly the door opened and the real Demon King appeared on the threshold, saying that it is necessary to think more carefully about the protection for such an important place. Hansu was amazed. He did not understand who was standing in front of him, because this person looked very much like Ohana. The crazy demon, meanwhile, shouted that the heroes of this world must definitely give up the Holy Grail. Diaroka felt the energy that emanated from a man who once lived on Earth. At this time, the demon looked at all the gathered guys and said that among them, one most resembled a hero. Hansu said that there was no point in this conversation, and it would be better if the person who arrived told who he was. Suddenly, a multitude of status windows that belonged to the gods appeared before the guy's eyes. He didn't understand where they came from, because now the guy could hardly see his enemy. The patron god began to disperse the steel ones so that they would not interfere in the hero's affairs. The demon stood there in a daze for a few moments. He realized that the Hansu standing in front of him was not at all so simple. Then he finally decided to tell who he was and why he was desperately taking revenge on the gods. It was unclear why so many gods had gathered. Apparently they were interested in watching what was happening. The demon said that his name was Cain. He was an avenger sacrificed to the gods for entertainment, and also the great king of demons. Hansu demanded that the gods get out of here since he couldn't see anything. Suddenly the guy realized that a fiery stream of magical energy was flying towards him. The next moment his head was completely covered in fiery flames and disappeared for a while. Diaroka and her companions screamed loudly in horror. They did not believe that this was the end. However, after a short period of time, the guy was able to restore his head. He said that because of the curious lords of the gods, he had to somehow settle this. They still decided to part, and Hansu felt that his body had become whole again. He noticed that he had earned new patronage, which was carried over from the curses. This news shocked God very much, and he even lost his balance for a few moments. The demon laughed and said that his opponent had received recognition from the gods in a matter of seconds, which was certainly mind-boggling. The demon ironically asked if the guy was scared by the suddenly acquired power, and whether he would be able to use it properly. He then offered Hansu to serve him and thus receive many benefits. But if the demon's plan is successful, he promises to return the guy and the body he took possession of home safe and sound. But Hansu had heard this a long time ago, so he remembers how he was fooled. After all, the guy knows an easy solution that is now right before his eyes. He can get rid of the Demon King, and thus the gods patronizing him will fulfill his cherished wish. Hansu made a wish to leave this world with his friends at that very second, but the demon considered these dreams to be very naive. After all, in order to realize the plan, it was necessary to first defeat the Demon King. The guy said that he lost his head for a while only because the gods interfered with him. Now Hansu has regained his strength and will be able to give a worthy rebuff to his opponent. The demon chuckled and said that his opponent still did not realize the seriousness of it. With these words, he sharply hit the guy. He felt how his whole body was distorted by pain. It took him a few moments to come to his senses and recover. The demon laughed maliciously and said that now the guy should understand that the games were over. The newly recovered Hansu said that it was true that it hurt a little, but that was no reason to retreat. Therefore, the guy began to fight the enemy with special strength because the goal was so close. The demon prepared his fist to strike Hansu, but he managed to dodge it. He said that he sees right through the demon and these fists absolutely cannot touch him. However, the next second the guy still received a stunning blow to the stomach. He lost his balance for a moment and began to fall. The witch was quite big. Hansu understood that his enemy was aiming at the very place where he had already hit before. Meanwhile, the demon was about to hit the guy again before he got up. They flew forward several meters, and Hansu lost his balance, hitting the floor painfully. Diaroka decided to help her owner because she understood how hard it was for him to cope alone. However, the guy stopped her and said that he was able to deal with this demon himself. As he got up, the young man came to the conclusion that this really wasn't his classmate, because the force had become much more powerful. And even though the guy was already quite depressed, he still decided not to back down under any circumstances. He said that he had a personal score to settle with the demon, since after all, it was once his friend. Then Kang Hansu suggested to his companions that they run away quickly while they still had the opportunity. However, the next moment, the demon attacked again and threw the guy aside, saying that the current heroes have absolutely no manners and that they managed to talk during the fight. The guy looked at his enemy with wide eyes, and he shouted that he would teach him to have manners. The demon jumped as high as he could and wanted to kick Kang Hansu from the air. The demon shouted that he would definitely teach the current generation of heroes some manners. At this time, the knights fought alongside the orcs and noticed how the ground began to slip out from under their feet. The orc looked around in bewilderment. He thought that the earthquake had started again. Suddenly, everyone saw that the ground had broken through and all the surrounding buildings were collapsing. The director turned around to see what was happening around her. She did not understand what was going on. Her opponent attacked furiously, and did not give her even a minute to look around. Suddenly, the demoness felt a magical influence with a very suspicious energy. She looked at the sky and couldn't believe her eyes because it was her eternal enemy. The saint was approaching them directly on her wondrous dragon. It was salvation for the students and disaster for the monsters. She looked at the ongoing battle with dispassion and tried to protect the boys of the academy. The demoness shouted loudly for Ovelia not to interfere with their plans again. The saint calmly told the director to go help the others, while she decided to take on the demoness and finally get even for all the evil she had done. The dragon also began to fight and accumulated a lot of spiritual and holy energy. The next moment, he released this energy outward so that it would hit the enemies. The demoness wanted to win at any cost and promised her rival that she would end her life. With these words, she pounced on the saint and released her demonic spell. Her power met with the steam released by the dragon, and a confrontation began. The demoness decided that she would fight to the last, but to do this, she would have to defeat the saint. Ovelia descended to the ground and prepared her sword, fearlessly aiming it to defeat the demoness. They were locked in a fierce fight and no one wanted to give in, and they continued to fight. The demoness cursed the saint and struck with all the hatred she had. She said that the appearance of the saint would not change anything because the last time she entered the battle was a long time ago, fearing the demon king. However, the saint objected that she had not entered into battle for so many years for another reason. Eubora stood on the hill and watched the rays of magical powers that illuminated the night sky every now and then. The heroes were full of determination. They had already arrived and were about to enter into this duel. The girl said that apparently the saint had gone on the full offensive. Chon Myeon noticed that they hadn't even really managed to develop their abilities. Could they really help with anything? The girl remembered how after that incident she could no longer feel calm as before. After all, she never managed to meet again with Ilman, who saved her then from the attack of evil monsters. Eubora gently patted her friend on the cheek and said that they just needed to try. She added that the heroes were called here to prevent this situation, and they need to overcome everything in order to return home. Cogmos added that the guys had nothing to worry about. Even if the Demon King had personally appeared on the Saint's territory, his strength was already running out. The prince agreed and encouraged the boys. He said that they would make every effort and help fulfill their duty. Chonmien finally made up her mind and agreed that it was necessary to try in any case. The girls sternly shouted that in any case they would all return home. Eubora smiled with satisfaction. Now it was time to start acting and fighting. The guys decided to go ahead and defeat the evil that hung over the fantasy world. At this time, the demon hung over Kang Hansu, who, although he did not want to give up, still felt how difficult it was for him. The guy needed time to recover, he and just he. Like a sharp blade pierced his chest. However, the next moment, the guy grabbed the sword with his hand and pulled it out with all his strength. He was wounded, but still managed to look at his enemy with all the fury he had. At this time, the knights fought with trolls that were huge and quite strong. The monsters intended to crush their enemy with their huge paw, and a malicious smile never left their face. However, the knight leader came to the aid of his comrade. He swung his sword and defeated the troll. He looked at his brothers and decided that it was necessary to raise morale. He shouted for the knights of the Golden Path to not give in to fear and to boldly go into battle. It was necessary to move forward, even without paying attention to the fact that they were driven into defense. Suddenly, the goblins felt a huge stream of fire that covered them completely. Jung Mian shouted that she hated the vile goblins and directed her magic spell with all her might. The hero attacked the enemies with all his determination and began to use the abilities that he had been able to train. The knights and students were glad that reinforcements had finally arrived and that they were not alone. Prince Alos Swordmaster called on all the girls and boys to quickly destroy the enemies. At this time, in the dungeon, the demon looked up, thinking about how it was still noisy there. He said that it was most likely the work of Zero Kolodi, and asked Kang Hansu what he thought. The guy groaned and pulled out his sword. He intended to fight on and not give up. The demon said that the loud statements were not empty words, and the heroes were really holding up well. But all his comrades were killed, and Kang Hansu might not have any trump cards left. However, the guy had already come to his senses and asked the demon if he really asked, since he was starting to talk more and more. That evil one burst out laughing because he didn't want to show his vulnerability and couldn't admit it. The demon loudly and nervously shouted that he was not afraid at all, which could not be said about his opponent. However, the next moment he bit his tongue because he realized that his nervous statement had betrayed his fear. Kang Hansu smiled and said that his opponent was far from being in the best shape. But the demon replied that he was simply not used to the new body, and even if he was a little excited, this was no reason to brag. Kang Hansu said that he had no intention of bragging. He was simply confident in his endurance. Suddenly, a piercing beam of glowing energy pierced the entire room. The demon suspected who it could be. He slowly turned around, still hoping that he had been wrong in his suspicions, and that this was not the one he did not want to meet at all. And to his great regret, it was she, the saint, who unceremoniously walked over the demoness lying exhausted. She said that this demon started a fight without even knowing the truth. No one except the great demon king can be her rival. The saint was heading towards the demon in order to finally defeat him completely. Kang Hansu trembled. He didn't expect their first meeting to happen like this. He asked himself what to do now, but Asa calmed him down and said that there was no need to be afraid. Although the demon assumed that this could happen, he still did not count on this meeting. But in any case, it was to be expected, so he was ready to fight her. The saint said that she suspected when she received the report of the attack, but she does not understand how a demon is not ashamed to steal the body of the younger generation. The next second, the woman saw her failed student sitting near the wall. The saint was somewhat surprised and did not greet the hero Kang Hansu kindly. The guy hesitated but also greeted the saint and smiled casually. But the demon did not allow him to continue the conversation, as with one swing of his fist he brought him down to the ground. He muttered discontentedly that Kang Hansu was not asked to interfere at all, and he was already nervous and tense since the plan did not go according to plan. The saint raised her sword in rage and then struck her enemy with all her might. The demon was able to deflect this blow and stay on his feet, although it was not easy for him. They continued to fight and inflict serious blows and injuries on each other. No one was going to give in. The saint jumped back to the wall and sat down next to Kang Hansu. She said that her opponent had become stronger. The guy asked who she meant, the great demon king or Ohana. She replied that it was precisely because the hero Ohanu had become stronger that the great king could use such power. She then praised the guy for being able to withstand such an attack. The demon said that now is the time for celebration of conversations, and it is necessary to finish the battle that has begun. He decided that he would use his powers to their full potential and would not hold back any longer. However, the saint was adamant. She was confident that they would be able to win. Kang Hansu gathered his strength and prepared himself to take revenge on the demon for all the blows he had inflicted. The demon looked at the guy with glee. He was annoyed because he couldn't destroy him. Then the saint entered the battle. She jumped up sharply and swung her huge sword. The next second, the demon howled in pain as he was struck by the sacred sword. For a while, he was motionless because the weapon hit him very hard. But soon, Kang Hansu saw that something very strange was happening to his enemy. His soul burst out and screamed from the pain that was inflicted on it, and his body fell motionless to the floor. The cry of this soul was so piercing that it filled all the space that was with me. Kang Hansu covered his ears. It was unbearable for him to hear this piercing scream that was lodged in his head and prevented him from thinking. The saint was silent. In her eyes, there was anger and burning hatred for this creature that now died from pain. But still the demon gathered his strength and was able to come to his senses, healing the inflicted wound. He said that his rival's methods are also cruel because she uses a sword that cuts through the soul. The saint added that it is especially deadly for those who are in someone else's body, so it is best to surrender. However, the demon with a furious look said that it was too late. They had almost merged with this body. In this case, the saint decided that nothing could be done, and that she would have to do what the situation required. Here it will be necessary to sacrifice someone, that is, to kill the demon, his soul along with his body. Kang Hansu, confused, shouted not to kill Oh Han-woo, because in any case, this guy was his friend, but she believed that recognizing something beyond one's own strength is also a talent deserving of respect. And at night he will save the hero Ohana from shame, if only for the sake of his own reputation. However, the demon had already come up with a solution for himself. In the course of further events, he made a loophole in the wall. And he said that I flew away and the soul merged into one, they can no longer be separated. He added that even such an almighty saint who heals the wounded is not capable of this. And a moment later he disappeared into the developing portal, not giving his rival a chance to come to her senses. He then shouted that the dungeon could no longer perform its function and there was nothing to do here. He planned to take over the kingdom and the empire. The saint rushed to call. She could not allow this and wanted to destroy the demon. Kang Hansu was left alone and thought about what to do next, because he needed to confirm his guesses. He had to check whether it was correct to assume that the dungeon was here. It was necessary to find out what was hidden in these ruins, and the sea witch could answer this question. The guy summoned a portal with his sword in order to talk to the dungeon guard. Kang Hansu quickly headed towards where the orc and the mermaid were located. He was met by the slaves who were there, as well as a man whom the guy never expected to see here. Choi Gangman asked what his friend was doing there, since he was supposed to be sent home. Kang Hansune didn't intend to talk now, and said that he needed to find a pig and fish. Umbrora greeted her husband enthusiastically, and assumed that he had come to see her. The orc was not too happy about the meeting, and asked the guy, "Then he will return." Kang Hansu asked the mermaid to tell him what might be hidden in her dungeon. The guy nervously began to film me that the Demon King had burst in there and turned upside down. He wanted to make the witch remember what exactly she had hidden in the dungeon. However, she was slow and could not remember the young man was angry and rushed her with an answer. She was silent for a few moments and began to concentrate and think about something. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The saint caught up with the demon and did not want to leave him alive. He was already pretty exhausted, but he still continued to fight and attack. The demon laughed and shouted that it was funny to watch Ovelia as she tried to destroy the enemy and crushed everything in her path. However, the saint replied that she would not care even if she destroyed this entire forest. The main thing was to get rid of it. The demon ironically noted that this was said by a saint who, by her nature, was obliged to preserve and protect all living things. He said that it is the embodiment of contradictions, as is the entire world here. He was glad of this and said that in confronting the gods, it was his duty to test this faith. However, Kang Hansu, who was riding on a dragon, suddenly appeared and was able to sharply strike the demon. He looked at his opponent with hatred and wondered if this guy had really come to bother him again. Kang Hansu praised his dragon, Kogmos II, and smiled maliciously. But he decided that it was time to move on to the next attack that would help the demon come to his senses. The dragon released a stream of water that instantly engulfed the enemy, giving him no chance to resist. The demon was unable to move or dodge. The force of the water had stunned him completely. The saint asked the boy if he had been preparing for an attack all this time. Kang Hansu replied that it was true, but he had also been away on his own business. Ovelia assumed that this was a rather weak attack for such a powerful enemy. It would not be able to harm him. However, the demon had been dealt a hard blow, and he was not feeling well after such an attack. His body was covered with wounds. He looked at the hero in amazement and asked what he did with them. Kang Hansu was delighted. This was exactly the effect he expected, so he was very pleased. The saint asked how the young man was able to achieve this, but he mysteriously replied that he took a couple of tips from the older generation who had previously exterminated the demon. The demon became enraged and threw off his wings because they could no longer perform their functions. It was a complete mystery to him, and he had no idea how the guy could pull it off. But this time, he will finish him off and will definitely take revenge for the damage done. Kang Hansu was ready. He said that he would gladly enter this second round, and this time he would not leave without a victory. The fierce battle with the demon continued, and no one was going to retreat or surrender. The opponent writhed in pain. He felt the life-giving energy leaving him. The saint asked how the guy managed to do this, but he said it was nothing. I just asked the older generation how they once exterminated the demon. The demon clenched his teeth in anger at the memory of the hated witch who was still alive and most likely hid the Holy Grail. Suddenly, Ovelia thought that she had completely forgotten how holy water could heal the soul. The demon was in the sky. He opened many portals and said that the hero's mockery must come to an end. The next moment, various trolls began to enter the open portals. From other holes emerged goblins and gnolls who wanted to defend the demon's honor. This entire predatory forest kingdom gathered to protect the demon and confront Kang Hansu. The demon furiously shouted that his enemy had only one hope left, and he would trample it in an instant. The guy decided that in any case he would not lose, since he had a spare weapon in the form of the wrath of dragons. However, the next moment, Kang Hansu realized that his plan had not worked because the curse of the dragon's wrath had changed. The young man was furious. He did not understand why the curse changed its form so quickly, but the dragon god asked him not to mock the dead. Suddenly, a huge bone dragon descended to the ground with an angry growl. Kang Hansu didn't expect this, but the dragon that arrived was aggressive towards the enemies. He looked at the enemy with a poisonous gaze and tried to protect the hero Kang Hansu. Then the dragon let out a vicious roar that stunned the enemies and did not give them a chance to resist. The saint looked at the bone dragon. She did not understand why he came here, because there were no traces of living dragons or god. Kang Hansu guessed that everyone who was summoned by the king's wrath turned out to be the children of the dragon god, and he exchanged the curse for patronage, so that the boy would stop tormenting them. The gods agreed with this statement, and considered that the guy understood everything correctly. The wild monsters began to scatter in all directions because they were afraid of the evil, roaring dragon. The demon looked at his escaped comrades. He couldn't understand why they had become scared so quickly. He looked closely at his enemy and realized that this was not just a guy in front of him. After all, Kang Hansu had a dragon under his command that accompanied the hero of that time, and also a sacred sword possessing incredible strength and the power of a winner. In addition, the demon felt the water from the Holy Grail on himself, that is, all the components to recognize the guy as a true hero. The demon had to admit that he had fought and tried to defeat the real hero of this time. He asked what the name of this young man was who was able to master all three attributes confirming heroism. The guy jumped very high and swung in the air to deliver the finishing blow. He said his name was Kang Hansu, a precious name given to him by his parents. The demon replied that it was a pity to leave such a son as a toy for the gods. Kang Hansu landed on the ground and felt like he had landed that real punch. At this time, near the academy, knights and heroes were still fighting, trying to defeat the trolls. Suddenly, everyone noticed that the sky began to emit some incredible light. They looked up, wondering what it could be. God announced that Asa had defeated the demon king. Eubora felt her heart beating fast. God raised his hands to the sky and called upon all the heroes to gather in one place. A ring formed around each hero, forcing them to stop the fight. Asa tried to call all the boys so that they could hear the great news together. From all around, in the places where the heroes were, a portal was formed that moved them. The orc in the training ruins told his protege that with such abilities, he wouldn't even be able to see the demon king. Choi Gangman was furious. He didn't want to let his classmate get the better of him. The guy rushed up to catch the demon king. He ran waving his sword. Suddenly, the young man realized that he was among his classmates who were also there. This was the very place from which you summoned them all here at the very beginning of their adventures. Choi Gangman sat down exhausted. He understood that he was late, and it was too late to save Fantasia and free it from the invaders. The girls began to tell that they had fought, but at one point a window appeared with information that some Asa had defeated the great demon king. The guy guessed that this could be the very hero who took his place. Eubora said that it was he who was the young man who wanted to return at the very beginning. The next moment everyone saw him. He greeted the guys and said that he was glad to see them safe and sound. The boys were delighted. They didn't expect to find themselves here, and could only guess what adventures were behind them. The next moment, they rushed towards their friend with delight to greet and hug him. The guy started asking him what he had been doing all this time, and the guy replied that he would definitely tell him everything later. He asked about Ohana, and his classmates said he was nearby, passed out. Suddenly the god spoke and everyone listened. He said that he was ready to send heroes from where they came from. But first it was necessary to ask Kang Hansu his cherished wish. The boy said in admiration that this was the first time that the god Asa had appeared before him in person. His desire was to return to Earth to his family. God smiled cheerfully and said that it was a pity, but nothing could be done. The next moment, God swung his hammer, and the boys realized that they would soon be home. Kang Hansu felt that he was in zero gravity and would soon be able to be on the ground. God waved goodbye to young Asya and wished him a safe journey and good luck. Kang Hansu thanked God for always accompanying him and helping him. Soon the boys found themselves in their classroom and began to look at each other in amazement. They realized that they had returned and loudly shouted with delight that they were finally within the walls of their native school. They jumped and shouted with joy, hugged and congratulated each other on their successful return. Kang Hansu sat at the back of the class and couldn't stop rejoicing that he had finally gotten home. Diaroka said with curiosity that the owner's homeland looked very interesting. The guy said that this was a place with air conditioning that smelled of cleaning products. However, the next moment he stopped short and looked at his interlocutor in anger. She said that of course she had prepared something, but the owner did not say how exactly to send him back. In the end, perhaps the god that Kang Hansu always talked about fulfilled her wish as well. The guy asked that at least to begin with the demoness should hide her horns.